Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. Taijing, the second high school affiliated to Taikyo University. High school sophomore class. I will definitely be able to awaken my martial soul. Definitely. The handsome Ye Feng in the crowd secretly clenched his fists. He is not from this world. 18 years ago, he traveled to this world where martial spirits were revived and spirit beasts were everywhere. No system, no gold finger. If it wasn't for the strength of his parents, Ye Feng wouldn't even be able to get into the second affiliated middle school of Imperial College in the past 18 years. But Ye Feng's parents died when he was 12 years old. For the past 6 years, Ye Feng has been alone. Ordinary people in this world can participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony at the age of 18. If you can awaken your martial spirit, you will be qualified to take the college entrance examination. Otherwise, he can only become the lowest existence to work for those noble soul masters. I'm so nervous. If I can't wake up, I'll have to enter the factory after graduation. Humph, I will definitely wake up anyway, and it will be just around the corner to become a super powerhouse. You're the only one who is super strong? Xiao Yan, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Tang 3, Lao Zi offended you? Tell you, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. Hey Tui! Those who can participate in this awakening are from ordinary families. Those rich have already woken up early at the age of 16, spending 10 million. The advantage of awakening early is naturally 2 more years of cultivation time than others. Therefore, for everyone, they have a chance to catch up only when they wake up, who started late. Otherwise, there is no chance. Cough cough. While everyone was chatting, a young man in a white martial arts uniform entered the class. The youth wears a mask that covers the upper half of his face, giving a sense of mystery. But the moment he came in, the originally noisy scene immediately quieted down. A faint coercion filled the audience. Zhang Peng, the head teacher of the second class, nodded politely to the young man first. Immediately, he said, "Classmates, this is Li Fengxian, a sophomore at Taikyo University. He is responsible for awakening you today." After Zhang Peng finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Is that super genius Li Fengxian? Hey, I heard that he is now a 4-star gold soul master. I remember that his spirit is one of the 10 major weapons, the demon sealing sword. It's really enviable. Ye Feng also knew this person. No way, this guy is very famous. Li Fengxian was a super genius of the number 1 high school affiliated to Imperial University, and he was promoted to Imperial University with absolute strength. An Emperor Jing University is one of the top 3 soul master schools in the country. Although Li Fengxian is only a sophomore, he is already a 4-star gold star. You must know that many soul masters can't get gold even if they work hard all their lives. And Li Fengxian achieved such an achievement at the age of 19. Geniuses are proud. Li Fengxian is no exception. He looked around the audience and said lightly, "Everyone came forward and awakened in the order of their student numbers. Come on, classmates, and strive for an innate soul power." Zhang Peng laughed. As an affiliated middle school of Taikyo University, the second middle school is second only to the first middle school in strength. The top high schools in the country. Those who can enter the second middle school, the natural talent is not bad. Although the better off group has already awakened at the age of 16. But according to the situation in previous years, there is no lack of talent among these ordinary students. Number 1, Lu Bin. After Zhang Peng finished speaking, Lu Bin walked to Li Fengxian. Li Fengxian didn't speak, and his soul power burst out. Immediately, under the influence of soul power, a faint white light radiated from Lu Bin's body. There is an illusory battle axe in the palm of the open palm. Li Fengxian said, "Lu Bin, weapon spirit, battle axe, Spirit Power 4. Tang 3, Plant Martial Spirit, Diamond Grass, Spirit Power 7. Chen Chong, Not Awakened. Peng Guang, Animal Spirit, Wolf Dog, Spirit Power 3. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people in front, and only Xiaoyan and Ye Feng remained. Call. Ye Feng took a deep breath to calm down the nervousness. Brother Feng, it's okay if we are nervous, you don't have to be nervous at all. Xiaoyan, who has a good relationship, said. Ye Feng's parents are gold-level powerhouses. If it wasn't for the fact that his parents had died in battle, Ye Feng would have woken up early at the age of 16. Although the family can't afford an expensive awakening stone, after all, both parents have good talents, and they still have confidence. Ye Feng smiled and didn't speak. It's hard to say about talent. Last year, there was an example of the daughter of a diamond-level soul master who had not awakened her martial soul. What's more, he crossed over. Number 24 Xiaoyan. After hearing the name, Xiaoyan smiled and said, Brother Feng, I'll go up first. Ye Feng, come on. After a moment, Li Fengxian looked at Xiaoyan calmly and said, Xiaoyan, Elemental Spirit, Qinglian Leng Guo. Soul Power 8. When this statement came out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. And Xiaoyan was ecstatic. Innate Soul Power 8 is very good. What is even more commendable is that Qinglian Leng Guo is the top 30 existence in the element category. This kind of talent, even in the second middle school, not even among the high school students in the country is the top. Not bad. The happiest person is Zhang Peng. Unexpectedly, there are such geniuses among these ordinary children. Finally it was Ye Feng's turn. After walking in front of Li Fengxian mobilized his soul power as usual. Under the traction of soul power, Li Fengxian sensed Ye Feng's consciousness. Immediately, Gu Jingwubo's expression changed instantly. This is impossible. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Before Li Fengxian finished speaking, golden light bloomed from Ye Feng's body. Boom! The dazzling golden light turned into a long knife and pierced through the roof instantly. Immediately afterwards, the entire second affiliated high school of the Imperial College saw a golden long knife about 100 meters long. Call out! The long knife shoots into the void like a teleportation. It was clearly still 100 meters above the sky at this moment. But in the blink of an eye, it has reached the end of the sky and disappeared into the infinite universe. In the classroom of Class 2, the tables and chairs were swayed by the powerful shock wave. The hairs of the nearest students were blown. This. Including the head teacher Zhang Peng, everyone was dumbfounded. It's not that they haven't seen others awaken. But how can there be such a terrifying aura? At this moment, the space above Ye Feng's palm squirmed rapidly. Immediately, a slender sword with a long slap appeared. The shape of the battle knife is simple and slender, and the hole is similar to the Tang knife. Unlike ordinary knives, this knife is formed by space warping. It's hard to tell if you don't look closely. At the moment when the sword appeared, the surrounding space began to squirm. The space ripples spread out, and even the figure with Ye Feng became illusory and hazy. At the same time, an extremely fierce momentum wave spread throughout the audience. Except for Li Fengxian and Zhang Peng, all the students' faces changed slightly. At this moment, they actually have a deep crisis of life and death. It was like being locked by the sharpest blade in the world. At this moment, a breeze appeared in front of everyone. Then a middle-aged man with a little shock walked out of the breeze. The principal of the second affiliated high school of Taikyo University, the wind is full of bows. Feng Manggong stared at the knife in Ye Feng's hand and Li Fengxian said at the same time, the sword of nothingness. Li Fengxian looked at Ye Feng with a complicated expression, which was rarely sour. The sword of nothingness controls the power of space. Ranked number 1 in the weapon soul list. Ranked second in the martial arts list. This is a peerless martial spirit that has disappeared for 300 years. It is the strongest weapon spirit in history, no one. Zhang Peng was also shocked. This martial spirit is too bright. Bright enough to be tolerated by heaven and earth. It hasn't been seen since its stunning appearance 300 years ago. A weapon spirit that can control space, its power is enough to make all spirit masters tremble. Void God Sword? Is that the second super martial soul on the martial arts list? Hey, doesn't it mean that it has disappeared? I heard from my grandfather that back then, the owner of the Void God Sword was as easy as drinking water to kill an opponent by leaps and bounds. All the students were stunned. Xiao Yan murmured, "What a strong aura, Brother Feng is probably innately full of soul power, right? The one who can awaken the sword of nothingness is naturally full of innate soul power. It's just that the innate full of soul power is insignificant compared to the number one on the weapon and martial arts list." Ha ha ha, good, very good. Feng Manggong suddenly laughed loudly. As the second existence on the martial arts list, the first one is not the first, the Void God Sword is the strongest martial arts in the world. As for the first one, it has disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. It has long since disappeared, and it is impossible to appear at all. In other words, as long as Ye Feng is given time, he will have great achievements in the future. And Li Fengxian, who is also the owner of the soul of the artifact, looked at the sword of nothingness with green eyes. There is no soul master who does not have a weapon soul who does not yearn for the Void God Sword. Li Fengxian would only be more rude if he didn't think of himself as a genius. Ye Feng was also stunned. Not only because he had awakened the soul of the strongest tool in history, but also because of the sound of the system in his mind. Ding, the condition is triggered. Congratulations to the host for opening the strongest martial soul system. The sudden prompt sound made Ye Feng even more surprised. After 18 years, his system is finally here. Just when Ye Feng was about to put away the sword of nothingness, the second beep sounded. Ding, the novice gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special martial spirit, the Clock of Time. Ye Feng's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. The Clock of Time, he has heard it. Because this is the number one existence on the martial arts list. It is the strongest martial spirit since ancient times, and even the most powerful existence that is not as good as the Sword of Nothingness. At the moment when the gift package was distributed, Ye Feng discovered that there was a big bell in the sea of knowledge. The big bell connects ancient and modern, with a long and vast atmosphere of vicissitudes. Just looking at it is terrifying. There are mysterious and obscure lines on the quaint big bell. As the runes run, day and night alternate magically in an instant. It was at this moment that Li Fengxian, who had been maintaining a soul connection with Ye Feng, was suddenly stunned. What? Feng Manggong was also stunned. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bell rang suddenly. Clang! The mighty bell resounded like spring thunder in everyone's mind. The sound is so pure. It's so heartwarming again. Just hearing it, I felt an indescribable grandeur and hugeness. It feels so small. Immediately afterwards, a golden bell phantom emerged from Ye Feng's body. The big bell is densely covered with runes, and if you look at it, you will feel dizzy and dizzy. Feng Manggong's face changed completely. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were full of horror. Li Fengxian's expression changed at the same time. Listening to the grand bell ringing in his mind, he actually felt ashamed of himself. This is a kind of helplessness that has never been experienced even in the face of a master. When the phantom of the God of Light continued to expand and enveloped everyone, an even more shocking scene appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Buzz. The hands on the time clock began to turn rapidly. The powerful, esoteric, and nihilistic power of time begins to affect everyone. Even the diamond-level Fengman Bao is no exception. When the pointer rotates counterclockwise, Feng Manggong's expression is full of memories. He saw the legend of his half-life military service from those constantly jumping pictures. I saw a girl who couldn't fall in love when she first started dating. I saw the scene of hunting soul beasts in order to break through silver. Except for Feng Mongong, everyone saw scenes from their past. Some people burst into tears as they miss their deceased relatives. Some people have a smile on the corner of their mouth because of their beautiful childhood. Some people were moved by the sight of their dad crying with joy when he was born. Clang! Along with the jumping of the picture, there is a long, thick, and clear bell ringing in everyone's mind. One by one, impressive or memorable pictures appeared. Everyone felt that a long time had passed. But in fact, only a few seconds. Ye Feng's eyes widened, and everyone else could only see something they had experienced. But under the influence of the time clock, Ye Feng can see everyone. Not to mention the rest, but Bai Muir in the class impressed him deeply. Because what Bai Muir saw was a picture of herself taking a bath. That beautiful-looking female classmate lives up to her name. After the light god Zhong Shuiying submerged into Ye Feng's body, everyone recovered at the same time. Xiao Yan and other students looked at Ye Feng with awe. The power of time is the most mysterious and powerful force. And it is now under Ye Feng's control. Feng Mangong is a bright brilliance in his eyes. Even breathing became rapid. Found a treasure. He found a treasure. Innately full of soul power, born with dual martial spirits. Moreover, it is also the super martial arts ranked first and second on the martial arts list. Li Fengxian looked at Ye Feng with deep envy and shock in his eyes. It is a blessing to be able to witness the appearance of the first martial soul time clock. It would be a misfortune to witness the emergence of the second martial soul void god sword with my own eyes. Because the first tool soul is destined to cover the edge of all tool soul owners. Possibly including myself. Ye Feng right. Feng Mangong looked at Ye Feng with a strange look in his eyes. He tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. Come with me. No matter what other students think, he waved his hand. Ye Feng only felt a flash of light, and then he appeared in a simple office. Li Fengxian licked his lips excitedly. Ye Feng, he, this year's Taikyo University is very lively. In Li Fengxian's opinion, Ye Feng will definitely be recruited into Taikyo University. At that time, this nationally renowned institution finally got a little interesting. Ye Feng, sit down. Feng Mangong said with a smile. Ye Feng was also welcome. After taking his seat, he asked, Principal, did you call me here? Cough, 2 things. First, I want you to join Taikyo University. Feng Mangong said with a hopeful expression. Ye Feng was not surprised. Whether it is innately full of soul power, or the sword of nothingness, or the divine clock of time that has not been seen in 1,000 years, he has enough qualifications to enter Taijing University. And Feng Mangong himself is the principal of the second affiliated middle school. In other words, people from Taikyo University. As a student of the second affiliated middle school, Feng Mangong naturally did not want to choose the other 2 universities. However, Ye Feng did not give an answer immediately. He is now eligible to negotiate terms. Seeing that Ye Feng didn't speak, Feng Mangong understood. Hey, you guy. After complaining, Feng Mangong coughed lightly and solemnly said, Time divine clock is the strongest martial spirit, but because of its time attribute, it is very difficult to attach a spirit ring. Ye Feng nodded, of course he knew this. There are different types of soul beasts, but the time and space attributes are the rarest. Moreover, each of them is extremely powerful, belonging to the kind that is invincible at the same level and can even kill opponents by leaps and bounds. Such a soul beast is naturally not something he can deal with alone. In addition, these soul beasts are all in danger in the wild. Although Ye Feng is innately full of soul power, those soul beasts are often decades or even hundreds of years old. He's gone now, and it's no different from dying. And even if someone helped him, he might not be able to find it. People in this world will learn the theoretical knowledge related to martial arts. There are no time and space attribute soul beast textbooks. There is very little knowledge in this area on the internet, and it is almost impossible to find a qualified one. It seemed that he could see what Ye Feng was thinking. Feng Manggong said, "There is a spirit ring with a time attribute in the treasure pavilion at Tejing University." Ye Feng's eyes lit up as soon as these words came out. Real or fake? Haha, this was something the old principal came across by accident. Feng Manggong smiled and said, "If you join Tejing University, I can make the decision and give you that spirit ring. In addition, I will also help you find the space-type soul beast and obtain the soul ring for your void sword." Ye Feng had no reason to refuse this condition. What's more, Taekyo University is still one of the top 3 super universities. Feng Manggong said again, "As for the other 2 spirit rings, I believe that when you enter Taejing University, if the high-level school encounters you, they will help you." Seeing that Ye Feng didn't speak, Feng Manggong said quietly, "Ye Feng, maybe other schools can offer more favorable conditions, but no one can find a time-related soul beast. Not to mention Ye Feng, even if he Feng Manggong himself has never encountered a time-based soul beast for so many years." Ye Feng raised his head and said, "Principal, I am willing to join Taejing University." Asterisk. Chapter 4. Feng Manggong froze for a moment, and was immediately overjoyed. He attracted Ye Feng to enter Taejing University. On the one hand, he was in his own job. After all, he is from Taekyo University. But the most important thing is to cherish this rare talent. As a qualified principal, who doesn't have the heart of love for talents? Great! Feng Manggong suddenly stood up and said, "Ye Feng, I'll take you to Taejing University right now." At the same time, Taejing, Divine Prison. The Divine Prison is a special department, established by the top powerhouse Dharma Venerable in the world. The Divine Prison is specially responsible for capturing and killing those powerful soul beasts to prevent them from harming the human race. In addition, if there is a strong person in the human race, or colluding with the soul beast to threaten the human race, the prison will also take action. As the top group of powerhouses in the world, Dharma Venerable has a high status, and ordinary people have only seen it on TV. At this time, it is in the highest building of God's prison. The Dharma Venerable with white hair, white beard, and white robe suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes are like stars, and just a glance can make people daunted and unable to resist at all. Venerable Dharma opened his palm, and a palm-sized grey mountain appeared. There is no difference between lifelike and real peaks. If you look closely, you can even see the grass and trees on the mountain peaks, as well as the spirit beasts perched on the top of the mountain. Dharma Venerable glanced at it, then chuckled lightly after a while. After a moment, a middle-aged man in black and gold armor came over. The man bowed respectfully, "Dharma Venerable, look for me." Dharma Venerable said leisurely, "Tomorrow afternoon, go to the second affiliated high school of Taejing University." The man was stunned for a moment and asked in doubt, "Are you trying to arrest someone?" The responsibility of the prison is to catch soul beasts or humans. So the man subconsciously thought about it. "Do not." Fa Zun looked at the direction of Taejing University and said, "Look for a third-year high school student named Ye Feng. Taekyo University." Although Ye Feng is from Taejing, this is the first time he has come to Taejing University. Nothing else, it's just that he lives too far from here. It takes 2.5 hours just by subway. This world is many times bigger than the Earth in the previous life. Exactly how many times, no one knows. Taekyo University is very prosperous. Although the summer vacation is approaching, there are no fewer students than usual. After all, it is a top-level university, and everyone will hurry up to practice even during the holidays. When Feng Manggong brought Ye Feng to the treasure pavilion. "What's the matter?" asked a grey-haired old man with a strong breath. Feng Manggong bowed first. Immediately, he said, "Elder Ge, the student is full of bows. I have been ordered by Principal Wang to get the time spirit ring. The grey-haired old man's mouth was slightly open, obviously a little surprised. Immediately, he suddenly looked at Ye Feng. Could it be this little guy? Exactly. Feng Manggong smiled and said. On the way here, he had already talked to Wang Chuan, president of Taikyo University, about the situation. As the world's first-class power, the royal power naturally agrees. At the same time, Feng Manggong was praised. You can bring him here, it means that he is already a student of Taikyo University. The grey-haired old man looked at Ye Feng with a softer gaze. Little guy, your choice can't be wrong. Immediately, the door to the treasure pavilion was opened. This treasure pavilion is the foundation of Taikyo University. It is impossible to open without special formulas and imprints. Colorful light blooms on the heavy alloy gate. A tyrannical force spread out instantly. Then the door opened. Thank you, Mr. Ge. Feng Manggong bowed again and took Ye Feng into the treasure pavilion. Ye Feng couldn't help feeling a little excited. There is no time-based spirit ring, and he can get it as soon as he wakes up. This is also an opportunity. Thinking of this, Ye Feng asked, Principal, what kind of spirit beast is this spirit ring? Time Mysterious Turtle. Feng Manggong said, the Time Mysterious Turtle is a 400-year-old soul beast, and its soul skill is called Time Freeze. Time freezes. Ye Feng's expression was moved. He knew it literally, it should be to let time freeze. Ye Feng said, strong control. Yes, it is no exaggeration to say that it is the strongest control soul skill. As they were talking, the two came to the fourth floor of the treasure pavilion. Ye Feng saw a soul ring exuding a pale yellow light across the distance. After the soul beast dies, the spirit ring will only exist for a certain period of time. After this time, the spirit ring will automatically disappear. But if you come across some soul rings that are not suitable for you, but very high quality, you can use some special means to save them. However, as far as Ye Feng knows, this method of preservation is extremely expensive. And it consumes a lot of the soul master himself. Therefore, there are very few spirit rings that can be preserved. Feng Manggong looked at it for a while, and it was the first time he saw a time-based spirit ring. Ye Feng, just absorb it here. Feng Manggong said while taking out several tools. This kind of spirit ring has been specially processed and can be absorbed by non-hunters. But if you want to absorb the spirit ring, you still need some medium. And it's not a small amount to spend. It's just that Feng Manggong didn't tell Ye Feng about these details, for fear that Ye Feng would be burdened. Ye Feng took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Immediately, he saw Feng Manggong wearing a pair of gloves made entirely of soul power. This glove is crystal clear, exuding pure and powerful soul power. After putting on the gloves, Feng Manggong's expression became more cautious. When he opened the crystal box in front of him, his hands instantly grabbed the spirit ring. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Just as Feng Manggong grabbed the spirit ring with both hands, a tyrannical force poured out. Immediately, the spirit ring began to struggle rapidly. Feng Manggong snorted coldly, and the soul power surged in his body. The spirit ring, which had been struggling violently, immediately quieted down. Although the time mysterious turtle is extremely strong, it is only 400 years old after all. Compared with the Diamond 7-star Feng Manggong, it is not a star. After controlling the spirit ring, Feng Manggong said, Ye Feng, use your spirit power to pull it. Ye Feng nodded. Immediately began to mobilize the soul power in the body. This is the advantage of being innately full of soul power, full of soul power. When Ye Feng's spirit power touched the spirit ring turned on the resistance mode again. After all, this was not killed by Ye Feng, so it was more difficult to absorb. However, as Feng Manggong cleaned up, the soul ring of the Time Xian turtle immediately became much more honest. It didn't take long for Yefeng's soul power to completely wrap the pale yellow soul ring. But just when Yefeng was about to absorb it, the yellow light on the spirit ring suddenly began to gather upwards. Yefeng knew that this was a sign that the spirit ring was about to dissipate. Feng Manggong was ready and took out 10 milky white spar. This is a special stone called Feng Tian stone. It can seal the potential consciousness in the spirit ring, so that it will no longer resist. Feng Manggong didn't tell Yefeng that one Feng Tian stone cost 2 million. These 10 sealing stones are 20 million. Feng Tianxi was injected with soul power by Feng Manggong and shot into all directions. Immediately, each heaven sealing stone radiated light. These rays of light were connected together to form a milky white mask that enveloped Yefeng and the spirit ring. Under the influence of the Feng Tian stone, the yellow light that gathered above settled into the spirit ring again. Just after the consciousness of the spirit ring's resistance disappeared, Yefeng found that the absorption of the spirit ring was much smoother. At this time, the benefits of dual martial arts are reflected. The two martial spirits made Yefeng's physical fitness extremely strong. The original 400-year-old spirit ring didn't have much pain to absorb. As time passed bit by bit, half an hour passed without knowing it. A yellow light bloomed from Yefeng's body. Immediately, Yefeng's eyes opened. Clang! The crisp and pleasant sound of the bell rang, and the spirit of the time god bell appeared automatically. All right. Feng Manggong looked up. With a buzzing sound, a bright yellow spirit ring emerged from Yefeng's feet. On the yellow soul ring, runes entwined one after another, looking extremely mysterious. Call! Yefeng let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his body was full of power. After absorbing the soul ring of Time Xian Turtle, Yefeng officially became a bronze 1-star soul master. At this moment, an illusory panel appeared in my mind. Host, Yefeng. Boundary, bronze 1-star. Martial soul, void god sword. Soul ring, no. Martial soul, time clock. Soul ring. One-time mysterious turtle, 400 years, time freeze. Martial soul point, 0. The panels are detailed and informative. Yefeng asked, System, what is this martial soul point? Back to the host, the martial soul point can improve the host's realm. The system replied. Yefeng's eyes lit up, that is to say, as long as he had enough martial soul points, he would be able to advance directly. System, how do you get spirit points? Go back to the host, you can get it as long as you kill the soul beast. The number is related to the strength of the soul beast. The system explained. At the same time, there is a chance to get special rewards for killing soul beasts. This is good. Yefeng was overjoyed. In other words, as long as he kills soul beasts, he can get martial soul points. Isn't this better than slow cultivation? Yefeng asked curiously, special reward? What's the matter? The specific rewards are also requested by the host to explore on their own. The system said, but it will definitely not disappoint the host. Yefeng nodded thoughtfully. I don't know. Is there a spirit ring? If anything, it would be perfect. At this time, Feng Manggong on the side said expectantly, Yefeng, try it out and see the effect. He had never seen a time-based spirit ring before. Yefeng nodded. With a thought, the soul power in the body is quickly consumed. Immediately, the light of the soul ring of the instant light tortoise bloomed. Bright yellow instantly filled the entire hall. The power of time enveloped the wind and bough. Good. Just as Feng Manggong finished speaking, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Because he discovered that Yefeng's soul skills actually affected him. Although it was only a momentary effort, the speed of his speech was actually slowed down just now. This. Feng Manggong's eyes were filled with horror. The effect of the time clock plus time freezing is so terrifying. You know, he is a powerhouse of the 7 stars of diamonds. If this is replaced by a bronze soul master, Wouldn't he be charged to death? Horrible! Feng Manggong exclaimed sincerely. This was the first time he had seen a bronze one-star soul master affect him. With his strength, even the slightest is impossible. But Ye Feng did it. After absorbing the spirit ring, Feng Manggong took Ye Feng back to the school. Ye Feng, tonight I will check the traces of space-type soul beasts. Feng Manggong said with a smile, after I find it, I will contact you tomorrow morning. I will try my best to find the best one for you. Thank you, headmaster. Ye Feng was a little moved. He knew that Feng Manggong did this not only for official business. Moreover, he is not stupid, he knows the value of those Feng Tian stones very well. At the same time, the news about Ye Feng's awakening of the dual martial arts spread like wildfire, causing an uproar. Asterisk. Chapter 6. The Martial Arts Room of Number 2 Middle School. 5 or 6 boys and girls are training in full swing. They were both high school seniors, but they had already awakened their martial spirits at the age of 16. The innate soul power of each of these 6 people is above 6. Among them, there is one who is innately full of soul power. As the favored sons of the second middle school, a few people did not slack off, on the contrary, they worked harder than others. If you look closely, you will find that everyone's breath is relatively deep. Obviously, they all started 2 years earlier than the average person already have a certain strength. The strongest among them was the Baninch youth in a black martial arts uniform. Youth is more oppressive than others. Even, no one dared to stay near the training area where he was. During the break, several people gathered together to chat. Brother How is so hard-working. Chen Wei, a girl with a beautiful face, whispered, it is clear that the talent is the best and the strength is the strongest, yet she still works so hard. Brother How should have reached the bronze 9 stars great consummation, right? With Brother Hao's strength, he will soon be able to add a spirit ring to become a silver rank. That's natural. In a few days at the special training camp, Brother How may be able to overwhelm that guy in the first middle school. Several others said. Lin Hao, as the strongest person in the second middle school, does not know how many people admire him. Chen Wei is no exception. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes were full of admiration. At this moment, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei lazily took out her mobile phone and clicked on the class group. Immediately, she saw Chen Wei's small mouth gradually open. Immediately after, with a bang, Chen Wei's phone fell to the ground. What's wrong, Wai Wei? Zhou Yu on the side asked. Chen Wei said with shock in her eyes, You read the class news. With that said, everyone pulled out their phones. Lin Hao, who was not far away, glanced at everyone and frowned slightly. He was too lazy to read the news. With this kung fu, it is better to practice. But then, everyone, including Zhou Yu, had a stern expression. FK. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the trough sounded one after another. What's wrong? Lin Hao asked casually. Zhou Yu said with indescribable surprise in his eyes, Brother Hao, the second class's martial spirit has just been awakened, and some people are born full of spirit power. Lin Hao nodded indifferently and didn't take it to heart. It is not uncommon for those classmates who awakened at the age of 18 to have an innate soul power by chance. Brother Hao, he. Zhou Yu swallowed and said, his martial spirit is the sword of nothingness. Lin Hao's body froze, his hand holding the dumbbell stopped in the air, and his voice increased several decibels. What did you say? Brother Hao, this guy is a twin martial spirit. Zhou Yu stared at the phone and looked at the line of words and said, there is another time clock. Bang! The dumbbell in Lin Hao's hand suddenly fell to the ground. However, Lin Hao was completely unaware of this. After being stunned for a while, Lin Hao suddenly took out his mobile phone from his bag. Then look at the message. This should be fake, right? Chen Wei looked at the crowd and said. Several people did not speak, obviously they were shocked. It shouldn't be fake. Zhou Yu murmured, Made, how can someone be so terrifying with talent? Void God Sword, Time God Clock. These are two peerless martial arts. Yet, even Senior Li Fengxian can't compare, right? Humph, peerless martial spirit, what about innate soul power? This guy started 2 years later than us, and it is impossible to catch up with us. That's true, but I'm sour. Several people were in different moods. But even if he didn't say it, he was jealous in his heart. The best of these two are not sour. The Void God Saber is already the super martial spirit that countless people dream of. As a result, that guy even awakened the first martial spirit that had been extinct for thousands of years. Which of you here is not a genius? Which one is not enjoying the stars and the moon of other classmates? In my heart, they are all high above, and don't put others in the eye. But now, there is one person who has crushed them in talent. This shock is stronger than anything else. And Lin Hao, the strongest in the second middle school, stared at the phone for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, Lin Hao said quietly, fortunately, he just woke up. No one refuted this sentence, and at the same time, I was glad in my heart. Starting 2 years later than them, no matter how evil Ye Feng is, he can't surpass them, right? After saying goodbye to Feng Manggong, Ye Feng was ready to return to the classroom to continue the class. There are computers in the classrooms. Ye Feng intends to check the relevant knowledge of the two martial spirits. When I arrived in the classroom, my classmates all gathered around. Brother Feng, you are amazing, and you are the number 1 talent in number 2 middle school. The number 2 in the second middle school should be number 1 in the country. With Brother Feng's talent, it is a certainty to enter Tokyo University. Brother Feng, I bought 2 movie tickets. It's an action movie that you guys like. Let's watch it together. Brother Feng, my sister is 3 years old this year, her name is Xiaoliu, 6 of 666. Would you like to introduce you to me? Tang 3, you are too shameless. How about joining the F***ck fun at the age of 3? Brother Feng, my aunt is 25 years old this year. When will I have time to sit at my house? A group of people chatted around Ye Feng. Ye Feng's footsteps were stagnant. Seeing this, Xiao Yan quickly explained, it's Yun Xianer, one of the 4 beauties in the imperial capital. She is my cousin. It doesn't matter if you are aunt or not, the main thing is that you still have to move around more among your classmates. Ye Feng said solemnly, Xiao Yan, save a game and let me know. Well, let your aunt come too, it's just crowded for no other reason. Ye Feng was about to turn on the computer. Ye Feng. Zhou Ping pushed the crowd away and walked towards Ye Feng quickly. Ye Feng nodded and was about to speak and suddenly felt bad. Zhou Ping was his classmate, and he woke up at the age of 16. The relationship between the two generally rarely talks, but they are both in the same class and can be considered a little acquaintance. But just now, Ye Feng felt a killing intent in Zhou Ping's eyes. Go to hell! Zhou Ping, who had just approached Ye Feng, suddenly looked ferocious. Immediately afterwards, a tyrannical wave of soul power came. The next moment, Zhou Ping's fingernails grew rapidly like wolf claws. Asterisk. Chapter 7. In fact, Zhou Ping has another identity, a member of the 10,000 Beasts sect. And the purpose of the 10,000 Beasts religion is to eradicate all the arrogance of the human race. Zhou Ping was very smart, first approached Ye Feng to shorten the distance, and then suddenly shot. Using Zhou Ping's bronze 5-star strength to kill the newly awakened Ye Feng would not miss at all. And Zhou Ping thought so too. It has been 4 years since he joined the 10,000 Beasts. It was precisely because of the beasts who taught him that he could awaken his martial spirit in advance at the age of 16. In the past 2 years, he has been lurking and waiting for the opportunity to make meritorious service. And now is the opportunity. He believed that as long as he killed Ye Feng, it would be a great achievement. When the time comes to escape, the Church of All Beasts will definitely give a great reward. This sudden scene made the surrounding students stunned for a moment, and immediately panicked. Except for Zhou Ping, they were all just awakened. Not even a spirit ring is attached. Facing the pressure brought by the bronze 5 stars, everyone was a little breathless. Oops, Brother Feng. Xiao Yan and the others looked horrified. Pfft. Zhou Ping's nails that were stretched several times easily tore Ye Feng's school uniform. But just when everyone thought that Ye Feng's heart was about to be broken. Clang! A crisp bell rang. The yellow spirit ring under Ye Feng's feet was bright. Time freezes. Immediately, Ye Feng said silently. The mysterious power of time enveloped Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's claws froze the moment it touched the skin. Zhou Ping himself also kept his previous movements as still as the sculptures. Even the wind and the bow are affected by the freezing of time, not to mention the bronze level. From Zhou Ping's shot to being controlled by the freezing of time, Ye Feng was very calm from beginning to end. He was also afraid that Zhou Ping would not approach. After all, with his current strength, time freezing can only take effect within a range of 3 meters. As for the solidification time, for Zhou Ping, who had 5 stars in bronze, it was enough for him to die 10 times. No. Well, Zhou Ping couldn't move his body, and even his consciousness was reduced to a minimum. Bad things came to my mind, I was totally in control. In normal times, this sentence is finished in 3 seconds. But at this moment, Zhou Ping seems to have slowed down 100 times. Xiao Yan and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. Why doesn't Zhou Ping move? Is it being controlled by Brother Feng? What kind of soul skill is this? Even a powerhouse like Zhou Ping has been controlled. Everyone looked at each other, you look at me and I look at you. Apparently they were all taken aback. Ye Feng retracted the time clock, and immediately opened his palm. OM! A transparent sword with a length of 1 meter 5 appeared. As soon as this void god sword, which was formed entirely by the squirming of space, appeared on the stage, it immediately exuded an incomparable aura. As the most powerful weapon spirit, the void god saber is extremely sharp. Even if there is no soul ring attached, it is not difficult to kill Zhou Ping with 5 stars in bronze. Under the attention of Xiao Yan and others, Ye Feng was holding a transparent sword. This feels rather strange. It was as if the sword was invisible, but it was not completely invisible, but a silhouette of a sword appeared during the journey. Zhou Ping's eyes were full of fear. He is afraid. Sorry. Should. What Zhou Ping thought was that I should have known that Ye Feng had a soul ring. After all, everyone knew that Feng Manggong took Ye Feng away before. Let me ask, would such a peerless enchanting school not take it seriously? Will you be courting? Unfortunately, he has no time to regret it. Ye Feng waved gently, and the sword of nothingness cut off Zhou Ping's left arm like cutting tofu. As a tool soul that controls the power of space, the void god sword did not cut off the arm from the physical level. Instead, the use of space combination, or the twisting of space, broke Zhou Ping's arm. Such power is unpredictable. Zhou Ping's left shoulder incision was so smooth that he didn't even have time to shed blood. Although Zhou Ping was in severe pain, under the influence of time freezing, he hadn't even conveyed the pain consciousness. Ye Feng slammed a few times, and the sword of nothingness cut off Zhou Ping's right arm. The only people who can openly attack oneself on this occasion are those who may be cults. In today's world, the human race is united in order to fight against the soul beasts. Even if there are very few restless people, they will not be so bold to take action on themselves here. The moment Zhou Ping's right arm broke, the effect of time freezing receded. What? Zhou Ping's screams resounded through the class. The next moment, the blue light flashed, and Feng Manggong appeared with a gloomy face. SHH, Feng Manggong waved his hand, and he grabbed a token like a tiger's head. People from the 10,000 beast cult. Feng Manggong was not surprised, but the coldness in his eyes was even worse. He did not expect the layout of the 10,000 beasts to be so far-reaching that there were even cultists lurking in his school. Ye Feng, you haven't killed anyone, have you? Feng Manggong looked at Zhou Ping, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and said lightly, "Kill it." Ye Feng raised his brows, "Aren't you going to torture me?" "Hehe, I can't ask anything." Feng Manggong said, "They are all infused with the imprint of the beasts." Ye Feng was stunned. This is the method used by the myriad beast sect to control the cultists. Once there is a leak, it may immediately activate and kill the opponent. Ye Feng didn't hesitate any longer, he raised his knife and dropped it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze 5-star opponent and obtaining 80 martial arts points. Ding! The host kills the target for the first time, and an additional reward is a real stone of the soul. At the moment of Zhou Ping's death, 2 beeps came one after another. Ye Feng froze for a moment and was overjoyed. He hadn't thought that killing people could also trigger rewards. Ye Feng asked, "Wait, what is the spiritual stone for?" Returning to the host, the true stone of the spirit can increase the life of the spirit ring, and one can increase the life of the spirit ring by 600 years. As soon as these words came out, Ye Feng's eyes skyrocketed. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Can the age of the soul ring be increased? This simply refreshed Ye Feng's 3 views. 600 years. Doesn't this mean that the time mysterious turtle can become a 1,000-year-old spirit ring? Thinking of this, Ye Feng's heart beat faster. Rao Ye Feng's temperament couldn't help but be excited at the moment. Time freeze is a 100-year spirit ring skill. If the spirit ring becomes 1,000 years old, the power of the spirit ability will also increase accordingly. And the most important thing is that since this true spirit stone can be obtained once, it can be obtained a second time and a third time. Maybe in the near future, all his spirit rings will be 100,000 years old. Thinking about it makes me excited. Ye Feng, you will be staying in the dormitory during this time. Feng Manggong said solemnly, "I will protect you personally." The Zhou Ping incident greatly increased Feng Manggong's sense of crisis. Although Zhou Ping was killed, what if Bai Yin came next? No matter how strong Ye Feng is, he can't beat him. Ye Feng didn't refuse, it would be stupid not to hug if he has thighs. Moreover, the facilities in the school are more comfortable than living at home alone. Hearing the conversation between the two, a look of strangeness flashed in the eyes of one of the classmates in the crowd. Evening. Under Feng Manggong's suggestion, Ye Feng directly moved into the teacher's dormitory. And Ye Feng's next door is Feng Manggong. With the protection of a diamond-level soul master, Ye Feng's safety no longer has to be worried. Call. After closing the door, Ye Feng took out the spirit stone. Immediately, extremely pure soul power fluctuations spread. That's amazing. Ye Feng sighed with emotion. Soul rings only have a fixed number of years and cannot be improved at all. This is already common sense written in textbooks. The system, however, refreshed this perception. The absorption of martial soul true stone is very simple, you only need to summon the spirit ring that you want to increase the age. With a thought, the soul ring of the time Xian turtle emerged from under his feet. Ye Feng mobilized his soul power to wrap the martial soul true stone. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force quickly moved towards the spirit ring. In Ye Feng's perception, the original yellow light gradually became deeper. The 10-year spirit ring is white, and the 100-year spirit ring is yellow. The millennium is purple. Buzz. After the last bit of energy of the spirit stone was absorbed, the dark yellow spirit ring suddenly trembled. The next moment, mysterious, noble purple filled the room. A breath-stopping pressure spread, and Ye Feng felt the excitement from the spirit ring. Thousands of years. At this time, Ye Feng was shrouded in purple light, with a powerful momentum. It's been 1,000 years since my first spirit ring. Ye Feng grinned, feeling dreamy. Different realms have different time periods for absorbing spirit rings. The bronze class is up to 500 years old. The silver level is 999 years. Even so, most people's first spirit rings are only around 100 years old. After all, not everyone is innately full of soul power. And Ye Feng's first spirit ring is 1,000 years. If this is spread out, it will definitely shock many people. Then Ye Feng tried it out. It's just that because there is no opponent, Ye Feng can only see that the range has expanded. From the original 3 meters to 10 meters. 10 meters is enough for most situations. Even if the opponent suddenly attacked from a distance, Ye Feng had enough distance to deal with it. In addition to the range, the number of controls has also changed from 1 to 5. In other words, Ye Feng can control 5 targets. The freezing time should also increase. Ye Feng has no way to test this, so he doesn't know what the upper limit of time freezing is. After putting away the spirit ring, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. The consumption of soul power is the same as before, which is good. System, is there any other way to obtain spirit points? Ye Feng asked. With the matter of Zhou Ping, Ye Feng felt a little more prepared. He doesn't have the power to protect himself yet, and it is too risky to rush out of the city to hunt soul beasts. And the people of the 10,000 beast cult are not every day. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance the strength. Go back to the host, and you can exchange soul crystals for martial soul points. A sentence from the system made Ye Feng's eyes brighten. Soul crystals contain pure soul power, which can be absorbed by soul masters to improve their cultivation. In the circle of soul masters, soul crystals are hard currency. What about the exchange rate? A low-grade soul crystal can be exchanged for 10 martial soul points, said the system. I go so well. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He previously killed Zhou Ping and got 80 spirit points, while 100 spirit points are needed for bronze 1 star to bronze 2 star. In other words, Ye Feng only needed to take out 2 low-grade soul crystals. According to the current price, a low-grade soul crystal is equivalent to 1,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan can be promoted. Where can such a good thing be found? It seems that tomorrow I have to find time to convert my savings into soul crystals. Ye Feng is in a good mood. Ye Feng received a pension of 200,000 yuan after his parents died in the war. After spending 160,000 over the years, there is still 40,000 left. According to the exchange ratio, 40,000 can make him upgrade to bronze 3 star. At the same time, in a private house in Taijing, 10,000 beast sects split the rudder. After getting the news, several congregants gathered together with a bit of shock on their faces. There is someone who can awaken the time clock and the void sword at the same time. It's unbelievable, how can there be such a monstrous person? Humph, no matter how evil you are, you will die. I didn't expect that Ye Feng could kill Zhou Ping. Do you know what soul skill that is? The 10,000 beast sect colluded with the strong soul beasts, and it was deeply rooted, and almost every major faction had their people. The news that Ye Feng beheaded Zhou Ping was also immediately spread. It should be a time-based soul skill. At this time, the rudder master, who had not spoken, said, as far as I know, Taijing University has a soul ring of the time mysterious turtle. Time mysterious turtle? I remember it seems to be called time freezing, right? A congregation suddenly realized, no wonder Zhou Ping seems to be immobilized. Although time freezing is a strong control, it can only hold one person. The corner of the Helm Master's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. With Ye Feng's potential, Feng Manggong will definitely let him join the special training camp. When the time comes, Wu Min will be able to take action. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Wu Min is a student in the 3rd class of the 2nd middle and high school. At the age of 16, his martial soul awakened, and he is now a Bronze 8-star Soul Master. In terms of strength, it ranks third in affiliated 2. After the sub-helmsman finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Wu Min is a secret son we have carefully cultivated. Will it be too expensive to let him take action? With Wu Min's strength, he can enter Taekyo University. At that time, they will also know what Taekyo University is doing. Now let Wu Min come forward. Even if Wu Min succeeds, I am afraid that there is no possibility of surviving. So, 2 people are needed to help. The sub-helmet said lightly. 3 people shot at the same time. Even if Ye Feng's time freezing can affect one of them, the other 2 will also have a chance to shoot. As soon as this statement appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. The rudder master is brilliant. If Ye Feng dies, the value of these 3 people will be reflected, and the holy religion will not be cultivated in vain. The sub-rudder master's voice was cold. Silent all night. The next morning, Ye Feng opened the door, and Feng Manggong had a smile on his face. Ye Feng, good news. Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Principal found out? In the Tian Shao Mountains 500 kilometers southwest of the imperial capital. Feng Manggong said happily, there is a 500-year-old void crocodile. This is what I asked a friend to find out. It's a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Ye Feng, you are so lucky. Time-based soul beasts are rare in thousands of years. And space-type soul beasts are also extremely difficult to find. Originally Feng Manggong was hopeless. Unexpectedly, there is actually one. The strength of the 500-year-old void crocodile is equivalent to the bronze great perfection. However, with the space attribute of the void crocodile, even the spirit masters of the early silver stage may not be able to compete. After half an hour, a cyan whirlwind descended on the Tian Shao Mountains. At the speed of the wind full of bows, 500 kilometers can be reached in half an hour. Obtain this spirit ring, and you will have a certain combat power in the special training camp the day after tomorrow. Feng Manggong smiled while positioning. The special training camp is held once a year, bringing together the top 3 talents in the country. And among these people, most of them woke up at the age of 16. The strength is basically in the late bronze stage. Even the bronze great perfection is not in the minority. Ye Feng started too late, but if he had the space and time to support him with 2 soul rings, his combat power would not be weaker than that of the middle stage of bronze. Ye Feng didn't speak. Although he has never competed with bronzed Dzogchen before, but with the help of time solidification and the sword of nothingness, he may not be able to defeat. And if it goes well this time, add the first space spirit ring. You may have a chance to win. The purpose of the special training camp is to cultivate talents from all over the world, and select the top students who will go directly to the 3 major universities. Li Fengxian, who had done martial arts awakening for Ye Feng and the others before, was the first in the special training camp last year. In the end, Li Fengxian chose Taekyo University. What makes Ye Feng more important is that the rewards of the special training camp are very generous. And these can be exchanged for soul crystals. In other words, the special training camp is the best way for him to rapidly improve his strength. He found it. At this time, Feng Manggong put down the locator in his hand and looked somewhere in the void. Space-type soul beasts are mostly hidden in space. This kind of soul beast is not easy to find, but it is not too laborious to use the method of wind and bow. Ye Feng, you go to 3 kilometers to lead it out. Feng Manggong said. Ye Feng nodded and walked towards the designated direction. The low-level soul beasts are not highly intelligent, and at the same time they are extremely eager for soul masters of the same attribute. Soul masters can get matching soul rings by killing soul beasts of the same attribute. And if a soul beast devours a soul master of the same attribute, its strength will also increase. Space-type soul masters are extremely rare, and the void crocodile has no reason not to act after sensing Ye Feng. As predicted, when Ye Feng came to a dense forest, a ripple immediately appeared in the space above. The ripples in the space spread rapidly, and Ye Feng had been prepared to secretly mobilize his soul power. Ow! The next moment, a 10-meter-long grey crocodile fell from the sky. The void crocodile opened his bloody mouth with excitement in his eyes. He felt a fatal attraction from Ye Feng. This shows that this weak human has a space-type martial spirit. But just when the void crocodile thought Ye Feng was within reach, a clear bell rang. Immediately, the hands on the big clock turned, and the terrifying power of time quickly spread. Buzz! A lavender spirit ring emerged from under his feet. With Ye Feng as the center, everything within a radius of 10 meters was frozen, including the void crocodile. A pair of grey eyes of the void crocodile exuded a strong shock. Immediately, shock was replaced by fear. He found that he couldn't move. Not only can he not move, but he can't even use his proud space ability. Feng Manggong, who was about to shoot not far away, froze for a moment and then his eyes widened. Millennium Soul Ring. Yesterday was 400 years old, but today it has become purple. This is a 1,000-year-old spirit ring. After controlling the void crocodile, Ye Feng was overjoyed. Time freezes as he thought, and even the bronze great perfection can be controlled. Moreover, the time freezing after turning into a 1,000-year-old spirit ring can control the void crocodile for up to 10 seconds. At this time, even 10 lives of the void crocodile are not enough to kill him. Feng Manggong stopped and noticed this change. This guy? Feng Manggong was shocked. Rao is that time has solidified into a 1,000-year spirit ring skill, so wouldn't it be so defiant? You know, Ye Feng is only a bronze star. The clock of time, is this against the sky? Feng Manggong didn't shoot, he wanted to see if Ye Feng could kill the void crocodile with his own efforts. Ye Feng shot. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Time god Zhongwuhan disappeared, and the void god sword exuding a fierce momentum appeared. The sword of nothingness, which was completely formed by the squirming of space, stabbed into the abdomen of the void crocodile with an unmatched momentum. Even if Ye Feng didn't use his soul skills at this time, his power has surpassed that of most century-old soul skills. Pfft! The frozen void crocodile has no resistance at all. Under the knife, the most vulnerable abdomen was penetrated. Immediately, the breath of the void crocodile descended at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! When Ye Feng took out the void god sword, the void crocodile's abdomen exploded directly. Facing the attack of the first weapon spirit, even the void crocodile with great perfection in bronze was killed by one move. When a pale yellow spirit ring appeared on the body of the void crocodile, the time freezing had not been lifted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the void crocodile and obtaining 120 martial soul points. Feng Manggong had a hellish look on his face. He guessed that Ye Feng might be able to kill the void crocodile. But I never dreamed that it would be so fast. From the appearance of the void crocodile to the appearance of the spirit ring, it took only 1 second before and after. And Ye Feng, a mere first bronze star, actually killed the bronze great perfection void crocodile in an instant? You must know that this is a space-type soul beast that can rival an early-stage silver soul master. In Ye Feng's hands, he was like an ant without the slightest resistance. Hiss! Feng Manggong took a deep breath and became more and more excited. Before, he thought Ye Feng was at the bottom even if he went to the special training camp. But now, this guy is clearly an open-ended product. Once the space system spirit ring is attached, Ye Feng might be able to kill the silver spirit master. As for Ye Feng's upper limit, Rao Shi Feng Manggong is too knowledgeable to be sure. Unbelievable. This kid is absolutely against the sky. I thought that it started 2 years later than many geniuses, and Ye Feng still had some difficulty trying to catch up. But now? Oh, those geniuses are waiting for despair. Ye Feng's expression was calm and unsurprising. He probably guessed the power of time freezing. As the strongest martial spirit in history, if you can't even kill the bronze great perfection, can it still be called the strongest? Since the void crocodile was killed by Ye Feng himself, there is no burden to absorb it. 20 minutes later. Under the escort of Feng Manggong, the absorption process was very smooth. Host, Ye Feng. Boundary, Bronze 1 star. Martial Soul, Void God Sword. Soul Ring. 1 Void Crocodile, 500 years, Space Blade. Martial Soul, Time Clock. Soul Ring. 1 Time Mysterious Turtle, 1000 years, Time Freeze. Martial Soul Point, 200. It turned out to be an offensive spirit skill, very good. Ye Feng was overjoyed after seeing the panel. Time freezing is the strongest control. Now that he has a strong attack soul skill, he is more confident when facing the enemy. Although the Sword of Nothingness is very sharp, if it encounters a particularly powerful opponent, it still needs soul skills. And the Sword of Nothingness alone can cut bronze with great perfection. What if you add a space blade? Sour sour. Ye Feng couldn't help laughing. Coupled with the martial soul points obtained by beheading the void crocodile, Ye Feng can already break through. But now is not the time. Ye Feng, I'm already looking forward to your performance in the special training camp. Feng Manggong's expression is very wonderful. Affiliated number 2 middle school is under pressure from number 1 middle school all the year round. This year was no exception, but Ye Feng appeared. Feng Manggong felt very happy when he thought of the aggrieved expression of the old guy in number 1 middle school. Have a good rest tomorrow, and let the guys from number 1 middle school take a good look at what a real genius is the day after tomorrow. When he said this, Feng Man bowed his waist and stood straight. Ye Feng glanced at Feng Manggong a little surprised. "Ha, are you wondering why I didn't ask you about the spirit ring?" The corners of Feng Manggong's mouth rose slightly, as if he already knew everything. Ye Feng's mind was condensed. Does he know that I have a system? With your talent and yesterday's vision, I think some superpowers have noticed you. Feng Manggong said with a smile, it's just that I didn't expect someone to move so fast. What I didn't expect was that that person was so willing. Tisk tisk, the spirit real stone, this is a rare item of priceless value. Ye Feng was slightly taken aback when he said this. Feng Manggong also knows the real stone of the soul? Feng Manggong looked like I had seen your details long ago, and smiled lightly. The real stone of the soul is worth hundreds of millions at the auction. Ordinary people can't come up with it. I guess the other party should be a great master, right? What? Ye Feng raised his brows. Is this your reasoning? Who gave you this confident look? Hehe, only the great grandmaster has this background, but I don't know who it is. Feng Manggong touched his chin and said to himself, well, this requires some thinking. Ye Feng laughed in his heart. Think slowly. He had some scruples before, but now he is calm. Yes, there is indeed a great master standing behind me. After the diamond comes the master. And above the master is the great master. The Grand Master is the first-class powerhouse in the human race, and each of them has a noble status. It's just that they either guard a dangerous place or have other tasks, which are difficult for ordinary people to see. Well, the principal has thought of a good excuse for me. Ye Feng glanced at Feng Manggong, whose wise expression appeared, and showed an expression that you have guessed my secret. Seeing this, Feng Manggong confirmed his guess even more. He couldn't help but say with a great demeanor, you kid wants to hide a secret in front of me, but you're still a little tender. It is a great thing for Feng Manggong to be seen by the great master and give such great help. And that person hasn't shown up until now, which means that he doesn't care whether Ye Feng goes to Taijing University or not. Asterisk. Chapter 11. After returning to school, Ye Feng was about to exchange soul crystals when Feng Manggong suddenly changed his expression. Immediately, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Why are the people from the divine prison here? As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in black and gold armor came from a distance. The man was obviously far away and not walking fast, but in the blink of an eye he was standing in front of Ye Feng and Feng Manggong. Feng Manggong said politely, "Qin Zhang prisoner, why are you free to come to me?" Ye Feng's expression moved slightly. According to the words of the previous life, the divine prison is equivalent to a special department. They were born to kill. The opponent is either a powerful soul beast or a scum that harms the human race. According to Ye Feng's knowledge, the divine prison was established by the world's top powerhouse, Fa Zun. Under the Dharma Venerable, there are 9 imperial capitals. Every Yadu is a master-level superpower. Under the imperial capital is the prison envoy. The strength of the prison envoys is mostly at the master level, and they will command the guards under them to execute killings again and again. Feng Manggong is only at the diamond level, and the prisoner who faces the master realm must also be polite. Qin Lai nodded as a greeting. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. Yesterday morning, Venerable Dharma called him to come here today and ordered some things. However, Dharma Venerable did not tell himself that the chess pavilion was also coming. As soon as the thought arises, ripples appear in the space above. Ye Feng has the sword of nothingness, so he feels it more clearly. When the void tore a hole, a tall and slender woman with a long breath came into view. Women wear a very representative robe, which is somewhat similar to the hanfu worn by the ancients in previous lives. His long black hair fell like ink. The bright eyes seemed to contain the entire universe. Even though Ye Feng has seen a lot of good-looking people, he has to admit that the woman in front of him is the best. Golden ratio body, everything is just right. Walking around, a pair of slender legs loomed under the wide robe. There is a hint of rebelliousness in his demeanor, which makes people very eager to conquer. Feng Manggong and Qin Lai said at the same time, "Master Sui I." After Feng Manggong finished speaking, he turned his head and explained to Ye Feng, "This is the proud student of Lord Chess King." The 3 words Shi Sui I can be said to be like thunder. Ye Feng raised his brows, he probably understood why the two came. The Chess King, like the Dharma Venerable, is the top powerhouse of the human race. And the Chess King's chess pavilion is not inferior to the God prison in terms of strength and status. However, the mission of Kaj is not killing, but strategy. In today's human race, the strategy of the major battlefields and secret realms is given by Kaj. In ancient times, the chess pavilion was equivalent to a military division training camp. It trains all military-level talents. In one day, the backbone of the 2 top-level strengths arrived at the same time. This makes Feng Manggong feel unreal. Also not surprising. After all, Ye Feng's talent and potential are there. Even the aloof God prison and chess pavilion are not exempt. After Shi Sui I appeared, he looked at Ye Feng, his purpose was self-evident. "Cough cough, the 2 of you go to my office to talk," Feng Manggong said. Qin Lai and Shi Sui I did not refuse. "Ye Feng, go." On the way to the office, Feng Manggong quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Qin Lai and Shi Sui I were both famous masters. It is also the backbone of the 2 top forces. And Feng Manggong is much worse in terms of strength and status. So he was very self-aware to ask for help. When the 4 came to the office full of bows. Just as Ye Feng sat down, a hot breath came. The next moment, a cyan flame appeared out of thin air in the room. The flame squirmed and turned into a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit. "See the dean." Feng Manggong stood up and saluted. The person who came was Yu Qinjian, the dean of the Elements Institute of Tejing University. Yu Qinjian nodded with a smile, looked at Qin Lai and Shi Sui I, and said, "You two, stay safe." Qin Lai, who was like a soldier, and Shi Sui I, who was cold and arrogant, were not good at words. The 2 nodded and said hello. Yu Qinjian and Feng Manggong glanced at each other. The latter understood. Xinjiang prison envoy, Shi Sui I, Ye Feng has been specially recruited by Principal Wang, and now he is from our Tejing University. Feng Manggong said politely, so. The implication is that you can give benefits, but you can't poach Ye Feng. Although he is full of bows, he cannot compare with Divine Prison and Chess Pavilion. But the people behind Yukinjian and Taijing University are the famous Suzaku. Suzaku, like Fazun and Chess King, are the top 3 soul masters of the human race. And the spirit master academies such as Daijing University were established by Suzaku. In addition, Suzaku also has a Suzaku army that makes the soul beasts terrified. This army is invincible and has achieved many achievements. In terms of influence, perhaps Suzaku is the biggest among the 3. The branch dean, Yu Qinjian, had previously served in the Suzaku Corps. After that, he was assigned to Taikyo University as the dean of the Elements Institute. So the Windful Bao at this time is very confident. Ye Feng sat upright on the sofa like a good student. He didn't interrupt, and he knew it wasn't necessary. The 3 talked for a while, and it was roughly decided that the protagonist would need to appear. But Shi Sui's next words made Ye Feng stunned. Principal Feng, Dean Yu, I am not here this time to solicit. Shi Sui looked calm and said, at the teacher's order, I came here to give Ye Feng a gift. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Feng Manggong and Yu Qinjian froze at the same time. Kach sent Shi Sui to come, isn't it to rob people? Send a gift? This is good. I like. Suddenly Feng Manggong and Yu Qinjian both had smiles on the corners of their mouths. Especially when the wind is full of bows, the sitting posture is more casual. Shi Sui stretched out his white right hand. The light on the lotus arm, which was as white as jade, flickered. The next moment, the space in front of him squirmed. Immediately afterwards, a transparent wing came into view. The wings exuded a palpitating aura, and with Ye Feng's strength, he felt a lot of pressure. The wings, which are completely condensed from space, look very magical at the moment when they flap lightly. And Ye Feng's eyes are full of dazzling divine light. External spirit bone. Feng Manggong stood up and exclaimed, This is the attached spirit bone obtained from the void dragon eagle. For spirit masters, apart from martial spirits, the most important thing is spirit rings and spirit bones. The former can be obtained as long as you kill the soul beast. It's just a question of whether the age and soul skills match. But soul bones are extremely difficult to obtain. According to the textbook, the production of spirit bones requires a variety of conditions, which are almost harsh. Simply put, the probability is about 1 in 100,000. In other words, it is only possible for a single soul bone to appear after the death of 100,000 soul beasts. And spirit bones are not like spirit rings, which can be used by all spirit masters. There are 7 types of spirit bones: left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone, trunk bone, skull, and the most special attached spirit bone. The reason why it is special is because the attached spirit bones will become stronger with the improvement of the spirit master's strength. Take the void dragon eagle as an example. This is a 2000 soul beast, and the age of its attached soul bone is also 2000. If it was absorbed by Ye Feng, as long as Ye Feng continued to become stronger, the age of the soul bone would continue to increase. In other words, this is an existence that has the potential to become a 100,000-year peerless soul bone. Such a strange thing, no one will not be moved. The eyes of several people present were soaring. Rao is that top masters like Qin Lai and Yu Qinjian are all staring at this externally attached soul bone at the moment. The attached spirit bones, which are of the highest quality, are produced from the space-type spirit beasts, the void dragon eagle. This can no longer be described as a treasure. This can take your life to fight. Ye Feng's breathing began to quicken. This is for me. For me. Mine. There was a hint of helplessness on Shi Sui's beautiful face. No one is not moved by the spirit bone attached to the void dragon eagle. Even if she is coveted. This top-quality external spirit bone has been regarded as a treasure by the chess king ever since it entered the chess pavilion. Previously, Shi Suiai and other chess king students still thought that if they performed outstandingly, the teacher would reward them with this spirit bone. As a result, the dream was shattered. And when she learned that the chess king was going to give Ye Feng the attached spirit bone, she was even more puzzled. Ye Feng is definitely a super genius. Proud like a Dr. Shui, and also know that he is inferior to Ye Feng in terms of talent. But if Ye Feng is from chess pavilion, then give it away. But according to the meaning of the chess king, he did not intend to rob people. This is a little bit hard to understand. Gudong. Apart from Shi Suiai being relatively restrained, the 8 pairs of eyes were all staring at the attached spirit bones. Everyone is subconsciously drooling. Fortunately, Yu Qingjian and the others are strong-willed, and they are absolutely loyal to the human race. If it were someone else, they might have rushed forward desperately. After recovering, Yu Qingjian and Qin Lai looked at each other. Yu Qingjian was a little confused. He did not expect Chess Pavilion to be so generous. No, it's not generosity, it's bleeding. What does the Chess King, his old man, mean? This should be the only piece of spirit bone attached to the outer space system in the world, right? Feng Manggong murmured. To be honest, he couldn't be envious. If such a top-grade spirit bone was placed outside, it would definitely make countless spirit masters go crazy. Even the existence above the great master will be heartbroken. At the same time, Chess Pavilion. Chess Pavilion, like Divine Prison, is located in the core area of Imperial Capital. In the main hall of the Chess Pavilion, a middle-aged man in a linen gown sat cross-legged on a soft cushion. Opposite is the Dharma Venerable with white beard and white robe. Between the two is a chessboard shaped like white marble. This game has been going on for an hour. But so far there has been no winner. You are willing. Dharma Venerable said to drop a sunspot. Immediately, the dense rise on the chessboard was incomparably wonderful. The chess emperor's long black hair was casually draped behind him, and the extremely simple linen gown gave off a sense of freedom and ease. The chess king said calmly, "I can't bear the child and can't bear the wolf." Fa Zun looked at the chess king. Immediately, he stroked his beard and said, "What did you see?" "You guess." The chess king raised his head with a smile. Fa Zun smiled and said, "With you, the chess king who spied on the secrets, I don't need to guess." The chess king looked as usual, and after dropping the white child, he said, "There seems to be movement in the Azura world." Dharma Venerable did not dwell on the previous topic, but said, "It's time to come after being silent for so long." The attitude of the ape saint is somewhat elusive. The last piece of the chess king fell, and he returned to the chessboard, and everything was settled. "It's boring, I lose to you every time." Dharma Venerable stretched his waist, his beard as white as snow fluttered in the wind. "I don't think you need to worry about that boy of the ape saint." The chess king glanced at Fa Zun with a smile in the corner of his eyes. "I know what you're thinking, Nalan boy, it's not time to close the net." Although it looks like Fa Zun is much older, in fact, the chess king is 300 years older than Fa Zun. The Dharma Venerable's name is Saint Nalan. As for the chess king, it is called Huangfu God. The words of the chess king caused the Dharma Venerable to pause for a moment. Immediately, Venerable Dharma said, "Go back." Before he finished speaking, the whole person disappeared directly in front of the chess king. The chess king looked at the white child in his hand and smiled. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Second Middle School. Master Chess King just gave this thing. Yu Qingjian still didn't quite believe it. To be honest, the spirit bone attached to the Void Dragon Eagle is actually much more precious than the spirit ring of the Time Mysterious Turtle. Compared with Chess Pavilion, the conditions given by Taikyo University are a bit poor. Shi Suiai shook his head and looked at Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, the teacher said that you don't have to worry about it, all choices can be based on your heart. As for the rest, I didn't reveal it. By heart. Ye Feng took this sentence to heart. As for the attached spirit bones that made several people jealous, he naturally accepted them. There is a storage space that comes with the system, so you are not afraid of being robbed. It's just that this top quality soul bone is good, but its age is too high. Ye Feng estimated that at least he had to wait for the silver before he could absorb it. Now rushing to absorb it, it will only be a small death. And Ye Feng couldn't guess the chess king's intention. But he instinctively felt that this was not necessarily a bad thing. Today's human race is united. In order to resist the soul beast, the human race high level is very friendly to the genius. For example, Li Fengxian and others before, they will have various privileges. His own talent is unique, and the chess king and the others can understand it if they give certain benefits and protection. And no matter what their real purpose is, the current self has no reason to refuse. Can become stronger, why refuse? After accepting the spirit bone attached to the void dragon eagle, several people looked at Qin Lai at the same time. Obviously very curious to know what Dharma Venerable means. Qin Lai's mouth twitched slightly. Fa Zun came to him yesterday because he wanted to give Ye Feng a prison order. There is a trace of the martial spirit imprint of the Dharma Venerable in the prison order. In the face of opponents who are stronger than themselves, God Prison will use prison orders. The prison suppression order has the ability to suppress all things, and it is even rumored that if the Dharma Venerable personally activates it, even hell can suppress it. The purpose of the prison suppression order given by Dharma Venerable could not be more obvious, to protect Ye Feng. Before changing it, Qin Lai would feel that Ye Feng had made a lot of money. It is indeed earned, after all, if you are not a person from the prison, you are not eligible for a prison order. Moreover, even people from the divine prison can only get it from the prison master and above. For an outsider, such a precedent is the first time in the world. Although there are not many people in divine prison, they are all elites. The most basic level of divine guards also have diamond level cultivation. However, even they are not qualified to have a prison order. But with Shi Shui and Dr. Zhu in front of him, Qin Lai felt a little speechless. However, Qin Lai is not a person of ink. After speaking, Qin Lai looked at Ye Feng. This is the protagonist of today, and his attitude is the most important. Yu Qingjian and the others were not surprised. They roughly guessed. Ye Feng's eyes lit up. After all, since the 10,000 beast cult came once, there must be a second time. Even the people of the 10,000 beast sect may have already discussed how to assassinate themselves. With this prison order, Ye Feng will be safe and sound in the short term. Ye Feng has no reason to refuse. Thighs, 3 thighs are stretched out, do not hug white, do not hug. With the system in hand, the clock of time and the sword of nothingness, Ye Feng lacks everything. The most missing thing is time. The prison order can be activated 3 times at a critical moment, and 3 lives are enough for him. After a few chats, a few people left. No extra requirements and nothing else to say. Evening. Ye Feng took out 30,000 of his savings and exchanged 30 low-quality soul crystals. So far, Ye Feng has only 10,000 left for daily life. If there is no special training camp, I really dare not be so generous. Ye Feng laughed at himself. The training camp lasts for half a month. During this period, as long as you perform well, you can get a lot of rewards. After one pass, 30 low-grade soul crystals turned into 300 martial soul points. In addition to the original 200, the spirit points reached as many as 500. Bronze 1 star to 2 star requires 100 spirit points. From 2 stars to 3 stars, it is 200 martial arts points. In other words, Ye Feng could instantly increase his strength to 3-star bronze and still have 200 martial soul points left. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng was not in a hurry to add more points. With his current strength, even in the special training camp where experts are like clouds, he is still the top group. Wait until you go to the special training camp, or break through when you encounter other dangerous things. At that time, you can still beat the opponent with a rough hand. Now that we have 2 spirit rings, the top priority is to upgrade to silver as soon as possible. Ye Feng murmured while looking at the attached spirit bones in the system space. Before he left, Dr. Shi Shui sent him a voice transmission and told him about the power of the attached spirit bone. The basic ability is flying. In addition, its accompanying soul ability is teleportation. Flying was expected by Ye Feng. After all, the Void Dragon Eagle is soaring in the sky and space. And this teleportation is awesome. Whether it is life-saving or chasing the enemy, it is a magical skill. Therefore, improving the strength has become the most urgent goal. Fortunately, the special training camp will start tomorrow. The next morning, the second middle school auditorium. When Ye Feng came to the auditorium, several eyes looked over at the same time. It was Lin Hao and Zhou Yu. Since Ye Feng's awakening, the news about Ye Feng has been passed on in number 2 middle school. As the strongest person in the second middle school, Lin Hao naturally pays great attention. Q. Then a familiar voice sounded. Xiao Yan. Ye Feng smiled and nodded. Xiao Yan's martial spirit can be ranked in the top 30 in the element category, and his innate spirit power is 8. On talent is eligible to participate in this special training camp. Except for Xiao Yan, the others Ye Feng have only seen, but are not familiar with. According to previous years, there were 300 people in the special training camp. 10 top high schools in the number 1 and number 2 middle schools each have 10 students. Another 100 high schools add up to 200 people. Last year, the special training camp was in the number 1 affiliated high school of the imperial capital, and this year it was in the number 2 high school affiliated to the magic capital. In the crowd, Wu Min, with a strong body, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ye Feng. Asterisk. Chapter 14. After receiving the order, Wu Min was excited and didn't fall asleep all night. This is his perfect opportunity to make merit. According to the meaning of the master, when everyone goes to the magic capital, there will be 2 beast blood killers to cooperate with him. The beast blood killer is a top killer carefully cultivated by the 10,000 beast sect. Most of their strengths are at the peak of gold and diamond. It is the heart and soul of 10,000 beasts. The 2 beast blood killers, the diamond level was responsible for entangling Feng Manggong, and the golden pinnacle cooperated with him. Such combinations are generally aimed at diamond level soul masters. In Wu Min's opinion, Ye Feng was proud enough to die in their hands. Brother Feng, I'm a little nervous. Xiao Yan whispered to Ye Feng. 8 out of 10 people sent by number 2 middle school were awakened at the age of 16. The only exceptions are Ye Feng and Xiao Yan. No wonder Xiao Yan was nervous. Lin Hao and the others didn't talk about it. The weakest people here are all 5-star bronze. Ye Feng patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. What are you afraid of? Don't you bully the poor boy. Cough cough. Xiao Yan blushed. It was just what he said to Tang San at the time, but Ye Feng still remembered it. Seeing Ye Feng, who looked indifferent and not at all frightened, Xiao Yan was relieved. He couldn't help saying, "Fortunately, Brother Feng is here." Not long after, Zhang Duoer, who was second only to Lin Hao in the second middle school, came to the hall. Next to Zhang Duoer is her good friend Hu Yuru. Hu Yuru is in the top 5 in the second middle school. The appearance of the two is extremely high and immediately attracted the attention of Lin Hao, including Lin Hao. The two have different temperaments. Hu Yuru has long wavy hair, giving people a hot feeling. And Zhang Duoer looks much cuter, with a slightly baby fat face and a pair of smart eyes. As soon as the two entered the hall, they looked around. Then his eyes fell on Ye Feng. Zhang Duoer stared at Ye Feng curiously. And Hu Yuru's beautiful eyes showed a hint of provocation. Originally, number 2 high school respected them, but suddenly there was a Ye Feng who completely crushed them. Anyone can't help but want to compare. Old God Ye Feng glanced at him, and then focused on the position below his neck for a while. This frivolous move made Hu Yuru's pretty face blushed. Immediately, she did not show weakness and widened her beautiful eyes, as if she was saying that you are coming. Ye Feng smiled and did not speak. Whether it's Bai Mu or Hu Yuru, the names are all good. Brother Hao, do you want to kill that kid's majesty? Zhou Yu next to Lin Hao laughed. Lin Hao heard the words and said, if you are a man, you should wait for him to be at your same level. Although Lin Hao was a little jealous in his heart, he wouldn't disdain to bully the small. Zhou Yu disagreed, when I am at the same level as him, I will be crushed. As long as you know. Lin Hao said, he started 2 years later than us, which is our advantage. In addition, he represents number 2 middle school just like us, and his family should not fight in fighting. I have to say, as the first person in the second middle school, Lin Hao does have a strong demeanor. Zhou Yu pouted, although he didn't agree, he didn't refute it. Duoer, have you broken through? At this time, Lin Hao suddenly looked a little surprised. Zhang Duoer is a bronze 9-star, slightly weaker than herself. But after careful observation just now, I found that Zhang Duoer's breath was not weaker than her own. Zhang Duoer sighed, Lin Hao, our competition has just begun. Haha. Lin Hao smiled. Zhang Duoer means that there are opportunities in the special training camp. Cough cough. At this moment, Feng Manggong came with his hands behind his back. Following Feng Manggong was Lu Qi, the Dean of Education. Well, it seems that everyone is very early. Feng Manggong smiled and said, if that's the case, let's go. With Ye Feng here this year, Feng Manggong is in a good mood. As a high-profile special training camp, the specifications have been relatively high over the years. After arriving at the school gate, a small plane driven by spirit power came into view. Seeing this, Xiao Yan widened his eyes and said, a charter flight. He and Ye Feng were both participating for the first time, so they felt very new. It's not entirely a charter flight. We first go to the airport to meet them at number 1 middle school. Lu Qi explained, then go to the magic capital together. After saying this, Ye Feng understood. After all, it is a long way from here to the international airport, and it takes at least 2 hours to take the subway. After the plane took off, the second center quickly zoomed out. It didn't take a while to reach the clouds. At this time, Wu Min's heart beat faster and faster. He looked at the layers of white clouds and silently estimated the time in his heart. 10 minutes later. Ye Feng suddenly looked out the window. Hey, someone! Xiao Yan, who was beside him, followed him and said in surprise. As soon as these words came out, Feng Manggong was suddenly stunned. Not good. According to the rules, flying is not allowed in the imperial capital. This is naturally to prevent someone from attacking. The next moment, Feng Manggong's momentum skyrocketed. Ho ho! In the blink of an eye, Feng Manggong appeared outside the plane. What happened? This change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Hao and the others frowned slightly. Someone is here. Isn't there a no-fly order in imperial capital? Who is so afraid of death? Isn't it someone from the 10,000 beast cult? The crowd became nervous. At this moment, a figure in black quickly approached Feng Manggong. Then I heard Feng Manggong's murderous roar, beast blood killer? Courting death. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying strong wind blew. The layers of white clouds dissipated quickly under the strong wind. No, it's a beast blood killer. In the plane, Lu Qi's face changed slightly, and his spirit was immediately possessed. Asterisk. Chapter 15. GGG, Principal Feng, let's talk. A masked man in black stood 5 meters in front of Feng Manggong. The beast blood killer's eyes were blood red and looked a bit oozing. Facing the wind full of bows from the diamond 7 stars, the man in black was not afraid at all. Instead, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Feng Mangong's eyes flickered with cold light. You shouldn't be the only one. Although the opponent's strength is not weaker than himself, it would be wishful thinking to kill Ye Feng by himself. At the moment when the beast blood killer appeared, Feng Mangong wanted to understand. The only person who can make the myriad beast cult so inspiring is Ye Feng. The myriad beast sect has secretly killed many human geniuses over the years. But most of them are low-level soul masters, and there are very few diamond-level ones. The man in black nodded. Of course I'm not the only one. Feng Mangong froze for a moment and suddenly his face changed. Lu Qi, be careful. Lu Qi had already possessed his martial spirit, and when he heard the words, his hands that turned into branches suddenly twitched to one side. Snapped. Under Lu Qi's hard blow, there was a sonic boom in the air. A mass of blood light fluttered to avoid a blow, and then the blood light squirmed and turned into another beast blood killer. Golden 7 stars. Lu Qi's pupils shrank and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Lu Qi is only a golden 6 star, and the opponent in front of him is much stronger than him. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone who had retreated to the tail of the plane sank. Ye Feng secretly mobilized his soul power to be ready to possess his spirit at any time. He knew that since the myriad beasts' religion attacked and killed him, there might be more than 2 of them. Feng Mangong and Lu Qi also thought of this. While looking at their opponents, the 2 of them released their mental power to search for possible powerful enemies. The Diamond 7-star killer smiled. Immediately, a humming sound was heard. 4 spirit rings, yellow, 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 and purple, emerged from below one's feet. Feng Mangong snorted coldly, and a more luxurious spirit ring ratio appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. When the 4 spirit rings appeared one after another, Feng Mangong's aura reached its peak. At the same time, Lu Qi and the killer of Jin Qixing summoned the spirit rings at the same time. Both are 3 yellow match. Kill. After mobilizing their spirit rings, the 4 of them rushed towards each other without any hesitation. In the crowd, Xiao Yan and others were extremely nervous. Even Lin Hao is like this. But to Ye Feng's surprise, Zhang Duoer's expression was flat and didn't seem to be worried. Just when everyone thought a peak match was about to begin. Call out! The golden 7-star killer split into 2 instantly, and one of them killed Lu Qi. The other one rushed towards Ye Feng. Not good. Feng Mangong and Lu Qi faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect that this killer even has the ability to clone. Gaga, Principal Feng must be in a bad mood watching your most proud student die here, right? The Diamond 7-star killer taunted while using his soul skills. This scene happened so fast. When the clone rushed in front of Ye Feng, Lin Hao and the others hadn't reacted. Kid, die! The clone made a strange cry, and the big bloody hand grabbed Ye Feng's neck fiercely. There was a strange color in Ye Feng's eyes, and a purple soul ring appeared under his feet. Buzz! Immediately with Ye Feng as the center, the time within 10 meters quickly solidified. And the clone suddenly found that the speed of his charge was much reduced. What? Shocked in the mind and body. This F***ck is too dreamy? Although the avatar only has 1 gold star, but it is not controlled by it. The effect of time freezing on the clone has been greatly reduced, but even so, the speed of the clone has become much slower. And Wu Minmen, who was just about to shoot. In their plan, the clone was responsible for attracting Ye Feng and letting Ye Feng cast time to freeze. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Min shot. It's a perfect plan, impossible to fail. Under the influence of time freezing, the avatar's thinking also slowed down a lot. He gave Wu Min a vicious look. Wu Min reacted and suddenly took out a dagger. This is a highly poisonous dagger that is extremely sharp. In order to prevent the plan from changing, Wu Min did not use spirit possession, because it would waste 1 second. although he didn't know why Yefeng's time freezing could affect number 39. But now is clearly not the time to ponder. Yefeng has already taken control of number 39, so now is my chance to make merit. I will. Wu Min said excitedly. At this time, Wu Min didn't realize that he was frozen by time. The time mysterious tortoise soul ring can be used on 3 people at the same time after being upgraded to 1,000 years. In an instant, killer number 39 and Wu Min were affected at the same time. Taking advantage of this short interval, Yefeng retreated and escaped the attack range of number 39. Immediately, the Void God Sword appeared in response. Immediately, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Yefeng looked indifferent and waved the invisible sword of nothingness. Pfft! Wu Min was directly cut in half. And number 39 is much stronger, this knife did not cause any damage to him. Yefeng immediately gave up number 39 upon seeing this. This scene happened so fast that Feng Manggong and Lu Qi shuddered as if they were electrocuted. Immediately, the two were ecstatic. Director Lu! Yefeng shouted. Lu Qi seemed to understand what Yefeng was going to do, and most of the soul power in his body instantly disappeared. Time freezes. The purple soul ring lights up again. At this time, the avatar of number 39 was still frozen in time. It's just that he is not still, but is struggling to turn around and kill Yefeng. The killer of the Diamond 7 Stars and number 39 were struck like 5 thunders, with a deep look of horror in their eyes. Failed? Did a well-planned attack fail? Impossible, this guy's soul ability cannot possibly affect number 39. Asterisk. Chapter 16. As the top beast blood killer, Yan Xian has never felt so terrified as he is today. That Yefeng is only a bronze star. How could his soul skill actually affect a gold-level soul master? Is the time clock so terrible? 39 has been completely panicked. The attack failed. And this guy's martial spirit is even more heaven-defying than he imagined. Just as he was about to leave, number 39 found that his figure was a little slower. Lu Qi was stunned when he saw this scene. Immediately, without giving number 39 any evasion, the third spirit ring skill, Fatal Binding, was activated. One branch after another wraps number 39 firmly. The barbs on the branches sank into the skin, and the poison began to permeate. The attack speed of Fatal Binding is not fast, but as long as it hits, even a soul master who is 1 star stronger than himself will die. Although Yefeng's time freezing only had an effect on No 39's body for less than 1 second. But this time is enough for Lu Qi and the others. Puff! Yan Xian, who was distracted from fighting outside the plane, sank when he saw that number 39 was killed. Immediately, his thigh was cut off by the whirlwind blade full of wind. What? Yan Xian screamed. In just a few seconds, the battle was turned upside down. Lin Hao and the others gathered together and stared at all this in a stunned manner. As proud as Lin Hao, he was only envious before, and did not take Yefeng as a threat. But now? Wu Min of Bronze 8 Star died so simply. That's fine, even gold-level soul masters can be affected. Incredible. Thriller. Gudong. Lin Hao looked at Yefeng with awe and happiness. Fortunately, he didn't embarrass Yefeng before. Otherwise. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart trembled. As for Zhou Yu, he almost shivered. He actually wanted to give Yefeng a slap in the face? Really tired of living. Is this the time clock? Zhang Duoer was also shocked. As a member of the Zhang family, she is knowledgeable and does not care about any genius. But today was taught a lesson by Yefeng. He seems to be only 1 star in bronze. Hu Yuru, who was on the side, opened her mouth slightly and murmured. As soon as this statement came out, everyone felt that the temperature around them dropped a lot. 1 star is already so defiant, what if it is at the same level as them? How, brother how, I haven't been very obvious before, have I? Zhou Yu's face turned pale and he didn't dare to look at Ye Feng anymore. Lin Hao, haha. Call. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief when number 39 and Yan Xian died. Time freezing consumes a lot of soul power. But the effect made him very satisfied. Ye Feng estimated that if he did his best, killing Bian in the early stage should be very easy. It is a pity that Ye Feng didn't have the opportunity to make up for number 39 just now. Otherwise, you should be able to get a lot of martial arts points. However, Wu Min killed him, and the system rewarded him with 110 martial soul points. After returning to the plane, Feng Manggong looked around. Fortunately, the plane is made of special materials. In addition, number 39 was killed before he had time to attack. Ye Feng, are you all right? Feng Manggong said with concern. Ye Feng was feeling distressed at the Wuhan point. Hearing the words, he said, if only Director Lu would kill him more slowly. When this statement came out, the crowd was confused. With this lesson, Lu Qi is obviously a lot more vigilant. Lu Qi whispered, Principal, do you want to check one by one? Need not. Feng Manggong sneered, second, it should be gone. Zhou Ping before, Wu Min now. The 10,000 beasts religion can put 2 dark suns here, which is very unexpected. After all, number 2 middle school was just a high school, and there was nothing worth paying attention to before Ye Feng. And no newcomers have come in these days. The imperial capital is very large, and the forces of all parties are intricate and masters like clouds. Those places are the focus of the 10,000 beasts religion. The next journey was much smoother. Arrive at the airport and get off the plane. A group of people greeted them from a distance. The first person was a grey-haired man. As soon as I saw Feng Manggong, I was inexplicably happy. Principal Feng has not seen you for a long time. Your number 2 middle school is doing well this year. This is Chu Yun's Hung, the principal of number 1 middle school. Like Feng Manggong, he is a diamond 7-star. It must be unhappy to change to the wind full of bows in previous years, and then all kinds of hatred. But this year, the wind is full of bows. It's not bad, but it's not as good as your first middle school. Feng Manggong said with a smile and looked at Ji Tian behind Chu Yun's Hung. Ji Tian is the first person in a middle school. Its strength is stronger than Lin Hao. But with Feng Manggong's eyesight, he could see at once that Ji Tian was already 1 star of silver. Chu Yun's Hung was stunned by Feng Manggong's words. He vaguely felt that this product was not normal today, but he didn't know what went wrong. Although Ye Feng's story was rumored in the second middle school, Daijing is too big, so there are very few people who really know about it. Behind Feng Manggong, Lin Hao and Zhang Duo'er looked up at Ji Tian at the same time. Ji Tian is tall and slender, with obvious muscular lines. Not the kind of bodybuilder, but restrained, well-proportioned and extremely explosive. Ji Tian also looked at Lin Hao, and immediately chuckled and didn't care. As a member of the 3 great families, his goal was not Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't have the slightest threat, but Zhang Duo'er was worth noting. Ye Feng glanced at it and found that the overall level of the first middle school was indeed better than that of the second middle school. But the difference is not big, very small. This shows that in addition to myself, the second middle school is generally good this year. Feng Manggong and Chu Yun's Hung smiled at each other, and they all saw the electric light in each other's eyes. After the silent confrontation, Chu Yun's Hung laughed, Principal Feng, let's go. Walk around. Asterisk. Chapter 17. After flying for 8 hours, the large plane controlled by soul power finally arrived at the magic capital. This plane is 5 times faster than the previous life. From this, it can also be seen that the Earth in this world is about 20 times larger than that in the previous life. The magic capital is very different from the previous life. However, it is more prosperous and has more high-rise buildings. And there are several super skyscrapers of thousands of meters. Although there are also Taijing, but the overall number of skyscrapers is slightly less. Immediately after getting off the plane, a man in the uniform of the staff of the Magic University came. Principal Li. Feng Manggong and Chu Yunzheng arched hand in hand. Two principals, it's been a lot of hard work. Li Ming said politely and looked at Ye Feng and others. He is the principal of the first affiliated middle school of Modu University. As both the host and the competitor, it is natural to observe and observe more. After watching it for a while, Li Ming was secretly shocked. Daijing was really good this year. Ji Tian didn't say anything. Lin Hao and Zhang Duo were not weak at all. But, it's a little bit worse than the monsters in their school. Immediately, the corners of Li Ming's mouth rose slightly. This action could not escape the eyes of Feng Manggong and the two of them. Chu Yunzheng coughed lightly. Principal Li, could it be that Zhou Kaiyuhan made a breakthrough? Zhou Kaiyuhan is the most powerful in Demon City number 1. Feng Manggong and Chu Yunzheng had both paid attention before. Zhou Kaiyuhan and Ji Tian had the same strength. But looking at Li Ming's complacent look, it's obviously a bit weird. Cough cough, this way please. Li Ming didn't say much. 1 hour later, the group came to the number 1 middle school attached to the magic capital. The two teachers greeted him. After introducing each other, Li Ming said, Mr. Zhu, take the students to the gymnasium to rest first. Two principals, let's go and have 2 drinks. Chu Yunzheng and Feng Manggong looked at each other. The latter looked indifferent, while Chu Yunzheng smiled. It's part of a training camp, and each city's high school has its own room. And let everyone get together not to rest, but to choose the captain. This is not only to set goals to make everyone work harder, but also to prepare for subsequent collaborative training. Many projects in the special training camp need to be based on cities. Under the leadership of Zhu Meng, Ye Feng, and others came to the Modu number 1 middle school stadium. There are 20 small houses in the huge stadium. The houses are built with the most common composite panels and are obviously temporary. Classmates, this is your resting place. Zhu Meng looked at everyone and smiled. The next thing you have to do is to choose a captain. Team leader. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Didn't he come to rest? It's a pity that Zhu Meng didn't explain and left after saying this. The group entered the room. Squeak. The door seems to have sensed and closed automatically. Except for Ye Feng and Xiao Yan, the others were not surprised. Immediately 20 people, you look at me, I look at you. After a while, Ji Tian was the first to speak. Let's not delay the next thing. Lin Hao, Zhang Duo, who will come first? There is an extremely strong confidence in the words. The other 9 people in number 1 middle school did not speak. Apparently it was headed by Ji Tian. After Ji Tian finished speaking, he looked at Lin Hao and Zhang Duo lightly. According to the rules of the special training camp in previous years, the high school representatives from each city will have a fight. Whoever wins becomes the captain. The captain's welfare is very good, and he can get more attention. So if you have the strength, you will fight for it. Just when Ji Tian thought that Lin Hao would appear, an unexpected situation occurred. Lin Hao looked back at Ye Feng with a hint of questioning in his eyes. This scene made everyone in the middle stunned. What does it mean? Ji Tian suddenly looked at Ye Feng. Seeing that Ye Feng didn't speak, Lin Hao explained, the special training camp is based on cities. Become the captain and receive more resources every day. Besides, in all kinds of training, if you do well, the captain can also get extra rewards. And at the end of the special training camp, each captain can receive more rewards. Lin Hao knew that Ye Feng had never participated, so he explained patiently. At first Ye Feng didn't think so, but then his eyes became brighter and brighter. Didn't he come here to earn martial arts points? Those resources can be exchanged for soul crystals. After explaining, Lin Hao looked at Ye Feng again. He did so, on the one hand, to recognize Ye Feng's strength. On the other hand, I also want to see Ye Feng's actual combat ability. After all, although he had controlled the beast blood killer before, it would be in vain if he didn't have the corresponding attack ability. The Sword of Nothingness is strong, and it is impossible for Ye Feng to exert his current strength. In that case, I'll come. Ye Feng stepped forward with some anticipation. Although Ji Tian and others expected it just now, otherwise Lin Hao would not have to explain so much. But Ye Feng's real stand-up still surprised Ji Tian. He had to look at Ye Feng again. After examining it for a while, he said, "Classmate, I won't keep it. Come on." Ye Feng nodded. Ji Tian didn't say much, and immediately possessed his spirit. Roar! A loud dragon roar came from Ji Tian's mouth. The next moment, a 10-meter-long golden dragon phantom appeared behind Ji Tian. This is the inheritance of the Ji family's martial soul, the purple electric red golden dragon. Lin Hao explained. The Ji family is one of the 3 major families in Daxia, with a long history and a long heritage. In terms of strength, it may be better than a top-level institution like Beijing University, but it is also much stronger than an average university. And Zidian Chigenlong is an extremely powerful beast martial spirit. Ranked 9th on the beast martial arts list. Ye Feng nodded, his mind was possessed by his martial spirit. Clang! The crisp and grand bell rang immediately resounded in everyone's mind. The next moment Ji Tian's expression changed. Asterisk. Chapter 18. A clock with vicissitudes and vastness appeared behind Ye Feng. The hour, minute, and second hands on the clock are clearly visible. At the moment when the divine clock of light appeared, Ji Tian only felt incomparably small. And the momentum exuded by the time clock is so powerful that it doesn't even mean to resist. Not only Ji Tian, but everyone's expressions changed. Time clock. There was a hint of horror in Ji Tian's eyes. This is impossible. The time clock has been extinct for thousands of years, so it is impossible for such a peerless martial spirit to appear. The rest of the school looked like they had seen a ghost. How funny it was. FK, is this the time clock? It seems so. What's the origin of this guy? This is the first martial soul, the power to control time. Hasn't the time clock disappeared? Why still? No one answered their questions. Lin Hao and other students from number 2 middle school even felt a little gloomy. When Lin Hao got the news, he was no better than Ji Tian, and he was extremely shocked. Ye Feng didn't answer Ji Tian's words. Because he found that Ji Tian's purple electric red gold dragon martial soul seemed to be blurred at the moment. This should be due to the suppression of martial arts, right? No, although you have a time clock, you should have just woken up. Ji Tian suddenly reacted. If it is 16 awakening, then he must know. Moreover, those who possess the spirit of the god of time and clock cannot be silent for 2 years without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Ji Tian felt relieved. He had to admit, he was jealous. Even if he owns the purple electric red gold dragon, he is soured by Ye Feng's time clock. As an outstanding member of the Ji family, Ji Tian knows more. The time clock has the ability to control life and death. It is as small as resurrecting a person or as big as controlling the flow of time in the entire world. The time clock can do it. This is a god-level martial spirit. In front of the clock of time, the sword of nothingness and the third-ranked one can be compared with it. Any other martial spirit appears humble and insignificant. Since you just woke up, it should only be 1 bronze star. Speaking of this, Ji Tian breathed a sigh of relief, not even a bronze star. As the super genius of the Ji family and the first person in the first middle school, he didn't want to try the taste of failure. It is only a bronze star, even if there is a time clock, I can easily defeat it. And time-type soul beasts are very rare, this guy may not be able to attach a soul ring. After hearing Ji Tian's words, Lin Hao and the others suddenly felt pity. This kid. I'm afraid he didn't know that Ye Feng also had a second-ranked nihilistic sword, right? Compassion and some expectation at the same time. Even Lin Hao was a little afraid of Ji Tian's power. Seeing the genius of the Ji family shriveled is better than breaking through. The other middle school students also reacted, with surprise and curiosity in their hearts. Come on, stop the ink. Ye Feng was a little impatient waiting. Ji Tian was stunned for a moment. How could he be so upset when these words were put on him? Immediately, Ji Tian rushed over without using his soul skills. Pfft! Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing and said, Ji Tian, I advise you to use your soul skills, otherwise it will be ugly. Ji Tian raised his brows when he said this. After stopping opposite Ye Feng, Ji Tian gave Ye Feng a deep look. Have you attached a soul ring? Ye Feng nodded. Ji Tian stopped talking. Buzz! The second spirit ring emerged directly from under his feet. The deep yellow light means that this is nearly 1,000 years old. Zidian Chichen Long roared, and Ji Tian's right hand turned into a claw covered with dragon scales and rushed towards Ye Feng. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng also moved. Buzz! Violet light filled the audience. The instant light solidification is activated. In the eyes of everyone, Ji Tian's speed slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took about 0.5 seconds to move from high speed to standing still. And the eyes of the first-class Tianjiao are about to protrude. Millennium Soul Ring. Everyone has an unreal feeling. The first spirit ring is 1,000 years? Or, is this guy gold rank? No, it can't be gold, then there's no need to go to training camp. This is impossible. Under the freezing of time, Ji Tian's thinking also became extremely slow. After these 4 words, Ji Tian had no idea. His thinking has been completely solidified. At this moment, Ji Tian is like a statue. At this point, the results speak for themselves. Ye Feng took back the time clock slowly. The Tianjiao of number 1 middle school were all stunned when they saw this. Did they stop fighting? Now that Ji Tian is under control, he should take the opportunity to attack. But then everyone opened their mouths. There were ripples in the surrounding space, and Ye Feng had a sword condensed from space in his hand. The moment the Void God sword appeared, an extremely fierce momentum spread instantly. Everyone including Lin Hao closed their eyes subconsciously. At this moment, they all have a feeling of sweating. Void God sword. Kui Le, the second strongest in the first middle school, almost fainted. The first martial soul time clock? Second martial soul Void God sword? This guy, who is it? Even though Lin Hao and the others had already seen it, they were still a little shocked at this moment. Zhang Duoer's big bright eyes were full of brilliance, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Under everyone's attention, the god of nothingness stabbed out gently. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Ye Feng didn't use his soul skills. If he used the space blade, this kid would definitely die. Call out. The extremely sharp sword of nothingness travels through space. Like an invisible bullet, it only brought up a handsome streamlined body. Ye Feng didn't want Ji Tian's life. It didn't even hurt Ji Tian. The sword of nothingness stopped 3 centimeters away from Ji Tian's forehead. Immediately, a strand of Ji Tian's bangs fell lightly. Several of the hairs touched the Void God sword, and the few hairs were immediately cut off by the sharp Void God sword. The eyelids of Lin Hao, Zhang Duoer, and others watching this scene jumped. Previously on the plane, the Void God sword did not harm the beast blood killer. So much so that both of them have the illusion that the Void God sword is not powerful. This is also because the time clock is so dazzling. As the most powerful weapon spirit in history and the second existence on the martial arts list, how could the sword of nothingness not be so powerful? This weapon spirit that controls space ability is known as a big killer that can sever the world with one blade. Even though Ye Feng didn't use his soul power when he swung the knife just now. Even though the godless sword did not touch Ji Tian's hair. However, he still cut off a few strands of Ji Tian's hair. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a weapon spirit? Kui Le and other Tianjiao's round eyes stared in shock. The Void God sword is completely condensed from space. It is difficult to see the trajectory when this spirit attacks. Naturally, it is impossible to predict accurately. In addition, the attack of the Void God blade is both physical and spatial, even a spirit master stronger than Ye Feng can't defend against it. When Ye Feng released the time freezing on Ji Tian didn't react, but looked at Ye Feng in surprise. Ji Tian's thinking was completely solidified just now, and he was still stuck in the impression that Ye Feng only used the time god Zhongwuhun. But the next moment Ji Tian's handsome face suddenly trembled. Immediately, he was horrified to find that the handsome bangs were gone. Not only that, Ye Feng's right hand is empty. Taking a closer look, a slender battle knife slightly curved than the tang knife was in his hand. The blade is completely transparent, with only the twisted space forming an outline. Seeing this scene, Ji Tian became even more restless. Void God sword. After saying that, Ji Tian suddenly smiled bitterly. Lost completely. Facing the one-star bronze Ye Feng, he didn't even have the ability to resist. The wry smile is followed by shock. The clock of time, the sword of nothingness, and the top two in the martial arts list are all in this hand. Compared with Ye Feng, who in the world dares to say that he is a genius? I can't do it myself. Neither can Li Fengxian's evildoers. Even the one from the Ji family can't do it. Ji Tian looked at Ye Feng with a complicated look. In front of Ye Feng, all the geniuses will be eclipsed. Behind Ye Feng, Zhou Yu and others were both proud and emotional. With Ye Feng there, the second middle school will stabilize the first middle school. But at the same time, I have to sigh, it may be a tragedy to be born in the same era as Ye Feng. Everyone thought that Ye Feng started 2 years later than them. These 2 years will be an insurmountable gulf. After all, those who can awaken at the age of 16 basically have a deep background. The 2-year gap is simply impossible to bridge. However, in Ye Feng, there is no gap. With 2 top-level super martial arts, 2 years is nothing. I lost. Ji Tian's expression immediately returned to normal, as if there was no competition yet. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of helplessness and hope. The captain of their imperial capital has been selected, and the arrogance of other cities will be uncomfortable next. Ye Feng looked around the audience, mainly to Yizhong's side. Is there anyone else coming? As soon as these words came out, Kui Le and the others shook their heads like a rattle. Just kidding that even Ji Tian lost so easily, wouldn't they be humiliating themselves by going? What's more, if this makes Ye Feng unhappy, I'm afraid it won't just lose a few hairs like Ji Tian. So far, Ye Feng has officially become the captain of Daijing. This guy. In the crowd, Zhang Duoer's big eyes were bright. Maybe even my brother is not his opponent, right? Brother Feng is too strong. Xiao Yan murmured, Brother Feng should be the first person in this special training camp, right? No one refuted this statement. Ji Tian is already a ceiling. And Ye Feng can crush Ji Tian, so the first is natural. Whoa! At this time, the surrounding composite panel walls suddenly began to fall. Ye Feng looked around. The composite panel wall was submerged into the ground. Not only them here, the restrooms of other schools also declined at the same time. What happened? Lin Hao and the others were all curious. In previous years, after the captain was selected, everyone would rest for half a day, and then start training in the afternoon. Could something have changed this year? When all the composite boards were hidden to the ground, the geniuses from other schools were just as wide-eyed as Taekyo's side. 300 people looked at each other in unexpected circumstances. Boom! Suddenly the spotlight above came on. Then dozens of people came from the entrance. In addition to the principals of their respective schools, there are also the branch deans of Modu University and a middle-aged man in fiery red armor. Several branch deans were led by the armored man. Under the surprise of everyone, the middle-aged man looked around the audience and said, "Hello, classmates, I am Wang Tu, the town general of the Suzaku Legion's Demon Capital Division. Now start the first round of assessment." As soon as Wang Tu finished speaking, the audience was in an uproar. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Wang Tu's two sentences contained too much information. First of all, the special training camps in previous years were all in charge of the sub-deans of Modu University. But this year seems to have become the King too of the Vermilion Bird Legion. As we all know, the Suzaku Legion is a legion built by Suzaku, one of the three pillars of the human race. Everyone in it is a battle-hardened warrior who has gone through countless trials of life and death. As a town general, Wang Tu has experienced countless battles. Wang Tu has a name, the Blood Slaughter Town General. It is said that there are as many as 100,000 soul beasts who died under Wang Tu's hands. Among them, there are also many master-level soul beasts. This is an iron-blooded general who makes the soul beasts terrified. And the long-term life and death struggle filled Wang Tu with blood and a strong murderous aura that could not be dissipated. Although Wang Tu had restrained himself, the smell of blood and murderous aura still made many people uncomfortable. That's fine, as soon as the key comes, is the assessment? What? What is the purpose? Everyone looked blank. And Feng Manggong and the other principals seemed to already know, and they all look at their students expectantly. Wang Tu frowned slightly when he saw the scene being noisy. With this frown, the murderous aura that had been trained on the battlefield erupted instantly. Boom! A scarlet shock wave enveloped everyone. The poor heart immediately turned pale and couldn't help retching. Even Ji Tian and Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable. On the contrary, Ye Feng's expression was indifferent and unaffected. This scene was instantly captured by Wang Tu, and he couldn't help but glance at Ye Feng. After everyone quieted down, the Dean of the Department of Botany of Modu University next to Wang Tu said, "General Wang Zhen will be in charge of this year's special training camp. On the one hand, this assessment is to determine benefits and benefits based on assessment performance. On the other hand, it will also be linked to your subsequent training content." As soon as this statement came out, someone asked, "Is the welfare treatment of President Xi different this year from previous years?" In previous years, only the captains of high school in each city had higher welfare, and everyone else was on the same level. "Certainly," Qi Chen said, "the better your grades, the more soul crystals you can get every day. In addition, the facilities in the dormitory are not at the same level at all." After hearing Qi Chen's words, everyone fell silent. Immediately, there was a trace of war in everyone's eyes. It's the top talent that can come here. Placed in the city and school are sought after and admired. Geniuses have their own pride. The content of the assessment is very simple, coercive. Wang Tu looked around the audience with a malicious smile. "Whoever can bear my pressure for longer will win. Of course, you can use martial spirit and spirit skills." After Wang Tu finished speaking, everyone looked strange. This test method is unheard of. Interesting. Ye Feng nodded slightly. After Wang Tu died, many principals looked forward to it. They would love to see how their geniuses fare. The captains of each school have been selected before, but they do not know the result. Chu Yunzheng looked at Feng Manggong and said, "Principal Feng, why don't we look at whose students last longer?" Feng Manggong nodded and said nothing. If it is a competition between students, he is very confident in Ye Feng. But coercion is not easy to say. After all, Ye Feng is only a bronze star, and he has basically never experienced actual combat. But this kind of assessment was determined by the high level, and he was unable to change it. Li Ming, the principal of the first middle school affiliated to the Magic Capital, was the most calm. He has full confidence in his students. Buzz. When Wang Tu thought about it, a mighty aura like a mountain instantly enveloped the 300 students. "Just a face-to-face," Xiao Yan groaned, his legs bent and he almost fell to his knees. Ye Feng's expression is also condensed, the pressure is so strong. It is also mixed with a strong bloody smell, and the killing intent that makes the scalp numb. This is definitely the executioner who came out of the mountain of corpses and blood. When Wang Tu's coercion was released, everyone felt great pressure. Many people turned pale. Compared to this time, the previous scarlet shockwave was nothing short of pediatric vomit. Some female classmates couldn't help but start to retching. Humph! Wang Tu snorted coldly. As a soldier, he didn't have the habit of pity and cherish jade. In the cruel soul beast battlefield, no matter what gender you are, as long as it is a human soul beast, it will not be spared. And it was crueler and bloodier there than it is now. With this cold hum, the pressure released by Wang Tu directly increased by 2 times. Pfft! Suddenly, a large number of students knelt on the ground. After that, everyone was possessed by martial spirits. All kinds of martial spirits radiated colorful rays of light, and everyone's pressure was relieved a lot. On the other hand, Ye Feng, Ji Tian, and others were relatively calm and did not release their martial spirits. On the west side of the stadium, a handsome white-haired young man with a cold and stern expression was not affected by the coercion. The most striking thing is his blue eyes. It was as if it was covered with ice, and just by looking at it, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Ye Feng, that is Zhou Kaiyuhan from the number 1 middle school attached to the devil capital. Lin Hao's condition was also very good, and he noticed that Ye Feng looked around and whispered. The Zhuoqiu family, the Ji family and the Zhang family are the 3 major families of the human race. Each has a long history and can be called a living history book. The 3 participating in this special training camp are Zhou Kaiyuhan, Ji Tian, and Zhang Duo'er. Zhang Duo'er is relatively unremarkable, while Ji Tian and Zhou Kaiyuhan are the most noticeable. After a minute, Wang Tu saw that someone had given up completely and was lying on the ground with disdain. Immediately, more terrifying coercion than before came. Ow! Wow! A gust of wind rang out from everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, Ye Feng and the others shrank their pupils and immediately possessed their spirits without any hesitation. Asterisk. Chapter 21. The principals laughed when they saw this scene. The examination time is 1 hour. The previous 2 waves of coercion were nothing but appetizers. Now is the real test. However, some of the principals' faces were not so good looking. It hasn't officially started yet, and the Tianjiao of their school has already knelt down. Feng Manggong looked at Ye Feng with some worry. He was afraid that the boy would not be able to hold on. Tianjiao did not expect this wave of coercion to be so terrifying. Some Tianjiao who were originally good-natured and firm-willed also knelt down. Xiao Yan stood on the ground with a pale face. Previously, he actually saw ghosts and ghosts showing their teeth and claws in front of him. And at that moment his knees bent down. It's terrifying, it's terrifying. Even now, Xiao Yan still looks like he has lingering fears. In addition to being terrifying, Xiao Yan was also slightly injured. Fortunately, he knelt down quickly, otherwise it would have been worse. Buzz. Including Zhou Kaiyuhan and Ji Tian, these top geniuses possessed their spirits at the same time. Zhou Kaiyuhan's martial spirit is the 9th elemental ranking extreme cold silent ice. This is almost the pinnacle of ice-type martial spirits, and it can even freeze spirit power after it is released. In terms of strength, it is not inferior to the purple electric red golden dragon, the 9th beast martial spirit. At the same time, Zhang Duo'er's martial spirit was also released. When the light flickered, Zhang Duo'er had a bronze armor on her body. The armor is made of pieces of dragon scales, and the whole fits very well with Zhang Duo'er. After putting on this armor, Zhang Duo'er, who originally looked a little cute, was instantly heroic. This is the Zhang family's heritage martial arts, the 8th in the weapon and martial arts list. It is worth mentioning that the Yushin battle armor is the existence with the third defensive power on the entire martial arts list. The spirit possessions of the three geniuses are pleasing to the eye. Many people have not seen it before, and they are all praised when they see it. Principal Feng, how is Ji Tian's martial spirit? Chu Yunzheng said with a smile. Feng Manggong glanced at Chu Yunzheng. Are you serious? To compete with my students in martial arts? Bah, scared you to death. Clang. Just then, a loud bell rang. Immediately, only the sound of the tick-tick pointer was heard. A desolate, grand atmosphere permeated the audience. In the face of the pressure that was at least several times stronger than the previous one, Ye Feng directly used the time clock. He must take the first place in this test. Only in this way can you get more resources to exchange soul crystals. The moment when the spirit possessed the body, the pressure that was originally as heavy as a mountain suddenly eased a lot. And when Ye Feng looked up, he found countless pairs of round eyes, including the blood-slaughter town general Wang Tu. Time divine clock. The huge pupils of this jagged town general who had experienced countless lives and deaths without changing his face were full of shock. God, what did I see? Is this the first martial spirit that disappeared the year before? Beside Feng Manggong, Chu Yunchen's expression has frozen. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were round. The expressions of Li Ming and other principals were like copy and paste. Feng Manggong laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He tried his best to put on a calm expression and said, "Everyone, you're embarrassing." As soon as these words came out, all the principals looked at Feng Manggong faintly at the same time. The mere time clock, there is nothing to mention. Feng Man bowed his waist straight, and the expression on his humble face was not at all modest. My little sister. Chu Yunzheng was almost embarrassed to death. This wind is full of bows and is not a son of man. Thinking of his previous pride, Chu Yunzheng blushed. In addition to embarrassment, a huge wave was set off in his heart. The first martial soul time clock was born. Can I see the time clock in my lifetime? I'm so jealous. Various emotions are intertwined in each principal's heart. At this time, Wang Tu's eyes turned green when he saw Ye Feng. As the town general of the Suzaku Legion, he knows too much how terrible the clock of time is. This is the magical spirit that can bring the dead back to life. If this kid joins his army, many people will die in the future. No, I must grab this guy. Wang Tu secretly made up his mind to report to the overseer later. This kid is too talented in college. Thinking of Wang Tu's inner slander, the Suzaku Legion not only has outstanding combat power, but also has its own intelligence system. But he didn't get any news? This is the clock of time, enough to shake the entire human race. Ji Tian, Lin Hao and the others clearly felt that Zhou Kaiyuhan's breath was disturbed after Ye Feng's spirit possessed. After seeing the clock of time, this always cold guy was almost unable to maintain his spirit possession. Zhou Kaiyuhan, who was standing not far away, was a little confused. The only ones who could be his opponents in this special training camp were Ji Tian and Zhang Duoer. But, when did such a monster appear? It's not scientific. After the spirit possessed, the pressure on everyone was much less. However, as time went by, everyone gradually became more powerless. The people who had been slandered by the appearance of the time clock had to resist with all their hearts. Before I knew it, 40 minutes passed. Even if the spirit is possessed, there are still a lot of people who can't hold it. Looking at the entire stadium, there were only about 20 people standing. These people are undoubtedly the elite of the elite, the genius of the genius. Wang Tu looked around the audience, insisting that almost everyone can't hold it anymore. The next 20 minutes were all about willpower. Stronger than Zhuoqiu Hanjishan and the others, their faces were pale and their legs trembled. The shadow of the martial soul behind him is even more illusory. When Wang Tu looked at Ye Feng, he was obviously stunned. Principal Feng, what's your student's name? Asterisk. Chapter 22. Wang Tu couldn't help it. Even Zhou Kaiyuhan and the others were struggling to resist, but Ye Feng, that kid is like nothing. Can you believe this? At this moment, Wang Tu even wondered if there was something wrong with his coercion. Even subconsciously checked. General Wang Zhen, his name is Ye Feng. Feng Manggong said. Immediately, he seemed to remember something and said, this child is highly valued by Principal Wang and the others. This sentence is to tell Wang Tu that although we are all under Suzaku's command, don't be fooled, you old boy. Wang Tu was too lazy to pay attention to Feng Manggong. He is in charge of this special training camp. Since they are all under the command of a leader, it is not too much for him to rob Ye Feng. Anyway, the special training camp lasts for 15 days. During these 15 days, he had time to win over Ye Feng. After observing for a while, Wang Tu said, Ye Feng is a twin martial spirit. As soon as these words came out, Li Ming, Chu Yunzheng and other principals turned to look at Feng Manggong at the same time. Wang Zhen will have good eyesight. Feng Manggong smiled, there is also a very ordinary martial spirit, not worth mentioning. Wang Tu and the others nodded when they heard the words. From their point of view, Ye Feng is a terrifying super genius who can awaken the time clock. It is normal for the second martial spirit to be poor. Although there are very few soul masters with twin spirits, they are not absent. For example, Wang Tu is. In general, twin martial spirits are either two middle-level ones. Either a good one or a near miss. As the first martial spirit, the time clock is as good as Ye Feng's second martial spirit may be. No one doubted Versailles wind. With the passage of time, the only 25 people left under Wang Tu's monstrous coercion began to decrease rapidly. At 41 minutes, only 19 people remained. At 42 minutes, only 15 people remained. At the 45th minute, apart from Ye Feng, only Zhou Kaiyuhan, Ji Tian, and Zhang Duoer were still struggling to support. Compared with before, Ye Feng was only slightly tired. What surprised Ye Feng was that Zhang Duoer had endured for so long. From his induction, Zhang Duoer is a bronze great perfection. And Ji Tian and Zhou Kaiyuhan are both 1-star silver. Oh, martial soul! After thinking about it, Ye Feng suddenly realized. Zhang Duoer's martial spirit is a battle armor known for its defensive power. Although it is slightly weaker than Zhou Kaiyuhan and Ji Tian, it may be better in terms of defense. At this time, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the winner of this assessment must be Ye Feng. Compared with Ye Feng's condition, the other three are not even a little bit worse. After another minute, Ji Tian and Zhang Duoer groaned. The former was soaked through his clothes, and the latter was oozing blood from the corners of his mouth. At the moment when the two fell, Zhou Kaiyuhan was also paralyzed. Immediately the whole place was extremely silent. Li Ming's face was not very good. And Feng Manggong held back a smile. Puff! Feng Manggong held back, but no one held back. It was none other than Chu Yunzheng. Seeing Feng Manggong looking at him, Chu Yunzheng said solemnly, it seems that this year, my students from the imperial capital are even better. As soon as this statement came out, he wanted to hit someone. This old thing is so shameless. I just said that I had to get rid of the second middle school, which made it clear that I was forcibly giving money to myself. However, in this case, the wind is full of bows and it is not easy to attack. Feng Manggong, well, Ye Feng's performance in my second middle school is acceptable. Yet, Ye Feng of Daijing has yet to improve. Chu Yunzheng followed suit. Feng Manggong suddenly turned his head and stared at Chu Yunzheng. Chu Yunzheng seemed to have not seen it. Li Ming and the others rolled their eyes madly and were too lazy to pay attention to these two old guys. 4 minutes later, the monstrous pressure disappeared instantly. Ye Feng's body lightened, and he was a little unfulfilled. Seeing this scene, Wang Tu strengthened his thoughts. Wang Tu said, the assessment is over, I don't need to tell the results, right? Everyone looked at Ye Feng at the same time. Even Zhou Kaiyuan was no exception. If someone said before that it wasn't Zhou Kaiyuan and the others who were extremely famous, someone would definitely spit at him. But now, the strongest dark horse has appeared. No, the word dark horse is inappropriate. Compared with the most powerful martial spirit, time god clock, other talents are dark horses. It should be said that the real king appeared. This guy. Zhou Kaiyuan was decadent for a moment and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He admits that Ye Feng's martial arts is very powerful, but the powerful martial soul does not mean that he is powerful. At this moment, Zhou Kaiyuan really wanted to discuss with Ye Feng. There are not a few who think the same as Zhou Kaiyuan. Of course, this does not include Ji Tian and Zhang Duoer. Lin Hao, who was originally the first person in number 2 middle school, was still a little fanatical and adoring. He is a martial idiot, a very pure martial idiot. So Zhou Yu's idea was rejected by him before. Wu Qi naturally worships geniuses and worships the strong. Ye Feng is both a genius and a strong man. Ye Feng glanced at the other students and took note of those who were not convinced. These may be the machines for him to earn resources in the future, very good. Next, I will talk about the benefits of each ranking. Wang Tu said. As soon as the words fell, Ye Feng was suddenly refreshed, and this was what he was waiting for. This determines how much he can improve in this half-month. After the special training camp is the college entrance examination, Ye Feng does not need to participate in the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, it was a 1.5 month summer vacation, during which time he might not be able to get a lot of resources. It is impossible to go to the wild often, so this special training camp is the best time for Ye Feng to improve his strength before the start of the university. Wang Tu first looked at Ye Feng. First, no matter where you are, you have the privilege. Ye Feng can receive 20 low-quality soul crystals every day. Ye Feng's eyes lit up as soon as these words came out. Asterisk. Chapter 23. A low-grade soul crystal is equivalent to 10 martial soul points. In other words, he can get 200 martial arts points in one day. Indiana, the special training camp. After 15 days, that's 300 low-grade soul crystals, which is equivalent to 3000 martial soul points. And 300 low-grade soul crystals are equivalent to 300,000 yuan. I have to say that the benefits of the special training camp are really good. And that's just the beginning. Wang Tu said again, the gravity room and martial soul room can be tried for free. As soon as these words came out, many people were slightly moved and envied. Many people lacked low-grade soul crystals, but the gravity room and the martial soul room were good things. Especially the martial arts room, which can improve the fit between the soul master and the martial arts. The higher the degree of fit, the more powerful the soul skill will naturally be. In addition to top universities and major forces, there is almost no way for others in the spirit room. In addition, Ye Feng can also receive one true soul potion every day. Wang Tu continued to pierce the hearts of everyone. This is the welfare of the first place. Ye Feng was already happy. That's not counting some of the perks of being captain. If all of them are added, Ye Feng estimates that there may be 5,000 martial arts points that he can get in this special training camp. And so much is enough to promote himself to the bronze great perfection. It's cool to think about. From the second place, Wang Tu was too lazy to speak. Instead, it was said by Qi Chen, the Dean of the Department of Botany of Modu University. Except for Ye Feng in the first place, the benefits from the second place to the 10th place are the same. 11 to 50 is the same. 51 to 150 is the same. And after 151 it's the same. It is equivalent to dividing into 5 levels, and the gap between each level is quite large. Of course, Ye Feng's number 1 is not as stable as Mount Tai. Wang Tu said, every 2 days, there will be an assessment. If you can surpass Ye Feng, you can swap places with him. Also, you can challenge Ye Feng directly, provided Ye Feng agrees. The reason why Wang Tu said this was that Ye Feng was not strong enough. He can withstand his own coercion, but may not be able to defeat these geniuses. Especially Zhou Kaiyuhan and the others, as members of the three major families, their experience is extremely rich. Combat experience is naturally very strong. And Ye Feng obviously doesn't have these. After listening to Wang Tu's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Originally, everyone wanted to compete with Ye Feng, but now this idea has become more active. Even many people looked at Ye Feng with some malicious eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Tu nodded secretly. This is what he wants. Okay, get your dormitory keys now, and the training will officially start at 6 a.m. tomorrow. 20 minutes later. Ye Feng got his own number 1 key. Just found his dormitory, but there are a few uninvited guests standing at the door. Ye Feng raised his brows. I'm Zhao Kui from Linzhou number 1 middle school. Zhao Kui stepped forward and said, Ye Feng, I want to challenge you. After Zhao Kui finished speaking, the other two boys beside him also said at the same time, so do we. Zhao Kui's strength is not weak, and he has the level of bronze great perfection and Zhang Duoer. Although the assessment after 2 days can replace Ye Feng if he surpasses Ye Feng. But the competition in the assessment was too fierce, and Zhao Kui felt that he might not have a chance. But now it's different, as long as he defeats Ye Feng, he can become number 1. Even if it is temporary, it will attract the attention of powerful people like Wang Tu. Wang Tu's reputation is not small. If he likes a person to give it all, no matter who it is, it will benefit a lot. I have to say that there is not a fool who can come here. Zhao Kui's abacus Ye Feng also knows. Not only know but welcome. I can challenge me, but I have a condition. Ye Feng looked at the three and said, if I win, you have to give me soul crystals. This is a great opportunity for him to earn martial soul points. This request shocked the three of them. Immediately Zhao Kui nodded, no problem. As long as Ye Feng agrees, he doesn't think he will lose to Ye Feng in terms of strength. Listen to me first, if you lose, give me 10 low-grade soul crystals. Zhao Kui frowned when he said this. 10 is not too much nor too little, this guy's request is very strange. Zhao Kui said, yes. Ye Feng smiled, if that's the case, don't waste time, the three of you can go together. After Ye Feng finished speaking, Zhao Kui's faces changed slightly. Immediately, a boy beside Zhao Kui said angrily, Ye Feng, I admit that your talent is the best among us, but you are too arrogant. Although the other two were not as good as Zhao Kui, they were also 8-star bronze soul masters. This strength is considered to be at the upper middle level in this special training camp. The arrogance doesn't end well. Another said. Zhao Kui was angry at first, and then took a deep look at Ye Feng, if we win, who is the first? If you win, the three of you will fight by yourself. Whoever wins will win. Ye Feng shrugged. It's too slow to fight one by one, and what if Zhao Kui loses and others don't want to? The wool must be smashed together. Seeing that the three of them didn't speak, Ye Feng said, if that's the case, then forget it. According to Wang Tu's meaning, this challenge is based on Ye Feng's agreement. Ye Feng disagreed, obviously reluctance doesn't count. The three of Zhao Kui looked at each other. Immediately, Zhao Kui said, okay, since you are looking for a fight, we are welcome. Although it was a bit disgusting that 3 bronze peaks had 1 bronze star, but since Ye Feng asked them, they were happy to agree. Buzz. Immediately, the three of Zhao Kui possessed their martial spirits at the same time. Ye Feng glanced at the corner of his mouth and raised slightly, and the Food Abuse Bureau came. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Zhao Kui's martial spirit is the fire spirit tree, a plant martial spirit capable of both attack and control. The other two Ye Feng were too lazy to watch. At the moment when the god of light Zhongwuhan appeared, Zhao Kui and the three all looked condensed. Although they felt that winning must be their own side, but the prestige of the first martial spirit was there, and the three of them became cautious for no reason. Let's start. Ye Feng said. Before he finished speaking, the three of Zhao Kui attacked from three directions at the same time. Stab! The yellow spirit ring lit up under Zhao Kui's feet, and a branch with the thickness of his thigh wrapped around Ye Feng like a python. And the other two people's soul skills were released at the same time. Time freezes. Ye Feng thought about it. Time within a radius of 10 meters quickly solidified. The imposing branch was almost motionless for an instant. At the same time, the movements of Zhao Kui and the others became extremely slow at this moment. Less than 3 people completely solidified in 1 second. At this moment, the three were shocked. Ye Feng unhurriedly retracted the time clock. Facing the three of Zhao Kui, time freezes for a full 15 seconds. At this time, I have the time to light a cigarette. The three people whose thoughts were frozen stared at each other with big and small eyes, which was quite dramatic. When Ye Feng took out the sword of nothingness, he slashed the three people's necks. The force was very light and the three of them had not yet been touched. However, a bloodline still appeared on the necks of the three of them. This is a small injury, but it means that the heads of the three people have moved. When the time freeze was lifted, the three Zhao Kui looked at each other in dismay, seeing a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Before Zhao Kui didn't even realize when he was motionless. Ye Feng's soul skill is completely instant. This control effect is too strong. The other person was terrified. If Ye Feng was going to do something to them just now, the three might have already lost. Lu Tong, your neck. At this time, Zhao Kui suddenly said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong and touched his neck with his right hand. After seeing a trace of blood, Zhao Kui raised his head and looked at Ye Feng with a trembling body. The expressions of the three of them are like copies, shocked and frightened. He was wiped on his neck without him noticing. And Ye Feng obviously kept his hands. Gudong! Zhao Kui's throat rolled and fine beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. He was crushed. Facing Ye Feng, there is no ability to resist. I don't even know when Ye Feng shot. Shocked, but also extremely happy in my heart. Fortunately, Ye Feng was a classmate, not an enemy. Otherwise he would have died just now. Thinking of this, Zhao Kui felt extremely complicated. You lose. Ye Feng turned the key with a calm expression. Zhao Kui sighed, and honestly took out 10 low-grade soul crystals. After receiving 30 low-quality soul crystals, Ye Feng smiled and said, if you want to challenge me next time, just prepare the soul crystals, you are welcome at any time. Said to open the door of the dormitory. The three Zhao Kui behind them looked at each other. Still looking for you? I am afraid that the old birthday star is tired of hanging himself. Soul crystals are second, but if you anger this great god, you really don't know how to die. After Ye Feng closed the door, Lu Tong said bitterly, after this time, we're probably going to be a joke. 3 bronze peaks were crushed by 1 bronze star? Isn't this a joke? If it spreads to the city where they are located, it is even more difficult to raise their heads, and it is estimated that they will be reviled by many people. Zhao Kui was shocked. Immediately said, heaven knows that you know I know, just don't say it. Lu Tong's eyes lit up, don't tell me, let others taste the taste of being crushed. If everyone was defeated by Ye Feng, they would lose if they lost. Thinking of these 3 people is in a good mood. As for Ye Feng's side, Zhao Kui didn't think Ye Feng would say it. After all, in the eyes of the boss, the 3 of them are insignificant and worth mentioning. In Dormitory 1, Ye Feng was shocked by the luxurious dormitory. Although it looks luxurious from the outside, the interior is perfect. In addition to living areas such as bedrooms and living rooms, there is also a small gravity room here. In addition, Ye Feng found that the soul power here should not be too strong, it was 5 times that of the outside world. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 5 days outside. Big deal. This kind of spirit power formation is very rare, and only a top institution like Taijing University possesses it. And it's not 5x either. Really cool. Ye Feng was in a very good mood lying on the soft and comfortable sofa. After converting 30 low-level soul crystals into 300 martial arts points, Ye Feng's martial arts points have reached as many as 920. System, add some points. The thought of receiving a reward tomorrow, Ye Feng no longer felt distressed. After some operations, Ye Feng spent 600 spirit points to raise his strength to 4-star bronze. The reason for improving the strength is mainly to prepare for the next special training. Many of the subsequent training subjects are based on teamwork. The stronger the strength, the more powerful the spirit ring can be. Ye Feng sensed it after being upgraded to 4-star bronze. Time freezes and nothing else has changed, but the number of controls has changed from 3 to 4. As for the space blade, it seems to have become sharper in Ye Feng's perception. The space blade, Ye Feng has not tried it so far, so the specific power is very exciting. Just as he was about to go out for dinner, the doorbell rang. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, and the gift of martial arts is here. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Jing Duoer. After opening the door, she saw Zhang Duoer. Ye Feng's heart was half cold. Zhang Duoer knew her strength, so she definitely didn't come here to challenge herself. Ye Feng, why don't you invite me in to sit down? Zhang Duoer blinked her bright big eyes. Come in. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and said. Wow, you are so big. Zhang Duoer felt a little unbalanced everywhere. Ye Feng suddenly looked at Zhang Duoer vigilantly. Does this woman have a see-through eye? How else would he know how big I am here? Zhang Duoer never thought that a certain color embryo was so rich in inner drama. After sensing it, he said, Ye Feng, I can't help but want to challenge you. Ye Feng said with a smile, welcome. Saying that, he took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator next to him. The refrigerator is already full of all kinds of strong drinks, some of which have never been heard of. Tell me what the big beauty wants to do with me. Ye Feng was lying on the sofa and drinking a drink comfortably. Zhang Duoer looked at Ye Feng with beautiful eyes. Seeing Ye Feng looking at him, he quickly retracted his gaze. Well, I want to ask you a favor. What's up? You. Zhang Duoer's beautiful oval face suddenly flushed. Seeing this, Ye Feng was even more confused. After pondering for a while, Zhang Duoer raised her head and looked at Ye Feng with big watery eyes. Can you be my husband? Puff. Ye Feng took a sip of the drink and sprayed Zhang Duoer's shirt. He thought about several kinds, but he didn't expect it to be this one. Zhang Duoer was wearing a white shirt, and the picture became a little more beautiful when it got wet. Ye Feng even saw the kawi cat on his chest. Zhang Duoer hurriedly covered her face with her hands and turned even redder. Cough, why? Ye Feng asked curiously. He didn't think Zhang Duoer was really convinced by his talent. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Zhang Duoer wiped the water stains on her chest with a tissue and gave Ye Feng a resentful look. Immediately said, you should know that our Zhang family's base camp is in the magic capital. Ye Feng nodded. Among the 3 great families, the Ji family is in the imperial capital, and the Zhuokyu and Zhang families are both in the magic capital. But I went to Daijing instead. Zhang Duoer said, do you know why? Ye Feng looked down and looked somewhere. Don't tell me what a bloody escape from marriage. Zhang Duoer was stared at by Ye Feng with a hot face. But now it's asking for help, so it's not easy to get angry. He had to pretend he didn't know anything and turned around and said, almost, my dad ordered me a baby kiss when I was a kid. The other party is the son of the chairman of Soul Crystal Mining Group. Ye Feng raised his brows. These 2 sentences contained a lot of information. He knew that Seoul Crystal Mining Group was a giant company. It is mainly responsible for mining soul crystals. In my previous life, when I said that there was a mine in my home, I was referring to this kind of person. And Wu Jianglin, chairman of Seoul Crystal Mining Group, is also a great master. Ye Feng roughly understood what Zhang Duoer meant and couldn't help but spit out, "What age is this, and it's still a baby, do you want to be so funny? You don't understand, our three big families are like this." Zhang Duoer gave Ye Feng a blank look, and she immediately became amorous. "I don't agree since I can remember. When I grow up, I'm even more annoyed when I see that Wu Sisong. But my dad is out of face, and our Zhang family also cooperates with Seoul Crystal Mining Group. In addition, that Wu Sisong, although annoying, is indeed a genius. So, you understand?" Ye Feng nodded. "What does this have to do with you asking me to be your husband? I told my dad that I only look for what I like. My dad doesn't agree. When I got angry, I said that even if I didn't like it, I would find someone better than Wu Sisong." After saying this, Ye Feng understood. After thinking about it, he asked, "I'm sorry, I refuse." Zhang Duoer suddenly became anxious. "Don't." She was really anxious. Zhang Duoer's father Zhang Wuji only gave her 3 years. 2 years have passed now. Originally, Zhang Duoer didn't have any hope. After all, Wu Sisong's talent was not under Ji Tian and the others. "So I came to Daijing, planning to be out of sight and out of mind." But Ye Feng appeared. Appeared with shocking 2 peerless martial spirits. "Isn't this the man you're looking for?" Ye Feng smiled. "First of all, I'm not a trade partner. Secondly, I am not a pawn of your family. In fact, these are not important, the key is that you have to benefit." "This silly girl, are you begging me to do things without saying the benefits first?" After hearing Ye Feng's words, Zhang Duoer was stunned. Immediately apologetic, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Not a transaction partner, no no no." Zhang Duoer was even more anxious, she didn't want her relationship with Ye Feng to deteriorate because of this. Ye Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Duoer. "Ye Feng, if you agree, I can agree to use the power of the family to help you attach a spirit ring." Zhang Duoer was about to cry in a hurry, "Time or space is your choice." Ye Feng's eyes brightened as soon as these words came out. "If that's the case, I'll reluctantly agree." "What?" Zhang Duoer was stunned. "Didn't you disagree just now?" He looked at Ye Feng with big eyes, and did not agree with the swearing look before. Is this going too fast? Asterisk. Chapter 26. Ye Feng was a little unhappy. This is really a tiger girl. Even if you have doubts, you shouldn't ask. Where does this make me look old? However, Ye Feng's thick skin quickly returned to normal. Cough, it is also appropriate for classmates to help each other. Ye Feng lied without blushing. Zhang Duoer was immediately moved. "I feel even more guilty at the same time, just look at the realization of others." "Ye Feng, thank you." Zhang Duoer got up and bowed deeply to Ye Feng. As if something fell, the white shirt sank. This time, Ye Feng was stunned. "Gudong." Ye Feng's neck made an abnormal noise like drinking water. "The picture is so moving. This. I can." Ye Feng stared intently. Zhang Duoer didn't notice these details. After getting up, he said gratefully, "Ye Feng, I can give you any other reward except the soul ring if you need it." Ye Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "Don't be too hasty." "What?" Zhang Duoer was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding Ye Feng's pun. Cough cough, I mean I don't need anything anymore." Ye Feng said, "I'll talk about it when I think about it." Zhang Duoer nodded as happy as a rattle. "This silly girl." Ye Feng shook his head secretly and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Are the women of the aristocratic families so stupid and sweet? It is strange that this IQ continues to be passed on. Ye Feng, shall I invite you to dinner? Zhang Duoer was in such a good mood that she thought she had made a lot of money. Ye Feng laughed, this wave is not a loss. On the road, the two walked side by side, and the handsome men and women were very eye-catching. During the meal, Zhang Duoer and Ye Feng talked a lot about the family. There are gossip and secrets. He also expressed his concern and gratitude to Ye Feng. From Zhang Duoer's point of view, she asked Ye Feng to help, but Ye Feng was actually a little risky. After all, he is the noble son of the super group, and it is impossible not to eat Ye Feng's vinegar. Although Wu Sisong didn't dare to take revenge on Zhang Duoer, he might not dare to do bad things to Ye Feng. And there is the great master Wu Jianglin behind him. Who knows his thoughts? Ye Feng was not worried about this. Wu Jianglin Gui is a great master and controls the Soul Crystal Mining Group. Such a character must be very smart. There are also a lot of handicapped places. It would be stupid to think secretly because of yourself. As for Wu Sisong, Ye Feng didn't take it to heart at all. The one who can beat him among his peers has not yet been born. On the other side, Wang Tu was in the room. Lord Overseer, that's what happened. Wang Tu told his immediate superior, the blood supervisor Hong Zhen, of the situation during the day. On the other end of the phone, Hong Zhen said in a stern voice, it's just a small matter, I'll just tell Wang Chuan. Hong Zhen felt that Wang Chuan would definitely give him this face when he came forward to ask for someone. When the battle situation on your side is over, you can go back to the imperial capital and invite the old boy Wang Chuan to have a meal. Wang Tu was relieved, the boss was absolutely reliable. Ye Feng was like a pearl in the university. Such a genius should be tempered by blood and fire in the army. As long as the strength rises, it can become an existence that makes the soul beast feel fearful. Hong Zhen attaches great importance to this matter. Directly dialed Wang Quan's phone. Wang Chuan, I asked you for a student. Hong Zhen said. Wang Chuan said lazily, it's just a student, do you still need to make a phone call based on the friendship between you and me? Just let the people below do it. How's the battle on your side? Hong Zhen smiled, this old man was as loyal as ever. Thinking of the scene where Wang Chuan was scolded last time, I still feel a little guilty. Hong Zhen first glanced at the vast land in the distance. The place where he is located is not the earth, but the Shura world. And the battles that can really decide the fate of the human race are also here. Looking at the floating corpses and blood flowing into the river gives a very depressed feeling. In the sky, 2 suns and 2 moons hang high at the same time, which is very strange. Hong Zhendao, hey, but it can be 1 in 2 days at most. Then he said again, if that's the case, then I'll let Wang Tu do it directly, and I'll invite you to drink after the battle. Said to hang up the phone. And many more. Wang Quan's voice suddenly rose. He knew that Wang Tu was the person in charge of this year's special training camp. And the people Wang Tu wanted must have attended the special training camp. The only person in the special training camp who has been recruited so far is Ye Feng. Hong Zhen was stunned for a moment, what's wrong? Wang Quan's voice changed, which student do you want? Oh, my name is Ye Feng, the boy in the special training camp Wang Tu is today. Hong Zhen was a soldier and didn't bother to hide it. Mainly in his opinion, it is absolutely possible to do it with his friendship with the king. No. Who knew that the kingship would decisively veto it? What? Hong Zhen's voice also rose. His voice was already loud, and this time the entire command room shook like thunder. Everyone else can do it, Ye Feng can't. Wang Chuan said lightly. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Fortunately, Lao Zi responded to damn it, otherwise his heart would be robbed. Although Ye Feng had not met Wang Chuan yet, Wang Chuan had observed Ye Feng several times when he was in the imperial capital. That is, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and the more I look at it, the more I don't want to give it to others. In Wang Quan's heart, you can rob my son, but you can't rob Ye Feng, this is my ban. Pharaoh, are you kidding me? Hong Zhen said a little displeased, it's just a student. Besides, I will invite you to drink when I look back. Drink it yourself, if you don't give it, you won't give it. Said and hung up the phone. Hong Zhen is confused, how dare this old man hang up my phone? After a while, there was a hint of shame on Hong Zhen's rough face. If it weren't for the fact that the kid was a genius, he wouldn't be too lazy to ask for royal power. Hong Zhen still did not intend to give up. After all, the time clock is too powerful, and it is very useful on the battlefield. After hesitating for a while, Hong Zhen made a painful decision. Forget it, he couldn't let Ye Feng get over his child. Asterisk. Chapter 27. After dialing Wang Quan's phone, Hong Zhen went straight to the point. Lao Hong, don't play tricks with you, you give me Ye Feng, and I give you the blood dragon crystal. Before this blood dragon crystal, the royal power had not been entangled with Hong Zhen, and Hong Zhen had been reluctant to give it. Even being annoyed, he even scolded Lao Wang, and the scolding was a hearty one. Just when Hong Zhen thought that Wang Chuan would readily agree. Don't think about it. You. Old Wang, that's the blood dragon crystal. Hong Zhen gave both kindness and power, didn't you always want it? Let's both have a good time today. Roll. He rudely hung up the phone. Hong Zhen was so angry that he almost pinched the phone. How dare old Wang scold me? Hong Zhen's eyes were round and round. Although this old boy was shameless on weekdays, as the president of Taijing University, he was always gentle. Even scolding is cursing and cursing, how can it be so rude today? While angry, Hong Zhen was also a little aggrieved. Damn it, after decades of friendship, it's rare to ask you to do something, and your kid refuses to be so straightforward. Humph, if you don't want the blood dragon crystal, Lao Zi won't give it. The blood dragon crystal is rare in the world, and it has a great effect on their level. He also has only one Hong Zhen, and he is preparing to use it for breakthrough. After thinking about it, Hong Zhen gave up. Although Ye Feng is good, he is willing to send the blood dragon crystal, but he really can't hold the face to beg the old boy. The next day, at 6 a.m. Seeing the 298 people standing in front of him, Wang Tu snorted coldly. The two who didn't arrive were fired immediately. As soon as this statement came out, many people's expressions changed. Obviously did not expect Wang Tu to be so decisive. Today's first lesson, the use of soul power. Wang Tu continued, in high school, the teacher should have talked to you about the relationship between soul power and soul skills. Today I want to talk about how to use soul power more subtly. Everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Zhou Kaiyuhan and the others are looking forward to it. As a town general hovering on the line of life and death, Wang Tu faced life and death struggle and siege. At this time, how to save soul power and how to make better use of soul power becomes very important. One of your soul skills consumes more soul power than others, and it will naturally be worse in protracted battles. And Wang Tu is definitely an expert in this area. In countless life and death crises, he knew the importance of saving soul power. Everyone sat on the ground, while Wang Tu talked freely. Although the soul power consumed by each soul skill is different, it is not fixed. Wang Tu said and turned on the big screen in front of him. On it is a perspective view of the human body, with red dots marked at various locations. Look at these places. The flow of soul power in the body will pass through various acupuncture points. In fact, every time we release our soul power, a considerable part is wasted. These wasted spirit powers have no effect on the power of spirit abilities, but they can be called deadly. Wang Tu was very well prepared for this theoretical class. The current situation is not optimistic, and some powerful beings among the soul beasts have recovered one after another. The original training mode of the human race needs to be changed. Everything must be prepared for battle. In the past, there were still many people who were relatively comfortable, and geniuses could grow slowly, but not now. Wang Tu, on the other hand, told everyone his understanding and experience without reservation. Ye Feng listened intently. His time freezing consumes soul power. And if the soul power is depleted, not only will the combat power drop severely, but even life will be in danger. Wang Tu's class seemed to open a window, allowing Ye Feng to see more possibilities. Controlling the consumption of soul power through the trajectory and fluctuation of soul power release is the easiest and most effective method in my opinion. The big screen flashed. This is the secret method of controlling the soul that I created, and it has been passed on to your mobile phones. Wang Tu said, everyone first understand the secret method, and later ask me if you don't understand. Everyone couldn't wait to turn on their phones. In this world, in addition to soul skills, some outstanding people can also create secret methods with their own understanding. The secret technique is not a soul skill, and it cannot directly affect the battle. But it can improve their combat power. And as far as Ye Feng knows, even the most common secret method costs millions. As a top master, Wang Tu's secret methods are invaluable. Cough cough. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Wang Tu coughed and suddenly said solemnly, classmates, this secret method can only be seen by you, and cannot be shared. Not even your most trusted friends or even family members. Seeing Wang Tu's expression, everyone nodded. After half an hour, everyone began to ask questions, and Wang Tu also answered them one by one patiently. Although he was not a teacher, Wang Tu did his due diligence without the slightest impatience. He knew that the students in front of him were the future of the human race. As a soldier, his duty is to protect the human race. Although Wang Tu looked careless and rude on the surface, he always kept his mission in mind in his heart. The first class didn't end until 12 noon. When the get out of class was announced, everyone was a little confused. Ye Feng asked 2 more questions before leaving with Xiao Yan and others. According to the timetable, after 12 o'clock is the meal break, and classes continue at 1 o'clock. Before reaching the cafeteria, Zhou Kaiyuhan suddenly trotted over. Under the snow-white bangs, a pair of blue eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Ye Feng, let's fight! As soon as this statement came out, the students around him looked at it at the same time. Immediately everyone was excited. Asterisk. Chapter 28. In the office, Wang Tu's ears moved slightly. Immediately he opened his mouth and laughed. He knew that people like Zhou Kaiyuhan couldn't hold back, and he really had to challenge today. To be honest, he was also curious about Ye Feng's combat power. Immediately, Wang Tu leaned on the sofa and started watching the play happily. Just here. Ye Feng looked at Zhuoqiu Handao. Zhou Kaiyuhan nodded. Ye Feng saw more and more people watching, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You can play, but you have to bet. Ye Feng looked at Zhou Kaiyuhan with a smile. The first half of the sentence shocked the students, including Zhang Duoer, but immediately. Bet. Everyone was stunned. What is this request? In the crowd, Zhao Kui shrank his neck subconsciously. Damn, it is here again. Zhou Kaiyuhan's blue eyes were rarely suspicious. He couldn't understand why the challenge was still betting. What is the meaning? Not only Zhou Kaiyuhan but also Ji Tian and the others. Ye Feng explained, that means you have to give me soul crystals if I win, and you will also have to take out soul crystals if others are watching. Zhou Kaiyuhan asked subconsciously, how much will I give you? He doesn't care about soul crystal, as long as Ye Feng agrees, he can do whatever he wants. Ye Feng pondered for a while and said, you lose to 50. 50 is equivalent to 50,000 yuan. Everyone is a high school student and Ye Feng doesn't want to get into too much trouble. It is good. Who knew that Zhou Kaiyuhan agreed directly without even thinking about it? Damn it, said less. Ye Feng glanced at Zhou Kaiyuhan, he forgot that this guy was a son of an aristocratic family. Then looked at Ji Tian and the others, cough, as for your tickets. Well, just look at them. This time Ye Feng has experience, so he didn't say death. Although Ji Tian felt that this request was a bit strange, it was nothing to spend some soul crystals watching the battle between these two people. This is mine. Ji Tian handed over a storage bracelet and said, I didn't bring much this time, only 30 yuan. Ye Feng's outstretched hand trembled and glanced at Ji Tian, damn it, I suspect you are pretending but I have no proof. After sensing it, Ye Feng was overjoyed. This storage bracelet actually has 10 cubic meters. Just a bracelet has 200,000, which is really rich. Ji Tian gave it all, and the others were not ambiguous. The three of Zhao Kui looked at each other and took out 2 yuan. Ye Feng is mine. Zhang Duoer said, come on. After weighing it, Ye Feng's eyes lit up, looking at Zhang Duoer's eyes with kindness. This tiger girl is very powerful, she even gave 40 yuan. After a while, Ye Feng smiled as he looked at the soul crystal in the storage bracelet. A total of 40 people gave a total of 161 yuan, and the speed of money is not too fast. Plus Zhou Kaiyuhan's 50 is 211. This is equivalent to 2110 martial soul points. It's all experience. In the office, Wang Tu twitched the corner of his mouth. Do young people nowadays play like this? If this is the case, then he basically competes with people every day, isn't it? No, if that's the case, Lord Overseer will open my A. On the other side, the principals who got the news stood on the roof of the teaching building. Others looked at Feng Manggong with strange expressions. Feng Manggong had thick skin and pretended not to see it, but he was slandering in his heart, but this kid has learned a lot of social things. To be honest, they are also very curious about this discussion. Principal Feng, how is this guy Ye Feng actually fighting, won't he lose in seconds? Chu Yunzheng asked in a voice transmission. He was very concerned about Daijing's face. Feng Manggong glanced at Chu Yunzheng, want to know? Bring the soul crystal. You. Chu Yunshen's eyes widened, okay, it turns out that this bad habit was learned from an old guy like you. After receiving the tickets, Ye Feng looked at Zhou Kaiyuhan and said, let's start then. Immediately, many people were looking forward to it. Especially the number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school affiliated to the magic capital, they are even more excited. Although Ye Feng is talented, his strength is much worse than Zhou Kaiyuhan. Zhou Kaiyuhan nodded. The next moment the temperature around them plummeted. Immediately afterwards, a 2-meter-high ice crystal phantom appeared behind Zhou Kaiyuhan. This is his martial spirit, the 9th-ranked elemental martial spirit, extremely cold and quiet destroyer ice. This martial spirit has a very terrifying low temperature, which can freeze the flesh and soul of the opponent. In the face of extreme cold and silence, the speed of the opponent's soul power will be much slower, and even the speed of releasing soul skills will also slow down. On the other hand, if it is a soul master with a near strength, it will be directly frozen into an ice sculpture. 5 years ago, Zhou Kaiyuhan's father directly froze everything within a radius of 10,000 meters in a rage, which was very powerful. It's so cold. Xiao Yan and the others all shivered and subconsciously took a few steps back when Zhuoqiu Hanmu's spirit was possessed. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew, and Zhou Kaiyuhan's white hair was flying even more coldly. The light in Ji Tian's eyes skyrocketed, and at this moment, his fighting spirit was high and he wanted to try Zhou Kaiyuhan's level. This made the extremely cold and low temperature of most of the people present to have no effect on Ye Feng. Under the thought of a move, the grand and mighty bell rang. Immediately, the phantom of the golden clock of time appeared. The pointer on it turns. Compared with the bronze 1-star time, the current time clock is more solid. You can even see some shallow lines on the dial. At the moment when the spirit of the time god was possessed, Zhou Kaiyuhan's eyes skyrocketed. Ye Feng is a bronze 4-star. Didn't he only have 1 star yesterday? This change also caused Ji Tian and others to shrink their pupils. Upgrade 4 stars overnight. Everyone's brains are short-circuited. How is this done? Zhou Kaiyuan instantly recovered as before, and after hesitating for a while, the second spirit ring floated from under his feet. He planned to try his best to try Ye Feng's fineness. If Ye Feng can't, then I believe that the principals who are observing secretly will come to the rescue. Ye Feng glanced at the bright yellow soul ring and thought, and the 1,000-year-old soul ring of the time mysterious turtle appeared at the same time. Arctic shock. Zhou Kaiyuan let out a low drink, and the dark blue soul power instantly condensed and killed Ye Feng with a suffocating low temperature. Asterisk. Chapter 29. This kid Zhou Kaiyuan used his second soul skill as soon as he came up. Li Ming shook his head and said, I just don't give Ye Feng a way to survive. Feng Manggong and Chu Yunzheng were a little unhappy hearing this, but they couldn't refute it for a while. SHH. The extremely cold shock rushed towards Ye Feng with a heart-pounding dark blue at an unbelievable speed. Although there was still 1 meter away, Ye Feng clearly felt that his nose was turning red from the cold. Interesting. Ye Feng smiled, and then his mind moved. The hands on the clock of time turned rapidly, and the purple spirit ring shone brightly. At the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The speed of the extremely cold shock wave that was as fast as a bullet instantly dropped to the extreme. It's like going from normal speed to 50 times slower. And the extreme cold shock only moved forward 2 centimeters and stayed there motionless. In Zhou Kaiyuan's induction, the extreme cold shock seemed to be surrounded by cement. The instant curing of the cement traps the extreme cold shock. Zhou Kaiyuan was extremely shocked. Ye Feng's soul skills are so overbearing. Suddenly Zhuoqiu Hangzhen felt that his right leg suddenly retreated. But then the power of time rolled in. Although Zhou Kaiyuan's reaction was extremely fast, he was still controlled by the freezing of time. No. But. Zhou Kaiyuan thought of these 4 impossible words, but he only thought of the first 3 words and his thinking was completely frozen. At this time, Zhou Kaiyuan still kept the movement of retreating and stood still. His blue eyes were full of shock and wonder. In front of Zhou Kaiyuan was the dark blue shock wave that was also fixed. One person and one thing are like sculptures. Silence. The cups in Wang Tu's hands fell off, and a pair of tigers were round and round. On the roof of the teaching building, Li Ming has a big mouth. Rao is Chu Yunzheng and they are also surprised. Only Feng Manggong smiled, this kid is really strong. Interesting. Wang Tu did not care about the cup on the ground, and the desire in his eyes reached the extreme. Made, even if Ye Feng only has this soul skill, he can show his skills on the battlefield. No, after the battle, I have to ask Lord Overseer how things are going. Well, considering Boss Hong's connections, he should have already won it. Suddenly, Wang Tu looked at Ye Feng with something more. That's how you feel about yourself. Good dong. Li Ming rolled his throat and looked at Feng Manggong with a horrified expression. Why can his soul skill affect Zhou Kaiyuan? One is silver and one is bronze. It's basically 2 worlds. It is impossible for any control skills to ignore such a large gap. Because that is the clock of time. Feng Manggong is in a good mood. Li Ming, this old boy, doesn't have a very arrogant nose every day. I finally got shriveled today. Chu Yunzheng looked at Feng Manggong faintly, envious for no reason. Just when he was about to brazenly praise the Daijing students for their greatness, Ye Feng suddenly retracted the time clock. The powerhouses were not surprised. Ye Feng's soul skill is strong control, and it is obviously impossible to smash the opponent with his fist when he controls the opponent. Wang Tu and others immediately became interested. They wanted to know what Ye Feng's other martial spirit was. Ye Feng stood in front of Zhou Kaiyuan like a leisurely stroll. Most of the students around were stunned to see this scene. The super genius Zhou Kaiyuan was controlled without any resistance. What will Ye Feng do next? Buzz. Ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. The next moment, a fierce aura emerged from Ye Feng's body that made everyone look pale. Hiss! Someone's skin pierced by this momentum was sore that they backed away again and again. Ye Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the void on the right. Shh! A transparent sword appeared in his hand accurately. At this moment, everyone has a feeling of being on pins and needles. Many people were covered in sweat, feeling as if they were locked by something. Void God's sword. Wang Tu, who had been leisurely, got up with a huge change in his face. His eyes were fixed on the sword, and his breathing became heavy unconsciously. Upstairs in the classroom. Lying, trough. Li Ming's eyes almost popped out. This F***ck second martial spirit turned out to be the sword of nothingness. The most powerful weapon? Is this Ye Feng's second martial soul? Chu Yunzheng and the others were also shocked, and immediately felt their scalp tingle. Feng Manggong also has no beard, or else he has to look like an expert in the world. The wind is full of bows. Li Ming looked at Feng Manggong with mixed feelings, his eyes almost turned into bullets and shot out. He is sour. He is envious, jealous. He was out of balance. He was completely devastated. Damn it! In the office, Wang Tu shuddered with excitement. What kind of monster is this Mr? A clock of time, a sword of nothingness. Does this keep other geniuses alive? This kid must not be put in the university. Wang Tu clenched his fists and breathed heavily. The time clock has a great effect on the battlefield, so is it not the case with the sword of nothingness? Back then, the spirit master with the sword of nothingness transported 100,000 soldiers to the battlefield in a single thought. It was that moment that changed the entire human race situation. The Void God sword controls the power of space and is the sharpest existence in the world. What Wang Tu was looking at was the unpredictable space, which was a super martial spirit that was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. In addition, Wang Tu is also eager to love talents. Shouldn't such a genius be cultivated in the army? What can district schools cultivate? Just when everyone was immersed in the shock brought by Ye Feng waved his knife. At the same time, the bright yellow spirit ring lights up. Space Blade. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Facing Zhou Kaiyuhan with silver 1 star, Ye Feng used the space blade for the first time. In Ye Feng's perception, the space in front of him quickly wriggled and condensed into a blade with a length of 30 meters. The sharpness emanating from this blade spread throughout the audience. Even Xiao Yan in the outer ring felt clearly. Immediately, Xiao Yan and the others suddenly retreated. Call out! At this time, Zhou Kaiyuhan could not resist. Ye Feng's eyes lit up and he saw Qi Chen rushing over. Qi Chen looked extremely surprised and pushed his hand gently. Ye Feng's space blade that could kill Zhou Kaiyuhan no less than 10 times disappeared instantly. However this time. What? Xiao Yan and the others in the distance suddenly shouted. A strand of their hair was shaved. Suddenly the crowd changed. It's so far apart, and the target is only Zhou Kaiyuhan, can he also affect them? Zhao Kui looked at Ye Feng with a little panic. It turns out that he also has a soul skill with such a terrifying lethality. Fortunately, I didn't go too far that day, otherwise. Zhao Kui couldn't help shivering. Ji Tian and Tian Jiao's eyes were horrified. Ji Tian felt a deep crisis of life and death just now. It was a feeling that had never happened before. Lin Hao opened his mouth wide and looked at Ye Feng in awe. Is he so strong? The dignified Zhou Kaiyuhan, the super evildoer who can be called the #1 high school student, doesn't even have the strength to resist in front of Ye Feng? What makes everyone more desperate is that Zhou Kaiyuhan has not recovered yet. This F***ck, 24K pure control to death. Upstairs in the classroom, except for Feng Manggong, who was grinning and grinning, everyone else was staring at Ye Feng. Suddenly all the principals looked at Feng Manggong at the same time. Feng Manggong was stunned and suddenly vigilant. Ye Feng is already from Daijing University, what do you want to do? I want to hit you. After speaking, the dense fists fell on Feng Manggong. Even Chu Yunzheng couldn't help it at this moment. Why is mad the lucky boy? I can't stand this grievance. What? Oh. You, take it easy. Hey, it can't be there, ah. From the roof, there was a desperate cry of Feng Manggong. But everyone didn't notice, everyone's attention was on Ye Feng at this moment. When Zhou Kaiyuhan recovered, the first thing he saw was the sword of nothingness in Ye Feng's hands. Immediately, the bright eyes dimmed immediately. Then, there was a wry smile. He lost. The loser is taken by mouth. Ji Tian knew Zhou Kaiyuhan's mood too well. Looking at Ye Feng, there was a little helplessness in his eyes. Being born in the same era as Ye Feng is truly a tragedy in the world. Ye Feng stood with a knife and looked calm. At this moment, Xiao Yan and the others were all in a trance. This is a man destined to be invincible. As long as he is given time, he can grow into a pillar of the human race. That's right, at this time everyone thought that it was only a matter of time before Ye Feng became the existence of the three pillars. After all, the talent of the three pillars is far inferior to Ye Feng's. Ye Feng, you shouldn't be called Ye Shen, Ye Shen, you are so strong. This is a good name, Ye Shen is mighty. Before I only served Brother Tian, now I believe in Ye Shen. The crowd said with admiration. In this world, fists are big, and geniuses and strong people are respected wherever they go. And Ye Feng, on the first day of the special training camp, received everyone's respect. Is there anyone else going to challenge me? Ye Feng put away the sword of nothingness and looked around the audience. Accept the challenge at any time, but remember to buy a ticket if you want to watch it. A crowd. Zhou Kaiyuhan is indeed a super genius and his mentality quickly recovered. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Ye Feng, starting today I will target you, and I will definitely surpass you. Me too. Ji Tian said. And me. Lin Hao also said. Return. Just as Zhang Duoer was about to speak, she suddenly remembered that she had to ask Ye Feng for help. She stuck out her tongue and shut up. Xiao Yan also said something xiang, but found that he didn't seem worthy. This scene made Qi Chen secretly pleased. In the office, Wang Tu has never been so excited as he is today. After the battle, Wang Tu immediately called Hong Zhen. Hong Zhen answered quickly. Boss Hong, Ye Feng has settled this matter. I'll go through the formalities right away. No. Hong Zhen said angrily, Lao Wang is not a son of a human being, and Lao Zi is no longer aggrieved. What? Wang Tu was confused. Old boss, what's going on? Hong Zhen immediately recounted the previous situation. Immediately he hummed, damn, even took out the blood dragon crystal, that kid is still unmoved. No, I have to scold me back later. Wang Tu rolled his eyes, Boss Hong, Ye Feng must grab it. It's better to put it anywhere than here. Oh, forget it. Hong Zhen said, I know Lao Wang's temperament. It's useless to say anything he doesn't agree with. Boss Hong, don't give up. Wang Tu stood up in a hurry, you know, that guy Ye Feng had a fight with Zhou Kaiyuhan just now, and he still has a spirit of the god of nothingness. What? There was a thunderous explosion on the phone. Wang Tu's rough skin and thick flesh didn't feel anything, it's the nihilistic sword with the first weapon and soul. Mada is too strong. This kid is a soldier by nature. In the Shura world, Hong Zhen's eyes turned green. Void God sword. Time clock? No wonder Pharaoh didn't give it. I won't give it to me for his Mr. Wang Tu asked, Boss Hong, what should I do? I'm going to beg him to pester him now. After Hong Zhen finished speaking, he hung up the phone in a hurry. I felt aggrieved before, and I felt that I couldn't hold this face down by begging the king in a low voice. Now, Today, Lao Hong, I don't think of myself as a human being. Ba face count as an egg. Asterisk. Chapter 31. I hope Boss Hong goes well. Wang Tu felt a little nervous in his heart. King power is the same level as the king level powerhouse in Hongzhen. This matter can only be done by Hongzhen. If I go by myself, I am afraid that I will be beaten. For a while, Wang Tu actually hated the iron. If you are stronger, don't you have more right to speak? No, I have to retreat after the special training camp. After eating, Ye Feng received the benefits of being the first. 20 low-grade soul crystals and a bottle of true soul potion. If it was before, Ye Feng should be very excited. But just now I got 211 low-grade soul crystals, and these 20 pieces of soul crystals are a little unattractive for Ye Feng. Without any hesitation, all of them will be converted into martial soul points. 2530. Ye Feng finally laughed. He is now a bronze 4-star, and he needs a lot of martial arts points to upgrade later. A 4-liter 5 costs 500, and a 5-liter 6 costs 900. And 6 liters 7 became 1500 martial arts points. More than I thought. Ye Feng has a big head. It seems that Zhang Duoer's wool is about to be smashed. Zhang Duoer also said that he would give him other rewards. Well, I need more soul crystals later. This is a big family, and it's not worth it. As for the true soul agent, Ye Feng didn't plan to use it. This is equivalent to the enhanced version of the soul crystal, and the effect is 10 times that of the lower grade soul crystal. And the price is 20 times that of the low grade soul crystal. This kind of thing is tasteless to Ye Feng, who has the system. I went back and sold all of them for soul crystals. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Feng didn't add any more points. He planned to save it all for the summer vacation. During the summer vacation, I will definitely go to the wild, and it will not be too late to be at home by then. If you are lucky, you might even find the right spirit ring. Then Ye Feng came to the gravity room. The first is that it can be used for free and unlimited time. So Ye Feng didn't plan to go back, so he practiced here until dawn. The main function of the gravity room is to temper the physical body. Although spirit masters mainly focus on martial spirits, the physical body cannot be ignored either. On the one hand, the higher the strength of the physical body, the longer the number of years it can absorb spirit rings. On the other hand, according to Wang Tu's meaning, if the physical strength increases, the control power will also increase, which can indirectly improve the use of soul power. For the first time, Ye Feng did not rashly increase the gravity multiplier. Instead, start with 3x. In the silver gravity room, Ye Feng bent his legs the moment the triple gravity was activated. Immediately he straightened up. It's okay. After sensing it, Ye Feng felt that he should be able to withstand 5 times. After 10 minutes, Ye Feng adjusted and raised the gravity to 5 times. This time, all the bones in the body began to creak. Sour sour. It was only a few minutes, and Ye Feng felt overloaded. This is still the superposition of his innate full soul power and dual martial souls, and he may have already kneeled as an ordinary soul master. Just when Ye Feng was practicing Daijing, Wang Chuan, who had just finished his practice, was about to attend the meeting when the phone rang. Seeing that it was Hongzhen Wang Chuan, he smiled. It was really cool to scold this guy before, but I didn't expect that he would come to scold him again just one day later. After the call is connected, Hongzhen, who has been going straight and raging, seems to be a different person. Cough, that old man, I suddenly remembered what happened 20 years ago. Hongzhen tried his best to make his voice kinder. Seeing this 720's big change, the Kong next to him will be stunned. Is this still the regretful blood warlord who made the soul beasts terrified? Listening to the tone, how do you feel like coaxing your wife? No, Hongzhen, as an alloy straight man, even if he coaxes his wife, this is not his attitude. Aren't you coming to ask me for Ye Feng again? Wang Chuan said with a half smile but not a smile. I said no. Hong Zhen's expression was stagnant, and then he said, 20 years ago, we were chased and killed by the green poison overlord in the unbounded land for a long time. We all thought we were going to die. When Wang Chuan heard the words, he seemed to return to the thrilling moment of the year. It was the most desperate situation he and Hong Zhen had ever faced, and it was still horrifying to think about it now. Time flies and things are wrong. Wang Chuan sighed and turned around, but I just won't give it. You. Hong Zhen almost couldn't control his anger. After taking a deep breath, Hong Zhen continued, then do you still remember who rescued you? You, but Ye Feng is my student, you have nothing to do. Pharaoh, you're wrong, mother, cough, anyway, we have experienced life and death several times together. Hong Zhen's head turned quickly, and he complained in his heart. This way of speaking is simply more uncomfortable than facing the army of soul beasts. Well, that's right, but I still won't give it. Wang Chuan crossed Erlang's legs and the old god was talking. Hong Zhen angrily wanted to curse. Old Wang Ye Feng is a Q talent for you. If you give him to me, I promise to be a real son. I will give it to him like I am not a real father, and teach him without reservation. Wang Chuan snorted when he heard the words, what do you mean by that? Could it be that I'm not as good as you? Hey, it's not bragging, you are not my opponent now. Hong Zhen laughed. Wang Chuan, hee, I have an old friend who is like a DK, and now the grave is full of green grass. Hong Zhen immediately said, Blood Dragon Crystal, plus the magic seal. The demon-proof seal was made by Dharma Venerable, and Dharma Venerable later exchanged it to Suzaku. Because of Hong Zhen's outstanding exploits, Suzaku awarded Hong Zhen the seal of conquering demons. This thing is more precious than the Blood Dragon Crystal. Wang Chuan raised his brows. He didn't expect Hong Zhen to be so willing. After thinking about it, he said, no. Hong Zhen couldn't take it anymore, he was going to go crazy. Asterisk. Chapter 32. FKU, Pharaoh, you are shameless. Hong Zhen's voice turned into rolling thunder and entered Wang Quan's ears. Wang Chuan took the phone a little further away, since the mother is not happy. I'm delighting you, BD. Hong Zhen said, if that's the case, let's solve it in a man's way. Let's fight when I come back, whoever wins Ye Feng belongs to whoever. Wang Chuan sneered, hee, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Humph, then it's settled. Hong Zhen is very confident in himself. He is the warlord of 10,000 wars and has experienced far more slaughter than King Power. Wang Chuan is also very confident. It's just a mere reckless man, it's easy to win you. This old boy doesn't know what to do, bah. After hanging up the phone, Hong Zhenkai put his hands on his hips. Lao Hong, can't be careless in this battle, Let's practice. The next moment I heard a bang. Hong Zhen was like a respect cannon fired into the far-away battlefield. The army of soul beasts died in pieces under this terrifying aura. Blood Overseer. Farther away, a giant beast with a whole body burning black soul power and a height of 100 meters stepped out of the air. The space where the giant beast passed boiled, and the grass and trees instantly turned to ashes. Those soul beasts who couldn't escape wailed and died. The appearance of various colored soul rings made the dead battlefield shine brightly. The abyss rules, your motherfucking, come play with Lao Zi. Hong Zhen laughed loudly, and his figure continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, he became as terrifying as the master of the abyss. The abyss master raised his head, a pair of jet black eyes on his hill-like head, full of fighting intent. The next moment the beast and the giant collided. Boom! The sky crumbled, and the dark clouds rolled like a natural disaster. A battle of top powerhouses that shakes the world and weeps ghosts and gods begins. After cultivating in the gravity room for several hours, Ye Feng came to the Wuhan room. The spirit room can improve the fit between the spirit master and the spirit. At the same time, it is also one of the ways to indirectly increase the power of spirit abilities. If you are in the outside world, you need 50,000 for 1 hour. And here Feng is free for unlimited use. Such a benefit Feng really doesn't want to waste a minute or a second. The spirit room is more lively than the gravity room. Feng saw a lot of people as soon as he arrived in the hall. God Ye is also coming to the Wuhan room. A fresh-faced young man walked over and said politely. Ye Shen has the first and second martial spirits. If the fit is improved, wouldn't it be against the sky? Ye Shen has gone against the sky, okay. I feel that Ye Shen's aura is very strong. After the battle at noon, Ye Feng completely convinced the geniuses. Ye Feng greeted everyone and then handed over his special training card. After verifying his identity, he entered the Wuhan room. There are 2 ways to use the spirit room. The first is martial spirit coercion, which is similar to the force of gravity on the body. Martial spirit coercion is designed to hone martial spirit. The second is martial spirit simulation, which can simulate an opponent with the same martial spirit. The advantage of this function is that it allows the soul master to know the strengths and weaknesses of his martial spirit more clearly. Of course, this is more useful to Ye Feng and the others. People with big forces like Zhou Kaiyuhan and Ji Tian are not needed, because their martial arts are family heritage. Buzz. When Ye Feng turned on the switch, special energy spewed out from the surrounding walls. The lavender energy enveloped Ye Feng, and suddenly an inexplicable pressure hit. This is specifically for martial arts. The spirit room cooperated with Wang Tu's secret method of controlling the soul. It was a perfect match. After Ye Feng got used to it a little, he immediately began to practice the secret technique of controlling the soul. Wang Tu had specifically told Ye Feng that if Ye Feng could fully control it, he might be able to release an extra soul skill. The allure is absolutely huge. This practice is one night. Day 2. Today's class is more interesting. Wang Tu asked everyone to release their martial spirits, and then did high-intensity physical training without using any spirit skills. This is also one of the ways to improve the compatibility of martial arts. In addition, it also helps to increase the body's understanding of the operation of soul power. If it is said that Ye Feng's application level is 1%, then after these 2 days of training, it has reached 10%. But don't underestimate this 10%, it means that the same soul power Ye Feng has a stronger life-saving ability. In the special training camp, Ye Feng started a life of 2 points and 1 line. Even Ye Feng didn't even eat, so he either went to the gravity room of the martial arts room or went to class. The daily classes in the special training camp are completely different. Soul power control, martial arts mastery, physical training, actual combat drills, etc. These courses are very practical and very advanced. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ye Feng and the others have spent half their time in the special training camp. After the first 7 days of training, everyone has grown a lot. The fit between Ye Feng and Wuhan has reached 19%. This speed of progress made Wang Tu so happy that he found a treasure. He naturally knew the battle between Hong Zhen and Wang Chuan. For his boss, Wang Tu is super confident. Even with him, he opened a small stove for Ye Feng. In addition to Ye Feng, Zhou Kaiyuhan, Ji Tian, and Zhang Duo are made breakthroughs at the same time. There are not a few others who have broken through. After the actual combat in the morning, Wang Tu looked around the scene and said expressionlessly, "It's okay, we will go to the Heavenly Soul Forest to practice in the afternoon, take the city as the unit." Asterisk. Chapter 33. Many people were shocked. This is the first field battle of the special training camp, and it is also the second battle with a city as a unit. The last time was 3 days ago. Don't ask. The question is that Daijing headed by Ye Feng is crushing the audience. Up to now, Zhou Kaiyuhan and other Tianjiao still seem to give up and struggle. After listening to Wang Tu's words, everyone subconsciously looked at the students of Daijing. Unconsciously began to envy. Damn it, Daijing Yushen must be the first in efficiency. Not only other cities have this idea, but also Xiaoyan and the others. Hat. This time, each city will be divided into 4 groups. Wang Tu said, take the city as a large unit and a group as a small unit. Let the respective captains divide it by themselves. After the division is complete, we will set off. Ye Feng looked at the crowd and said, there are 20 of us in total, that is to say, a group of 5. Well, so Ji Tian leads a team, Zhang Duo leads a team, and Lin Hao leads a team. How do you feel? No one disagreed with this plan. Then it's time to start picking people. Ye Feng picked Xiaoyan and other 4 weak ones. The 4 teams are basically level in terms of strength. Of course, everyone knows that Ye Feng can't use common sense. One person can handle a group of this stuff. The Heavenly Soul Forest is located on the outskirts of the magic capital. Like the Tian Shao Mountains, it is one of the gathering places for low-level soul masters. 2 hours later, under the leadership of Wang Tu and Qi Chen, everyone came to the outskirts of the forest. The group walked out of the fighter plane and looked around. The time period is 2 days. In these 2 days, everyone try to kill as many alien beasts as possible. Qi Chen said, in terms of safety, Wang Zhen and I will try our best to ensure that. Of course, the forest is too big. If there is an accident, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. As soon as this statement came out, many people present changed slightly. This means that survival in the wild today is life-threatening. Wang Tu sneered, does this scare you little brats? President Qi didn't say it directly enough. The so-called guarantee as much as possible means that it depends on the mood. Do you understand? Immediately, everyone's heart sank. Although they were only practicing at the outermost periphery, and the powerful soul beasts had already been cleaned up in advance. But there are always fish that slip through the net. Xiao Yan and Hu Yuri belonged to Ye Feng's team. At this moment, they all feel at ease. And Lin Hao's team members became more and more envious. Okay, let's go. Qi Chen said, remember, if you are in distress, you can only help the students in your city, and others are not allowed to help. After saying this, Qi Chen and Wang Tuyuze got on the fighter plane. The fighter plane floated into the air and disappeared into the clouds. Let's go. Ye Feng waved his hand. 2 hours later. Xiao Yan and Hu Yuru stared at Ye Feng eagerly. Ye Feng put away the sword of nothingness and Wuhan looked indifferent. Boss, can you let us practice as well? Hu Yuru smiled bitterly. In the past 2 hours, they encountered 12 soul beasts. In the end, it was all solved by Ye Feng. Those who are a little stronger are just fine. Some 500-year-old soul beast Hu Yuru wanted to practice and was killed by Ye Feng before she could pass. Although it felt good to lie down and do nothing, but Wang Tu was given the task. If the task is not completed, the punishment is chilling. Oh! Ye Feng nodded, go kill you, I didn't stop you. After Ye Feng finished speaking, everyone rolled their eyes. We thought, the question is, have you given it a chance? When did you encounter a near miss that you didn't solve with one stroke? A time with strong strength freezes, and there is no chance at all, okay? Ye Feng shrugged, so don't blame me. It is rare to enter the wild, Ye Feng is reluctant to let go of every soul beast. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. In 2 hours, Ye Feng has already earned 400 spirit points, so this is a good opportunity to waste. Swish! At this moment, there was a sound in the distant jungle. A few days ago, everyone cooperated, and everyone stood in their own positions and possessed their spirits. When Ye Feng grouped together, he considered strong attack and control as well as support. So the strength of each group is very comprehensive. It looks like a red-striped ant. Hu Yuru felt a little dignified on her face after sensing it, Captain, we're probably in trouble. The red-striped ant is an outlier among ants. Unlike other ant soul beasts, they like to fight alone. Since it is a single combat strength, there is no need to say. Adult red-striped ants have at least the strength of one silver star. Ye Feng nodded, get ready to fight. Just finished speaking, an ant the size of a buffalo walked out of the forest. The ants have red lines on their bodies. If you look closely, the lines flow slowly like blood. A pair of eyes are extremely cold and terrifying. Silver 3 stars. After sensing the strength of the red-striped ants, Hu Yuru's pretty face turned pale. Xiao Yan and the others also had the same expression, and their hearts were raised in their throats. Great! Who knew that Ye Feng's eyes lit up? The strength of the previous soul beasts was average, which made him a little boring. After hearing Ye Feng's words, everyone was ashamed. Hu Yuru reminded, Boss, you have to be careful. Before the words were finished, the red-striped ant opened its wide mouth and rushed over quickly. Buzz! The time clock was possessed, and a purple spirit ring appeared under his feet. Time freezes. Not contrary to Ye Feng's expectations, the speed of the red-striped ants plummeted. However, the red-striped ant is stronger, and although the speed has dropped significantly, it has not been set in place for the first time. Seeing this scene, Hu Yuru and the others' eyes widened. This, even the silver 3 stars are affected. You must know that the age of the red-striped ants with silver 3 stars has reached 600 years. The red-striped ant's not-so-smart head suddenly panicked. It found itself in a quagmire that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. Even, the speed is still getting slower and slower. Ye Feng didn't waste time, the sword of nothingness appeared. Space blade. The space instantly condensed into a 30-meter-long blade. Immediately in the shock of Hu Yuru and others, the space blade hit the red-striped ant at an incredible speed. Asterisk. Chapter 34. The Void God Blade controls the power of space, so the most difficult part of this space blade is that its speed is too fast. In exchange for ordinary soul skills, there is a certain distance between them and the target. The space blade can ignore this distance and hit directly. Therefore, in the induction of Hu Yuru and others, the space blade seemed to appear directly on the top of the red-striped ant's head. The ant's defense is pretty good. But in front of the space blade, it doesn't look enough. Pfft! The red-striped ants that were struggling to break free from the solidification of time were immediately cut in half. The wound was so smooth that even the blood had not had time to flow out. As the most powerful weapon spirit, the sharpness of the Void God sword is unimaginable. Is this dead? Hu Yuru refreshed her understanding of Ye Feng again. On the other hand, Xiao Yan and the others were shocked and adored. If Ye Feng wasn't there, they might have been wiped out. However, this outrageous red-striped ant was like an ant in the face of Ye Feng, and had no resistance. Just when Ye Feng was looking forward to getting more martial arts points. Ding! Successfully killed the red-striped ant and obtained a true martial soul stone. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Holy crap, what a surprise! The spirit stone can increase the life of the spirit ring by 600 years. Originally, Ye Feng thought that this thing should be extremely rare. But now it seems that the explosion rate is very high. At the same time, a yellow spirit ring appeared on the corpse of the red-striped ant. Ye Feng looked at everyone with a look of admiration. Does anyone want it? The 4 Hu Yuru shook their heads at the same time. Immediately, Hu Yuru adored with divine light in her beautiful eyes. Boss, you are really unfathomable. You thought Ye Feng had reached the limit. As a result, people are just getting started. You think Ye Feng defeated Zhou Kaiyuhan with all his strength, but in fact, they didn't take it seriously at all. Such a man made Hu Yuru full of the desire to conquer. Ye Feng gave Hu Yuru a deep look. Xiao Hu, this idiom is inappropriate for a man, right? What? Hu Yuru was stunned. Immediately, Her pretty face blushed and her eyes widened provocatively. You can try my depth. Ye Feng showed a mysterious smile, but he could understand it in seconds. Okay, let's talk in simple terms when we find a chance. Pooh! Hu Yuru was instantly defeated. She just has a more outgoing personality and a strong mouth. When encountering an old-fashioned embryo like Ye Feng, Hu Yuru, a big girl with a yellow flower, is no match for her. Ha. Seeing Hu Yuru shriveled, Ye Feng felt good. Then he looked at the corpse of the red-striped ant. Look to see if there are soul cores. Ye Feng summoned the sword of nothingness and began to dissect the corpse. The soul core is where the soul power of soul beasts condenses, and there are not many bronze-level soul beasts. But there are almost all silver-level soul beasts. The Void God knife is really suitable for dissection. After a few seconds, a pale red fist-sized soul nucleus came into view. Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. Although the soul core of the soul beast contains a lot of soul power, the effect is even better than the soul crystal. But it cannot be absorbed directly. Because this is the soul power of the soul beast, rashly absorbing it will cause the soul power in the body to be disordered, and at worst, it will be utterly insane. This thing is usually sold to Soul Crystal Mining Group. The soul core of the red-striped ant is about 80,000 yuan on the market. I hope to have more spirit stones. Ye Feng was in a very good mood. Just rushing to the martial soul true stone, I can't slack off these 2 days. This time the field experience area is very large. Except for the team that met Lin Hao at the beginning, the other teams had never met. And because Wang Tu and the others had cleared the field ahead of time, there were only 298 of them in the huge area. Suddenly it was getting dark. Ye Feng roughly estimated that he had killed at least 50 soul beasts. In addition to the previous ones, Ye Feng's martial soul point has now reached as many as 5,000. During this period, some inconspicuous Ye Feng asked Hu Yuru and the others to kill them. And the bronze peak and above were shot by Ye Feng himself. It's just that there has never been a spirit real stone. This made Ye Feng secretly feel a pity. Brother Feng, it's getting dark. Xiao Yan asked. No one was injured in this day's battle. The time with Ye Feng is frozen, and often people are solved by Ye Feng as soon as they encounter a crisis. So 4 people worship at the same time, also very grateful. Ye Feng looked around. Sleeping in the wild is very dangerous. There are not many soul beasts during the day, but at night they all come out for food. I'm watching, you can sleep if you want. Ye Feng said, let's set off in 3 hours, we can't stay in place anymore. It's still half an hour before dark. In addition, some soul beasts often haunt late at night, so sleeping for 3 hours is fine. But once it's late at night, it won't work. And we all have to move. Otherwise, it is easy to be targeted by powerful soul beasts. These soul beasts are very sensitive to the breath of human beings. Okay, thank you Brother Feng. Brother Feng has worked hard. Brother Feng, I'm going to warm the bed for you. The 3 Xiao Yan were moved and thanked. They were indeed a little tired from running around this day. Said the 3 of them took the time to find a comfortable place to lie down. Hu Yuru, you can sleep too. Ye Feng said. Hu Yuru flipped her hair, her charming eyes with a smile. If I don't accompany you in the long night, you will be so lonely. Ye Feng raised his brows. That's all for now, let's be friends with Bao Bao. Come. Hu Yuru intends to get back on the scene, and has a very proud capital. Who is afraid of who? Asterisk. Chapter 35. Ye Feng walked over to Hu Yuru and said, what are you waiting for? You. Hu Yuru looked stiff, this guy didn't play cards according to the routine. Come on, it's only 3 hours. Ye Feng said while unzipping the zipper. This time, Hu Yuru was frightened. You don't come here. Hu Yuru stretched out her jade hand to block her face in front of her chest. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng smiled proudly. How dare this woman provoke me? Hu Yuru was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that she had been tricked. Hey, I'm PD off. Hu Yuru was so angry that she was helpless to Ye Feng. Drip 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 drip. Ye Feng was about to speak when a sudden alarm sound came from the watch. Someone is in danger. Ye Feng and Hu Yuru said at the same time. This is what Wang Tu sent to everyone before they came. It can locate each other's position, whether it is saving people or teamwork, it is very helpful. It's Ji Tian's team. Each team has a different color. After identifying it, Ye Feng said, Hu Yuru, wake up everyone, and then don't walk around here, I'll go take a look. Since they can make Ji Tian and the others call for help, they must be very strong soul beasts. Hu Yuru and the others went to no avail. Hu Yuru nodded with a complicated look. She is a genius in the second middle school. Even among the senior high school students in the country, her talent is the top. Although it may seem out of place, I am very proud of it. But now they can't help quickly, which makes Hu Yuru a little bit shocked. At the same time, it is 1 kilometer away from Ye Feng's place. Ji Tian and the 4 team members were all injured. The others were better. Ji Tian's clothes were stained with blood, and his eyes were filled with deep exhaustion and irritability. Like Ye Feng's plan, he planned to let the team members sleep for a while, and then move on when it was late at night. But unfortunately, a ghost leopard who was foraging found them. The strength of this ghost leopard is 6-star silver, and it is a 720-year-old soul beast. The nether leopard's defense is average, but its speed is extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that the whole body is completely black and perfectly fits the current night, it is quite difficult for everyone to cope. Even if Ji Tian used some trump cards from the family, it didn't work. The ghost leopard with a height of about 2 meters is considered an average size among the soul beasts. However, the muscles on his body are very conspicuous, and there are bursts of black mist when he walks around. What about the captain? Someone behind Ji Tian said in despair. At this time, Wang Tu has not yet appeared, indicating that the situation here has not yet been discovered. Just as Ji Tian was about to speak, the nether leopard suddenly disappeared. Not good. After Ji Tian finished speaking, the Zidian Chigenlong martial soul let out a deafening roar. He wanted to use his martial spirit to bring some oppression to the nether leopard. Facts have proved to be useful. After all, Zidian Chigenlong is a top-level beast martial arts. But the effect is too small, at most it will make the nether leopard's strength drop a little bit. The moment the nether leopard disappeared, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Everyone stood back to back, looking flustered. It is also fortunate that the special training camp has not lacked actual combat and cooperation during this time, otherwise these people may have been wiped out. Call out! A burst of wind came from everyone's ears. However, no one saw the nether leopard. Call out! After a few seconds, there was another cracking sound. The expressions of several people changed. The unknown is the most terrifying, and everyone's psychological pressure is getting stronger and stronger. Even Ji Tian couldn't help being irritated. But he dared not act rashly. If there is a slight error, he may be bitten by the nether leopard, and he has encountered it before. Pfft! Just when everyone was on guard, Chen Biao behind Ji Tian heard something torn apart. Looking down, there was an arm-length scratch on the abdomen. What? Chen Biao screamed in fright, and the blood began to drip at this time. This call made everyone who was on the verge of collapse completely collapsed. Ji Tian's expression changed, don't panic. However, it is useless. The formation was instantly broken up, and Chen Biao clutched his stomach in pain and kept giving himself medicine. Everyone, don't move, just stand in formation if you don't want to die. Ji Tian's face was extremely ugly, and he felt that this time it was really dangerous. With Ji Tian's efforts to maintain, the formation finally recovered. Immediately, Ji Tian handed Chen Biao a bottle of blood tonic. Strange, why don't you continue to attack? Ji Tian had some doubts in his heart. The formation of everyone dispersed just now, which is a perfect opportunity for the nether leopard. As long as you shoot, you will definitely be able to take one. Even he would be hit hard. When Chen Biao took the good medicine, everyone reacted. It's too quiet now. Ji Tian was very vigilant in his heart, there must be demons when things go wrong. Wow! But at this moment, a shrill roar came from a distance. Ji Tian's face changed, it was the nether leopard. Chen Biao and the others also reacted, and they were all ecstatic. Haha, it's the teacher who made the move. Chen Biao almost cried with joy. Great, we don't have to die. Wow, you scared me to death. All fell to the ground at the same time. Ji Tian sensed for a while and suddenly froze, something was wrong. If Wang Tu and the others had shot, the nether leopard would have already died. But now, there is still a fight in the distance. Not a teacher. Ji Tian murmured, and suddenly his face changed slightly, it's Ye Feng. Asterisk. Chapter 36. In the jungle 100 meters away. The ghost leopard let out an angry and helpless roar. When it had just eaten and was wandering around, it ran into Ji Tian and his group. The greedy nether leopard for human flesh chose to attack decisively. It went smoothly all the way, and even the ghost leopard had the idea of playing with these humans. But just after sneaking a sneak attack on a human kid, the nether leopard sensed Ye Feng's breath. Although this human being is not strong, it has a faint sense of crisis in it. Only then did they give up on Chen Biao and the others turned to Ye Feng. It has to be said that the training in the special training camp greatly increased Ye Feng's ability to predict. When the nether leopard was almost invisible and planned to attack Ye Feng immediately used time to freeze. Then, it was time for the nether leopard to be helpless and angry. Although the ghost leopard is strong, and the speed is like a ghost. But after falling into the freezing of time, its speed is no different from that of the dying old man. While roaring hard, he tried his best to step out with his front paws. But no matter how hard the nether leopard tried, the speed never improved. Even, with the passage of time, the speed of the ghost leopard is getting slower and slower. That's the scary thing about the time clock. As the incarnation of time, the soul skill of time freezing will become stronger and stronger as time passes. In exchange for ordinary soul skills, it is almost impossible to have the ability to increase the effect over time. Still struggling. Ye Feng was not angry. If I hadn't been careful enough, mud might have been attacked just now. Buzz. Immediately, the Void God sword appeared. After seeing the sword of nothingness, the nether leopard, who was struggling, showed a hint of horror. At that moment just now, its sense of crisis was elevated to the extreme. Ouch! Immediately, the nether leopard struggled even more intensely. With a much stronger strength than Ye Feng, the nether leopard was really a little bit faster. But, only a little bit. Buzz! A yellow spirit ring appeared under Ye Feng's feet. Immediately, the space in front of him condensed into a 30-meter-long blade. This blade Ye Feng can clearly perceive. But the ghost leopard couldn't see it. It can only vaguely feel as if it is locked by something. At this moment, Ji Tian and the others came over. It sure is him. Ji Tian didn't have many surprises after seeing Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng was the only one who dared to come after knowing his situation. But when he saw the state of the nether leopard, he was immediately confused. Is this still that ghostly leopard? Are you sure it's not a tortoise? At this time, the speed of the ghost leopard is similar to that of a child who has just learned to walk. It seems to have been slowed down countless times. His soul ability has even been affected by the nether leopard. At this moment, Ji Tian had a creepy feeling. Ye Feng. Where is his limit? With the strength of the 4 bronze stars to control the 6 silver stars, is this the horror of the time clock? As expected of the strongest martial spirit in history. Call out! In the sluggishness of several people, the space blade landed instantly. Ow! Immediately, the nether leopard let out a shrill roar again. Only this time it hurts. Pfft! The incomparably sharp space blade sank into the back of the nether leopard. Although the nether leopard was not cut in half, the terrifying wound still caused the nether leopard to be fatally injured. The moment the breath fell, the strength of the nether leopard's struggle suddenly decreased. Immediately, it was completely frozen by time. Seeing this scene, even Ji Tian, who knew that Ye Feng was strong, was not calm. This F***ck just beat us to the death. Now it's been abolished directly by Half-Life? Chen Biao covered his stomach and his eyes were about to kick out. Ye Feng with 4 bronze stars actually inflicted heavy damage on the ghost leopard with 6 silver stars? OMG, I must be dreaming. Sure enough, we still have to improve our strength. Ye Feng was a little disappointed when he saw that the nether leopard was not killed by a single blow. If Ji Tian and the others knew about this, they would be severely beaten. Call out. Then Ye Feng made another cut. If this ghostly leopard, known for its speed, still has thoughts at this moment, it will definitely be shocked by the speed of the space blade. Compared to the space blade, its proud speed is a joke. After an instant, the huge body of the nether leopard was cut open. Ding! Successfully kill the ghost leopard to trigger a rare reward, get a dead ghost wolf soul ring. The moment the ghost leopard died, the system prompt sounded. What? At first Ye Feng thought it was martial soul point, but then his body trembled. Immediately, the light in the eyes skyrocketed. FK. F***ck. Ye Feng didn't expect that the system could even reward spirit rings. At this moment, Ye Feng almost couldn't control himself and wanted to scream in the sky. Before he asked what rewards the system could get. But the system says it needs to explore on its own. In addition, this day is mostly dominated by martial arts points. Therefore, Ye Feng felt that the rarest thing might be the spirit stone. He never dreamed of having a spirit ring. When Ye Feng's mental power was introduced into the storage space that came with the system, a soul ring emitting purple light came into his mind. Immediately afterwards, information about the spirit ring skills flooded in. Lying, trough. Ye Feng trembled with excitement. The soul skill of the Death Wolf soul ring is called Death Withering. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Simply put, it is to increase the target's time flow rate to the extreme, thereby greatly reducing the target's lifespan. This kind of soul skill is unheard of. As for the Death Wolf, this is a legendary soul beast that has now disappeared. It is said that in a long time ago, the dead wolf was the apostle of the god of death. In Ye Feng's view, this should be equivalent to Erlang god and howling dog. So strong, so strong. Ye Feng clenched his fists and couldn't be more excited. This feeling is much more exciting than 10 million in the previous life. Ye Feng could even imagine the scene where his opponent would die of old age with a single thought. Controlling life and death is more terrifying than the freezing of time. Haha, I can't control life, but I can control death. Ye Feng's mind was filled with these second-class words. Rare rewards. Ye Feng quickly asked, System, what is the probability of rare rewards? Back to the host, the probability of rare rewards is very low. The system replied. It's possible. Ye Feng couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Even if the probability is low, it will happen sooner or later. According to the specifications of this time, no matter what it is, as long as it is rare, it is definitely the best. Time-type soul beasts are too rare. Coupled with the ability to have time, it often lives in various time dimensions, which is extremely difficult for ordinary people to find. For example, Ye Feng's first soul ring, the Time Mysterious Turtle, is like this. It is said that the Time Mysterious Turtle will cycle back and forth between today and tomorrow. Where can you find this ability? So Ye Feng was also very troubled about his next soul ring. This was one of the reasons why he didn't use up all his martial soul points. But now, the system is one-stop service. Soul ring hard to find? Give the spirit ring. The age of the spirit ring is not enough? Give you the age. It feels really good to hang up. Ye Feng grinned. Ji Tian and the others on the side looked horrified. What happened to this great god? Ever since he killed the nether leopard, he has been shocked and excited for a while. Well, killing the silver soul beast with the strength of bronze is indeed something to be proud of. Chen Biao asked himself if he wanted to take pictures and post them on the internet as soon as possible. I have to improve myself as soon as possible. Ye Feng took a deep breath and couldn't hide his excitement. Once you reach the bronze great perfection, you can absorb the soul ring of the dead wolf. And after reaching the silver level, with these 2,000-year-old spirit rings, Ye Feng's physical fitness will also be greatly improved. At that time, the spirit bones attached to the void dragon eagle given to him by the chess king can also be absorbed. By that time, my combat power and self-protection ability will be greatly improved. Ye Feng is full of great expectations for the next day. Immediately, Ye Feng's gaze towards Ji Tian became full of affection. If it weren't for this guy's bad luck, I wouldn't have this harvest. It's a bit rude to say that, but it's true. Ye Feng, thank you for your kindness. Seeing Ye Feng looking at him, Ji Tian said sincerely, I owe you my life. Cough cough. Ye Feng coughed lightly, why do you feel ashamed? Chen Biao and the other four also thanked them one after another. At the same time, Ye Feng was in the sky above their area. A fighter jet emitting white light was suspended at 5,000 meters. On the fighter plane, Wang Tu and Qi Chen looked at each other. Immediately, Qi Chen sighed, Daijing University is so lucky. In fact, the two felt it from the moment the nether leopard attacked Ji Tian. It's just that the two of them didn't make a move but quietly watched. In addition to improving everyone's actual combat ability, the most important point of this field experience is to experience crises to improve mentality. Originally, Wang Tu planned to wait until Ji Tian and the others were seriously injured before going down. But who knew that Ye Feng was here? Wang Tu and Qi Chen were both nervous at first. After all, it was a 6-star silver leopard. And what happened next was beyond the expectations of the two bosses. Until now, both of them didn't react. Wang Tu glanced at Qi Chen and said nothing, thinking that this kid is from the army and has nothing to do with your education system. Up to 10 years, Ye Feng should be able to surpass us. Qi Chen exclaimed. Wang Tu said, 10 years? Cut. I think Ye Feng only needs 5 years. Qi Chen was stunned and nodded immediately. 300 years ago, the amazing man who possessed the sword of nothingness became the leader of the great masters in just 10 years. And if the one of the time clock hadn't been targeted by the soul beast too early, he might have become the 4th pillar of the human race long ago. Qi Chen thought of this, and so did Wang Tu. Wang Tu's face gradually became colder. This kid is not famous enough yet, and when he becomes more famous, he will inevitably be targeted by soul beasts. Yeah, those overlords won't let Ye Feng grow up. Qi Chen nodded, I don't know if Lord Suzaku knows about this. Wang Tu said, no matter what, we must buy time for these children. It's natural. Qi Chen said, don't take it lightly. It is not easy for the human race to have today's situation, but the powerhouse among the soul beasts has gradually recovered. The next situation will be more and more troublesome. The appearance of Ye Feng has given hope to the high-level officials like Wang Tu and the powerhouses who know some secrets. And today's human race, it can be said that the most lack is hope. Seeing that Ye Feng had joined Hu Yuru and the others, Qi Chen suddenly said, my granddaughter has reached the age to talk about marriage. As soon as this statement came out, Wang Tu sneered, haha, who started talking about marriage at the age of 12? Shameless. If you want Ye Feng to be your grandson-in-law, it depends on your age. Hehe, there is time. Qi Chen smiled. This Ye Feng, the more you look at it, the more satisfied you are. Wang Tu is indifferent, Damn it, why do I have no granddaughter? That stinky boy at home gave birth to a grandson for me, and the grandson is very useful. Asterisk. Chapter 38. How's it going? Hu Yuru and Xiao Yan came up at the same time with concerned expressions. After Ye Feng left, Xiao Yan and the others woke up. It's nothing, it's settled. Ye Feng said lightly. How to solve it? Hu Yuru asked curiously. It should be a very strong existence that can get Ji Tian and the others into trouble. Ye Feng didn't hide it and said casually, it's just a ghostly leopard with 6 silver stars. Don't worry, it has been killed, and it will not pose a threat to everyone. Oh. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly froze. What? Hu Yuru's voice became sharp. Be 6 stars. Be quiet. Ye Feng frowned and said, aren't you afraid of dying at night? Hu Yuru hurriedly shut up, then lowered her voice and said, you can even kill 6 silver stars. Xiao Yan and the others almost worshipped him on the knees. Yes, I've asked here and there, is it annoying? Ye Feng said impatiently. Big guy. Hu Yuru was instantly adored. With this talent, this strength, and his incomparably handsome appearance, you can't close your legs at all, okay? The next evening. The 2-day field experience has come to an end. Ye Feng looked at his panel. 8,530 martial soul has been ordered, do you want to advance now? Ye Feng hesitated. The spirit ring that has broken through to silver already exists, and the outer spirit bone of the void dragon eagle is also constantly seducing him in the storage space. This temptation is not ordinary. But Ye Feng also has his own concerns. If the strength increases too fast, it will attract more people's attention. It is actually better to improve during the summer vacation after the special training camp. After thinking about it, Ye Feng made a decision. Raise 2 stars first. Anyway, I'm practicing now, and everyone's strength has improved during this time, so 2 stars won't attract much attention. With the thought, Ye Feng finished adding points. Host, Ye Feng. Realm, Bronze 6 stars. Martial Soul, Void God Sword. Soul Ring. 1 Void Crocodile, 500 years, Space Blade. Martial Soul, Time Clock. Soul Ring. 1 Time Mysterious Turtle, 1000 years, Time Freeze. Martial Soul Point, 7130. FK, there are so many in the back. After the strength was improved, Ye Feng also saw the martial soul points that the following stars needed. Bronze 6 to Bronze 7 requires 1500 spirit points, while 7 liter 8 reaches 3000. 8 liters 9 is also doubled, requiring 6000 martial arts points. You must know that Wuhan points are all money. There's a long way to go. It is still 2870 martial soul points away from Bronze 9 stars. Team Leader. Hu Yuru looked at Ye Feng in a daze curiously and said, should we go back? Ye Feng nodded, let's go. As he spoke, he took everyone out of the depressing forest. This day can be said to be a surprise. With Ye Feng there, Hu Yuru and the others were not worried about their own survival at all. As for the task of this experience, everyone has exceeded it. Of course, Ye Feng's help is indispensable here. After leaving the forest, many teams have returned. Ye Feng glanced at it and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Except for a very small number, basically everyone is injured. A boy from Linzhou No. 2 middle school even broke a leg. If Wang Tu hadn't arrived in time, maybe this guy would have become a pile of POO now. Seeing Ye Feng and the others returning almost without damage, everyone was a little stunned. Immediately, Zhou Yu glanced at Lin Hao resentfully. It can be said that they followed Lin Hao for the past 2 days. I didn't think there was anything at first, but the contrast gap came out immediately. Tisk tisk, so miserable. Hu Yuru gave everyone a stab in the heart. Did everyone go to the same place? Immediately, everyone's expressions became more and more resentful. Not long after, a few more teams returned. Zhang Duoer's round face was stained with dust and blood. Obviously these 2 days are not easy. Ye Feng, you guys. After watching for a while, Zhang Duoer's eyes widened. Did you not go or did you? Duoer, we just came back. Hu Yuru took Zhang Duoer's hand and chatted. After a while, Zhang Duoer suddenly felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. She was chased by a group of black-horned pigs for more than 10 kilometers last night. During the day, a teammate accidentally stepped on a bird's egg, which resulted in the pursuit of 2 silver 2-star big birds. This day, almost all spent in escape. It's all your fault. Zhang Duoer looked at the players next to her angrily. That person is even more aggrieved. I am the worst, okay? If it wasn't for his quick response, he would be a one-egg man at this moment. As he said that, he glanced at his crotch with lingering fears, only to feel that there was still a dull pain somewhere. Ye Feng looked at Zhang Duoer out of the corner of his eye. Yes, it is indeed a battle armor of the royal heaven. After so much, I didn't get hurt. After waiting for a while, everyone returned. Wang Tu already knew everyone's achievements and didn't say anything. The fighter jet shot into the sky with a swoosh. After returning to the imperial capital, they all went back to rest and make up for their sleep. And Ye Feng came to the Wuhan room. There is still a lot of room for improvement in his control of the spirit and the use of spirit power. According to Wang Tu, the stronger the strength, the more difficult it will be to lay a foundation. Since I don't plan to advance for the time being, I'll lay a solid foundation to prepare for the future. At the same time, the battle somewhere in the Shura world finally ended. Hong Zhen was drenched in blood in brass armor. Ha ha, Lao Zi is done here, Lao Wang is waiting to be abused by me. As he spoke, he stepped into a radiant teleportation formation. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Taikyo University. Wang Chuan opened his eyes as if feeling it. Crackling. Immediately, Wang Chuan got up slowly, and the bones all over his body made a crackling sound. It's also time to be active. I hope Lao Hong is more resistant to beatings than before. It disappeared instantly. Suburbs of Taikyo. Buzz. Before long, a tyrannical breath appeared. Pharaoh came out to fight. Hong Zhen's voice was so loud that he could hear it clearly even after a distance of 10 kilometers. The nearby low-level alien beasts fled after sensing the breath that made their scalps numb. Call out! As soon as Hong Zhen's voice fell, the sky was flickering. Immediately, these rays of light gathered and condensed into a human form. Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed, he knew who was coming. At the moment when the light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man with bald head said, Commander Hong is in good spirits. This is the imperial capital of the divine prison. Its strength is the same as Hong Zhen's king level. In terms of status, the two are also at the same level. Hong Zhen said with some dissatisfaction, Lian Zhenfo, what are you doing here without staying in the imperial capital? The divine prison is headed by the Dharma Venerable, and below it is the imperial capital. The duty of the imperial capital is to guard the imperial capital, but if there is a threat to the imperial capital will take action. Therefore, it is almost impossible to leave the imperial capital. Lian Zhen Buddha said without a smile, on the order of the Dharma Venerable, I came to the show. Just look at it, or help me, Lao Hong, to be a witness. Hearing the word Phelan Dafa, Hong Zhen didn't care, he laughed and said, that old boy from the provincial king's power won't admit the loss. Crash! At this moment, the sky suddenly shone with golden light. Hong Zhen looked over and said, why is the military counselor Lu here? Before he finished speaking, Lu Shanhe and Wang Chuan appeared in front of them together. Lu Shanhe is also a king, and his identity is the military counselor of Kuj. This is a position at the same level as the imperial capital, the overseer, and the president of Taikyo University. Chess Pavilion is known for its strategy, and the main responsibility of the military staff under his command is to formulate combat strategies. Simply put, it is a senior military officer. Under the military staff is Suanji, who is mainly responsible for divination and spying on heaven's secrets. Under the mystery is the chess guardian. Shi Suai, who gave Ye Feng the attached spirit bone before, was the chess protector. The chess guardians are all students of the chess king, and their duty is to help the chess king hold and manage chess. The chess guardian of the chess pavilion and the prisoner of the god's prison have similar strengths and the same level. For a time, the four great kings gathered in the suburbs, the situation changed, and a tyrannical breath to the extreme traveled for hundreds of kilometers. Lu Shanhe's temperament is much more refined than Lian Zhenfo and Hong Zhen. He was dressed in a green shirt and held a folding fan in his hand. At first glance, Lu Shanhe, who had a fair face, looked like a young man in his 20s, and seemed a little out of place among the four. Lu Shanhe, you came just in time. Today, you will be a witness to Lian Zhen Buddha. Hong Zhen said carelessly, some people in the province are also in debt. Wang Chuan unhurriedly took off his suit jacket. Stacked them neatly and put them in the storage ring. Only then did he say, Old Hong, let's not play fake games. 3 moves are sure to win or lose. They are all powerful superpowers, and if they play for a long time, their respective jobs will be paralyzed. Ha ha ha, well, it's still your old king who thought about it carefully and did it like this. Hong Zhen said, Pharaoh, Ye Feng will be mine after today. Stop talking nonsense, prepare the blood dragon crystal and the demon seal. The air of kingship is gradually rising. At the same time, there was a slender sword in his hand. Buzz! A peculiar roar sounded in Hong Zhen's body. Immediately, he continued to grow taller. It didn't take long for him to become a 30-meter tall golden ape man. Lian Zhenfo and Lu Shanhe looked at each other, and immediately spread their palms at the same time. A pitch-black space crack enveloped the four of them and disappeared into this world. The battle between the two kings can definitely cause the effect of heaven and earth torn apart. So Lian Zhenfo and Lu Shanhe teamed up to open up a temporary space for them to fight. Boom! The light group flickered in this temporarily opened space. Ordinary people here can't even catch the shadow of Hong Zhen and Wang Chuan. Lian Yetu, who do you think will win the two of them? Lu Shanhe said with interest. Opportunities like this are rare. Lian Zhenfo's eyes turned with the two of them, the old way, it must be a draw. Everyone is a peak king, and they know each other well. In addition, it is not a battle of life and death, so it is difficult to decide the winner. Lu Shanhe also nodded, he also thought so. This time, he and Lian Zhen Buddha came here to watch a play. On the other hand, it is to protect this land. After waiting for a while, Lian Zhenfo and Lu Shanhe raised their heads at the same time, it's time to decide the outcome. Far away, the golden giant slammed into the long sword exuding a fierce imposing manner. Boom! The space collapsed, and the aura of the collision swept and spread like a tsunami. Lian Zhenfo and Lu Shanhe laughed at the same time. Sure enough. As soon as the words fell, Hong Zhen and Wang Chuan ended their martial spirit possession at the same time. Wang Chuan took back his martial soul and looked at Hong Zhen with a smile. Hong Zhen was a little depressed. It was a draw. Old Hong, this matter is over. Wang Chuan stretched his waist and yawned, if you make me comfortable later, maybe I'll send Ye Feng to you to practice for a while when I'm happy. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Experience. Hong Zhen's eyes lit up, speaking is what? Oh, when did my kingship backtrack? According to Wang Quan's plan, he accepted Ye Feng as an introductory disciple after the first year of school. After that, a series of trainings for Ye Feng began. And naturally, the Shura world is indispensable. Wang Chuan estimated that he would be able to go when Ye Feng reached the gold level in his second year. At that time, the role of Hong Zhen as a tool person will be reflected. Hey, it's not in vain for me to praise you, Lao Wang, for your kindness. Hong Zhen was so happy that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. At the same time, Takeo University. Why are you calling me here? I still need to practice. Li Fengxian sat on the sofa carelessly and asked. In front of the desk, a young man with golden glasses smiled and said, do you still remember that you did martial soul awakening for the second high school affiliated to the imperial capital? I know, what's wrong? Li Fengxian was angry. He is a famous cultivator who doesn't even attend classes on weekdays. It's a thorn in the school again, and Li Fengxian's talent is extremely high and his strength is also crushing the same level, so the teacher is too lazy to care. In the end, he practiced well, and was pulled over by the student council president Gong Qingyu. If it was someone else, Li Feng would beat him up and go back to continue his practice. But this guy can't, he can't beat it. Gong Qingyu, a junior, is a super genius like Li Fengxian. Even the evildoers of those aristocratic families will be eclipsed in front of the two of them. Although Li Fengxian usually does not hate Gong Qingyu less often, he is convinced in his heart. Do you still remember Ye Feng? Gong Qingyu pushed his glasses and asked, looking like a weak scholar. Li Fengxian suddenly came to the spirit, nonsense, why do you have news about him? The special training camp is closed training. Li Feng wanted to know what happened to this super evildoer 2 days ago. Oh, yes. Gong Qingyu smiled slightly, yesterday Ye Feng killed a 6-star silver leopard. Oh, it's white, what? Li Feng got up with a sudden rush, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Seeing Li Fengxian's expression like this, Gong Qingyu's smile became even brighter. I'm going to be a senior soon, and I don't have time to take care of the student council. You work for 1 year, and when Ye Feng is a sophomore, you can throw it to him. How? Where did you get the information? Li Fengxian asked. The special training camp is very strict. In fact, this is mainly to prevent being targeted by soul beasts. There is also the myriad beast religion lurking in the human race. So unless the level is high enough, or the special training camp is over, it will be difficult to find out. I naturally have my channels. Gong Qingyu asked, Ye Feng, it's scary. This is the evaluation of being the strongest in Takeo University. Li Fengxian opened his mouth and laughed, is this too fast? How long has it been? It's interesting. It's very interesting. No, I have to work hard. Don't be surpassed by Ye Feng instead of Zhang Dashan. Gong Qingyu looked helpless, do you agree or not? The student union has great rights and benefits. Of course, there are a lot of things to manage, plus the Chaos Secret Realm is about to open, he really doesn't have so much energy. In addition, Zhang Dashan, Ji Ming of the Ji family, and Zhuoqiu Wushuan of the Zhuoqiu family have all made breakthroughs recently. If he doesn't try hard, he may be left behind. Is it possible that Ye Feng in the secret realm of chaos can catch up? Li Fengxian asked suddenly. If they can catch up, then the group of them will simply meet the gods and kill the gods. Gong Qingyu smiled, what do you think? I don't know, I'm not from the chess pavilion. Li Fengxian patted his butt and left, I'm too lazy to deal with the student union, you can find someone else. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 7 days, Ye Feng's use of soul power has reached 21%. In addition, under Wang Tu's careful guidance, Ye Feng's compatibility with the time clock and the void sword has also increased a lot. After testing, the compatibility of the dual martial arts reached 25% at the same time. This is already the limit of Ye Feng's strength. If you want to improve, you can only improve the realm. Not only Ye Feng was satisfied with this result, but Wang Tu also secretly admired it. The last day of the project is the assessment. The assessment will be graded according to the results, and only those who reach the S grade can get the places to go directly to the 3 major universities. This morning, 298 students stood in the gymnasium. There are still 10 minutes before the assessment. The content of the assessment is very simple: battle. Only the strong can qualify. For Ye Feng, this assessment was just a passing test. He had already been admitted to Taijing University in advance. Compared with other people's nervousness, Ye Feng seemed very calm. Wang Tu and Qi Chen stood at the front and waited quietly. They are waiting for the big guys to watch this assessment. In a short time, the surrounding space oscillated. Immediately, 8 terrifying breaths came side by side from the door. The crowd looked back. These 8 people are Kaj Military Counselor Lu Shanhe, Shanayu Yadolian Zhen Buddha, Taijing University President Wang Chuan, Modu University President Mu Tian, Central South University President Chu Yang, and the heads of the 3 great families. The top 5 of the 8 are king-level powerhouses. And the 3 great family patriarchs are the pinnacles of the great masters. When 8 people came to the gym, everyone felt a lot of pressure. Wang Tu said, "Students, the assessment starts now." Asterisk. Chapter 41. Lu Shanhe and the others did not sit aloft like they did in their previous lives. Instead, find a place to sit cross-legged. Although everyone knew that some big people would watch this assessment, they never expected that there would be so many big figures this year. In previous years, only the principals of the 3 major colleges and the 3 great families participated, but this year even the military staff of Kaj and the imperial prisoners of God prison came. You must know that the representatives of these 2 major forces are usually the existence of Shenlong, who sees the beginning and does not see the end. Not to mention them, even some diamond powerhouses may not be able to see them. However, everyone did not discuss, but was full of fighting spirit. Whether it is the chess pavilion or the divine prison, they are all superpowers. If it can enter their eyes, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a step to the sky. According to the result of yesterday's lottery, number 1 Lu Bo will face number 127 Kui Yu. Wang Tu said. This time the assessment adopts the mode of 2-to-2 battles. It is not necessary for everyone to decide the winner, but to fight for 1 minute. With the eyesight of the big guys, 1 minute is enough to see everything. So the battle went on quickly. Lu Shanhe's eyes were all on Ye Feng. Before Lu Shanhe and Lian Zhenfo didn't know about Ye Feng, the Chess King and Dharma Venerable later revealed 1 or 2 of the follow-up arrangements. The 2 bosses were shocked and a little puzzled. Why didn't such a person draw over? Although neither Chess Pavilion nor Divine Prison selects high school students, it is not without exception. With Ye Feng's talent enough to enter these 2 major forces. However, both the Chess King and the Dharma Venerable were very indifferent to this, and directly pushed Ye Feng to the Vermilion Bird faction. This is somewhat surprising. As for the 3 aristocratic families, it is obvious that they have already known the situation for the past 2 weeks. He also looked at Ye Feng from time to time. Ji Chen, the head of the Ji family, Zhuoqiu Binghe, the head of the Zhuoqiu family, and Zhang Wuji, the head of the Zhang family, laughed lightly after watching for a while. This little guy is here, I'm afraid a large number of geniuses will be hit. Ji Chen smiled and said, not holding any grudge because Ji Tian was crushed. The 3 aristocratic families are all loyal ministers and heroes of the human race. They are very happy that a super genius like Ye Feng can appear in the human race. It's good to strike, otherwise, one's eyes are higher than the top. Zhang Wuji said indifferently, there is no doubt that the first among peers is already there, it just depends on how far Ye Feng can go. The cold-tempered Zhuoqiu Binghe said, you mean, he has a chance to surpass Wushuan and the others. Zhuoqiu Wushuan is just 22 years older than Zhuoqiu Han, and the first in the younger generation of Zhuoqiu's family. In terms of talent, Zhuoqiu Wushuan also surpasses Zhuoqiu Han's. And the strength is now a 6-star gold. The 20-year-old golden 6-star is incredible. Who can tell the future? Zhang Wuji seemed to be thinking. Ji Chen subconsciously glanced at Zhang Wuji, you are very optimistic about this little guy. Old man, don't forget that your daughter is already married. Speaking of this, Zhang Wuji has a headache. To be honest, he doesn't like that Wu Sisong very much. But there is no reason to regret the water that is poured out of the words spoken. Before, I thought that Wu Sisong was very talented. Although he couldn't compare to Zhang Dashan and the others, he was already an extremely powerful existence among the younger generation. But after learning about Ye Feng, Zhang Wuji wanted to go back. Of course, it's mainly because my daughter doesn't like Wu Sisong. My daughter didn't like it, and I didn't like it very much either. In addition, there was Ye Feng, a monster who was enough to cover up all geniuses. Zhang Wuji's thoughts did change a bit. The 8 bosses chatted in low voices while watching the battle. Soon it was Ye Feng's turn. According to yesterday's draw, Ye Feng's opponent happened to be Hu Yuru. If it weren't for the fact that the assessment was not based on victory or defeat, Hu Yuru would have simply abstained. Start. After Wang Tu finished speaking, Ye Feng and Hu Yuru possessed their martial spirits at the same time. Although everyone knows Ye Feng's martial spirit, it's the first time they've seen him. Except for kingship. Wang Chuan crossed Erlang's legs and stared at Ye Feng with a smile, not knowing what he was thinking. Principal Wang, your school is very lucky. Chu Yang, president of Central South University, said quietly. Mu Tian on the side suddenly asked, Pharaoh, give Ye Feng to our school. As a condition, you can choose 10 geniuses. Wang Chuan and Chu Yang glanced at Mu Tian at the same time. Immediately, Wang Chuan smiled and said, okay, just give me Zhuoqi Wushuan and Zhang Dashan. Mu Tian's expression froze as soon as these words came out. These two are the capital and confidence of his Modu University. It is also the grasp of the next chaotic secret realm. Cough, when I didn't say it. Mu Tian is honest. 1 minute later, Ye Feng and Zhang Duo withdrew their martial spirits at the same time. Hu Yuru stuck out her pink tongue and said, Ye Feng, what if I can't get S? If you can't get S, you will die. Ye Feng said with a smile. Hu Yuru suddenly became anxious, you're going to die. Not far away, Zhang Wuji frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Ye Feng is so good, it seems that there are already many girls who have secretly promised. For some reason, Zhang Wuji felt a sense of urgency. Seeing his silly daughter, Zhang Wuji suddenly felt a little depressed. At noon, the examination is over. Wang Chuan and others already have judgments in their hearts. After the 8 people discussed it for a while, the assessment rating came out. Asterisk. Chapter 42. In the end, there were 7 people who got the S grade rating. This number is about the same as in previous years. After seeing the list, some people waved their fists excitedly. Others looked indifferent and seemed to have expected it. And Ye Feng, bored and yawned. According to the rules, the following 7 people have the qualifications to go directly to the 3 major universities. Wang Tu said, at the same time, according to the comprehensive performance, the top 3 are also ranked. The first is Ye Feng, the second is Zhou Kaiyuhan, and the third is Ji Tian. Ye Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the ranking. Because it means you can get more rewards. Sure enough, Wang Tu said, according to the rules, the first place can receive 800 low-grade soul crystals and a set of low-grade soul energy armor. The second place is 800 low-quality soul crystals. The third place is 600 low-quality soul crystals. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, he made a fortune. 800 low-grade soul crystals is 800,000, that is 8,000 martial soul points. Big money. However, this is nothing, the lower grade soul energy armor is more rare, and the price is immeasurable. This is the soul energy equipment newly developed by mankind, and it has not yet been put into commercial use. Its defensive power is determined by the user's strength, and it can defend against the full strength strike of the Golden Peak. For Ye Feng, this is equivalent to an extra life-saving trump card. In the future, if you go to the wild to hunt soul beasts, the soul energy armor can play a great role. Coupled with the order to suppress the prison given by the Dharma Venerable, it is perfect. After receiving the reward, Ye Feng happily put on the soul energy armor. Soul energy armor is quite magical, and its weight is similar to that of ordinary shirts. And there are 3 soul cores embedded in it. These soul cores are processed by special means and can be activated when the master is injured. On weekdays, the soul power in it will not be consumed. After the assessment, everyone's trip to the special training camp came to an end. In the dormitory, Ye Feng and others began to organize their belongings. After lunch, they will return to their cities under the leadership of their respective principals. When he thought that he would usher in a super explosive period next, Ye Feng was extremely looking forward to it. Zhang Duoer's dormitory. Zhang Wuji said with emotion, Duoer, it's not bad. Although they didn't get the top 3 in this ranking, their Zhang family's martial spirit was not known for its combat power. So Zhang Wuji is not surprised. Zhang Duoer heard the words and said, Dad, if you are here to persuade me, then you should give up your mind. Zhang Wuji was instantly happy. Duoer, I thought about it, that kid Wu Sisong is really not suitable for you. Zhang Duoer suddenly looked at Zhang Wuji as soon as she said this. A moment of vigilance. Zhang Wuji is good at everything, but it's too old-fashioned and takes too much face. What's the matter today? What do you want? Zhang Duoer asked. Cough, this marriage is not impossible to cancel. Zhang Wuji said, as long as you want to do it. It's a big deal to apologize to Wu Jianglin afterwards. Well, it's a bit of a hassle though. However, Zhang Wuji decided to cancel the engagement after considering many parties. This time, Zhang Duoer was stunned. After a while, Zhang Duoer said, Dad, are you enlightened? How to speak? Zhang Wuji said angrily, Wu Sisong is fine, but Dad has found a new person for you. As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Duoer rolled her eyes wildly. I knew it wasn't such a good thing. Dad, I said it all, I don't think about it now, why do you keep worrying about it? Zhang Duoer said angrily. Zhang Wuji sighed secretly when he heard the words. To be honest, he didn't really think about it, but the current situation of the human race was not very good. Maybe it won't be long before these great masters will go to the Shura world. If you can't come out alive, then it's absolutely unnecessary to arrange a future for your own children. It's just that this matter is a top secret, and no one knows about it except the high-level Terran and these very trustworthy grandmasters. Zhang Wuji didn't plan to reveal it either. Duoer, this person is more talented and more suitable. Zhang Wuji said, if you want, Dad will pull down this face and talk to that kid. No. Zhang Duoer said decisively, I don't want anyone. Dad, my focus now is on cultivation. I will consider this matter myself. Don't worry about it. From Zhang Duoer's point of view, Zhang Wuji might be looking at people from the other 2 great families. And those who meet this qualification are either Zhuoqi Wushuan or Ji Ming. Only their status can crush Wu Sisong. Duoer, actually, forget it. Zhang Wuji wanted to reveal this secret, but he finally held back. You have been classmates for half a month anyway, so you should all be familiar with it. Zhang Wuji said to himself, in addition, that kid's talent is unparalleled in the past and present, with him in the future, you will be safe and sound. Classmate. Zhang Duoer was stunned. Immediately, I don't know if I thought of something, Dad, who are you talking about? Oh, it's Ye Feng, the first place in this assessment. Zhang Wuji said, you are both a high school, and now you have the opportunity to get a helicopter. If you are also in Beijing University, you can get the moon first. After hearing that it was Ye Feng, Zhang Duoer's expression instantly became extremely exciting. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Duoer, you and Ye Feng are both classmates, so you should know the bottom line, right? If Ye Feng was here, he would definitely wave his hand humbly and say no, 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 Duoer's depth cannot accommodate the length of the younger generation. I don't need to talk about his talent. I can tell you that you don't want to, but the Ji family and Xiuoqiu's family are willing. And as far as I know, there are quite a few people who are paying Ye Feng's attention. Wu Sisong, you can disagree, but Ye Feng, you have to have dim sum. Anyway, you have to decide for the next 2 years. This is my bottom line, understand? Zhang Wuji said a lot to himself. Zhang Duoer's expression became more and more strange. Before, she was looking for Ye Feng specially, hoping that Ye Feng could help her convince Zhang Wuji. She knew how old-fashioned her father was, so even if Ye Feng helped Zhang Duoer, it wouldn't matter. She even planned to tell her father that Fei Ye Feng would not marry. However, the prepared remarks were of no use. Even without Ye Feng coming out in person, Dad's attitude completely changed. Why, you don't agree? Seeing Zhang Duoer not speaking, Zhang Wuji couldn't help but said solemnly, Duoer, you still don't know many things. It's not just me, everyone is arranging. What this means, Dad can't tell you, but you must know that time is running out. Don't look at us as the 3 major families, but even we may not be able to protect ourselves. This is the limit Zhang Wuji can say. Dad, you, me. Zhang Duoer didn't know what to say for a while. After thinking about it, he said, Dad, I have been looking for Ye Feng before. What? Zhang Wuji was stunned. Zhang Duoer did not hide it, and briefly explained the previous matter. Ha ha ha, good daughter, good daughter. Zhang Wuji happily closed his mouth, my daughter is amazing, she is much more promising than the great sage. Rest assured, completely at ease. Dad, what about me? This matter is completely over, I will tell Wu Jianglin in person. Zhang Wuji was very happy. Although Wu Jianglin is also a great master, he is also the chairman of Soul Crystal Mining Group. But Zhang Wuji is the pinnacle of the great master. The influence of his Zhang Jialun is definitely higher than that of Soul Crystal Mining Group. In his capacity, if he sincerely apologizes and then gives some compensation, that old boy from Wu Jianglin will not refuse. After all, Wu Jianglin is also looking for a way back for his son. Once everyone goes to the Shura world, the marriage between the Wu family and the Zhang family is a guarantee. The big deal is that the alliance with the Wu family will continue, nothing more. The more Zhang Wuji thought about it, the happier he became. Daughter, you have to hurry up with this Ye Feng, otherwise you won't even be able to drink the soup. If Ye Feng would say madly here, if you can drink it, if you can drink it, you will have saved a lot. Zhang Duoer stuck out her pink tongue and didn't speak. To be honest, although she knew that Ye Feng was talented, she couldn't say she liked it. For so many years, Zhang Duoer's mind has been cultivating, and she really hasn't considered the matter of men and women. But it's not easy to tell Zhang Wuji this, otherwise, his father would probably go crazy. By the way, Dad, I promised to help Ye Feng get a soul ring. Zhang Duoer said suddenly. Ye Feng's 2 spirits are too rare to even find the corresponding spirit beasts. This is as a reward. Although Zhang Duoer felt that the matter had been resolved and did not let Ye Feng come forward, it was Ye Feng who helped him solve a problem after all. Well, it's really troublesome. Zhang Wuji pondered for a long time. Time and space are very rare. There should be in the Azura world, but it's too dangerous there, and being alone is absolutely lifeless. But since you have promised, you should keep your promise. Zhang Wuji showed a bright smile. Duoer, you did a good job, I want to wait for us to help him find the soul ring, Ye Feng's favor for you will be stronger. Zhang Duoer laughed, the father's mind was all about his feelings. In the afternoon, the group led by Feng Manggong boarded the fighter plane. Wang Tu was in the office, and he was heartbroken. Boss Hong lost, and Ye Feng also ran away. If it weren't for the fear of being beaten to death by Hongzhen, he really wanted to say something to you, it's really useless. 8 hours later, the fighter plane landed at Tejing Airport on time. There were no surprises along the way. Of course, Feng Manggong wouldn't tell Ye Feng, it was all because Wang Chuan was secretly guarding him. Although the special training camp is confidential, who can guarantee that the 10,000 beasts religion will not get the news? And after today, Ye Feng's safety issues don't need to worry for the time being, because Wang Chuan will be responsible. After arriving at the second affiliated middle school of Daijing, everyone performed well this time, let's go. Feng Manggong said with a smile, except Ye Feng, Lin Hao and Zhang Duoer, don't let everyone else relax, and strive to be able to enter the Jingjing University. All three of Ye Feng got an S rating. Others can only enter Taikyo University through the college entrance examination. Fortunately, Hu Yuru is strong and able to move up steadily, but Zhou Yu and others need a certain amount of effort. Ye Feng, you stay. The wind was full of bows and said again. After everyone left, Feng Manggong led Ye Feng to the office. Wang Chuan sat on the sofa and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Principal Wang. Ye Feng was a little surprised. Sit all. Wang Chuan looked at Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng, are you interested in being my student? Asterisk. Chapter 44. But all the students of Taikyo University are considered to be students of royal power. And the meaning of Wang Chuan is obviously not an ordinary student. This is really good. Ye Feng raised his brows. As far as Ye Feng knows, students at their level are not easy to accept. As a result, the energy is limited, and there are too many students to give all-round guidance. Second, their requirements are also extremely high, and ordinary geniuses are not attractive at all. Hello teacher. Ye Feng got up and respectfully gave a student salute. The smile on Wang Quan's face suddenly became extremely bright. Good boy. Wang Chuan said, the teacher accepted a total of 4 students, and you are the 5th. Since you regard me as a teacher, then I, as a teacher, must have a meeting ceremony. Wang Chuan said and grabbed it in Ye Feng's expectation. Immediately, 2 crystal clear jade appeared in his hand. This stone Ye Feng is familiar with, it is the real stone of the spirit ring that can increase the life of the spirit ring. Feng Manggong also mentioned it before when he found out that his spirit ring had become 1,000 years old. It is said that this thing is worth hundreds of millions at auction. In other words, Wang Quan's face-to-face gift is 200 million. Although this thing is rare, it is of little use to me. Wang Chuan said, it happens that I still have 2 left, so I will give them to you. It's not very useful, but it's just the words of kingship. His first and second spirit rings were only in 2000, and even the super powerful kings such as Wang Chuan were extremely attractive. And the kingship really only has these 2 pieces left. This thing is only found in very few places in the Azura world, and it is very precious. Feng Manggong glanced at Ye Feng with some envy, and at the same time muttered in his heart, shouldn't the previous one also be given by Principal Wang? Thank you, teacher. Ye Feng was not hypocritical, and bowed again after accepting it. Wang Chuan said with a smile, although I am your teacher, I can't teach you during this time. This way, after the college entrance examination, you can live in the student dormitory of Taikyo University. There, the people of the 10,000 Beast sect dare not touch you. In addition, I have given you permission to use the corresponding training facilities in the university. I have to say that I am very concerned about Ye Feng's royal power. Not only the safety of Ye Feng, but also the cultivation related. As the 3 top universities, the spirit room of Taijing University is excellent. In addition to the martial arts room, there are some things that the outside world does not have. Thank you, teacher. I don't have any requirements for you. Just improve your actual combat ability during the summer vacation. These universities have them. Wang Chuan said, well, it would be better if the strength can be improved further. Ye Feng felt a little embarrassed about this line of kingship. He actually wanted Ye Feng to grow faster. But thinking that Ye Feng is now a 6-star bronze, this speed is already extremely fast. So I casually mentioned it without any hope. After Wang Chuan left, Ye Feng also returned to his student dormitory. There are 3 days left before the college entrance examination. Ye Feng does not need to refer to the college entrance examination, so naturally he does not need to worry about it. In the dormitory, Ye Feng looked at the system storage space and laughed. 3 real martial soul stones, who are they all for? Ye Feng was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, I decided to add it all to the time freezing. This soul skill is not only a super strong control, but also a life-saving skill. If you encounter an opponent that you can't kill, you can take the opportunity to escape for a while. Well, Ye Feng still attaches great importance to Xiaoming. With the thought, time freezes and the upgrade is completed. What? When Ye Feng saw the panel that appeared, he was stunned. The column of time mysterious turtle has disappeared. The 4 words of the mysterious turtle of time are gone, and even the 4 words of time freezing are gone. FK. Ye Feng was startled. Shouldn't the age of the spirit ring be too long to bear? Time freeze is super strong control, he likes this soul skill very much. It's careless. Ye Feng got up a little annoyed. Every soul beast has a limit. Some soul beasts are only 100 years in their lives. This limit is related to its type, bloodline, etc. Just like spirit masters have different talents and spirits, these all determine how far you can go in the future. A person with an innate soul power of 1, no matter how hard he works, no matter how much resources he consumes, it will be difficult for him to break through bronze. Could it be that when the limit of the time mysterious turtle is reached, the system will automatically erase it? Thinking of this, Ye Feng suddenly had a headache. Suddenly, his pupil shrank. The lost row is back. Host, Ye Feng. Realm, Bronze 6 stars. Martial Soul, Void God Sword. Soul Ring. 1 Void Crocodile, 500 years, Space Blade. Martial Soul, Time Clock. Soul Ring. 1 Time Tortoise, 2800, Eternal Barrier. Martial Soul Point, 13,530. Ye Feng quickly sensed it. Immediately, he trembled with excitement. Amazing! It's awesome! The Time Sacred Turtle is an upgraded version of the Time Mysterious Turtle. The two are homologous, but the former has a higher bloodline strength. The Eternal Barrier is also an enhanced version of Time Freezing. According to the feedback from Ye Feng, the Eternal Barrier can affect the time within 50 meters. And, the goals are unlimited. In other words, as long as they are within 50 meters of Ye Feng's body, no matter how many people will be affected by the Eternal Barrier. Asterisk. Chapter 45. This is much more powerful than the freezing of time. Time freeze can only affect 6 at most, and the range is too small. And there is no problem with the number of eternal enchantments, and a distance of 50 meters is enough. In addition, Ye Feng also got a message. The upper limit of this eternal enchantment is extremely high. No, it should be said that the upper limit of the Holy Tortoise of Time is extremely high. According to the information given by the system, the Holy Tortoise of Time can be as short as 1,000 years or as long as 100,000 years. The function of the system is really good. Ye Feng sighed with emotion. This is not a simple upgrade on the original basis, but an improvement from the beginning to the end. In that case, let's start retreating now. Ye Feng murmured. He already has his own arrangements for the 1.5-month summer vacation. First break through to the bronze great perfection, and then absorb the soul ring of the dead wolf to raise it to 1 silver star. Then try to absorb the spirit bone attached to the void dragon eagle. At that time, Ye Feng's combat power will usher in a big breakthrough. Coupled with the soul energy armor and prison suppression order, Ye Feng's self-protection ability will also be greatly improved. In 1.5 months, it will be the day when I leave the mountain. Ye Feng clenched his fists and smiled. He is now worried about the myriad beasts' religion, and he is worried that he will be attacked by some jealous people with ulterior motives. But after a month and a half, these hidden threats will be greatly reduced. After all, no one could have imagined how much Ye Feng could improve in a month and a half. Call. After making a decision, Ye Feng intends to take advantage of these few days to lay the foundation. The compatibility of his two martial spirits has reached the limit, but the use of spirit power can continue to improve. In addition, the secret method of controlling the soul that Wang Tu taught him has not yet started. According to what Wang Tu said, once you get started, the use of soul power will increase by at least 10%. Using 31% of the soul power to use the soul skill will directly save 31% of the soul power consumption. A few times down is equivalent to releasing an additional soul skill. Ye Feng's talent is undeniable, but the start in this area is relatively weak. Therefore, Ye Feng must improve the weak links as much as possible, so that he has no shortcomings. At the same time, Daijing affiliated No. 1 middle school. When Ji Tian and the others returned to school, they immediately ushered in the attention of many students. Everyone surrounded Ji Tian and other 10 Tianjiao groups and chatted. Ji Tian frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. The surrounding students quickly made way with awe. Besides Ji Tian, several students also left. Ye Feng's appearance made them feel a lot of pressure. Especially those who didn't get the S rating, they can't wait to break it into 2 halves in 1 second. So there is no point in chatting with these people. Some people left, some people didn't. Chen Biao was stopped by some familiar students. Brother Biao, Brother Tian, why don't they seem very happy? Yes, yes, how is your special training camp this time, is there any genius? Zhang Titan, are you talking about people? Brother Biao Tian, aren't they geniuses? Ah, Baba, that's not what I meant, Brother Biao. Everyone, you said it one by one. Chen Biao thought about it and said, there is really a very powerful person in this special training camp. A very powerful person. Everyone looked suspicious. Immediately someone said, could it be the Zhou Okita family? Zhou Kaiyuhan, is that him, Brother Biao? Someone else said, my cousin is in the magic capital. I heard that this Zhou Kaiyuhan is the first of the younger generation of the Zhou family, and has the opportunity to surpass his eldest brother. Chen Biao shook his head and said with a smile, no, it's from the second middle school affiliated to Imperial Capital. Affiliated second middle school. Everyone looked puzzled. To be honest, everyone didn't take the second middle school seriously. After all, I was under pressure from the No. 1 middle school all the year round, so I heard that the students from the No. 2 middle school had an inexplicable sense of superiority. Well, it's a unprecedented existence. Chen Biao's invincible appearance appeared in Ye Feng's mind, and he said with both longing and respect, his name is Ye Feng, I think even Brother Tian and the others will be suppressed and unable to lift their heads in the future, right? Who is Ye Feng? Everyone's eyes widened. Haven't heard of this name before? Just when everyone was going to continue pestering Chen Biao said impatiently, ah, don't worry, get out of the way and I have to practice. If you want to inquire about it, go to the official website, and it should be released now. As soon as this statement came out, everyone quickly turned on the phone and couldn't wait to see it. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed. On the second day, Ye Feng came to Takyo University under the leadership of Feng Manggong. Feng Manggong sighed, Ye Feng, from today onwards, you are considered a college student. As Ye Feng's high school principal, Feng Manggong was still filled with emotion. In fact, he felt a little helpless, a little decadent. For a man like Ye Feng, his future achievements are unimaginable. However, as the principal, Feng Manggong could not give any help. Maybe even in 1 or 2 years Ye Feng will surpass himself. His own student, but he couldn't teach him anything, which made Feng Manggong feel that he was a failure. Sensing Feng Manggong's mood, Ye Feng said with concern, "Headmaster, are you all right?" "It's okay, I'm going to start retreating after the college entrance examination." Feng Manggong put away his emotions and smiled and said, "You kids are all good, I have no regrets as an old guy." He wants to break through as soon as possible and make himself as strong as possible. Only in this way can we buy time for Ye Feng and the others. But although I'm in retreat, you can contact me if you have anything." Feng Manggong said again. Ye Feng's heart warmed. Immediately under the leadership of Feng Manggong, Ye Feng received the key to his dormitory. Taikyo University is a 2-person dormitory. And now the freshman students have just had their summer vacation, so the dormitory is empty. Ye Feng can enjoy the single room for a while. After entering the dormitory, Feng Manggong took out a card and said, "Ye Feng, this is your student ID." Asterisk. Chapter 46. Although it hasn't been officially reported yet, Principal Wang has already asked me to fix it for you. The relevant introduction and facilities of Taikyo University, the chip on the student ID card is all there. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the people in the Academic Affairs Office, and they will know everything. Ye Feng took the student ID and thanked him again and again. "If that's the case, I'll go back." Feng Manggong glanced at Ye Feng again and said with a smile, "Young man, go ahead." As he spoke, he disappeared into a gust of wind. "Thanks," Ye Feng said silently in his heart. During this period of time, he is still very grateful to Feng Manggong. "I think it will take time, if you can help the principal, please help." 2 days later, the college entrance examination, which attracted the attention of the entire human race, was officially opened. But in addition, a more sensational news than the college entrance examination spread. Daijing, Ji family. Ji's family is located in the Dongcheng district of Daijing, which is an endless villa area. This villa area is where the Ji family lives. At this moment, in the central area of the villa area, in a 4-story villa, Ji Tian rarely went home for a meal. He has been directly promoted to the imperial capital, so he does not need to take the college entrance examination. There were not many people at the dinner table, except for Ji Tian's parents. There was only one 4-year-old girl. This is Ji Tian's younger sister, Ji Xiao Xiao. "Dad, where's my big brother?" Ji Tian asked while eating. Ji Chen wore a dark blue tang suit and said lightly, "I don't know. Ji Ming had left the customs yesterday, and it stands to reason that he should have come to eat this time." Ji Tian didn't speak. He heard his elder brother say that the secret realm of chaos is about to open, so this time was very hard. Just as he was thinking about it, a strong young man came out of the door. The young man is tall and slender, with a rebellious look on his brows. This is Ji Tian's eldest brother, Ji Ming. "Xiao Tian, tell me about Ye Feng." Ji Ming sat down next to Ji Tian and said impatiently, "Is that kid really that powerful?" Yesterday, he heard the news from Ye Feng as soon as he left the customs. The main reason is that it is too powerful, and everyone knows it. The discussion about Ye Feng on the internet was boiling to the extreme. What Ye Feng's identity, who is Ye Feng's disciple, etc. abound. And Ji Ming is still very confident in his little brother. In addition, Zhou Qiu Wushuan's younger brother Zhou Qiu Han is also a ruthless character. These two are actually no match for Ye Feng? Well, that's awesome. Ji Tian gloated a little and said, "Brother, your reputation as a genius is going to be lost." Ji Ming frowned, "It's useless to talk about it, tell the big brother about his performance in the special training camp." Ji Chen also showed an expression of listening, and he was extremely optimistic about Ye Feng's younger generation. "I also wanted to win over, but my daughter is too young." Thinking of this, Ji Chen looked at the two sons with a lot of resentment. This Ye Feng. I'm afraid it will be cheaper for the Zhang family and the Zhuoqiu family. Ji Tian organized the language and told his father and brother everything he knew during the special training camp. After a while. That's it. During this time, Ji Tian also wanted to understand that if Ye Feng was on the top of the mountain, then he was a climber. It is to try to go hand in hand with Ye Feng. It's interesting. Ji Ming straightened his waist and cracked his mouth and smiled. It's a pity that we started too late, otherwise we would have been able to compete. This made Ji Ming secretly regretful. He is a super genius of today's younger generation, and together with Gong Qingyu, Zhuoqiu Wushuan, and Zhang Dashan, he has become the four great talents of the human race. Even Li Fengxian, who is in the limelight, is much more immature than the four of them. Whether it is the younger generation today or the powerhouses of the older generation, they are very optimistic about Ji Ming. Some people even side that in the future, the human race may have four new pillars. Although it is just a joke, it can be seen how terrifying the talents of the four Ji Ming are. This is an existence that even Ji Tian admires. Xiao Tian, you should tell me about the life-saving grace as soon as possible. Ji Chen looked reproachful. Ji Tian smiled bitterly, you didn't ask. Ji Chen said, well, I'd like to invite him to sit at home sometime. I want to thank him personally. As soon as these words came out, Ji Ming was not surprised, but Ji Tian suddenly turned back to his father. Ji Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and ate food on his own. This is also a rare gathering of the father and son, so Ji Chen, who is the great master, also has a rare meal. He naturally has his own ideas. That old guy Zhang Wuji will definitely win over Ye Feng. Since I don't have a suitable daughter, I should release some kindness. What's more, the life-saving grace is a great grace, and the owner of the family needs to express his feelings and reason. Ji Ming on the side was still asking about Ye Feng. At the end of the question, Ji Tian became impatient. Brother, how did you become a mother-in-law? Ji Ming split his mouth and rubbed Ji Tian's hair. I'm glad to see you, brother. Ji Ming said he, also, this kid is my junior. As a senior, I naturally have to care about it. Ji Tian was stunned when he said this. Immediately, he frowned slightly, brother, Ye Feng started too late, don't sit too much. He knows his elder brother's temper. This guy is an absolute martial artist. How am I like that? Ji Ming saw that his father's eyes were not very good looking and serious. The day has already begun to pick in my mind. At the same time, Qinzhou Fanchange. In a magnificent underground palace, 10 black robes with distant breadths and indistinguishable depths gathered together. No one knows that this is the headquarters of the 10,000 Beast sect. In front of the 10 black robes sat a purple-robed man wearing a ghost mask. This is Zhi Ming, one of the 7 guardians of the 10,000 Beast religion. Asterisk. Chapter 47. The 7 guardians of the 10,000 Beast religion are in charge of the entire 10,000 Beast religion. They are the spiritual pillars of the 10,000 beasts. Where the 7 guardians are, the myriad beasts religion is there. The 7 guardians are immortal, and the teaching of all beasts will live forever. It's just that the face of this high-ranking Dharma protector is a little unsightly. He also saw Ye Feng's affairs on the internet. After that, Anzi from the 10,000 Beast sect investigated more detailed information. I didn't expect that there was such a character in the human race. Zhi Ming looked around the audience, and the only pair of eyes that was exposed could not see happiness or anger. This is a pair of eyes without the slightest emotion. Just looking at it makes me shudder. After listening to Zhi Ming's words, the 10 rudder masters below shuddered and immediately knelt on the ground. In particular, Zhao Boming, the helmsman of the Imperial Capital branch, broke down in cold sweat. He is in charge of the Imperial Capital area, and Ye Feng is from the Imperial Capital. This is okay, but the 2 assassinations under his command all failed. Zhou Ping once, Yan Xian the second time. Zhou Ping belonged to him who was good at making ideas that time, but he planned it himself the second time. I thought it was foolproof, but who would have thought that the time clock was so strong? Zhao Boming. While secretly slandering, Zhi Ming said, "This matter is your dereliction of duty." Zhao Boming was trembling and his eyes were terrified. He, who is precious as the pinnacle of diamonds, was about to cry in fear at this moment. But, this seat gives you a chance to atone for your sins. Zhi Ming's next sentence made Zhao Boming instantly burst into hope. He knows the methods of the Myriad Beasts sect, and he also knows what he will face if it is unfavorable as a helmsman. My subordinate is grateful for the grace of protecting the law not to kill. Zhao Boming bowed respectfully. Don't miss out this time. Zhi Ming said again, "Everyone, the beast god is about to recover." What? The 10 sub-rudder masters raised their heads fiercely, and were immediately ecstatic. The beast god is the totem and spiritual belief of Wan beast religion. The 7 guardians had mentioned at the beginning of the establishment of the 10,000 beast religion that one of the missions of the 10,000 beast religion was to help the beast gods recover. Now, that goal has finally been achieved. Ziming's expression was a little relaxed. "Zhao Boming, this is a good opportunity for you to make merit. Congratulate the beast god with the blood of the first pride of the human race." Zhao Boming looked pious. "Thank you, Lord Dharma Protector." June 9. The high-profile college entrance examination has officially come to an end. And Ye Feng started his own retreat journey. Lock the dormitory door. System, add some points. Ye Feng said with excitement. After a while, Ye Feng's body trembled. Immediately, a huge amount of soul power came out almost uncontrollably. The next moment, all these soul powers returned to the body. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and he lightly clenched his fist and felt full of infinite power. After consuming 10,500 spirit points, Ye Feng officially became a Bronze 9-star spirit master. If the kingship and the others are here, they will definitely be shocked. Breakthrough from 6 stars to 9 stars in an instant? This kind of thing is unheard of. Call. It took a while for Ye Feng to fully adapt to his own strength. Bronze 9 stars is not the point. Ye Feng also needs to elevate himself to the bronzed Dzogchen. In this process, you cannot use martial soul points to improve. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng took out 10 crystal clear elixir from the storage space. This is a special elixir called Po-Erden. Po-Erden has only one effect, to improve the compatibility of martial arts. This elixir can only be used at bronze 9 stars, and it has no effect when used before. From bronze 9 stars to bronze great perfection, what is needed is not soul power, but the fit of martial souls. Previously, Ye Feng's martial spirit fit had reached 25%. Now that the strength has improved by leaps and bounds, the upper limit of the fit has been raised to 40%. According to Wang Tu, once all spirit masters enter the Grand Master level, their compatibility will reach 100%. Therefore, the master level can fully exert the power of martial arts. Po-Erden is not expensive, only 2,000 yuan per piece. 10 should be enough. Ye Feng murmured. Then just swallow one. It takes a certain amount of time to absorb the power of Po-Erden. Then there is the conversion. Ye Feng estimates that if things go well, it will take about 3 or 4 days. The reason why Ye Feng felt that it would take 3 or 4 days was because his 2 martial spirits were too strong. A normal soul master may be enough for 1 day. But Ye Feng's situation is hard to say. During the special training camp, Wang Tu analyzed that Ye Feng should take twice as long as a normal soul master. After the first Po-Erden was taken, a wave of primitive soul power instantly spread throughout the internal organs. Immediately Ye Feng felt a strong burning sensation. Under normal circumstances, it takes a step-by-step process to improve the compatibility of martial arts. Just like the various training Ye Feng experienced during the special training camp. There is no shortcut at this time, it depends on who is more diligent. And there is a shortcut from 9 stars to the great perfection, and this shortcut is Po Erden. But since it is a shortcut, it has to bear the corresponding price. Taking Po Erden will cause a large load and certain damage to the body. This process is rather painful. The pain gradually became stronger within 10 minutes after taking the medicine pill. Ye Feng felt as if his internal organs had been burned out. In addition, the soul power in the body is also boiling like boiling water. Time passed little by little. After half an hour, the pain disappeared. Ye Feng knew that Po Erden's power had been completely absorbed. The next step is the conversion process. This process is relatively easy, but time-consuming. Under the induction of Ye Feng, the original soul power that belonged to Po Erden quickly wrapped the sword of nothingness like mud. This is his first martial soul, so Po Erden's power first begins with the sword of nothingness. When the void god blade was wrapped, Po Erden began to exert force. Asterisk. Chapter 48. As if it were about to penetrate the sword of nothingness, endless power kept pouring in. It feels like waves hitting the beach. It's just that the void god saber is the first weapon after all, and after several hits, the void god saber remains motionless. Ye Feng was a little helpless. For him, this is the only flaw of the 2 top martial arts, and it is difficult to advance. When he just woke up, he was full of soul power, and he didn't have any requirements for the compatibility of martial arts, so he just skipped it. But starting from the bronze great perfection, every subsequent realm has to be experienced again. It doesn't feel good. Ordinary spirit masters, the first broken Erden is basically transformed. But when he arrived at Ye Feng's place, Po Erden was like tickling, not even a trace of power penetrated. Ye Feng had anticipated this situation before, so he specially prepared 10 Po Erdens. 10 pieces were used to break through to the bronze great perfection. Ye Feng broke another record. As far as Ye Feng knows, among the more famous powerhouses, the most have only used 3 pieces. This has surprised many people. A full 10 hours passed. With Po Erden's efforts, the sword of nothingness was finally beaten. Ye Feng almost cried with joy when Po Erden's power penetrated. Not easy. But then Ye Feng thought of the time clock and his expression was stagnant. Soon the power of the first Po Erden was completely used up. Ye Feng sensed it, and the martial soul fit of the void god blade increased from 25% to 30%. Knew it. 1 increases by 5%, to 40%, that is 3. The time clock is stronger and consumes more. Looking at this, 10 are really hanging. Ye Feng couldn't help but have a big head. Immediately start taking the second pill. 2 days later. Mad is finally done. The naked Ye Feng let out a long breath. After consuming 3 Po Erden, the fit between Ye Feng and the void god reached the limit of 40%. And the next step is the hard bone of the time clock. 7. Ye Feng said to take the next one. It takes longer to increase the strength of the time clock. 17 hours later. Ye Feng, who was covered in water, wiped off the sweat from his body. Ignoring the stinging body, I quickly sensed it. Only 2%. Ye Feng's voice became sharp. This F***ck void god sword still has 5, and the time god clock has only increased by 2%? This is Po Erden, if the silver and even the golden perfection, the amount of money consumed will not dare to imagine. It should be 1 more. Ye Feng had a big head. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng put on his clothes and pants and went out. Taikyo University has a special place to buy and sell medicine pills. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng returned to the dormitory and took out 5 Po Erden from the storage bracelet. Just in case, Ye Feng prepared 4 more. Then Ye Feng put on more clothes and pants. Not to liberate nature, but to sweat a lot during consumption. It's better to take it off than to get wet. The second portion also took 17 hours. Immediately, the third and fourth. It has been 5 days since Ye Feng started to retreat. At this time, the fit of the time clock has increased to 33%, leaving 7%. Call. Although painful, it is still very efficient. It is said that if you don't take the medicine pill, it will take 5 or 6 days to improve the fit by 1%. This is still an ordinary soul master, and I don't know much about people like Ye Feng. 9 stars at each stage to Dzogchen is an arduous journey. Even in the later stage, the great perfection and the 9 stars can no longer be regarded as the same realm. In the dormitory, except for Ye Feng's occasional low roar, it seemed extremely quiet. The huge Taekyo University has also become much calmer because many first-year students are on vacation. The 6th day of Ye Feng's retreat. Taekyo University Student Union. Gong Qingyu, Ji Ming, and Li Fengxian were sitting on the sofa. These 3 should be said to be the strongest 3 in Taekyo University. Ji Ming sat lazily, and Li Fengxian simply lay down and put his legs on Gong Qingyu's thighs. Gong Qingyu's sitting posture is the most correct and meticulous. You two, what are you doing here if you don't retreat well? Gong Qingyu said helplessly. Qingyu, Xiao Li and I plan to go to the Shura world, I don't care, but Xiao Li thinks about you going together is more reassuring. Ji Ming yawned. Originally, based on his relationship with Gong Qingyu, he should have called Lao Gong. It's just that these 2 words are really irritating to the eyes, so I can't say them out. Li Fengxian gave Ji Ming a punch. Where is Lao Zi so small? I just want to take advantage of me. Ji Ming rolled his eyes. You are younger than me. Okay, stop arguing. Gong Qingyu put down the pen in his hand and said, can you two call the great sage or Wushuan? The entrance to the Shura world is at the imperial capital. And the secret realm of chaos will open in 2 months, so several people plan to go to the Shura realm. Of course, with their strength, they can only go to the outermost periphery. Although the outermost periphery is equally dangerous, there are many benefits. If you can improve it, go to the secret realm of chaos to have a better grasp. After all, those 2 guys aren't from our school, you're my peace of mind. Li Fengxian said. Why are you stressed? Gong Qingyu took off the golden glasses and asked with a smile, I have to admit, that Ye Feng is really powerful, and you have a sense of urgency even before the official report. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Li Fengxian was silent for a second. If there is no pressure, it is a lie. He originally thought that it would take at least half a year for Ye Feng to reach the silver level, or even longer. After all, he started 2 years later than everyone else. But who knew that this kid could kill 6 silver stars in less than half a month? Who can do this without pressure? Although Li Fengxian has absolute confidence, Ye Feng can't surpass himself in 4 years of university. But getting closer to yourself should have hope. Gong Qingyu and Ji Ming looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. This Li Fengxian has always been the second child of heaven and earth, even if he has been repaired several times by them, this attitude is still the same. Can't think of a time when he is also convinced? Stop talking nonsense, are you going or not? Li Fengxian asked with Erlang's legs crossed. Gong Qingyu put down her gold-rimmed eyes, of course I went. As soon as these words came out, Ji Ming and Li Fengxian both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were confident, Gong Qingyu felt at ease in his heart. For nothing else, the main Gong Qingyu spirit is a super defensive spirit. In other words, this guy is a meat shield. Someone helps you fight damage in front of you, who doesn't like this? By the way, do you know what that guy Ye Feng is doing? Ji Ming suddenly asked. I wanted to find him 2 days ago, but this guy seems to be missing. Li Fengxian and Gong Qingyu looked at each other, and the latter said, it seems that he is already in the freshman dormitory, right? Where? Li Fengxian and Ji Ming asked at the same time. The former wanted to meet this guy. After all, he was awakened under his own hands, so he had a certain connection. The latter just wanted to test it out, and by the way invited the other party to Ji's house. I'm not from Kuj, so it's impossible to know everything. Gong Qingyu rolled his eyes. I knew you were unreliable. Ji Ming and Li Fengxian got up and left at the same time. Before I knew it, another 2 days passed. When the last Poer Dan was digested, Ye Feng's body lightened. The time around them seemed to slow for a moment. This was because Ye Feng unconsciously affected the surrounding time after the martial soul fit increased. It's complete. Ye Feng opened his mouth and laughed. 7 full days have passed since he retreated to the present. It took 7 days to reach the great perfection with 9 bronze stars, which is an incredible record. Even Gong Qingyu and the others have to be ashamed. Ye Feng felt a little and nodded secretly. The classes in the special training camp were really good. After the martial soul fit was raised to the limit of 40%, Ye Feng even felt that his body was much lighter. In addition, his understanding of the god of nothingness and the god of time has also increased a lot. After all, it is the top-level martial arts, and even the owner of Ye Feng can't penetrate too much into its profound mystery. Hey! Next, it's time to absorb the soul ring of the dead ghost wolf. Ye Feng's eyes were a little hot. Death and withering is a powerful soul skill that can control the opponent's life. Aside from its terrifying power, the effect of that rapid flow of life is absolutely hopeless. Ye Feng has an intuition, even if he becomes stronger in the future, or even becomes a great master, this death and withering is a big killer move. Just when Ye Feng was going to take a bath first. Squeak! The dormitory door opened directly. Ye Feng, are you there? Immediately, Zhang Duoer, who was wearing shorts and showing her long white legs, showed her little head curiously. She knocked on the door several times just now, and then found that the door was unlocked and came in directly. As a result, Zhang Duoer was blinded the next moment. Ye Feng didn't even have any clothes on. Also, there is sweat on his face. What? The next moment, Zhang Duoer screamed and her face flushed and slammed the door shut. Puff, puff. Zhang Duoer blushed and clapped her hands on her chest, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out. Ye Feng in the dormitory was stunned. Did I not lock the door? Am I not locked? Wrong. Then I went out to buy Erden again, and it didn't seem to be locked that time. Forward. Ye Feng hung the big baby messy in the wind. Outside the door, Zhang Duoer felt that the image in her mind could not be taken away. A naked person, still sweating hot? My God, how could someone be like that in the daytime? Zhang Duoer felt that she was dead in front of Ye Feng. The kind-hearted she did not immediately think that the person who died in the society should be Ye Feng. At this moment, Ji Ming and Li Fengxian came together not far away. They inquired about Ye Feng's dormitory, and wanted to meet this amazing student in advance. But then the two were stunned. However, she saw Zhang Duoer's pretty face was blushing, and her big watery eyes had a strange look. Breathing a little too fast. The two geniuses looked at each other. Ji Ming is a martial arts idiot, and a straight man of steel who doesn't feel anything. On the contrary, Li Fengxian looked at the room number and his expression became meaningful. Sister Zhang, is Ye Feng inside? Ji Ming asked. They are all 3 families, so everyone is familiar with them. Zhang Duoer nodded, and then she said with a blushing face, You, don't go in now. Why? Ji Ming was confused. Li Fengxian took a deep look at Zhang Duoer, thinking that Ye Feng's boy is not superficial. How long did it take to get the beautiful Zhang family? Well, as an old lover, Li Fengxian can see the problem at a glance. The appearance of this Xiajiabia shows that Ye Feng has just done something bad. Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Duoer did not refuse, but was rather shy. And cover for that guy. Li Fengxian made another analysis, and the wise color in his eyes was even stronger. That he. Zhang Duoer was worried and didn't know how to explain it. Ye Feng came out wearing a bathrobe. The hair was still wet. The three looked at the same time. This guy is really handsome. Li Fengxian thought. Jiming said in his heart, he is Ye Feng, my instinct tells me that he is also a martial arts idiot. Zhang Duoer thought, oh, you can figure it out, otherwise I don't know what to say. Thinking of this, Zhang Duoer gave Ye Feng a blank look, there was a sense of amorous feelings in it. I go. Ye Feng was startled when he saw three people. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Li Fengxian sniffed, tisk, my wisdom is like I saw through this kid's adultery all at once. As he said that, he glanced at Jiming, disdainful in his heart, I'm afraid this Wu Qi didn't even see Mao. The three had different expressions, but their eyes were all on Ye Feng. What, is something wrong? Ye Feng raised his brows, he knew both Zhang Duoer and Li Fengxian. Jiming has also seen the photo of this person, but this is the first time he has seen the real person. It is somewhat similar to Ji Tian, but the tenderness on his face has faded, and his brows are masculine and mighty. Jiming was about to speak when his face suddenly changed slightly. Immediately, the light in his eyes soared. Li Fengxian had the same expression. You. The two looked at Ye Feng in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. Li Fengxian was patronizing gossip just now and didn't notice Ye Feng's breath. This look immediately found clues. During the special training camp, this guy was Bronze 6 star. And then it was only 10 days before the Bronze Great Consummation? What? Zhang Duoer also saw it. Ye Feng has not been able to retract and release the Bronze Great Perfection just now, so there is a little leakage. Ye Feng, have you completed the Great Consummation? Li Fengxian still didn't believe it. It took him 1 month to go from Bronze 6 stars to Dzogchen. Even so, many people are envious and jealous. Jiming listened attentively. Just broke through. Ye Feng said impatiently, what are you looking for from me? He was planning to absorb the spirit ring, how could he have the time to chat here? Just broke through? Sure enough, he is a martial idiot. Jiming's affection for Ye Feng has increased a little bit again. Ye Feng, my old man invites you to sit at Ji's house. Jiming put away the unruly that went deep into the bone marrow, revealing a solemn look. Li Fengxian sighed secretly, it's really embarrassing for this martial idiot, and he doesn't know how the old man asked Jiming to invite him. Could it be that, you think that Ji Tian is not qualified? Well, very likely. I am too smart. Ye Feng glanced at Jiming, okay, I will go in a few days. What time will it be in a few days? Jiming is serious. Ye Feng's eyes widened, can't you hear what I mean? I don't know when to go in a few days. Li Fengxian laughed frantically. Well, in 3 or 4 days. Ye Feng added. Jiming said seriously, is that the 3rd day or the 4th day? Ye Feng, Li Fengxian. Is this guy a fool? Ye Feng said politely in his heart, when my time is determined, I will talk to Ji Tian. Ye Feng felt that it was more convenient to communicate with Ji Tian. Jiming thought about it and nodded, okay. With a sigh of relief, what the old man explained was finally done. Next is my own business. Leave. Jiming didn't have time to say that. Zhang Duoer quickly said, Ye Feng, that my dad has found a clue about a space-type soul beast. As soon as these words came out, Jiming and Li Fengxian looked over at the same time. Space-type soul beasts are extremely rare, and the old man of the Zhang family has worked hard enough to win over Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes lit up, really? Yes, it is. Zhang Duoer's eyes dodged frantically, as if she was still thinking about the big baby, I'm here to inform you. Ye Feng didn't reply to her message before, and no one knocked on the door twice. Originally, she wanted to wait for Ye Feng to contact her, but Zhang Wuji was furious when she heard it. Said that kid is in the limelight recently, what if he was taught to assassinate by the beasts? So Zhang Duoer is here again today. Thank you old man for me. Ye Feng said sincerely, then looked at Jiming and the two of them, "Are you two still doing anything?" Li Fengxian and Jiming looked at each other. The former slandered in his heart, "Why am I your senior and a figure in the imperial capital, so you don't plan to fawn on me?" What Jiming thought was that Ye Feng was already complete, and if a space spirit ring was attached, it would be a silver-level spirit master. Amazing. After forcibly sending the two away, Ye Feng pulled Zhang Duo'er into his dormitory. The next thing he wants to know is most likely the second spirit ring of the Void God Blade. This is a secret for a soul master. Ye Feng asked himself that he and Li Fengxian were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to let them know his secret. Zhang Duo'er looked at Ye Feng curiously, "What are you doing?" Ye Feng rolled his eyes wildly and looked at Zhang Duo'er like a fool. "Don't you think you forgot to say something to me?" Zhang Duo'er thought for a while and shook her head. "Master Zhang didn't tell you about the soul beast's information." Ye Feng glared at Zhang Duo'er and said, "Is it possible that you have to keep my client a secret?" Oh, I remember." Zhang Duo'er looked at Ye Feng with admiration. "Ye Feng, you are so smart, you remember such details." Thinking of the straightforward Ji's life just now, Ye Feng felt desperate for these noble families. After a pause, Zhang Duo'er suddenly pretended to be mysterious and said, "Which one do you want to hear first, a good news or a bad news?" Ye Feng was stunned. What kind of brain circuit is this F***ck? Am I so in the mood to see you selling off here? Ye Feng said angrily, "Just tell me the information." Zhang Duo'er snorted, thinking it was boring. Immediately, he said, "My dad said that it is called the Deep Space Demon Cloud Beast, and the age is 3,200 years. 3,200 years, equivalent to 2 gold stars." This was Zhang Wuji who took the risk and went 20,000 kilometers into the Shura world to find it by chance. For this reason, he was almost discovered by those powerful beings. Deep Space Demonic Cloud Beast. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, "That's great." Asterisk. Chapter 51. The Deep Space Demon Cloud Beast is listed as a space-type soul beast that is about to become extinct in the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts. It is very famous, partly because of its iconic ability, Void Shift. Void Shift can divert the opponent's attack. This is a bit of a big shift in the world of martial arts novels in previous lives. In addition, Void Transfer can also transfer other people or spirit beasts to somewhere. Another reason why the Deep Space Cloud Beast is famous is the Soul Master of the Phantom Sword 300 years ago. At that time, that one hunted and killed a Deep Space Cloud Beast, and then instantly transferred the human race soldiers to the battlefield in a big battle. It's good, but the age is not too short. Zhang Duo'er said, 3,200 years, if you absorb it, it will explode. This is also what Zhang Wuji felt sorry for. As a space-type soul beast, the soul ability of the Deep Space Demon Cloud Beast is absolutely the dream of everyone. But 3,200 years is an insurmountable gap for Ye Feng now. To absorb beyond the limit of one's own tolerance is to die. Ye Feng asked, "Did the old man tell you when the monster in the deep space will appear?" "If it's another 10 days and a half months, that's the best. At that time, he already has 1 silver star, and if he absorbs the attached spirit bones, it should be possible with his physical strength. But if it's these days, then it's really time to gamble." Zhang Duo'er said, "My dad said that the deep space monsters should be out for food. He has made my second uncle watch for 24 hours. If there is any movement, he will contact me as soon as possible." "That would be great." Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally there was still time. If Zhang Duo'er let him go in these 2 days, Ye Feng could only go to the front line with tears in his eyes. "You, really planning to go?" Zhang Duo'er's eyes are round. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Ye Feng didn't explain, but issued an expulsion order. After locking the door again, Ye Feng turned on the phone and immediately rubbed his hands together. Next, it is time to absorb the soul ring of the dead ghost wolf. The age of the dead wolf is 1,100 years, which is not a big problem for Ye Feng today. System, take out the spirit ring. Ye Feng took a deep breath and focused quickly. Buzz. Immediately, a soul ring emitting purple light came into view. Purple represents mystery and luxury. The moment the soul ring of Death Wolf appeared, Ye Feng suddenly felt a little dazed. At that moment, he actually saw his old self in the reflection of the spirit ring. The power of time is truly mysterious. Ye Feng murmured. Immediately afterwards, the majestic soul power in the body spewed out. Boom! Fortunately, the furniture in the dormitory can be hard, otherwise the dormitory will be gone all of a sudden. A few minutes later, Ye Feng's soul power wrapped the soul ring. Immediately, the tyrannical power began to run. At this time, the advantage of a high degree of control over soul power is reflected. Absorbing soul rings is always consuming soul power. If the control of the soul power is not high, the soul power will be greatly lost. It is possible to create an embarrassing situation where the physical strength is sufficient and the soul power is lost. Under Ye Feng's control, the spirit ring began to melt. This process lasted half an hour. When the power of the spirit ring entered Ye Feng's body, Ye Feng frowned slightly. A little tingling, but not much of a problem. 40 minutes passed by without knowing it. Buzz! A wave of soul power that was several times stronger than before oscillated instantly. Ye Feng opened his eyes abruptly, and two almost substantive rays of light shot out. I'm silver. After speaking, Ye Feng got up. Host, Ye Feng. Boundary, silver 1 star. Martial soul, void god sword. Soul ring. 1 void crocodile, 500 years, space blade. Martial soul, time clock. Soul ring. 1 time tortoise, 2800, eternal barrier. 2 death wolf, 1100, death and withering. Martial soul point, 3530. Looking at the new line of words on the virtual panel, Ye Feng laughed. Death and withering, this powerful soul skill is mine now. Ding, it is detected that the host has broken through to silver 1 star, and the probability of the special reward rate will increase simultaneously. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Ye Feng was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. FK, is there such a good thing? Ye Feng always thought that the probability was fixed. Just like the rare rewards before, who would have thought that the probability of his breakthrough would also increase? The double happiness is approaching, and the joy on Ye Feng's face becomes more and more intense. It's a pity I don't know the upper limit of death and decay. Ye Feng thought with regret. According to the feedback information, 1100 years plus 1 silver star, death and decay can make the life force of the two targets pass for 150 years. Although Soul Master Xiao Yuan far surpassed ordinary people, but before breaking through to the diamond level, everyone's Xiao Yuan was basically within 200 years old. Direct consumption of 150 years, which clearly is to deal with death. However, the opponents Ye Feng had to face were very strong, so it was not clear how much life Ye Feng could lose. With Ye Feng's breakthrough, the upper limit of martial soul fit was raised from 40% to 45%. The breakthrough range is not as high as the bronze 9 stars to the great perfection, but Ye Feng knows that the further the fit is, the harder it is to improve. Not entangled in this aspect, Ye Feng took out the attached spirit bone from his portable space that made him covet for a long time. Next, it's up to you. Ye Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. Chapter 52. SHH. The moment Ye Feng took out the spirit bone attached to the void dragon eagle, the space in the dormitory quickly wriggled. It was as if a pool of invisible water was boiling in front of him. In an instant, the space condensed into a pair of transparent wings. Like his void god sword, it is entirely composed of the power of space. Hope everything is fine. Ye Feng said and started to use his soul power. After breaking through to silver, Ye Feng's soul power was 3 times thicker than that of bronzed Dzogchen. So much soul power, coupled with his control over soul power, is enough to complete the absorption process. However, the Void Dragon Eagle in 2000 is still a bit overloaded for Ye Feng today. Therefore, Ye Feng had only completely refined the attached spirit bones in the past 3 days. Ye Feng took time to glance at the phone, and after finding that there was no information, he continued to focus on the attached spirit bone. Next, is the hardest time. Ye Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. After the Void Dragon Eagle was refined, the energy contained in it was poured into Ye Feng's body little by little. Immediately there was a tingling sensation in the back. Hiss! Ye Feng gasped in pain. It hurts more than he expected. Absorbing spirit bones is actually a transformation to the spirit master himself. Different parts of the soul bone transformation parts are different. The outer soul bone of the Void Dragon Eagle is a pair of wings, and what was transformed was Ye Feng's shoulder blade. The pain is most intense here. As time passed, Ye Feng felt as if his shoulder blades had been broken. In just a few minutes, Ye Feng was soaked all over his clothes. And that's just the beginning. Maid. Ye Feng smiled wryly, fighting back with energy. At the same time, in a residential building 10 kilometers from Tokyo University, 10 gold-level beast blood killers sat respectfully on the ground. Zhao Boming paced back and forth in front of everyone to review the plan. Zhao Boming has been making plans since the Dharma Protector gave him this task. In order to ensure 100% success and to be able to perform in front of Lord Beast God, Zhao Boming's brain cells are almost dead. He was very thoughtful. Tokyo University is a place that is highly valued by the human race, and its guards are heavily guarded. But outside of school it's easier. In order not to attract the attention of the strong human race, this time Zhao Boming selected 10 beast blood killers with 1 gold star. After all, if it is a diamond level or even a grandmaster, once it appears near Tokyo University, it will be subject to interrogation. The gold level does not. There are so many experts in the imperial capital, gold level soul masters are only average, and will not cause anyone's suspicion. 10 people plus myself, should be enough. Zhao Boming said in his heart. He is the pinnacle of diamonds, and 10 people shot him secretly lurking. If 10 people succeed, he doesn't need to show up. If he fails, let 10 people create opportunities for themselves. At that time, with the void magic circle rewarded by the Dharma Protector, he can leave unharmed. The only problem now is how to lead Ye Feng out. Speaking of this, Zhao Boming had a headache. He already knew through a special channel that Ye Feng was in Taijing University. It has been a little over half a month since the end of the special training camp. And Ye Feng never showed up. He was always afraid that he and others would take action. If Ye Feng doesn't come out, then Zhao Boming can only take the second set of plans. However, the second set of plans was extremely dangerous, and even if he could kill Ye Feng, he might not be able to escape. After pondering for a long time, Zhao Boming had an idea. Yan Yi, you will be lurking outside Tokyo University from tomorrow. Zhao Boming said coldly, 5 days. If Ye Feng does not come out within 5 days, we will give up the first plan. Yan Yi is the younger brother of Yan Xian who assassinated Ye Feng before. The assassination of Ye Feng this time was due to Yan Yi taking the initiative to ask Ying. He wants to avenge his big brother. Yes. Yan Yi bowed respectfully. Immediately, 10 people were ready to go. Yan Yi didn't ask where Zhao Boming was, that's not what he should ask. And Yan Yi knew that perhaps the helmsman would have been observing in the dark. Time flies by. 3 days passed in Ye Feng's pain and suffering. It's just 6 days since Zhang Duoer and the others left. Buzz. When the 2 shoulder blades were reshaped by the power of the spirit bones attached to the outside, an illusory wing appeared. Boom. Bang. The beds and furniture in the dormitory are directly cut by sharp wings. Immediately it was a mess. And Ye Feng didn't care at all, there was a dazzling divine light in his eyes. Is this the external spirit bone? The invisible wings gave Ye Feng the feeling that it was like his own hands, which he could use freely. Ye Feng touched it lightly, although it was invisible, it felt tactile. This is the same as Ye Feng holding the sword of nothingness, he really feels the touch of the feathers. Strong. Ye Feng felt a slight smile. The spirit ability attached to the external spirit bone is teleport, which can teleport a distance of 100 meters at once. But don't underestimate the 100 meters, you must know that even Feng Manggong, known for his speed, has no ability to teleport. In Ye Feng's view, teleportation is not a distance movement, but a direct teleportation similar to two wormholes. So there is no movement path. Drib. Just when Ye Feng was researching the attached spirit bone, the mobile phone information appeared. At first glance, Ye Feng didn't belong to Zhang Duoer, but Ji Tian. For the past 6 days, Ji Tian hasn't sent Ye Feng any messages, and now he can't stand it anymore. Okay, let's go take a look now. Ye Feng's thoughts moved, and the Void Dragon Eagle's wings were instantly retracted. Then he sent a message to Ji Tian, I'll go there right away. It feels so good. Ye Feng opened his mouth and laughed. 20 minutes later, Ye Feng took a shower, changed into clean clothes and left the school gate. Just after Ye Feng walked out of the school gate in a good mood, 22 eyes looked at them from different directions at the same time. Chapter 53. In the past 3 days, Zhao Boming has been a lot more irritable than before. He thought that Ye Feng would definitely not come out. After all, I haven't seen him come out for so long, and if Ye Feng doesn't come out, he has to risk his death to go in. So 3 days of waiting made Zhao Boming's mood worse day by day. I thought today was another day of no gain. But when he saw Ye Feng appear, he was full of cleverness. It's him. Zhao Boming confirmed in his heart that Zai San couldn't help but get excited. For a time, Zhao Boming had a kind of human-worthy emotion. Yan Yi and other beast blood killers also saw Ye Feng at the same time. Everyone is a momentary spirit. For the past 3 days, they have not closed their eyes to prevent mistakes. Not sleeping for 3 days is nothing to a gold-level soul master. But this high-intensity stalking did make them a little tired. Immediately, Yan Yi, who was hiding in a shopping mall on the street, glanced at the southwest without a trace. That's where the other beast blood killers are. After confirming everyone's location, Yan Yi did not act rashly. He knew that Zhao Boming should also be nearby. And there is a special way of contact between them. School gate. Ye Feng slapped his forehead suddenly. No, it's a little inappropriate for me to go past empty-handed. Thinking of this, Ye Feng hurriedly walked back, and it didn't take long before he returned to Taijing University. Zhao Boming was stunned for a moment. What happened? Could it be discovered? No, there's no way this kid could find us. Yan Yi and the others were also stunned, and immediately frowned slightly, not knowing what to do next. In the school, Ye Feng stopped while walking. Forget it, let's go directly. Ye Feng continued to walk towards the school gate. He thought about it, the purpose of this trip was actually to thank the Ji family for saving Ji Tian. If you bring something, on the one hand, you don't have anything good to send. On the other hand, it makes the Ji family feel embarrassed, and may even feel ugly. How can anyone in the world let a savior bring a gift? After thinking about this, Ye Feng walked lightly. From Taikyo University to Ji's house, it takes 1 hour by subway. So Ye Feng decided to go by car. As for the flying ability of using the spirit bone attached to the Void Dragon Eagle? Unless Ye Feng is tired of living in Taijing, it is common sense not to fly without permission. When Ye Feng appeared at the school gate again, Zhao Boming 11 people looked over at the same time. Immediately, Zhao Boming's breathing became a little faster. Although I don't know what the hell this kid is doing, but if he goes in again, there will be no chance. When Zhao Boming's order to prepare to attack was sent, Yan Yi and others all looked extremely chilled. This time, they were ready to meet the beast god. Attacking Ye Feng at the gate of Taikyo University, they didn't have much time. Once Ye Feng is not killed in a short period of time, then they will be unlucky. At that time, the strong people in Taijing University will swarm, and even Zhao Boming may not be able to escape. Just when Ye Feng picked up his mobile phone and was about to take a taxi, 10 people from Yanyi walked out of each shop. Everyone dresses up as an ordinary person. There are those who wear sunglasses to take pictures, and there are those who bow their heads and play with their mobile phones and listening to music. At first glance, there is no difference at all, but if you look closely, you will find that these people's eyes are looking at Ye Feng intentionally or unintentionally. When 10 people approached Ye Feng from different directions, they didn't notice this. At this time, it was summer vacation. As a well-known university for human beings, Taikyo University often had tourists come to observe it. Ye Feng didn't think too much. But when Ye Feng put down his phone and glanced at random, he was suddenly stunned. There is a nice person next to me. Just when he was thinking of this, Yan Yi walked over as usual. Wrong. Ye Feng seemed to have thought of something and suddenly woke up. Next moment. Boom. A tyrannical breath burst out from Yan Yi's body. A dark green plant phantom appeared in the shape of a green dill. The next moment, a yellow spirit ring appeared under Yan Yi's feet. Almost at the moment when Yan Yi's martial soul was possessed, Ye Feng also possessed his martial soul. During the special training camp, the 2-day field experience greatly increased Ye Feng's combat experience and sense of crisis. So when Yan Yi used his first soul skill, Ye Feng didn't hesitate. No matter who you are, stay still. Buzz. A purple soul ring emerged from under his feet, and the eternal barrier was activated. Yan Yi looked ferocious. This kid can react quickly, but his strength is too poor, and he will die. So far so good. At the moment when Yan Yi launched the attack, 9 people from all around came quickly at the same time. Everyone released a different martial spirit, and 9 yellow spirit rings rose in sequence. Not far away, Zhao Boming had already walked out of the shop while his soul power was running. As long as there is a slight difference between them, Zhao Boming will take action immediately. Although he is 300 meters away from Ye Feng, he can get close in 1 second at his speed. Boom! 10 different attacks hit Ye Feng at the same time. A true ambush. It all happened extremely fast, only 2,3 seconds before and after. Many pedestrians around have not responded. 10 gold-level spirit masters attacked at the same time, and even a 5-star gold spirit master would be seriously injured if caught off guard. Yan Yi and the others all had excitement and ruthlessness on their faces. They seemed to have seen the scene of Ye Feng's head in a different place. But the next moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The 10 attacks seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and they stopped at a distance of 10 centimeters from Ye Feng. What? Yan Yi's face changed dramatically. This is impossible. Asterisk. Chapter 54. Although he knew that Ye Feng's time freezing was terrifying, he was able to control his opponents across several stars. But the first number is limited, the second they are all gold. The gap between the stars in the later stage is larger. For example, the gap between the gold 2 stars and the gold 1 star is basically equivalent to the silver 9 stars and the silver 3 stars. This is an insurmountable chasm. Yan Yi didn't understand why for a while. He didn't even notice that Ye Feng was already a silver 1-star soul master at this time. The expressions of the other 9 people were the same. Continue, attack. Yan Yi didn't think much about it. Since their attack has been forcibly controlled, let's continue. Yan Yi didn't believe that Ye Feng could control so much at one time. If so, it is God. But before Yan Yi's words were finished, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his eyes, and after that, I was under control. 10 people, including Yan Yi, were all affected by the eternal enchantment at this moment, and they all turned into sculptures and maintained their previous movements. Compared with the freezing of time, the eternal enchantment takes effect faster. And within 50 meters, no matter how many people you come, you are not a human being. Ye Feng felt dark in his heart. On this level, before he came out, he thought that he might meet someone from the myriad beast cult. After all, he had already done it twice. Coupled with his current reputation, the myriad beast's religion will not let it go. However, this level is too weak, right? Not far away, Zhao Boming's pupils shrank slightly, and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Silver 1 star. Zhao Boming's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he kept roaring in his heart. How long has it been since it was silver? Didn't he only get 6 bronze stars during the special training camp? Besides, he hasn't been out of school for a while, so where did his spirit ring come from? A series of questions were simply too late to think about. The moment he saw Ye Feng's strength, Zhao Boming immediately possessed his spirit. His martial spirit is rather strange, it is a special kind of fear. If you have to divide it into one category, it should be regarded as the emotional category. When the fearful spirit possessed the body, the pedestrians who had just reacted all around became fearful for no reason. Immediately, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost and their faces turned pale. Die. Zhao Boming didn't look at other people, he only had Ye Feng in his eyes. No matter what means Ye Feng used to upgrade to Silver 1, such a person cannot stay. Only now did Zhao Boming realize that he still underestimated Ye Feng's potential. Not only did he underestimate it, but even the Dharma Protector underestimated it. The distance of 300 meters was almost a blink of an eye under Zhao Boming's full effort. And when Zhao Boming was about to approach Ye Feng, a second purple soul ring appeared under Ye Feng's feet. Death Wolf Soul Ring Skill, Death and Withering activated. Buzz. A deadly grey ripple spread instantly and enveloped Yan Yi and another beast blood killer. Death and Decay can be used on 2 targets at the same time, it is a group attack soul skill. Since Yan Yi and the others have already been controlled by the Eternal Barrier, Ye Feng naturally doesn't want to give up the martial soul point. Then Zhao Boming, who was about to attack Ye Feng, saw a picture he had never seen in his life. Yan Yi, who was in his prime, was shrouded in grey light, and then Yan Yi's jet black hair turned white at an unbelievable speed. Not only that, but senile plagues began to appear on Yan Yi's skin. Along with age spots, there are also those twisted wrinkles. With Yan Yi's rapid aging, his strength is also rapidly declining. During the period of being fixed, it quickly dropped from 1 gold star to 1 silver star. Yan Yi, who was still full of energy before, became an old man who was dying. His face was full of age spots, his eyes were cloudy, and his hair that had just turned white quickly disappeared and fell off. Immediately afterwards, under Zhao Boming's doubtful, puzzled and horrified eyes, Yan Yi's vitality suddenly dissipated. All this happened very fast. In less than a second, Yan Yi and another beast blood killer died. Not killed, but alive and dying under the terrifying effect of death and decay. At this moment, Ye Feng felt his scalp tingling. Even if the age has not increased, even the current death and decay is the nightmare of those golden soul masters. You must know that the lifespan of a gold-level soul master is basically less than 150. Although this spirit ability might have less influence on the middle and late golden spirit masters, it was enough to frighten them. Let me ask, what is the meaning of soul master cultivation? In addition to wanting to become stronger and stand out, quite a few people are for longevity. Especially the older generation of powerhouses, all hope to live a little longer. And death and decay are their death knells. At the moment when Yan and Yi fell, Zhao Boming felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Immediately, Zhao Boming didn't think much about it, and a dark purple 4th spirit ring emerged from under his feet. 4th soul ring skill, Fear Thrust. This is Zhao Boming's only single attack, and it is also the strongest attack. The Fear Spur is not a physical attack, but a mental attack, which is very difficult to deal with. When the fierce spur turned into a purple spike and shot at Ye Feng was covered in hairs. It was only at this time that he noticed Zhao Boming. It's not that his vigilance is not high, but Zhao Boming's strength is too strong. In addition, they are old-fashioned killers and most of the attention just now was on Yan Yi, so Ye Feng didn't notice it. Buzz! At a critical juncture, Ye Feng did not hold back at all. The surrounding space trembled, and the wings of the Void Dragon Eagle emerged from Ye Feng's left and right shoulder blades. That is, the moment Ye Feng summoned his wings, the fear thrust hit. It's done. Zhao Boming was overjoyed. Asterisk. Chapter 55. But the next moment, the smile on Zhao Boming's face froze. The fear thrust was indeed stabbed, but Ye Feng's figure dissipated like a bubble. Zhao Boming was stunned for a moment and suddenly his face changed greatly. Ye Feng unexpectedly appeared 100 meters away. What? Zhao Boming felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. 100% certainty is so gone? Without thinking about it, Zhao Boming gathered his energy and rushed towards Ye Feng at an unbelievable speed. Ye Feng was scared to pee. Fortunately, Lao Zi had a spirit bone attached to it, otherwise he would have explained it there just now. Seeing Zhao Boming attacking him again, Ye Feng's soul power was rapidly consumed. Call out! When Zhao Boming approached, Ye Feng teleported away again. In this very short period of time, Ye Feng used his soul skills 4 times in a row, which was extremely draining. It is also fortunate that the control of the soul power is high, otherwise the soul power will be exhausted. At this time, the people around them finally reacted. Everyone looked terrified and retreated far away. And at Taikyo University, the head of the hospital, He Bing, suddenly raised his head, and the coldness in his eyes skyrocketed. SHH. In the blink of an eye, Kung Fu Yuan Shao disappeared from the office. Outside Taikyo University, someone was calling the police and someone was taking pictures. Some people are anxious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Taikyo University student was besieged. What makes them curious is that among the 10 people who were besieged just now, 2 were suddenly old. The other 8 stood there motionless. The situation is a bit strange, although some people ask themselves that their strength is good, but they dare not approach. Damn! Zhao Boming roared in his heart. Just now, Ye Feng teleported 3 times in a row. Dodged his attacks again and again. The last time, Zhao Boming became more and more anxious and anxious. He never dreamed that a mere Ye Feng would be so difficult to kill. You must know that with his strength, let alone the gold level, even a 6-star diamond can be killed quickly. Yan Yi and the other 10 made it clear that they couldn't leave. If you delay any longer, you will be left here. Thinking of this, Zhao Boming's soul power was rapidly consumed in his body. Although Ye Feng was teleported, he was not careless. He can't make mistakes, or he'll be out of luck. Seeing Zhao Boming attacking him again, Ye Feng cheered up. He knew that maybe the masters in the school had come. Boom! The 8,000-year-old spirit ring skill, Fear Thrust, smashed the street lamp and its nearby stone slabs to smithereens. And Ye Feng only left a phantom next to the street lamp. It was a phantom created by the moment of teleportation. Looking at Ye Feng 100 meters away, Zhao Boming's expression became extremely gloomy. The 100 meters turned out to be an insurmountable chasm for him. Although as long as he is given a certain amount of time, Ye Feng can easily kill this annoying guy when his soul power is exhausted. However, Zhao Boming ran out of time. He had clearly heard the harsh wind breaking. That is the guardian of Taikyo University. Walk! Zhao Boming was extremely angry. When the void array in his hand was crushed, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Want to run? He Bing, who was thousands of meters away, was murderous and clapped both hands at the same time. The 2 ice knives shot at Zhao Boming like bullets. However, He Bing's speed was still a little slower. The void array has been activated. At this time, Zhao Boming's figure has become a little illusory, and the ice knife can't catch up. Ye Feng was not happy when he saw this scene. Mad, make me so miserable and want to run? Once or twice when Laozi is easy to bully. The next moment, Ye Feng performed the last teleport in Zhao Boming's surprise. The moment he appeared in front of Zhao Boming, Ye Feng Wuxian appeared. Space Blade. This is the only soul power left in his body. When the Space Blade was displayed, Ye Feng felt that the blackness in front of him fell from the air. The 40-meter-long Space Blade instantly hit Zhao Boming, who was wrapped in the void magic circle. A scene that terrified Zhao Boming appeared. The void magic circle that was about to take effect actually stopped for a while under the influence of the Space Blade. If it's normal, this time it's nothing. But He Bing's attack arrived. Do not! Zhao Boming let out a desperate and angry roar. Pfft! The two ice knives penetrated Zhao Boming's heart one after the other. He Bing in the distance was stunned for a moment. Strange, he actually hit it. What? Zhao Boming's heart was pierced and a shrill scream came directly from the sky. He never dreamed that the assassination would be ruined by this guy. The Space Blade did not pose any threat to him, but it interfered with the teleportation formation. Mistake. Fatal mistake. Zhao Boming felt extremely remorseful at this moment, since he knew that Ye Feng had the Sword of Nothingness, he should take precautions in advance. Ye Feng just got up at this time, and his eyes lit up when he saw this. He just used the Space Blade to vent his anger in it, but he didn't expect it to be really effective. Pfft! Zhao Boming, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, fell to the ground like a pool of rotten flesh, bleeding profusely. He Bing appeared between Ye Feng and Zhao Boming, his face still murderous. He recognized Zhao Boming's identity, the helmsman of the 10,000 Beast sect. Attack at the gate of Taekyo University, the first time ever. He Bing felt slapped in the face by Zhao Boming. Anger. Be afraid. Fortunately, Ye Feng was fine. Just when He Bing was about to make up for the knife. Be merciful. Ye Feng said suddenly. He Bing was stunned. Ye Feng didn't explain, but stepped on Zhao Boming's broken heart to make up for it. Zhao Boming, who had passed out, trembled, and immediately lost his breath. After doing all this, Ye Feng spread out on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. He Bing quickly supported Ye Feng. At this moment, the effect of the eternal enchantment of the other 8 beast blood killers not far away was lifted. He Bing waved his hand. Boom! The terrifying power of ice directly wrapped the 8 people. The 8 people who managed to recover were immobilized again, but this time they were frozen into ice sculptures. Ding! Successfully kill the Diamond Peak Spirit Master to trigger a rare reward and get a Martial Spirit Holy Stone. Asterisk. Chapter 56. At this time, the system prompt sounds. Ye Feng's eyes skyrocketed. Killing Zhao Boming, who was countless times stronger than himself, actually directly triggered the rare reward? Cool. System, can the Holy Spirit Stone increase the life of the Spirit Ring? Ye Feng asked. This Martial Soul Holy Stone and Martial Soul True Stone have similar names and should have similar effects. Return to the host, a Martial Soul Holy Stone can increase the life of the Spirit Ring for 6,000 years. After the system finished speaking, Ye Feng's eyes widened. One is 6,000 years old? This F***ck is going to be invincible. Ye Feng originally thought that the Holy Stone of Martial Soul could increase by 1,200 years at most, and that was enough. Who knew it would be 10 times over all of a sudden? Suddenly, Ye Feng looked at the other 8 beast blood killers with different eyes. Teacher, leave those people to me to kill. Ye Feng said quickly. The 8 beast blood killers were frozen by He Bing's soul power, and it was already at the end of the battle at this moment. And He Bing Ye Feng has never seen it or knows it. He Bing hesitated and nodded. It's good to let these students see blood, but this kid seems to be eager to kill? The crowd gathered around, but people from the detective bureau had already arrived to maintain order. 2 more teachers from Taekyo University came over. The 2 first glanced at Ye Feng and found that he was safe and sound, and then asked, "He Yuan Shao?" He Bing shook his head, indicating that now is not the time to say this. Ye Feng walked up to the 8 people and killed 7 of them with the idea of draining the last bit of value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the Golden 1-star Soul Master and obtaining 300 martial soul points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the Golden 1-star Soul Master and obtaining 1 true martial soul stone. 7 beeps sounded one after another. The joy on Ye Feng's face became stronger and stronger. After breaking through to silver, the probability of special rewards has indeed increased. 7 beast blood killers have 2 spirit stones. The remaining 5 are martial soul points. Cool, so cool. Ye Feng was very excited. Previously, he felt that there was a long way to go to increase the age of spirit rings, but now it seems that 3 soul rings will be completed soon. At this moment, He Bing came over with a strange shock and handed over a medicinal pill. Ye Feng was weak, and he stuffed it into his mouth without even looking at it. The reason why he stayed alone was to see if he could torture him. The 10,000 beast sect dealt with him one after another. Ye Feng was already angry. He wants revenge. In addition, Ye Feng also needs a lot of resources to exchange martial soul points. In the myriad beasts religion, there is absolutely no shortage of these things. Crash! There was an abnormal sound like the sound of water flowing in the body, and immediately Ye Feng's depleted soul power began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a sense of pleasure in a long drought. Although the attack of the myriad beast realm made Ye Feng's cards come to an end. But the gains are also huge. Little guy, let's go back to school. He Bing supported Ye Feng with a soft voice. The other 2 teachers looked around vigilantly, for fear of another accident. Ye Feng glanced at it casually, and found that there were hundreds of people around him at some point. That's Ye Feng, right? Who is so courageous to kill someone in the imperial capital? It must be a member of the myriad beast cult. Damn beast world almost cost us a genius. I'm late, can anyone tell me what's going on? I don't know either. I just saw that 10 people suddenly stopped moving, and then 2 suddenly became old. Yes, there is another strong breath, it should be diamond level. Everyone, you gave me a general introduction to the previous situation. Immediately, everyone looked at Ye Feng with different expressions. He instantly controlled 10 gold levels. Also, are you still saving your life in the diamond level chase? In the crowd, Hu Mao, the principal of number 6 middle school who happened to pass by, only felt dizzy. Is this record sure is true? This is too scary, too luxurious. Hu Mao came relatively late, and by the time He Bing had hit Zhao Bombing, he felt dreamy when he heard everyone's analysis. Seeing a man next to him excitedly fiddling with his mobile phone, Hu Mao's eyes narrowed. This brother, did you take a picture just now? The man nodded excitedly and said, it's all captured. Great, can you show me? Hu Mao asked quickly. The surveillance here has been destroyed by the previous battle. When Hu Mao saw Ye Feng forcefully controlling 10 people in the video, his face changed again and again. After a long time, Hu Mao stared blankly at Ye Feng's leaving back and murmured, the wind is full of bows, so lucky. Ye Feng and several people entered the school, and the work of the detective bureau began. The first thing they have to do is to check the onlookers to see if they can find anything. As for Ye Feng's side, he obviously had to wait for him to recover before asking about the specific situation. At the same time, Ji family. Ji Chen, who was wearing a dark blue tang suit, sat upright and looked calm. But his eyes are constantly looking at the clock in the living room. Below, Ji Ming and Ji Tian are listed. Something's wrong. Ji Chen suddenly spoke. The brothers said blankly, what's wrong, Dad. Ji Chenteng stood up suddenly and said, has Ye Feng been assassinated twice by the 10,000 Beast sect before? Ji Tian nodded, many students knew about this. Not good. Ji Ming's face suddenly changed. Ye Feng's talent is too terrifying. Although the 2 assassination attempts of the 10,000 Beast sect failed, there is no reason to give up. And if he wants to make an appointment, he must leave Taekyo University. Ji Ming was about to speak, but saw that Ji Chen had disappeared. Chapter 57. Ji Chen's speed increased to the extreme, and he left the Ji family villa area in the blink of an eye. It's just that Ji Chen's heart was completely cold at this time. Even, there is a rare trace of panic. He invited Ye Feng to Ji's house, on the one hand, to repay Ye Feng's kindness for saving Ji Tian. On the other hand, I also want to win 1 or 2. However, if Ye Feng died at the hands of the 10,000 Beast sect, then he was an indirect murderer. Thinking of this, Ji Chen was both angry and annoyed. He didn't even think of this. If Ye Feng is really dead, then Ji Chen is a sinner of the human race. The super powerful at the peak of the dignified Grand Master, his limbs are cold in the hot summer. Boom! In order to get to Taekyo University as soon as possible, Ji Chen couldn't care less about the no-fly order. Even desperately burning the soul power in the body, I hope it will be faster. At Ji Chen's speed, 10 seconds from Ji's house to Taekyo University is enough. Under his desperate efforts, Ji Chen only took 2 seconds. When Ji Chen arrived at Taekyo University, he saw 10 corpses on the ground and the surrounding crowd at a glance. Ji Chen's heart became even colder. It's over. Ji Chen felt that his eyes were darkened and he stumbled. Immediately, there was a burst of despair on the resolute face, and it was too late. At this moment, Ji Chen seemed to be several decades older. He never dreamed that Ye Feng would be killed before the grace of saving his son was repaid. Chief Ji. At this moment, Hu Mao came over in surprise. Ji Chen didn't have the mind to take care of Hu Mao, and walked towards the school as if he was absent-minded. Ji Patriarch Ye Feng has entered the school. Hu Mao said again. Ji Chen's body was shocked, and he turned back suddenly. What did you say? Being stared at by Ji Chen, Hu Mao said in amazement, just now, the court guard brought Ye Feng back. Ye Feng is not dead. Ji Chen felt that the whole world had regained its luster. Ha ha ha. Ji Chen laughed loudly. As long as he didn't die, as long as he breathed, Ji Chen could save Ye Feng. Hu Mugang wanted to tell Ji Chen about the situation, but found that Ji Chen had already entered the school. Inside the office, He Bing looked at Ye Feng with concern. In addition to 2 people, there are 2 old acquaintances of Ye Feng. One of them is Yu Qingjian, the dean of the Elements Institute. It's just that Yu Qingjian's face was very ugly, and the anger in his chest was almost uncontrollable. During the summer vacation, Wang Chuan and the others all went to the Shura world, or went into seclusion. Therefore, only a few courtyards were there, and Yu Qingjian just came back for some business, and as a result, he heard about the assassination of the 10,000 Beast sect. The other was Qin Lai, the prison envoy. All animal religion matters are his responsibility. He came earlier than Yu Qingjian, and Qin Lai followed Ye Feng as soon as he entered the school gate. Just like Yu Qingjian, Qin Lai's face was also not good looking. This kind of thing happened, he didn't even notice in advance. This is his dereliction of duty and shame. Call. Ye Feng opened his eyes, and the soul power in his body had recovered by 1/5. All of this is due to the medicinal pill He Bing just gave. Seeing that Ye Feng was awake, the 3 Grand Masters peeked at the same time with concern. I'm fine. Ye Feng got up and moved his muscles and said. In this battle, he just exhausted his soul power and didn't even lose a single hair. The 3 nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid that Ye Feng might have some hidden dangers. However, Yu Qingjian was still not at ease, raised his hand and sent a soul power. After sensing it, Yu Qingjian's eyes widened. This guy is really okay. He also thought that Ye Feng would be injured a little bit, but this kid is alive and well because of excessive consumption of soul power. Suddenly, Yu Qingjian looked at Ye Feng differently. Ye Feng, tell me about the situation at that time. Qin Lai said in a deep voice. Ye Feng didn't hide it. These things were quickly known on the internet. After all, many people recorded videos. That's how it is. Ye Feng pretended to have lingering fears and said, fortunately, there is a spirit bone attached to the outside, otherwise I'm afraid. Qin Lai and Yu Qingjian and He Bing looked at each other, and then they saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. The gold-level beast blood killer is actually like an ant here in Ye Feng? When was it so easy to kill a gold 1-star with a mere silver star? This leapfrog combat capability is unheard of. It seems, even Lord Fazun couldn't do it back then, right? Qin Lai was extremely shocked. Amazing. Yu Qingjian gave Ye Feng a deep look. He didn't ask Ye Feng the origin of the second spirit ring of the time divine clock, but he knew that someone must be helping in the dark. Who is this guy? Yu Qingjian already has the answer in his heart, perhaps it is one of the 3 pillars. Only they can find the time-type soul beast. He Bing stroked his long beard and said with emotion, I suddenly felt that Principal Wang is too wise. He also knew when Feng Manggong took Ye Feng to get the soul ring of the time mysterious turtle. As a hospital guard, his duty is to guard the school and keep an eye on every move in the school. As for the important place like the treasure pavilion, the hospital guard will naturally pay attention. In He Bing's view, Wang Chuan was so brave that he brought such an evildoer to Taikyo University. While thinking about it, a report came from outside the door. President Yu, Ji Chen, the head of the Ji family, is visiting. Yu Qingjian said, let him come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chen, a tall man, walked over quickly. He was stunned when he saw Ye Feng, who was alive and well. This picture is not what I thought. Shouldn't this kid be on the verge of dying? No, there must be serious internal injuries. Immediately, Ji Chen sighed and asked, how is Ye Feng? Chapter 58. Except for He Bing and Ji Chen, the 3 present were from the same era. Yu Qingjian and Qin Lai were both juniors. And He Bing is only the peak of the master. So the 3 of them bowed to Ji Chen at the same time. Then Yu Qingjian said, Chief Ji, Ye Feng is fine. Bullshit. Ji Chen was slightly angry. He obviously thought that the 3 people's inspection was not careful enough. Immediately, his expression changed, showing an amiable look, and said, Ye Feng, Ji Chen, the master of the Ji family, we met during the special training camp. Can I ask the old man to check 1 or 2? Ye Feng nodded helplessly. This old man cares so much. After a while, Ji Chen had doubts and confusion on his face. What happened? Has it been cured? This little guy has no injuries at all. Cough, Patriarch Ji, I said Ye Feng is fine. Yu Qingjian said, if something really happened, I would have informed Principal Wang long ago. Thinking that Ye Feng saved Ji Tian's life, he probably understood Ji Chen's intention. But I didn't expect Ji Chen to be so concerned. It's fine, it's fine. Ji Chen thought to himself, otherwise, this old man will have trouble sleeping and eating in this life. After a pause, he said, you 3 did a good job, the old man owes you a favor. Ji Chen thought that Zhao Boming and the others should have killed 3 people. Although Ye Feng is from Taijing University, but there is the grace of saving his son, so Ji Chen feels that he owes 3 people a favor. The expressions of Yu Qingjian and the 3 immediately became strange. They probably understood what Ji Chen was thinking. Chief Ji, this matter, maybe not what you think. He Bing said with a smile, those people were killed by Ye Feng. Oh, so it's like, what? Ji Chen's body trembled and suddenly looked at He Bing. He suspected that He Bing was teasing himself, but he had no evidence. He blinked and gave a general overview of the previous situation. Ji Chen's face became more complicated the more he listened, and in the end, Ji Chen's head was blank for a moment. As the helm of the Ji family, he knows more secrets. It is no exaggeration to say that Ye Feng's combat power and speed of progress are the number one in the ages. And this kind of existence is almost because of my own mistakes. I am afraid to think about it. It has to be said that Ji Ming has inherited Ji Chen's honesty perfectly. The future of the human race. Ji Chen sighed. At the same time, in the Shura world, the bloody plains. A towering building stands on the bloody plain. This building is like a pillar supporting the sky, and it is impossible to see the end at a glance. 200 kilometers away from here, Wang Chuan and Hong Zhen stood side by side with a solemn expression. During the summer vacation, Wang Chuan basically did not go back to school, and he was here to retreat and fight. The two had just experienced a war, and the two did not take advantage of each other's hands together. Although the other party was forced to retreat, the expressions of both of them at the moment were a bit ugly. That beast has become stronger again, and he can't beat it. Hong Zhen said in a loud voice, and the earth trembled with every word he said. Wang Chuan glanced at Hong Zhen. It turns out that it is better to ask the King of Hell than to ask you Hong Zhen for help. He was scolding Hong Zhen for his incompetence on the side. Hong Zhen didn't refute. IFG want to help you too. That guy is getting stronger every time. It's very weird. If I fight again, my old Hong's life will be involved. Wang Chuan pinched his brows and felt a little annoyed. Chaos Mystery opened within a few days. At that time, he must go back, but it will be difficult to find opportunities if the matter here is not resolved. It was rare for Hong Zhen to see Wang Quan's irritable mouth cracking open with a smile. Pharaoh, this person is fate, it's not yours, it's not yours, it's not yours, hurry back and prepare for the matter of entering the secret realm of chaos. Wang Chuan hummed, it's not bad for a few days. Just as Hong Zhen was about to sneer, his wrist vibrated, and the message came. After 300 kilometers deep into the Shura world, the electronic communication will completely fail, and it can only be transmitted by special methods in the military. Wang Chuan didn't care, but thought about it with a headache. He was bound to get that thing, but if the old boy Hong Zhen didn't help, it would be a headache. As for the King of Hell, far away cannot quench near thirst. Suddenly Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed in Hong Zhen's bull-eyed eyes, and the strange color quickly returned to normal. Wang Chuan asked curiously, what's wrong? Hong Zhen covered up his strangeness very well, but kept roaring in his heart. Damn it, that Ye Feng actually controlled 10 gold levels in an instant? Who thinks this? Damn it, that guy is already a 1-star silver? How to practice? Damn it, can you even escape the pursuit of the Diamond Peak? How did you do it? Damn it! God damn old king! Caused Lao Zi to lose a tiger general. But how could Hong Zhen tell Wang Chuan about this kind of thing? He asked himself whether the city government was still very good. So Hong Zhen said casually, it's nothing, the little brats report the military situation. Wang Chuan didn't think much about it, the things in front of him were more important. Cough cough, that. Old Wang, there is nothing serious at the rear, I will continue to help you. Hong Zhen suddenly said something. How? Wang Chuan raised his brows, tell me about your conditions. This old Hong is not so kind, he must be holding back bad water. If something happens to you, old Wang, can I, Lao Hong, really don't care. Hong Zhen looked at Wang Chuan and said, but since you said it, give me Ye Feng. Wang Quan's eyes widened as if he understood something. Hong Zhen was annoyed, it was broken, he couldn't hold back. As predicted. Is the information just now related to that kid Ye Feng? Wang Chuan said with a faint smile, tell me what's wrong. Hong Zhen was suddenly unable to ride a tiger, saying that it was not true, and it would not be very good not to say it. Speak and chirp. Wang Chuan said, that kid should be in the school. Did you burn the school down? Asterisk. Chapter 59. Hong Zhen bit the bullet and said, the 10,000 beasts sect attacked. Ye Feng instantly controlled 10 gold 1-star beast blood killers with the strength of 1-star silver, and saved his life in Zhao Boming's pursuit. Ye Feng is safe. Although it is a special communication method of the military, there is a word limit. Hong Zhen read it as it was, which was already the limit of the number of words that could be transmitted. At first, Wang Quan's face was filled with murderous aura, and he was immediately stunned. Is this a mistake? Wang Chuan asked subconsciously. Silver 1-star strongly controls gold 1-star? Or 10? Why can't I believe this? Also, that Zhao Boming is the pinnacle of diamonds, so he could save his life by chasing Ye Feng. Ye Feng? No, that kid has 1 silver star? Hong Zhen grinned and was very satisfied with Wang Quan's response. This old boy can't hold his breath more than me, haha. I want to go back. Wang Chuan, who was not in a hurry before, said abruptly. Damn it, it's amazing. Is this guy really that evil? And if the information is true, then Ye Feng can participate in the secret realm of chaos. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan became more and more anxious. Ah, are you going back now? Hong Zhen was confused. I don't want anything. And you have to give me Ye Feng. Wang Chuan stopped and said with a smile, Old Hong, this person depends on his fate. If it's not yours, it's not yours. Let's go. It disappeared instantly. It was only when Wang Chuan left Hong Zhen that he reacted. Immediately stomping his feet in anger, the MR returned Lao Zi's words intact. Inside Taekyo University. He Yuan Shao, where is the beast blood killer just now? Ye Feng asked after he recovered. He Bing looked at Qin Lai as soon as these words came out. Qin Lai with a stern expression said solemnly, Ye Feng, these people have the imprint of the beasts planted on them, and they cannot be tortured. He guessed what Ye Feng was thinking. Who knows, Ye Feng snorted, if it was before, he had nothing to do with the mark of the beasts. But with death and decay, it is different. This soul skill may be able to unlock the mark of the beasts. Ji Chen said, Ye Feng, if you plan to get rid of the Daijing's branch of the 10,000 beasts, the old man and the Ji family will fully support you. Thank you, senior. Ye Feng has exactly this intention. Immediately, the group came to the next office. At this time, the unfortunate beast blood killer was already in an ice sculpture state, and he did so mainly because he was afraid of suicide. One of the reasons why the people of the 10,000 beasts have a headache is that they are all brainwashed or controlled. He Bing released the other party's state at will. With a few people there, he couldn't do it if he wanted to commit suicide. Then several people looked at Ye Feng at the same time, they wanted to know what Ye Feng was going to do. The beast blood killer was sluggish at this time, and if He Bing hadn't intentionally left him alive, he might have died long ago. Seeing Ye Feng standing there safe and sound, the beast blood killer had a trace of confusion and fear in his eyes. This person is not dead? After being controlled by the eternal enchantment, his thoughts also solidified, so he did not know what happened next. What's your name? Ye Feng asked. The killer knew Ji Chen and their identities, and said nervously, Aftermath. Tell me where your rudder is. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, a look of pain appeared on Yu Bo's face. Immediately, a thumb-sized blood-red rune appeared on his forehead. This is the mark of the beasts, and as long as someone wants to reveal the relevant secrets, the mark of the beasts is automatically activated. Buzz. Ye Feng didn't talk nonsense, the god of time was possessed by the spirit of martial arts. Immediately, a purple spirit ring emerged from under his feet. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Ji Chen and the others soared. Indeed, 1,000 years. And looking at the spirit ring breath, it should be 1,100 years. As for the dead wolf, they didn't know. Time-based soul beasts are very rare. Even if Ji Chen has lived for most of his life, he has never seen them, so he naturally doesn't know much about them. At this time, the aftermath is in the activation of the mark of the beasts and has lost his mind. Ye Feng didn't hesitate, and death and withering started immediately. SHH. Under the surprise of Ji Chen and the others, the mark of the beasts on Yu Bo's eyebrows changed. The blood-red runes change from darker to lighter under the influence of death and decay. In less than 1 second, it completely turned into a light white, and then completely eliminated. And the aftermath of losing his mind once again controlled his body with a dazed look on his face. This is... Ji Chen's eyes were full of brilliance, but they really did it. Ye Feng was also overjoyed. The mark of the beasts is not such a clever technique, nor does it contain particularly strong power. Death and withering can not only affect people or spirit beasts, but also items. That's why Ye Feng decided to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to be successful once. Yu Bo's body trembled, as if he knew what Ye Feng said. The fear and despair in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Although he lost the mark of the beasts, he didn't think he could survive. Tell me the specific information of the subrouter, and I can consider not killing you. Ye Feng asked with a cold expression, otherwise, it would be better for you to die. After Ye Feng finished speaking, Ji Chen and the four released a little coercion, making Yu Bo's face even paler. I say. Although Yu Bo is a loyal believer, he is not afraid of death. Before everyone was controlled by the imprint of the beasts as a last resort, in fact, there were only a few who were truly brave and not afraid of death. After listening to Yu Bo's words, Ye Feng's expression became colder and colder. In addition to the development of members and the assassination of the elites of the tribe, the 10,000 beasts also secretly sells children. Those with good talent are left behind to become beast blood killers, while those with bad talent are all fed to the guardian beasts. Damn beasts! Binky's beard was trembling, and he could not wait to fly to the headquarters of the 10,000 Beasts sect to kill the quartet. Although the other two did not speak, they were still heartbroken. After Yu Bo said all the information he knew, he trembled. I said it all. He looked at Ye Feng with hopeful eyes. Obviously, this is the one who controls his life and death. Ye Feng nodded. You can die. Speaking of death, the ghost ring of the ghost wolf appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Buzz. A grey light that symbolizes death hangs over the aftermath. Immediately, the expressions of the 4G Chen changed. I saw that the aftermath started to age rapidly. Hair turns white and then falls out. The skin is sagging and wrinkled. The breath also dropped to the extreme. Do not. Yu Bo looked at his hands full of age spots in horror. Because of his aging, his teeth were all lost, and his speech was slurred. Do not. At this moment, Yu Bo has never had such fear. This fear is deeply carved into the soul. He has seen many terrifying methods of death, all of which are found in the myriad beast religion. But I've never been so scared as I am now. He didn't even know what was wrong with him, why he was suddenly old. Not only is he getting old, but his strength has also dropped to 1 bronze star. Creepy. What? After the last second passed, Yu Bo let out a weak and shrill scream, widened his eyes and died in terror. This aftermath is both old and scared. The silence in the room was eerie. Ji Chen and the four of them actually felt a tinge of coolness. He can actually control lifespan. Ji Chen's right eyelid twitched, although he heard Bing say it before, but seeing it with his own eyes is a different feeling. If I waited for Ye Feng to be strong enough, what would happen if this terrifying soul skill was applied to me? These strong people, who doesn't yearn for longevity? That little bit of time is precious in the eyes of these people. However, Ye Feng could control death in a single thought? The scariest thing in this world is time. Whoever you are in front of time will be completely obliterated. And Ye Feng can control such power. Horrible. Rejoice. Various emotions were intertwined in the hearts of the four strong men. At the same time, in the western district of imperial capital, the Suzaku Legion was stationed. Buzz! A huge teleportation formation flickered. Immediately walked out of two somewhat embarrassed figures. They are Gong Qingyu and Li Fengxian. The two people's breaths declined to varying degrees, and Li Fengxian was the most miserable, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar. A head of jet black hair was tangled a few times by someone. It's really unlucky. Li Fengxian scolded and said, it's all Ji Ming's fault. If he came, we wouldn't be so miserable. You are miserable. Gong Qingyu is a person who loves cleanliness. As soon as he comes out, he immediately takes out the white shirt that has been prepared. After the replacement, he said, but you are not without gain. Speaking of this, Li Fengxian cracked his mouth and laughed, good luck, good luck. This time, he and Gong Qingyu teamed up to go to the Shura realm, and luckily got some good things. Among them, Li Fengxian gained the most. Although the Azura world is dangerous, it is full of treasures. As long as you can come back alive, you can basically improve a little. What's the date today? Didn't you miss the Chaos Secret Realm? Li Feng asked first. His cell phone and watch were all smashed inside. 5 days left. Gong Qingyu took out his mobile phone as he spoke. He and Li Fengxian stayed in the Shura world for 10 days. Gong Qingyu, the president of the student union, had to deal with the work of the student union as soon as he came out. But in the next moment, Gong Qingyu's footsteps stagnated. Li Fengxian stabbed and said, what's the matter? Those guys succeeded in rebelling. Gong Qingyu didn't speak, the surprise on his face grew stronger and stronger. Li Fengxian stopped and looked over subconsciously. At this moment, Gong Qingyu clicked on a video. Li Fengxian grabbed the phone and pressed play. Ye Feng. Seeing the familiar figure, Li Fengxian immediately became interested. What is this kid doing? But then, a picture that shocked him appeared. The smile on Li Fengxian's face gradually stiffened, and then his eyes widened. 10 gold levels were instantly controlled. Li Fengxian suddenly felt that there were not enough brain cells. This, are you kidding me? But what happened immediately made Li Fengxian's shock stronger and stronger. To the end. Gudong. Li Fengxian stared at the phone without saying a word. Silver 1 star, 2000-year soul rings. Gong Qingyu said to himself, force control of 1 gold star, being chased and killed by the peak of diamonds and safe and sound. Fengxian, can you do it? Li Feng was silent. If he switched with Ye Feng, he would have been reincarnated long ago. Don't talk about him, even 10 Li Fengxian wouldn't be enough to die in that situation. I cannot do it. Gong Qingyu suddenly smiled bitterly, I thought, who knows? I admire it. Proud like him, this moment was also shocked by Ye Feng's miracle. Hey, do you think he will go to Chaos Secret Realm with us? Li Fengxian said suddenly. Gong Qingyu was stunned for a moment, he forgot about this just now. Although the current Ye Feng is much weaker than them, the principal and the others may not let Ye Feng participate. At this time, the internet has been completely boiled over because of this incident. Not only the two of them, but also the roles of the major forces and all parties are being discussed. Magic City. Sujiaka District. The kilometer-high skyscrapers radiate dazzling brilliance under the sun. This is the headquarters building of Soul Crystal Mining Group. Right now, on the highest platform of the skyscraper, an ordinary-looking but unusually dressed young man stared at his phone in a daze. Sisong. A majestic voice sounded from behind. Wu Sisong quickly put the phone in his pocket. Dad. The person who came was Wu Jianglin, chairman of Soul Crystal Mining Group. In terms of strength and status, he may not be as good as the 3 major families, but in terms of financial strength and influence, Wu Jianglin surpasses the 3 major families. Wu Jianglin was wearing a spotless suit. Although he was not tall and even a little fat, he exuded the air of a superior. A pair of eyes flashed as if they could read people's hearts. Don't hide it, I also watched that video. Wu Jianglin's voice could not hear happiness or anger. Zhang Wuji came to apologize half a month ago, and then the old-fashioned Wu Jianglin took the initiative to dissolve the engagement. For this reason, Wu Sisong kept himself locked here, and did not go out for half a month. Dad, I'm fine. Wu Sisong smiled bitterly, this person. I'm convinced. Asterisk. Chapter 61. A look of helplessness flashed in Wu Jianglin's eyes. Sisong, put away your unrealistic thoughts. Wu Jianglin said solemnly, this person is not something you can deal with. Knowing his son Mo Ruofu, although Wu Sisong saw the uproarious video uploaded on the internet, the hatred in his heart still did not lessen. If it was before, Wu Jianglin would default. After all, the son is an adult, and he does not intend to interfere. And at that time, Ye Feng hadn't shown anything that made him terrified. But it's different now. In just a short period of time, Ye Feng already has the strength to crush one gold star. Such a speed of progress, even if the three pillars were not known before, they must be known now. Such a person, the three pillars will be guaranteed. He didn't want his son to ruin the Wu family because of his temper. Dad, you hate me for taking your wife. BD. Wu Jianglin slapped his hand and scolded, first, you really have no emotional foundation, and second, this doll's parent is a combination of interests. Now that the interests have been reached, the Wu family and the Zhang family have formed an alliance. If you interfere with it, you will destroy the Wu family. The anger on Wu Sisong's face was fleeting. Sisong, let's stop this matter, and don't mention it to anyone. Wu Jianglin asked again. The Wu family is not a monopoly, there are enemies in the business world, both overtly and secretly. In addition, Wu Jianglin's strength and status are placed here, and there are not many people staring at him. At the very least, there must be some dark sons of divine prison in his group company. Wu Sisong didn't speak and didn't know what he was thinking. Zhang family. Zhang Duoer trotted all the way to her brother Zhang Dashan's bedroom. Brother, open the door. Zhang Duoer said excitedly. The powerful Zhang Dashan just woke up when he heard the words and said lazily, don't disturb my sleep, it's annoying. In addition to his extraordinary talent, Zhang Dashan is also famous for his drowsiness. Lie down anytime, anywhere, and out of control. This is related to Zhang Dashan's second martial spirit, and everyone who is familiar with Zhang Dashan knows it. Brother, something big happens, open the door. Zhang Duoer's pink fist knocked on the door. Don't come to me unless Zuoki Wushuan is stubborn. Zhang Dashan yawned and burst into tears. After a short while, he was sleepy again. No, it's Ye Feng. Zhang Duoer was in a hurry, I'll leave if you don't open the door. Ye Feng. Zhang Dashan seemed to remember, oh, what's wrong? I sent you a video, watch it for yourself. Zhang Duoer left angrily. Zhang Dashan's head fell uncontrollably, and then he suddenly shook his head to wake him up. When he slowly opened the phone and clicked on the video, Zhang Dashan's eyes suddenly widened. FK. Immediately no sleepiness. Zuokiu's house. Zhou Kaiyuhan had just finished training and was lying on the ground exhausted. In order to surpass Ye Feng, he has not relaxed these days, constantly pushing his limits. At this time, a post caught Zhou Kaiyuhan's attention. With white hair, he sat up abruptly, his blue eyes shocked. Ye Feng. Has he grown to this point? Zhou Kaiyuhan felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. I've worked so hard here to improve my strength a little bit, and as a result, killing a one-star gold star is like slaughtering a dog. How do you compare this? Tap tap. Just then, footsteps came from the door. The powerless Zhou Kaiyuhan suddenly surged with boundless strength, got up with a thud and was about to lock the door. But it was too late. A young man with the same white hair came. It was Zhou Qiuhan's elder brother Zhou Qiuwushuan. Zhou Qiuhan twitched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath to calm himself as much as possible. Small. Zhou Qiuwushuan said. Zhou Qiuhan did not speak but waited patiently. After a while. Han, you. Zhou Qiuwushuan looked at Zhou Qiuhan and said, why? Zhou Qiuhan couldn't take it any longer. His brother is fine in everything, but the mutation of his martial spirit makes his speech speed extremely slow. Slow and frustrating. Once Zhou Qiuwushuan came to the stage to accept the award, the principal asked Zhou Qiuwushuan to deliver his acceptance speech. As a result, the graduation ceremony that time completely collapsed the teachers and students of the whole school. To this day, it's a nightmare. What? It has been 5 minutes, and Zhou Qiuwushuan has said a total of 5 words so far. Zhou Qiuhan was going crazy, but he couldn't leave. This big goth likes to take care of himself. When the interest comes, I have to sing a song. If I hadn't beat Zhou Qiuhan, I would have already passed. Correct. Suddenly Zhou Qiuhan Lingguang flashed and said quickly, brother, there is a video on the internet about Ye Feng. Hurry up and take a look, the provincial ones have been deleted. Said and handed over the phone. Zhou Qiuwushuan was really attracted. Zhou Qiuhan took the opportunity to jog, not even bothering about his cell phone and privacy. After a moment, Zhou Qiuwushuan's eyes widened. Lie. 3 minutes later. Groove. Taikyo University, in He Bing's office. Ye Feng and Yu Qinjian didn't wait too long. Qin Lai returned again after 10 minutes. Get ready, let's go. Now that he has found out where the subrudder is located, Ye Feng naturally doesn't want to waste time. The longer it drags on, the bigger the change will be. Especially in case the good things of Fenrui were transferred, Ye Feng would not have a place to cry. Walk. Ye Feng's expression was shocked. This time he was going to teach the beasts a painful lesson. Asterisk. Chapter 62. Daijing, towards the mountains. Chaoshan district is the suburb of Daijing, where factories and mines are lined up. Except for a few residents, most of the people who live here for a long time are some soul crystal factories and various mines. Inside a house in Daeun Street, Chaoshan district. Nearly 100 myriad beast sect members tidy up their things in a panic. Deputy Rudder Master Zhou Hai scolded, "What's the panic? Just burn what you can't take away." Just 10 minutes ago, Zhou Hai got a piece of news that shocked him through the intelligence department of the sub-rudder. Zhao Boming's assassination failed. None of the 10 beast blood killers survived. Even Zhao Boming himself died. Then Zhou Hai saw the uproarious video uploaded on the internet. In addition to being shocked, I couldn't help but be very excited. As soon as Zhao Boming died, he, the deputy helmsman, could take over. Although he knew that the position of the sub-rudder would not be leaked, Zhou Hai was cautious. Coupled with the fact that he is about to become the helmsman, he is even more reluctant to die. Under Zhou Hai's command, the congregation took away everything they could. Zhou Hai himself stored the remaining 5,000 low-grade soul crystals of the sub-rudder in the storage ring. Headmaster Zhou, everything is finished. A deacon stepped forward to report. Zhou Hai nodded, and his expression suddenly changed just as he was about to speak. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise from above, followed by a dozen figures in light armor filed in. God guard! Zhou Hai's face changed drastically, he turned his head and ran away. He never dreamed that the address of the sub-rudder would be leaked. Who leaked it? There is no time to think, since the guards are here, then the jailer must be there. It has to be said that Zhou Hai escaped extremely fast. But he just took 2 steps and 2 figures fell from the sky. One of them was wearing a tang suit, with a majestic and dignified aura, like a god descending from the earth. The other was young and handsome, with an indifference between his brows. Behind him, there is a pair of invisible wings gently flapping, which can bring a space ripple every time. Ji Chen. Ye Feng. The moment he saw the two of them, Zhou Ha's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, Zhao Boming's assassination failed. It's just that what makes Zhao Boming desperate is that Ji Chen is here too. This is the peak powerhouse of the great Grand Master. Even the inner guardians of the teachings may not be able to compete. However, he still did not give up hope of escape. Boom! Hemorrhagic red soul power emerged in Zhou Ha's body, just as he was about to stimulate his potential to escape. Do you still want to run in front of this old man? Ji Chen snorted coldly, and said his big hand fluttered down. His anger against the cult of the beasts had never been stronger than it is today. If Ye Feng's strength was beyond everyone's expectations, he might have died today. Pfft! Zhou Hai was like a pinched balloon, the originally rising breath instantly fell. The whole person is even more sluggish to the extreme, and his face is pale. Ye Feng opened his mouth and laughed, and a spirit ring appeared under his feet. Death Wither. If Zhou Hai is in his peak state, the effect of death and decay is minimal, at best, it can only reduce his lifespan by a few minutes. But at the moment, Zhou Hai is already exhausted, and his strength has dropped to bronze. If it doesn't work, when will it start? Under the influence of death and decay, Zhou Hai instantly aged. Immediately, he was thin and old. Ding! Successfully kill a 7-star Diamond Soul Master to get 1 Martial Soul Holy Stone. Ye Feng smiled after hearing the beep. The probability of this rare reward is really much higher, this trip is not in vain. In addition to Zhao Boming's stone and the 2 Martial Soul True Stones, today's harvest is really beyond imagination. Zhou Hai just died here, and Qin Lai and Yu Qinjian over there took 19 divine guards and slaughtered the quartet, and all the cultists were quickly settled. The huge subrudder was dead at the moment, and there were corpses everywhere. Ye Feng shook his head sadly. He couldn't tell Qin Lai that everyone kept it for me, and I'd kill it. That's too much attention. The previous Zhao Boming can still be regarded as his act of venting his anger, and these powerhouses will doubt it again. Qin Lai came to Ye Feng and said, "No one survives." Ye Feng was not surprised, but bent down and took off Zhou Ha's storage ring. It has Zhou Ha's soul imprint on it. Ye Feng looked at Ji Chen, and Ji Chen took a swipe at his heart. Suddenly, this storage ring became an ownerless thing. Get rich! After sensing the 5,000 low-grade soul crystals, Ye Feng's mouth almost shed unsatisfactory tears. This is 50,000 martial soul points. Even if the silver period upgrade consumes more, it can still upgrade several stars. In addition, there are also many kinds of medicinal herbs. He Bing used the heavenly soul pill for Ye Feng before, which could quickly restore his soul power. Heavenly soul pill is a kind of medicinal pill that is always prepared by the strong. The reason why it is strong is because the weak cannot afford it. A heavenly soul pill costs 50,000, even He Bing and others are only using it in the battle of life and death. And Zhou Ha's storage ring has 2 heavenly soul pills. Then Ye Feng returned to the school under the escort of Ji Chen. Qin Lai and a group of divine guards stayed behind to finish. After saying goodbye to Ji Chen, Ye Feng returned to his dormitory. Immediately, my heart became hot. 2 martial soul sacred stones, 2 martial soul true stones, and then 5,000 low-grade soul crystals and medicinal pills that add up to 200,000. During this period of time, his strength has definitely improved rapidly. After swallowing the Holy Spirit Stone, the combat power will be greatly improved. For a while, Ye Feng couldn't help but look forward to the 10,000 beast cult to assassinate him. This is simply a mobile experience baby. Just when Ye Feng was about to open the storage space, a figure flashed in. It is the king who has come. Mad, don't you know how to knock on the door when you come in? Scared Lao Zi to death. Ye Feng gave him a resentful look. Ye Feng, Please show me your second soul skill. Wang Chuan said curiously with a smile on his face. Asterisk. Chapter 63. Buzz. At the moment when the grey light with a rich and dead aura enveloped Wang Chuan, the light in Wang Quan's eyes skyrocketed. He keenly found that he seemed to be missing something. Only a little is barely detectable, and it doesn't have any effect on itself, but it's really less. 0.001 seconds. After Wang Chuan sensed it, he opened his eyes a little horrified. He is the pinnacle of the king, the superpower in this world. But his lifespan was actually affected by Ye Feng's soul skill. Even if this time is insignificant. You must know that even those soul masters in the late king period can't have the slightest influence on him, but Ye Feng actually did it. What's the matter, teacher? Ye Feng asked with concern. Just now he didn't want to end up with Wang Chuan insisting that Ye Feng try it. Well, try and die. It's all right now, it's obvious that something is wrong. Wang Chuan was still shocked in his heart. The gap between him and Ye Feng is like a gulf. No, to say that there is a gulf is to belittle yourself. Under such a big gap, how could the mere 1,000-year-old spirit ability affect him? The clock of time, is that scary? Wang Chuan couldn't help but think of the one from 1,000 years ago. This person's name is Li Qingdi, a very domineering name, and his strength is also very domineering. It's just a pity that he was ambushed by the hunter general among the soul beasts as soon as he broke through to the diamond. Afterwards, the strong human race also went to look for it, but did not find the body of Emperor Li Qing, thinking that it had already been digested by the soul beast. While secretly regretful, Wang Chuan once again set his sights on Ye Feng. Li Qingdi, who has only one time clock, is already so defiant. What about Ye Feng, who also has the second martial soul? Thinking of this, Wang Chuan said faintly, Ye Feng, do you know the secret realm of chaos? Ye Feng shook his head. He has heard people mention it. It is said that this is a secret realm located in the Shura world. The spirit beasts inside are very strong, and the least one that can get in is at the gold level. And many more. Ye Feng suddenly looked up at Wang Chuan. Teacher wants me to go to the secret realm of chaos. Wang Chuan was very satisfied with Ye Feng's response, not bad. Then he told Ye Feng about the chaos secret realm. It's a little dangerous to go in with your current strength. Wang Chuan said, but if you miss this time, you will have to wait for the next year, and you should not be able to enter the next year. The chaos secret realm is opened once every 2 years, with at least gold level combat power and a maximum of 1 diamond star. With Ye Feng's talent, he should have reached the diamond level after 2 years. Ye Feng began to estimate in his heart. There are countless soul crystals in the chaotic secret, which is a shortcut for him to quickly improve his strength. In addition to soul crystals, there may also be time-type and space-type soul beasts. These 2 points are all he cannot decide. Teacher, I decided to take a risk. Ye Feng said. He should now be able to fight against the golden 3-star soul master. If he digests all of today's gains, Ye Feng estimates that he should be able to win 5 or 6 gold stars even if the gap between each star is getting bigger and bigger. Of course, I haven't tried Ye Feng specifically and I don't know. Even if he can't beat him, Ye Feng still has a prison suppressing order and a soul energy armor. Coupled with the spirit bone attached to the void dragon eagle, Ye Feng asked himself that he still had the ability to protect himself and escape. As Wang Chuan said, this miss will be 2 years later. And the secret realm of chaos is the most suitable secret realm for Ye Feng and them, no one. It is good. Wang Chuan said, I just happen to have another seal of seal here, you take it with you. The seal of heaven is a special device that can store spirit rings. The time Xian turtle absorbed by Ye Feng is stored in the seal of sealing heaven. Teacher, give me 2. Ye Feng rubbed his hands and said, if there are more, I don't mind giving 3 or 4. Wang Chuan Kuang rolled his eyes, do you think Feng Tianyan is Huxia cabbage? It is not difficult to make a seal of heaven with his strength, but the materials of seal of heaven are extremely rare. Therefore, the seal of heaven is only used when encountering a very good spirit ring. And it would be good for Ye Feng to meet one. After a pause, King Xuan continued, the secret realm of chaos will open in 5 days, so we will set off in 3 days, and let you adapt to the Shura realm first. In addition, other participants in the chaos secret realm may be a little dissatisfied with you, and you will pay attention to yourself when that time comes. Ye Feng nodded. His visit this time can be regarded as the king's right to open the back door. But Ye Feng didn't think there was anything, he had this strength. According to what Wang Chuan said, this year's list has been booked, a total of 9 people. The weakest gold 4, the strongest gold 9 stars. Plus Ye Feng, exactly 10. 10 people are not too many, mainly because the Chaos Secret Realm has extremely high requirements for talent, and if the talent is closed, it will be sent to death. The talent has passed the test, and the strength is just up to the standard. There are too few people who can match. By the way, Wu Sisong is on the list this time. Wang Chuan said suddenly. He also knew about the alliance between the Zhang family and the Wu family, and the dissolution of the marriage contract was naturally hidden from the sight of Wang Chuan. This matter is related to Ye Feng, so Wang Chuan is more concerned about it. Ye Feng nodded. Wu Sisong went to Central South University, one of the 3 major colleges. They are 1 year older than Gong Qingyu and the others. They are slightly weaker in talent and on the same level as Zhou Kaiyuhan and the others, but they are also qualified. What's the strength of teacher Wu Sisong? The previous intelligence said that Wu Sisong is a 5-star gold star, but it is difficult to guarantee that he has not broken through this period of time. 5 stars. Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. If this Wu Sisong is honest, it's okay, if he is not honest, let him try and die. At this moment, Ye Feng's cell phone beeped. Ye Feng has a headache, he is really busy enough. But immediately Ye Feng was overjoyed, Zhang Duoer sent it. Ye Feng, the monster cloud beast in the deep space has appeared. Ye Feng looked up at Wang Chuan, teacher, do me a favor. Chapter 64. What? Wang Chuan was a little at a loss. Ye Feng talked about the matter of the monster cloud beast in the deep space. If the teacher is here, I will feel more at ease. Ye Feng he said, how is it? This Zhang Wuji is interesting enough. Wang Chuan was secretly satisfied that someone helped his students get soul rings, of course he was happy about it. Moreover, the deep space monster cloud beast is located in the floating canyon of the Shura world. The level of danger there is very high, even if Zhang Wuji is there, Wang Chuan is not so relieved. Since you want to win over Ye Feng, your sincerity is very sufficient. Come on and I'll take you there. The deep space demon cloud beast is in the Shura world, and there is an entrance on the imperial side. If Ye Feng was alone in the past, he would have wasted a lot of time, but with Wang Chuan, it would be much faster. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them came to the West City district of imperial capital. When Wang Chuan brought Ye Feng to an alloy building, Wang Chuan said, the teleportation array to the Shura realm is inside. The whole building made of alloy is about 300 meters high. It was full of dents and scratches, and it had obviously been attacked by spirit beasts many times. Teacher, can the soul beasts in the Shura world also come out? Ye Feng asked. Wang Chuan nodded, yes, in fact, the teleportation formation in the Shura world was not established by the human race, but existed as soon as it appeared. If we can go in, the spirit beasts can come out naturally, so the Vermilion Bird Legion is stationed here. After a pause, the royal authority said, actually, in the strict sense, the Shura realm is also half a secret realm, but the area is very large. The area of the Shura realm is not only huge. So far, the activity area of the strong human race is only 1/10. And this 1/10 is already 100 times the size of the Earth. Even in the depths of the kingship, they have to be extremely cautious, and if there is a slight error, they will die without a whole corpse. While walking the kingship, he briefly explained the origin of the Shura world. This knowledge is not in textbooks, and can only be accessed after reaching a certain strength or status. According to the meaning of Wang Chuan, the Ashura world should appear together with the martial arts. Its history dates back more than 2,000 years. As for why the Shura world appeared on Earth, and what was in the depths of the Shura world, no one knew. I'll tell you that much for now. Wang Chuan smiled and said, just listen to the story. Some of my own analysis may not be accurate. Teacher, listen to what you mean. Do the soul beasts in the Shura world also have their own power? Yes, you will encounter all kinds of soul beast tribes in the chaotic secret realm you are going to later. King Chuan said, some tribes are very powerful and even form states, while others are relatively weak and loose. Ye Feng's eyes widened, the soul beast actually has a country? This is really unheard of. After entering the teleportation hall, the guard soldiers here are stronger. Ye Feng sensed it and found that everyone had a diamond-level cultivation. Several people nodded respectfully to Wang Chuan. After that, they all looked at Ye Feng with strange expressions. They also know about the myriad beasts' religion, and these elites are quite fortunate and happy that such a peerless evildoer appeared in the human race. Buzz. When the teleportation formation opened, Ye Feng and Wang Chuan stepped in at the same time. The strong power of space poured in from all directions. It was like an invisible big hand grabbing Ye Feng. Ye Feng possesses the sword of nothingness and is quite sensitive to the power of space. In his perception, the power of this vast space is as irresistible as the sea. As the rays of light flowed, the scene in front of Ye Feng's eyes instantly changed. Is this the Shura world? The smell of blood is pungent in the eyes. At the end of the line of sight is a row of towering alloy city walls. All kinds of heavy artillery, crossbows, and other weapons are readily available on the city wall. The 2 suns and 2 moons in the sky are extremely bright. The sun here is bigger and brighter than it is on Earth. It feels as if the sun is about to hit at any moment. If people with gigantic phobia are here, I am afraid they will feel a strong discomfort. Ye Feng looked around and saw that the plants in the Shura world were different from those on Earth. Taller and more peculiar, many Ye Fengs have never seen it before. This is the city of heroes. Wang Chuan said softly, the hero city has 100,000 residents, and all the people are soldiers and everyone can fight. Besides that, there are 500,000 troops stationed, including 200,000 of the Suzaku Corps. This is a city of heroes, built with flesh and blood by countless human ancestors. The city of heroes is the base camp of the human race in the Shura world, and it is guarded by the undead warlord Yan Wudi. The city of heroes is not large, and you can see it at a glance. Ye Feng estimated that it should be similar to Taikyo University. But it is such a city that ruined millions of human lives. The tallest building in Yinghun City is 399 meters high. It is a peculiar building with a shape like a long sword. The town beast monument is engraved with densely packed names. Those are the names of sacrificed heroes. Ye Feng looked at him in awe. It is they who carry the load forward, allowing the race to develop peacefully on the earth. Ye Feng. Zhang Wuji's heavy voice came from not far away. He had been waiting here before getting the news. Seeing that Wang Chuan also followed, he was very determined. It's not too late, let's go. Wang Chuan said. Said the tyrannical soul power wrapped Ye Feng and Zhang Wuji. Immediately afterwards, the sound of breaking wind came from the ear, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had already left the city of heroes. Outside Hero City is a vast plain of flames. There is no end to this plain. Boundless, bloody, and cold, this is Ye Feng's first feeling. The plain has been dyed red with blood, and it looks like a burning flame when viewed from a high altitude. From time to time, some spirit beasts can be seen wandering around. These soul beasts are all extremely powerful, and the worst are silver rank. In addition to the soul beasts, there are soldiers patrolling everywhere. The earth flies by in front of my eyes, and after a while, the plane disappears and I can see the endless forest. Ye Feng knew that they had officially left the scope of heroic Soul City. This forest is called the 100 Burials Forest. It is one of the main battlefields of the human race. The previous Flaming Ping principle was the buffer zone, where the Terran established defense lines. The 100 Burial Forest is larger, much larger than the imperial capital. The quality of the soul beasts within it is also getting higher and higher. Either end was gold rank, and there were countless diamond rank soul beasts. There are thousands of years left. Ye Feng sensed a look on his face. 10,000 years is the late master period. This is almost non-existent in the outside world. With the speed of kingship, he quickly left the Baizang forest. After that, various terrains appeared. The 10,000-year soul beasts, which were few before, also began to multiply. Some soul beasts even tried to intercept Ye Feng and the three, but after sensing the terrifying aura of Wang Chuan, they all ran away and did not dare to come. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest concealment or scruples, and took Ye Feng and Zhang Wuji to fly straight ahead like a shooting star at an extremely fast speed. 5 minutes later. Boom! Ye Feng felt his body light up, and immediately looked up at the sky in the distance. There, a canyon with no end in sight was suspended in the sky like a giant beast. The canyon is so high that it seems to be connected to the sky. A terrifying aura came from the canyon, and a heart-pounding roar could be heard vaguely. Below the canyon is a vast floating ocean. Unimaginable shadows wandering in the depths of the ocean are depressing. The floating canyon is here. Zhang Wuji said solemnly. Asterisk. Chapter 65. The gravity in the area where the floating canyon is located is 3 times less than elsewhere. But 3 times is obviously not enough to hold up such a huge canyon, so there are obviously other anomalies here. Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Wuji, only he knew the location of the deep space demonic cloud beast. Zhang Wuji did not talk nonsense, and floated above the canyon. Immediately, the whole picture of the floating canyon was revealed. Ye Feng glanced at it and felt like he was in an alien world. The area of the canyon is so huge that the head can't be seen at a glance, and the inside of it rises like a fairyland. The plants here are mainly blue and purple and look quite dreamy. Through the clouds and mist covering the top of the mountain, Ye Feng could vaguely see some strangely shaped soul beasts. None of these textbooks. 200 kilometers to the northwest. 35. Zhang Wuji took out the communication watch while leading the way. Electronic communication cannot be used beyond 300 kilometers in the Shura world, and communication can only be done with the communication soul stone. This kind of soul stone is expensive, and it costs 300,000 per piece. So unless it is very important, it is not easy to use. At this time 200 kilometers away, Zhang Wuji's younger brother, Zhang Shan, and the 3 masters of the clan were sweating profusely in the air. In front of them is a large formation exuding powerful soul power fluctuations. Since discovering the traces of the monster cloud beast in the deep space, Zhang Shan has arranged this formation. When the deep space cloud beast comes back, the formation will automatically activate. This formation can trap the deep space demon cloud beast for 12 hours. If it exceeds 12 hours, it will fail. It is unimaginable to maintain the spirit power consumed by the large formation. Deputy Chief, they should be here soon, right? An elder asked. Zhang Shan nodded and was overjoyed when he saw the information on the watch, here. As soon as the voice fell, 3 figures flew towards here at a very fast speed. Ye Feng felt the space in front of him trembling violently. It's like an invisible big net is fishing. Every time the space trembled, August 17, a blue light flashed. Big brother. Zhang Shan got up and said happily, you can count. Although this deep space cloud beast is only 3,200 years old, because it is in a floating canyon and its spatial attributes, it is difficult to control it without killing him. Zhang Wuji and Zhang Shan hugged, then looked at Ye Feng and said with a smile, Ye Feng, wait a minute and I'll find it out. Now that they have come, the big formation is no longer needed. As long as the deep space demon cloud beast is pulled out of space and beaten to death. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Ye Feng bowed to the Zhang Wuji brothers and thanked them sincerely. Zhang Shan and the clan elder looked at Ye Feng with a kind face. The former smiled and said, Young Yingke, good, very good. At this time, Wang Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked somewhere on the right. What's the matter, teacher? Interesting. Wang Chuan said with a smile, Patriarch Zhang, you are being targeted. As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Wuji's expressions changed drastically. Wang Chuan probed towards the void on the right and grabbed it. Boom. 35. The next moment, a grey sharp blade suddenly pierced out of the void on the right. This sharp blade is extremely fast, so fast that everyone is approaching before they can react. Humph! Wang Chuan snorted coldly, and the powerful breath spread instantly. Clang! The grey sharp blade made a symphony of gold and iron, and the speed dropped sharply. At some point in Wang Quan's right hand, there was a slender long sword. The sword body is only 1 finger wide, and the whole body is as crystal clear as jade, with an extremely fierce aura. Yahuang sword. The expressions of Zhang Shan and the others suddenly became solemn. What kind of opponent does this have to make the King's Peak King Power have to use martial arts to deal with it? Yahuang sword is a powerful existence ranked 7th on the weapons and spirits list. Like the Zhang family's inheritance of Wuhan Yushan battle armor, the Yahuang sword is characterized by its sharpness. Extremely sharp. This is different from Li Fengxian's martial soul-sealing demon sword, which has the ability to seal the opponent's soul power, and is far less sharp than the Yahuang sword. The moment he held the Yahuang sword, his fierce aura directly shattered the grey sharp blade in front of him. Zhang Wuji said nervously, Principal Wang, what is this? Oh, it's just a vicious beast. Wang Chuan said, it is exactly 100,000 years. 100,000 years is equivalent to the peak of the king. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Zhang Wuji and the others were a little unsightly. Apart from soul beasts, there are also a very small number of vicious beasts in the Azura world. Their whereabouts are uncertain, and their biggest feature is that they do not have spirit rings or spirit bones. In addition, the beast's IQ is low. Unlike the spirit beasts of the same age, the IQ is very high or even not weaker than that of humans. In addition, the vicious beasts do not belong to the ranks of soul beasts. Even if the soul beasts see vicious beasts, they will get rid of them. In the eyes of beasts, there is no concept of ethnic groups, and they will kill whether it is a human or a soul beast. In the Azura world, the most unwilling thing to encounter is the beast. Not afraid of death, very ferocious, only know how to kill, no spirit ring spirit bone yet. The equivalent of killing is a white kill. Can't make it. You continue to stare at the deep space demonic cloud beast, this guy is handed over to me. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, Yu Huangjian swept away fiercely. SHH. Immediately, a 1,000-meter-long terrifying crack appeared. Without using the spirit ability, Wang Chuan smashed the void in front of him with a sword. When the crack expanded, a giant beast with blue lines all over its body came into view. It's the three-eyed wolf. Zhang Wuji said. The three-eyed demon wolf looked at Wang Chuan with its violent and ferocious eyes, and its bloody mouth opened wide to reveal its sharp fangs. It seems that the secret of this floating canyon is related to you. Wang Chuan looked at the lines on the three-eyed wolf. Saying that, he jumped into the space crack with his sword. If he were to fight outside, he would probably destroy half of the floating canyon. It may even spread to the deep space cloud beast not far away. OM35. When the space in front of him healed, everything returned to normal. But Ye Feng could clearly feel that there were terrifying soul power fluctuations coming from the front. In addition to the fluctuation of soul power, there is also the brutal roar of the three-eyed demon wolf. The two sides, you and I, even made the nearby space tremble. The huge floating canyon was silent. After sensing the terrifying aura, those soul beasts hid in their old nests and shivered. Is this the strength of the peak of the king? Ye Feng was full of pride in his heart. It won't take a few years for him to reach this level. No, the peak of the king is far from his limit. Zhang Wuji replaced Zhang Shan in charge of maintaining the Great Formation, and he was not worried at all about the battle on Wang Quan's side. From time to time there was a muffled thunder in the sky. 10 minutes later, the void was torn apart again. The 100-meter-high three-eyed demonic wolf's aura declined a lot, and the blue blood splattered on the ground, burning a big pit on the ground. Sharp! Ye Feng's eyes lit up, the teacher was really strong. Wow! 99. At this moment, this brainless beast almost had its tail tucked. In the face of the powerful kingship and his incomparably sharp Yahuang sword, the three-eyed demon wolf had no chance to resist. Do you still want to run? Wang Quan's voice came from the void, and it seemed a little ethereal. The voice fell, and a sword light threw out and directly wrapped around the neck of the three-eyed demon wolf. Ow! The three-eyed demon wolf struggled and was still dragged into the void. Wang Quan obviously did not want to put the battlefield outside, and there would be too many changes. Another few minutes passed. The kingship in the white shirt ripped apart the space again. The white jade-like Yahuang sword has blue blood on it. Wang Quan said in a normal tone, it's resolved. The teacher is amazing. Ye Feng raised his thumb and gave a little flattery. Fighting against 100,000-year-old beast, the breath is as usual, and it is obviously easy to handle. It's rare to kill 100,000 years, but unfortunately there is no spirit ring spirit bone. Wang Quan laughed. If it was 100,000-year soul beast, it would be very difficult to kill it. Ferocious beasts belong to no one loves and no one loves them, but soul beasts of 100,000 years are different. All 100,000-year-old soul beasts are masters, such as the famous Abyss Master. Once these are life-threatening, other spirit beasts will come to support. Just like King Chuan and the powerhouses of their level, there is a slight risk of falling, and as long as conditions allow, there will be other powerhouses to support. At this level, one death is less than one. Neither the human race nor the soul beast family could afford such a huge loss. The battle on Wang Quan's side was over, and it was Zhang Wuji's turn. The large array of rays of light that trapped the monster cloud beast in the deep space bloomed. Immediately, the deep space demon cloud beast of the space system was directly forced out. A 20-meter-long grey soul beast in the shape of a dolphin came into view. The deep space monster cloud beast was trapped for a long time and was also a little panic. It is only a juvenile, and if it is mature, it is impossible to be trapped. Moo. 55. The deep space demonic cloud beast let out an angry roar, and then the surrounding space was instantly distorted. Ha ha! Zhang Wuji had been prepared for a long time, and his terrifying soul power turned into a big hand hundreds of meters long and instantly grabbed the deep space demonic cloud beast tightly. Bang! 35. Just a slight squeeze, the huge body of the deep space demon cloud beast burst out a large blood mist. It's done. Ye Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly, the ox fork soul skill was about to be obtained. When the aura of the monster cloud beast in the deep space dropped to the extreme, Ye Feng stepped forward. The moment the Void God sword appeared, Wang Chuan was envious for no reason. As a weapon spirit master, who doesn't yearn for the top-ranked nihilistic sword? Although his Yahuang sword is famous for its sharpness, it is really not enough to see in front of the sword of nothingness. Pfft! The sharp nihilistic sword easily penetrated the abdomen of the deep space demonic cloud beast. This space-type soul beast didn't forget to look at Ye Feng before he died. The smell of this human fascinates him. Buzz! A purple soul ring with peculiar patterns emerged from the corpse of the cloud monster in the deep space. Zhang Wuji and Zhang Shan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Overall it went well. I believe this kindness Ye Feng should keep in mind. When Ye Feng began to absorb the spirit ring, Wang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back and his perception quickly spread. It didn't take long for the entire floating canyon to be enveloped. The most taboo is to be disturbed during the absorption of the spirit ring, especially Ye Feng's physical fitness is still relatively reluctant to absorb the spirit ring of 3,200 years. Zhang Wuji looked at Ye Feng intently, and if there was a slight error, he would take action in time. The King's Peak Guardian and the Great Grand Master's Peak are on the side, and this kind of treatment can be called luxurious. Even those disciples of the aristocratic family were far inferior to Ye Feng at this time. Time passed little by little, and before I knew it, 3 hours past 0. Ye Feng just completely refined the soul ring of the deep space demon cloud beast. Hey, the next step is the most critical absorption link. Ye Feng took a deep breath. When the soul ring of the monster cloud beast in the deep space turned into a huge energy and poured into Ye Feng's body, severe pain struck. FK. Ye Feng felt as if he was going to be overwhelmed. Heartbreaking pain. It hurts everywhere. After all, Ye Feng is only 1 star of silver. Although he has dual martial spirits and has attached spirit bones, Ye Feng estimates that his physical strength is at most similar to peak silver. Absorbing a 3,200-year-old spirit ring is terrifying. However, Ye Feng's heart is so firm, after getting used to it, his expression soon became normal. With the passage of time, more and more spirit ring powers flowed into Ye Feng's body. At first Ye Feng was quite normal. Small cracks appear on the skin gradually. It felt like a piece of daxia that was about to shatter. Not so good. Zhang Taiji frowned slightly. Wang Quan's expression was the same as before, and he didn't seem to be worried. Inside the huge floating canyon, the neighs of birds and beasts were endless, and the clouds and mist covered the 2 suns and the moon. The ocean-like cloud and mist churned with a large amount of water vapor. Under an ancient tree towering into the clouds, Ye Feng seemed to have become a blood man. The small cracks on the body have been connected together and the blood is flowing. In front of Ye Feng, the soul ring of the deep space demon cloud beast became weaker and fainter, and at last it was almost invisible. Buzz! Half an hour later, the space in front of Ye Feng suddenly trembled. Immediately, Wang Chuan and Zhang Wuji breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's done. Before he finished speaking, Ye Feng opened his eyes, and a purple soul ring with mysterious lines under his feet flashed away. Host, Ye Feng. Boundary, Silver 1 star. Martial Soul, Void God Sword. Soul Ring. 1 Void Crocodile, 500 years, Space Blade. 2 Deep Space Cloud Beast, 3200, Void Shift. Martial Soul, Time Clock. Soul Ring. 1 Time Sacred Tortoise, 2800, Eternal Barrier. 2 Death Wolf, 1100, Death and Withering. Soul Bone. 1 External Soul Bone, Void Dragon Eagle, Teleport. Spirit Point 56870. A. Ye Feng ignored the injuries on his body and looked at the panel excitedly. Another powerful soul skill has arrived. And except for the space blade of the Void Crocodile, the other 3 are millennia. Wang Chuan threw Ye Feng an elixir with a strong medicinal fragrance. Ye Feng was also polite and immediately threw it into his mouth. Immediately, Ye Feng found that the wound began to heal slowly. Try how this soul skill works. 35. Zhang Wuji said. Ye Feng also wanted to experiment. Seeing that Ye Feng was ready, Zhang Wuji flicked his fingers and grabbed Ye Feng with a big hand made of soul power. This attack is not very strong, but it also has the full force of a golden 1-star soul master. The purple soul ring under Ye Feng's feet appeared in the surrounding space and twisted in a mysterious way. Puff! The big hand of soul power suddenly disappeared like a bull into the sea in front of Ye Feng. For it? Several masters of the Zhang family were stunned and immediately reacted. Void shifting is extraordinary, amazing. 1.0 Zhang Shan praised his eyes brightly. Just now, Zhang Wuji's attack was transferred to the space in front of him by Ye Feng by means of a void shift. Therefore, the visual impression is that Ye Feng seems to have an invisible black hole in front of him, absorbing the soul power. Ye Feng's heart moved, and he suddenly showed a malicious smile. Zhang Shan was stunned again, and found that the big hand of spirit power condensed by his eldest brother actually appeared behind him. Zhang Shan turned to one side, and the big hand of soul power lost its target and blasted towards the forest 100 meters away. This time, everyone was a little surprised. This soul skill is extremely useful. Zhang Wuji said. The void shift itself is not an offensive soul skill, it just changes the space trajectory. But this skill can be used for sneak attack, and it can also be used to find a surrogate ghost. And if the strength is strong, directly transferring a large wave of people to the battlefield is even more able to beat the opponent off guard. Ye Feng also felt that this skill was very useful and extremely practical. If it was just a gold 1-star soul master just now, he might already be dead. Zhang Shan praised, even if they are stronger, they will suffer if they are caught off guard. I have to say, seeing that void shift is so powerful, several people are envious. Wang Chuan had seen the Void God Sword Soul Master 300 years ago, so there were no surprises. Come on, let's go back. Ye Feng said after a while. Then Wang Chuan lifted Ye Feng with his soul power. Ye Feng took another look at the floating canyon and frowned slightly. Just at the moment just now, it seemed as if something was looking at him. This feeling was fleeting, and because Wang Chuan didn't notice anything, Ye Feng thought it was his own illusion. After the group left, a pair of eyes without the slightest emotion suddenly appeared where Ye Feng was standing before. The two eyes are 100 meters in diameter and look very scary. The eye looked left and looked again, and immediately disappeared, and the ground returned to its original state at the same time. Chapter 66. When he returned, Wang Chuan was not so anxious. After 20 minutes, an endless plain came into view. At this moment, the sound of breaking the air sounded in the distance. In the next moment, a man as majestic as an iron tower descended from the sky. It was the Blood Governor Hong Zhen. Lord Overseer. Zhang Wuji and the others hurriedly saluted, while Wang Chuan looked at Hong Zhen with vigilance. Hong Zhen was wearing red armor with blood on it as if he had just experienced a major battle. As if he hadn't seen Wang Chuan and the others, a pair of copper bell-like eyes fell on Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked a little creepy. Mad, does this person have a special hobby? Ye Feng, this is Senior Hong Zhen Hong, the Blood Overseer. 35. Zhang Wuji said quickly. He didn't know that Hong Zhen had been following Ye Feng for a while. Not to mention that Hong Zhen almost didn't think about tea for Ye Feng during this period. Wang Chuan blocked Ye Feng behind him and said angrily, Old Hong, why are you not staying in your blood town and running here? Hong Zhen said even more indignantly, well, you old king, you don't even say hello to my old Hong when you come to my site. After a pause, Hong Zhen instantly changed his face and tried to show a kind smile, little guy, I've been following you for a while, so why don't you want to be my old Hong as a student? Ye Feng got goosebumps. This guy looks ferocious, but he pretends to be amiable and makes his scalp numb. Be a student for you? I'm afraid there are some shameful pie transactions here. He had heard the name of the regret of Blood Overseer. Like the undead warlord Yan Wudi, he is the supreme general of the Suzako Legion. Yan Wudi is guarding Yinghun City and guarding the last line of defense for the human race. Hong Zhen, on the other hand, is guarding the Blood Town City, which is 10,000 kilometers away from heroic Soul City. Hong Zhen's main task is to obtain as many resources as possible for the human race and cooperate with the divine prison to kill as many soul beast powerhouses as possible. In comparison, Hong Zhen's blood town is the most dangerous. There are battles big and small almost every day. As for Hong Zhen himself, many times he would fight hundreds of fights a day. The blood slaughter town General Wang Tu, who was in charge of the special training camp before, was Hong Zhen's soldier. 20. Ye Feng said, cough, thank you Lord Overseer. Students don't think about it. Wang Chuan glared at him and said, Old Hong, you must be kind. You kid is useless. With Hong Zhen's character, it can be considered a fight today. Ye Feng, why don't you come to me? I promise you will have too many soul rings to choose from. Hong Zhen. 35. Wang Chuan was angry, your mother's search for death. Cough, I'm just joking to see that you are in a hurry, old Wang. Hong Zhen knew that it was useless to speak in front of Wang Chuan, and this old boy's anger was enough to cause a headache. Ye Feng, come to my blood town to play another day, I have a lot of good things there. 55. Hong Zhen patted Ye Feng's shoulder in admiration. Although Hong Zhen's strength was not strong, Ye Feng felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. This is true. After Ye Feng's secret realm of chaos is over, I will take time to take you to scour Lao Hong's wool. 99. Wang Chuan was immediately overjoyed. If nothing else, Hong Zhen has a lot of private collections. The blood dragon crystals given to him before were not the best in Hong Zhen's hands. This guy is fighting on the front line, and he has been very rich for 100 years. Hong Zhen disapproved, why don't you say that you scholars are insidious, Lao Wang, Ye Feng is going to need you to bring him. 5. Then he told Ye Feng his contact information. Zhang Wuji and the 5 people on the side were dumbfounded. They had never seen the dignified blood overseer be so kind, so polite. You know, even Zhang Wuji doesn't have Hong Zhen's contact information. Zhang Shan looked at Zhang Wuji with admiration. Zhang Wuji showed his favor to Ye Feng, and behind Ye Feng stood Wang Chuan and Hong Zhen. This is also excellent for the Zhang family. Hong Zhen also wanted to chat with Ye Feng, but was ruthlessly blasted away by Wang Chuan. After returning to Hero City, Ye Feng, we are going back to the capital. 55. Zhang Wuji said. Thanks a lot to the seniors this time. Ye Feng bowed and said seriously, after the Chaos Mystery Realm is over, this junior will definitely go to Jiang's house to visit some seniors. Ye Feng's attitude made Zhang Shan and 3 Wei elders very satisfied. Especially Zhang Shan, he couldn't help comparing Ye Feng with his nephew Zhang Dashan. Afterwards, there was some sadness in my heart. The eldest nephew is lethargic, sometimes he can fall asleep even after a fight, how can he compare with Ye Feng? You're going to Chaos Secret Realm. Zhang Wuji said with a lingering expression, Principal Wang, seriously. Wang Chuan nodded, this kid is experienced, it is always good to see blood. Zhang Wuji agreed, but still warned, Ye Feng, go to the secret realm of chaos and try to form a team with other people, it will be much safer. 5. The Great Saint, forget it. Zhang Wuji originally wanted to say that I would ask 1 or 2 about the Great Sage. But when I think that this villain is very likely to fall asleep as soon as he goes in, he is embarrassed to mention it. Ye Feng looked blank and didn't know why Zhang Wuji suddenly stopped talking. There are 6 teleportation formations in Hero City. Each leads to 6 major cities. Ye Feng and Wang Chuan didn't stop at Hero City. After returning to the dormitory, Ye Feng lay down on the bed without taking off his clothes. This day is so terrifying. Especially when absorbing the soul ring of the demon cloud beast in the deep space, the whole heart is haggard. This sleep is 2 days. 2 days later, at noon, Ye Feng was full of energy and refreshed. Ye Feng locked the door after lunch. System, check the upgrade information. Ye Feng said solemnly. Immediately, the martial soul points needed to upgrade come into view. Silver 1 star to 2 star requires 10,000 spirit points. 2 stars to 3 stars is 15,000. 3 stars to 4 stars becomes 20,001. 4 stars to 5 stars higher, directly to 30,000. Liver pain. 35. Ye Feng said and focused his attention on Wang Chuan. Well, how can you not sponsor points as your own teacher? It's just a bit difficult to handle, and if you want more royal power, you will definitely doubt it. If it is less, it is useless. The system is his biggest secret, and Ye Feng doesn't plan to reveal it yet. At least I have to wait until I have a certain ability to protect myself. Saying that, Ye Feng started to add some points. Boom! The tyrannical soul power fluctuations swept out, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Feng was already a silver 4-star soul master. Hey, it's time to increase the age of the spirit ring. At present, Ye Feng has 4 spirit rings, each of which is extremely useful. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng decided to give priority to the soul ring of Death Wolf. After the promotion, death and decay will become one of his own trump cards. Under the operation of Ye Feng, 2 martial soul sacred stones and 2 martial soul true stones totaled 13,200 years. It's done. Ye Feng's mood couldn't help but start to get excited. His first 10,000-year spirit ring is here. Death Wolf, 13,200 years, death and wither. After the age of the spirit ring was increased, the name of the spirit ring and the name of the spirit ability did not change. This is because the upper limit of the dead wolf is far more than 10,000 years. Ye Feng felt it carefully and looked excited. Death and decay can now affect 10 targets within 100 meters of Ye Feng. The reduced lifespan also changed from 150 years to 200 years. It is worth mentioning that the 200 years here are for soul masters. If it is a soul beast, multiply it by 10, which is 2,000 years. Soul beasts have a much longer lifespan than humans, and 200 years is nothing to them. When he was rewarded with the soul ring of Death Wolf earlier, the system feedback mentioned that after the Death Wolf reaches 100,000 years, it can instantly kill all creatures within a radius of 10,000 meters. This naturally also includes soul beasts. This time my combat power has been greatly improved. Ye Feng said with satisfaction. The age of the spirit ring has increased, and the martial spirit point has also been used 7 to 88. So far, the period of Ye Feng's rapid increase in strength has come to an end. Ye Feng figured it out, it's been less than a month since the end of the special training camp. And his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no exaggeration to say that such a change is timeless. Next is the secret realm of chaos. Ye Feng clenched his fists with confidence. Although he doesn't know where his limit is, Ye Feng estimates that he should have the strength to fight against 5 gold stars, and even be able to kill him. Ye Feng has a general understanding of the situation in the secret realm of chaos, and there is still 1 day left before everyone gathers. Just after taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. Ye Feng probably guessed who it was. Sure enough, it was Gong Qingyu, Ji Ming, and Li Fengxian. This year, including Ye Feng, a total of 10 people entered the secret realm of chaos. And Taikyo University has 4 places exclusively, which has to be said to be surprising. As early as the day before yesterday, Gong Qingyu and other 9 people got the news that Ye Feng will join as the 10th person. In this regard, some people are surprised, some people are dissatisfied. Ye Feng. Li Fengxian sat down beside the bed and said, I will show you a senior, Gong Qingyu, the president of the student union. Gong Qingyu took a step forward and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, junior brother, I have been looking forward to you for a long time. This is not false, but sincere. Gong Qingyu felt to Ye Feng as if he was the domineering president of the domineering President Wenli. Dressed meticulously, with gold-rimmed glasses. Although he is not as handsome as himself, but your son is full of temperament. According to Ye Feng, although Gong Qingyu is not a noble family, there is the Soul Energy Weapons group behind him. In terms of identity, Gong Qingyu should be the same as Wu Sisong, the son of a monopoly group. It's just that Gong Qingyu's talent is better, and he is as famous as Jiming and the others. Ye Feng and Gong Qingyu shook hands and said, "Hello, Senior Gong, take care of me." Li Fengxian and Jiming laughed when they heard the words. "Ye Feng, did Principal Wang tell you that after entering the secret realm of chaos, everyone will be randomly teleported to different places?" Li Feng asked first. Said. "The chaotic secret realm has its own space, and the area is comparable to that of the imperial capital. Once you enter the secret realm, you will be affected by the power of space in it, and will then be teleported to various locations. So 10 people will be distributed in different places after entering. It is only possible to meet in the central area. And the things in the central area are the best and the most dangerous. Basically, after everyone meets, they will form a team with those they can trust. Then we have nothing to remind." Li Fengxian put his arms around Ye Feng's shoulders and said, "Junior, although you shocked us a few days ago, your strength is still a bit reluctant. Listen to my brother's advice, try your best at the periphery, and when you arrive at the central area, my brothers will take you to fly." Jiming nodded, "Xiao Li is right." Gong Qingyu said, "This is the experience summed up by several seniors. Ye Feng, don't think about finding resources in the outer area, try to go as far as possible safely." Ye Feng was stunned, "Oh yes, they don't know my current combat power." Hearing that, Ye Feng also got a low profile, and said humbly, "Yes, then I will trouble the seniors to take care of them." After listening to Ye Feng's words, Jiming has a stronger affection for Ye Feng. "What are you talking about? Let's go." At this moment, the kingship appeared behind several people like a ghost. Li Fengxian was taken aback and looked at his principal with a resentful expression. At this time, Wang Chuan suddenly froze. He felt that Ye Feng had become a little different. However, where exactly, he couldn't sense it. At the same time, in heroic Seoul City, several figures flashed by, and Mu Tian, the president of Modu University, led Zhuoqi Washuan to hold Zhang Dashan with a black line. It was fine before he came, but when he was teleporting, Zhang Dashan fell down. "Shame, shameful." Mu Tian looked around, but fortunately no one noticed. "This Zhang Dashan is fine, but lethargy. But you can't blame him, after all, his second martial spirit is somewhat unique. Zhuoqi Washuan has been to Yinghun City many times." Hearing the words, Mu Tian's face turned completely dark. "Forget it, I can't stand this torture." Last year, the first place in the freshman competition, Mu Tian asked him to give his acceptance speech on a whim. As a result, Mu Tian was almost suffocated to death. After a while, the teleportation array radiated brightly. Mu Tian turned his head to look, and saw Chu Yang, the president of Central South University, walking with Wu Sisong and Shen Yunqing. Along with them, there was an old man with grey hair, Pu Wen, the president of the College Alliance University. Behind Pu Wen were Chen Yao and Xiao Fenjiun from Union University. Today, the three universities of the human race are very famous and have a lot of resources. Therefore, other schools have integrated excellent teachers and established an alliance university. It aims to improve their competitiveness against the three major universities. And Chen Yao and Xiao Fenjiun are the top talents in the alliance universities. "Pharaoh, they haven't arrived yet?" Chu Yang looked around and said. "Not yet." 35. Mu Tian shook his head and immediately looked at Chen Yao and Xiao Fenjiun. The former is a sophomore, the latter is a junior. What Mu Tian really cares about is Chen Yao, who is not very famous because he was born in an alliance university. But its talent and strength are not to be said. Is a formidable enemy. Every time I enter the secret realm of chaos, on the one hand, it is to improve the strength and vision of each genius, and on the other hand, it will also help the university to obtain some rare resources from the outside world. Therefore, although they are still in harmony, some competition is inevitable. It didn't take long for the teleportation array to light up again. In the crowd, Wu Sisong narrowed his eyes and looked over. Wang Chuan took Ye Feng and the four to appear on the teleportation square. Pharaoh. 35. Mu Tian and the others greeted Wang Chuan one after another. Although the four of them are all principals, they are the strongest with the power of kingship. Everyone came so early. Wang Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go, don't delay." The four principals walked side by side, while Ye Feng and the others walked together. Wu Sisong looked up and down, not knowing what he was thinking. Upon seeing this, Ji Ming immediately said, "Ye Feng, Wu Sisong, that boy is wrong, you should be careful." As soon as this statement came out, everyone froze in their footsteps. Ji Ming not only reminded, but also made a loud voice. Suddenly Wu Sisong looked embarrassed. Chapter 67. Ye Feng looked back at Wu Sisong. This noble young man with great talent and status rarely blushed. "Ji Ming, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Sisong looked rather annoyed. Ji Ming raised his brows. "Really? Do you dare to swear?" After listening to Ji Ming's words, Ye Feng almost couldn't help it. Are the Ji family so upright? This F***ck is completely out of the way. As for Li Fengxian and others, they were trying to hold back their laughter. Except for Zhang Dashan, he fell asleep. Wu Sisong glanced at Ji Ming angrily and stopped talking. He was too lazy to deal with this brainless guy. Wang Chuan and several people looked strange. Old Chu. Immediately, Wang Chuan glanced at Chu Yang with some malicious intent. The meaning could not be more obvious. Chu Yang spread his hands helplessly. "Originally everyone gathered tomorrow, I want to take advantage of this day to educate Xiao Wu, who made you come early." After a pause, Chu Yang said, "I'll have a good chat with him later. The collection time is set for tomorrow." But everyone tacitly came early. One of the reasons for doing this is to let Ye Feng and the others familiarize themselves with the environment. On the other hand, it can be considered to let everyone know in advance. After all, although there will be competition inside, but in general there is still cooperation. If you don't cooperate, it is difficult to face the soul beasts in the secret territory with your own strength. If that's the case, then let's go directly outside the secret and wait. 39. Kingship Road. The three of Chu Yang had no opinion. Immediately, Chu Yang took out an alloy boat. After the soul power was injected, the boat quickly enlarged to accommodate everyone inside. Soul weapon? Ye Feng raised his brows, it was the first time he had seen flying. "Everyone come up," Chu Yang said. After getting on the boat, Ye Feng found that it was almost no different from an ordinary boat. The rows of seats are shrouded in rays of light, which seem to contain formations. Buzz! Under Chu Yang's urging, the light of the boat burst into the clouds instantly. When the boat was flying at high speed, Chu Yang walked to Wu Sisong's row and patted Wu Sisong's shoulder before he said anything. Wu Sisong looked helpless. He just looked at Ye Feng more curiously just now. So how did this make it seem like it was going to take revenge? That's fine, but Ye Feng's identity is not ordinary. If something happened in the secret realm of chaos, he really jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash it out. But how do you explain such a thing? It's getting darker. In fact, Wu Sisong had already figured it out a few days ago. The first Wu family and Zhang family have already negotiated, there is no need to destroy the hard-won alliance because of revenge on Ye Feng. Second, Ye Feng is in full swing now, so he doesn't need to cause trouble for the Wu family. The third and most important point is that the human race is not easy, and one more genius means more hope. Before the big picture, it's nothing to be distorted by individuals. In addition, there is a fourth point that he really has no feelings for Zhang Duoer. Face is of course important, but there are many things more important than face in one's life. Wu Sisong is not a person who can't carry it clearly, nor is he the kind of person with a small stomach. Thinking of this, Wu Sisong still explained, Principal Chu, I'm not a fool, I carry it lightly. Chu Yang sighed secretly, this explanation was obviously pale and weak. Xiao Wu, you are a smart person, but after all, I understand that you are still young, but everything is inseparable from the word cause and effect, if you, hey. Immediately, Chu Yang began to earnestly conduct some ideological education. Chaos Secret Realm is 7,000 kilometers away from Heroic Soul City, which is not too far away. A group of people chatted nonsense on the boat. Ye Feng, you see that Wu Sisong is really not at ease. 35. Ji Ming's speech has always been carefree and never likes to be secretive. This is very similar to Hong Zhen. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked back at the depressed Wu Sisong again. Wu Sisong has a black line, mad. Ye Feng shrugged and didn't take it to heart. Ye Feng might have been afraid of one or two before, but now? Even if he can't win against Wu Sisong should not try to take advantage. Ye Feng swept around at random, except for Li Fengxian and the others, it was the first time they had seen each other. The sleeping one is Zhang Dashan. Li Fengxian said. Oh, the one next to him is Zhuoqi Washuan, right? Judging from his appearance, he is very similar to Zhou Kaiyuhan, especially his iconic white hair. SHH. Who knew that Li Fengxian's face changed slightly and quickly whispered, don't let him hear it. Gong Qingyu and Ji Ming on the side also showed a helpless look. This is. Ye Feng is a little puzzled, Zhou Kaiyuhan is quite normal, shouldn't he be okay as his eldest brother? No, Ji Tian is also normal, but Ji Ming is obviously abnormal. Ye Feng stopped talking, so be careful. Unfortunately, Zhuoqi Washuan has already heard it. He looked back at Ye Feng with a kind smile. Ye Feng also smiled back when he saw this, and at the same time slandered in his heart that this is not very good. It turned out that Ye Feng was still careless. Zhuoqi Washuan said. Ye Feng nodded and signaled Zhuoqi Washuan to go on, who knew that there was no more to follow. Li Fengxian and the others have already started scratching their hair in pain. Ye Feng thought that Zhuoqi Washuan was so cool that he didn't speak anymore. 2 minutes later. Zhuoqi Washuan, Feng. Ye Feng was stunned for a while, combined with the words just now, did you call me? Zhuoqi Washuan, you. Ye Feng? A few days ago. Zhuoqi Washuan continued. Ye Feng's eyes gradually widened, and he suddenly doubted whether Zhuoqi Washuan was affected by the eternal barrier. This speed of speech, despairing. Li Fengxian on the side kept rubbing his face. Even Gong Qingyu glanced to the side with a helpless expression. Everyone else covered their ears. The four of Wang Chuan did not speak, and at the same time blocked their ears with soul power. Immediately I felt relieved. Zhuoqi Washuan didn't seem to feel anything, stared at Ye Feng and continued, God, really, very. Ye Feng accepted. Cough, senior, did you bring a pen? As soon as these words came out, Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. This trick seconds ah. However, the pain continued. Although seconds are useless, whoever has nothing to bring a pen is not participating in the college entrance examination. Zhuoqi Washuan, awesome, great, this. Ye Feng turned his head and took out 2 napkins to block his ears, with a smile on his face, hee, no need to hurry, speak slowly. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. 10 minutes later. It's in place. Wang Quan's voice revealed a hint of urgency. The voice just landed and the boat hadn't stopped, and the group jumped down one after another. Behind. Zhuoqi Washuan, brother. Do not talk. Mu Tian felt that the breath in his chest couldn't come out. Wushuan, keep your strength and go to the secret realm. As he said that, he shot out a soul force and sealed Zuoki to Wushuan's mouth. Ye Feng suddenly had a cool feeling. Strange, why isn't this secret realm moving? At this moment, Pu Wen suddenly wondered. The crowd looked around. Thousands of meters away is a basin, and a red teleportation formation in the center of the basin is quietly suspended there. According to the situation in previous years, the space around the 3 days before the opening of the Chaos Secret Realm will gradually become disordered. But now, it is very calm. Wang Chuan opened his eyes after feeling it for a while and said, "There is nothing abnormal." Chapter 68. Seeing Wang Chuan say this, the three of them were relieved. While waiting, everyone chatted again. Among them, 3 students from Union University and Central South University looked at Ye Feng from time to time. Obviously, there is some curiosity about the first genius in the history of this human race. While curious, he was also a little unconvinced. After all, everyone is the top talent of the human race, and their future achievements are extremely high. Even the talents of the 3 pillars were not necessarily higher than theirs. So, my heart is suffocating. It's just that he didn't foolishly provoke Ye Feng, and even plan to attack Ye Feng. The achievements of the human race are not easy to come by, except for a very few, they will hardly rise to the level of the enemy easily. Ye Feng also chatted with everyone, these may be teammates in the secret realm, familiarize yourself with them in advance and cultivate some trust. What? At this moment, Zhang Dashan, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up quietly. Although he woke up, his eyes were still half closed. Don't sleep. Mushin's forehead burst with blue veins, and neither of his 2 students could be relieved. Among the 10 people, Zhang Dashan was the most burly one. He was about the same height as Ji Ming, but he had grown stronger for 2 laps. He belonged to the Nadam contestants in his previous life. Zhang Dashan squinted and looked around, where is this? Mu Tian resisted his anger and showed a smile that was uglier than crying, what do you think? Zuoki Wushuan wanted to scold Zhang Dashan for 2 sentences, but his mouth was sealed by 190 and he was speechless. However, this did not prevent him from despising him, and then he raised his middle finger and made a rather friendly and harmonious gesture. Hehe, just because of their virtues, they deserve to be as famous as us. The upright Ji Ming sneered, the outsiders really look down on us, Qing Yu, do you think so? Gong Qingyu didn't really want to take care of Ji Ming. Of all the people, he was the most correct sitting posture, rubbing his eyes, obviously not myopic, but he seemed to be unable to bear it. Ji Ming, do you want to fight? Zhang Dashan got up and walked over. Zuoki Wushuan handed Ji Ming a middle finger that symbolizes friendship and harmony. Ji Ming said solemnly, I bet you can't walk 5 steps. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Dashan suddenly yawned again and again. The strange thing is that not only Zhang Dashan yawned, but all the students including Ye Feng yawned. When Zhang Dashan fell down and fell into a deep sleep, many people lied in their hearts. It was the first time they experienced Zhang Dashan's ability. This guy. Ye Feng raised his brows, it seemed that Zhang Dashan's second martial spirit was a bit special. Ye Feng, none of these 4 are normal. Li Fengxian whispered, it's best to keep a distance from them. Ye Feng nodded, not only abnormal, but inhuman. That's just fine with Gong Qingyu, there's nothing special about Wen Crepe. Seemingly seeing what Ye Feng was thinking, Li Fengxian widened his eyes. Immediately, he whispered, that guy Gong Qingyu will wipe off the oil stains from the corner of your mouth. This sentence is so lethal, Ye Feng's goosebumps immediately arose. Then Yu Guang glanced at Gong Qingyu, could he be? No, but more terrifying. Li Fengxian got rid of the goosebumps and didn't want to remember, anyway, it's better not to eat in front of him, otherwise you can't hide if you want to. Seeing this, Ye Feng patted Li Fengxian's shoulder and said sincerely, "Senior, you have suffered." "Hello Ye Feng." At this time, Chen Yao from Union University came over. Ye Feng greeted and said, "Is something wrong, senior?" Chen Yao covered her mouth and giggled when she heard the words, "Don't you think I look a lot like Chen Wei? Are you two sisters?" Ye Feng was stunned. No wonder it felt a little familiar at first glance. Chen Wei is a classmate of Ye Feng number 2 middle school, but there is not much interaction between the two. Yet, for Chen Wei's sake, sister entered the secret realm to take care of you. 95. Hee, thank you. Ye Feng gave Chen Yao a deep look. Big sister is big sister. Ye Feng means that she looks a lot older because of her age, nothing else. Chen Yao was stunned when Ye Feng looked at her like this, then she glared at Ye Feng after thinking of something. There are still 3 days left before the opening of the secret realm. Naturally, this time was not wasted. The four of Wang Chuan walked around the teleportation array, not knowing what to talk about. After half an hour, the four Wang Chuan looked at each other with a solemn expression. There seems to be something weird in this secret realm. Wang Chuan said solemnly, "I suspect that it may be that the tribe inside is brewing something. Most of the soul beasts in the secret realm of chaos haunt in groups. Among them, there are 4 major tribes. Although the strength of these soul beasts will not exceed 1 star of diamonds, the number, cap, is huge. In the past, Tianjiao who entered the secret realm of chaos would suffer losses, and this time the situation was even more serious." After listening to Wang Quan's words, everyone was extremely serious. Except for Zhang Dashan, who just fell asleep, no one cares about this. Mu Tian on the side added, "Before the opening of the secret realm teleportation formation in previous years, the fluctuations in the surrounding space were very chaotic." 5. But, this time, there are some rules in it. In this case, either the 4 tribes have united, or something good is about to be born. 39. Wang Chuan immediately looked at Ye Feng. It is not ruled out that there are time or space-type soul beasts. 9. Ye Feng was overjoyed when he said this. However, the strength is definitely not weak. Even if the rules of the secret realm of chaos cannot be surpassed, I suspect that it is at least a golden perfection. 5. Wang Chuan reminded. Except for Ye Feng, everyone else's faces were more or less solemn. They have never seen these 2 series soul beasts, but they have heard of prestige. The same level is not their opponent at all. Among all soul beast types, the time and space systems are always invincible at the same level. If it is true as Wang Chuan said, then this golden perfect soul beast can definitely destroy the arrogance of the heavens. Neither Chu Yang nor Pu Wen said a word. Obviously, the complexity of the secret realm of chaos this year was beyond imagination. Students, you can quit if you want. 35. Mu Tian said, "After all, there is only one life." The 10 people present did not speak, but their attitudes have been released. Very good. Wang Chuan grinned and said, "That's how the arrogance of the human race should be. If you can survive this time, I believe that the strength of each of you will be greatly improved. When the time comes, you should be able to see you on the battlefield of the Buddha." Mu Tian gave Wang Chuan a faint look. "Damn it, I just said that there is only one life in my forefoot, you refute me? Am I being ashamed?" Battlefield. Shen Yunkang, who didn't talk much, asked, "Principal Wang, is that the secret realm that only diamonds and grandmasters can participate in? Not bad. Come on, you may not have a chance." Wang Chuan said. The battlefield of the slaughterhouse was much more brutal, with a 40% higher mortality rate. Both Wang Chuan and Hong Zhen participated in the Battle of the Buddha. Shen Yunkang stopped talking. Diamond level? Although they are Tianjiao, but they are not open, 3 months to the later stage of diamond, they want to eat. 2 days later. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise above the red teleportation array. The next moment, the originally dim and still teleportation formation burst into light. At the same time, the lines made up on it begin to rotate clockwise. The secret realm of chaos is about to open. Ye Feng looked up and couldn't help but look forward to it. As time goes by, the energy of the teleportation array becomes more and more full. And this charging is not man-made. It is because of the laws of the Azura world. It seems that this year's Chaos Rift is earlier than the year before. 35. Wang Chuan said. It didn't take long for the teleportation array to be like a red sun, and the light it radiated illuminated a radius of thousands of meters. In the forest in the distance, the soul beast roared again and again. Ye Feng and others were not surprised. After the opening of the secret realm of chaos, not only humans can enter, but also qualified soul beasts can enter. Wang Quan's four people's mental power is open to pay attention to the surrounding situation at any time. When the energy of the teleportation array reached a peak, a scene that surprised Ye Feng appeared. Chapter 69. The sky was full of red light, and it was impossible to see the head at a glance. The energy of the teleportation array is like a big net covering hundreds of thousands of miles. Ow! 99. Moo! Roar! All kinds of soul beasts let out excited roars. The Chaos Rift is an excellent opportunity for the Terran to improve their strength, and the same is true for them. Call out! Immediately, red beams of light descended from the sky, taking away one soul beast after another. Ye Feng knew that these soul beasts had been automatically teleported into the secret realm of chaos. Damn, it is not fair. Li Fengxian complained, the same goes, they can be automatically teleported, and we have to passively walk over. Who made the Azura realm the domain of soul beasts? Gong Qingyu smiled slightly. The secret realms and battlefields in the Shura world are inextricably linked with soul beasts. There are some privileges that are understandable. However, the privileges of the soul beasts are nothing more than that, and everyone is the same inside. The native spirit beasts in the secret realm of chaos are not polite to outsiders, no matter if you are a human race or a spirit beast. Go in. Wang Chuan took all the soul beasts that entered the secret realm in his heart. Okay, the overall quality is about the same as last time. Wake up! Mu Tian unceremoniously put his foot on Zhang Dashan's A. Zhang Dashan woke up quietly. Ah, what's wrong? Mu Tian's head was black, and he didn't say a word and kicked out again. Immediately, Dashan Zhang flew into the teleportation formation like a meteor. Zhuoqiu Wushuan pointed to his mouth. Mu Tian's face was even darker, he removed the seal and kicked out. Others are much more normal, and they all walk in. Ye Feng, go live. Li Fengxian warned again, with your ability to escape, you won't die if you don't waver. 99. He didn't want Ye Feng to die because of it. Gong Qingyu said with a smile, when we get to the central area, just wait for us. Ye Feng nodded, thinking that when you think about it, don't let your jaw drop. When Ye Feng stepped into the teleportation formation, a tyrannical space force rushed from all directions. Ye Feng couldn't help but get nervous. According to Wang Chuan, the Chaos Rift will randomly send everyone to different areas. If you are lucky, you may be teleported to a soul crystal or vein, and you will go directly to the clubhouse, walk away. Bad luck may directly fall into the soul beast nest and become fertilizer. Therefore, when everyone stepped into the teleportation formation, they all possessed their spirits and showed their strongest state to deal with the next situation. Whoa! 99. Behind Ye Feng appeared a pair of wide wings that stretched 4 meters. At the same time, there is an extremely sharp invisible sword in his hand. The reason why he didn't use the time clock was mainly because he was afraid that he would fall into the group of soul beasts due to bad luck. The void shift and the teleportation of the void dragon eagle are enough to get him out of danger quickly. And the 2 spirit rings of the time god clock are currently mainly fighting, and it is almost impossible to escape. When the space power of the teleportation array wrapped Ye Feng, the scenery in front of him changed. What? But the next moment Ye Feng was stunned. There were small squares in front of his eyes. Each small square has a different scenery, just like playing an online game in a previous life and opening several small maps. Don't you mean random delivery? What's wrong with this? Ye Feng didn't feel that he was about to be teleported. On the contrary, the power of space does not move after wrapping itself. Ye Feng's eyes gradually widened. He thought of a possibility. Chaos Secret Realm is indeed a random teleportation, but because his martial spirit is too powerful, he unconsciously changes the spatial fluctuations in the teleportation array? Very likely. In this case, shall I send it? Ye Feng forcibly held down his excited and trembling heart, and put his eyes on the small maps. This should be a map of various places in the outskirts of Chaos Rift. When Ye Feng looked over, a feeling that I could choose anyone to go to came to my mind. It's you. After choosing for a while, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. There is a small soul crystal lode. There are only some early-stage gold soul beasts around the lode, which poses no threat to Ye Feng. In the other small maps in front of him, there are many soul beasts that are creepy. However, Ye Feng didn't see the time-type or space-type soul beasts. They should all be in the central area. Buzz. The moment Ye Feng selected, the teleportation power around him seemed to feel something. At the same time, the space around the Void God Blade fluctuated rapidly. Crash. 35. The next moment, Ye Feng left the teleportation formation and stepped into a whole new world. It is the same as the small map that Ye Feng saw. There are rivers and hills not far away. At the foot of the mountain, there is a light blue translucent crystal. There is the soul crystal vein. If Wu Sisong was here, he could estimate at a glance that the soul crystal veins in this place could produce about 20,000 low-quality soul crystals. Of course Ye Feng doesn't have this ability. He has now shed unsatisfactory tears. Well, as I saw it, the soul beasts here are not too strong. Ye Feng wiped away the tears from the corners of his mouth, and stepped forward with the sword of nothingness in his hand. He didn't fly in the air stupidly, it was too conspicuous, it was a living target. This area is not small, and is generally dominated by plains. And the height of the hill several hundred meters away from Ye Feng is only about 200 meters. In the previous minimap, some places were covered with ice and snow, and some places were eerie like hell. On the contrary, the view here is good. Ye Feng didn't take a few steps when there was an abnormal noise under his feet. Rustle. Ye Feng waved the knife without looking at it. Pfft. The sharp space blade tore the ground in front of him, bringing up minced meat and blood. Immediately after, 2 purple spirit rings rose up. Then came the system's prompt tone, and 500 martial spirit points were obtained. Is it pangolin armor? Ye Feng recognized the type of the corpse and ignored it. Roar. When Ye Feng came to the foot of the mountain, a deafening roar came from the mountain. 0. Crash. The trees on the mountain fell in large swaths. A spirit beast as large as a tank looked at Ye Feng with vigilance. Mysterious leopard. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, this should be the guardian of the ore vein. But any ore vein, no matter how big or small, will be guarded by spirit beasts. Although they cannot absorb soul crystals like humans, they can absorb the soul power inside to increase their age and strength. After sensing the strength of the profound armored leopard, Ye Feng knew it. Hard and just. Roar. Suan Jiabao was quite afraid of the nihilistic sword in Ye Feng's hand, so he didn't rush forward but roared to warn Ye Feng. Ye Feng doesn't care if you warn you or not, as long as you are not strong enough to do it. Call out. Just when the black armored leopard roared again and again, the void dragon eagle's wings shook slightly. The next moment Ye Feng teleported behind the black armored leopard like a ghost. At this time, the black armored leopard was only slightly at a loss. What about the 2-legged beast? Ye Feng swung the knife, and the 40-meter-long space blade hit it as soon as it was formed. Pfft! The back of the black armored leopard exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and the breath dropped sharply. Ow! The huge body screamed in pain. With teleportation, Feng instantly hit the golden 3-star black armored leopard. It's just that the black armored leopard is extremely defensive and has not died. Haha! Feng saw that Xian Jiabao was terrified and struggled to run away and stabbed it out with the sword of nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the black armored leopard and obtaining 1 true spirit stone. The system prompt sounded. Feng couldn't stop smiling. However, just when Feng was about to deal with the soul crystal ore veins, there was a sudden sound of suzuo suo from all around. B. Chapter 70. Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the surrounding bushes. It seems that the strongest is dead, and the others are just around the corner. Feng had just finished speaking, and the 2 golden 2-star soul beasts looked at the soul crystal vein with fear and desire. The strongest black armored leopard died, and these soul beasts all wanted to occupy this mountain. But he was very afraid of this 2-legged beast. Roar! At this moment, another 5 spirit beasts rushed over from all directions. Some fly, some climb. Without exception, these are all gold level, and the strongest one has also reached gold 3 stars, which is slightly weaker than the black armored leopard. When all the 5 spirit beasts arrived, Feng did not rush to switch spirits. Clang! The melodious sound of the bell resounded throughout the audience at the moment when the spirit of the time god bell possessed the spirit. The 7 soul beasts stood in all directions and looked at Feng fiercely. There were few beasts just now, and everyone didn't dare to act rashly. Now I am more courageous. The most powerful golden 3-star 190 soul beast is a white bear. At this moment, seeing Feng's martial spirit possessed, he opened his mouth and took a step forward. However, even the white bear did not attack rashly. It looked at the corpse of the black armored leopard on the ground with a trace of fear in its eyes. Feng looked into the distance and found that there were no soul beasts approaching. Since it's all ready, let's serve it in one pot. As he spoke, a black spirit ring appeared under his feet. The moment they saw the black spirit ring, all the spirit beasts shrank their pupils. As the black spirit ring rose, a terrifying pressure filled the audience. This is the unique breath of the 10,000-year soul beast. Ow! The white bear roared and patted his chest continuously in an attempt to reduce the pressure. A deadly grey light covered the 7 soul beasts. 10,000 years of soul skills die and wither. Without exception, every soul beast began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the face of soul beasts, death and decay can reduce their 2,000 year lifespan, and none of these soul beasts are more than 2,000 years old. A strange scene appeared. The arrogance of the white bear just now slipped rapidly at the moment. That sturdy body like an iron tower quickly withered down. Not only that, but the white bear's hair has also changed from snow white to grey white. And then a large area fell off. Woo! 35. The 7 soul beasts let out a terrifying whine at the same time. They have never seen this scene before. The white bear looked at the shedding fur in horror, only to feel that the whole bear was scared to death. Death and withering didn't last long. After 1 second, all the spirit beasts present died of old age. Immediately, the sound of the system ding 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 sounded. Feng opened his mouth and laughed after feeling it. The secret realm of chaos is really a good place. Except 5 are martial soul points, the other 2 are martial soul true stones. In addition to what Suan Jiabao gave, it didn't take long for him to get 3 true spirit stones. You must know that there are a lot of soul beasts in the outer area. After eliminating these soul beasts, Feng immediately started mining. Well, Feng didn't expect that he would be a mine owner one day. Soul crystals are very hard, but they are no different from tofu in front of the first martial soul sword. Feng floated in the air with the sword of nothingness, and waved the sword at will to break open the soil. Immediately, a large area of soul crystals came into view. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained 20,000 small low-grade soul crystal ore. May I ask whether it will be converted into martial soul points? At this moment, the sound of the system entered his mind. Ye Feng was stunned. Is there such a good thing? Even mining and transportation time are saved. Turn 5. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Feng's panel added 200,000 martial soul points. 200,000, this is Ye Feng's biggest harvest so far. 210,035. Ye Feng couldn't close his mouth with a smile. The secret realm of chaos was really fragrant. Ye Feng estimated that with so many martial soul points, he should almost be able to rise to the peak of silver. Although these 20,000 low-grade soul crystals are equivalent to 20 million yuan. However, 20 million won't make Ye Feng instantly improve. Moreover, the energy in the low-grade soul crystal is modeled, and it is easy to cause problems if it absorbs too much. So Ye Feng didn't feel bad at all. It was useless for him to ask for money anyway. System, add points. Ye Feng licked his lips excitedly. After a while, the system finishes adding points. Host, Ye Feng. Boundary, Silver 8 stars. Martial Soul, Void God Sword. Soul Ring. 1 Void Crocodile, 500 years, Space Blade. 2 Deep Space Cloud Beast, 5000, Void Shift. Martial Soul, Time Clock. Soul Ring. 1 Time Sacred Tortoise, 2800, Eternal Barrier. 2 Death Wolf, 13200, Death and Withering. Soul Bone. 1 External Soul Bone, Void Dragon Eagle, Teleport. Martial Soul Point, 31,870. With my current strength, I should be able to walk sideways in the secret territory. 35. Ye Feng got up and moved his muscles, and he was extremely satisfied. All 3 martial soul true stones were added to the Deep Space Demon Cloud Beast Soul Ring. The reason for doing this is mainly to deal with those great golden great perfections. 5,000 years of void teleport can move 500 targets to kilometers away. In addition, you can also divert ranged attacks 0. This skill works wonders whether it is killing enemies or making trouble. Ye Feng asked himself that even if he was not the opponent of Golden Dzogchen, he should still be able to divert their attacks. Ye Feng has a lot of harvest here, and some people are not so lucky. Stab. In a mountain valley several hundred kilometers away from Ye Feng, Wu Sisong's clothes were tattered, and even his hair was ripped off by the soul beast. This handsome young man has never been so unlucky and embarrassed as he is today. However, even if the style is gone, Wu Sisong still does not dare to slow down. He was randomly teleported to Hercules Ape's territory. Not only did it land in the strong ape's nest accurately, but it also happened to smash a female strong ape to death. Unfortunately, the female great ape was doing shameful things with their leader. The leader of the powerful ape is very good in that aspect. The target is gone, but isn't there a tender two-legged beast? That's right, in the eyes of the powerful ape, no matter whether it is a human male, it is also tender and tender. Since then, a most primitive pursuit of desire began. Maid, are you still chasing? Sensing the sound of footsteps behind him, Wu Sisong was about to cry without tears, so he had to cheer up and continue running. Fortunately, he broke through to the golden 6-star before entering the secret realm, and he has a life-saving trump card. Otherwise, he would have been chased by the leader of the great ape. However, even so, there were several times when he was almost AL. Wu Sisong, who sensed the chilly buttocks, suddenly shuddered, and the wind was blowing faster under his feet. Time flies, and before you know it, 3 days have passed. After leaving the mine, Ye Feng 1.1 continued to go deeper. It's just a pity that Ye Feng didn't encounter the second soul crystal vein. The outer area of the Chaos Secret Realm is very large, and Ye Feng has not encountered Li Fengxian and the others for 3 days. Fourth day. Ye Feng looked at the soul rings all over the ground and shook his head. These are all golden one-star soul beasts, and their strength is too weak. With the improvement of Ye Feng's strength, the spirit point of the golden one-star soul beast has dropped to 100 points. That's just not enough. I remember there was a soul crystal or vein in the small map I saw earlier. Should it be coming soon? Ye Feng continued to walk towards the depths. That vein is bigger, but it is guarded by the powerful ape tribe. There are 4 clans in the secret realm of chaos, and the vigorous ape tribe is one of them. According to Wang Chuan, the strength of this vigorous ape leader is roughly 8 gold stars. 1 hour later, Ye Feng paused and looked into the distance. There are rows and rows of simple stone houses, and the powerful ape tribe has arrived. Chapter 71. If Wang Chuan had not spread the relevant knowledge to Ye Feng in advance, Ye Feng might have thought it was the residence of ancient human beings. Although those stone houses are simple, they are very similar to modern buildings. Even Ye Feng saw a flag on one of the tallest stone houses. On the flag is painted an orangutan with a big mouth, which is the symbol of the powerful ape tribe. The so-called soul beast tribe is the group of soul beasts, which has inheritance and civilization just like the human world. However, in order to become a tribe, 2 conditions must be met. The first, IQ should be high. Some soul beasts of the same level are stupid, and some are smart. This is innate. The second, bloodline concentration should be high. For example, there is the bloodline of the King Kong demon ape in the body of the great ape. The bloodline concentration in the soul beast symbolizes status and strength, and also represents coercion. To give another chestnut, even if some of the powerful apes are weaker than the ordinary spirit beasts outside, the spirit beast will still be in awe when they see the powerful ape. Bloodline concentration is inherently unchangeable, so the world of soul beasts can be said to be strictly hierarchical and insurmountable. Ye Feng didn't enter rashly. Although the leader of the powerful ape is less than 20, the kingship has said before that the tribes in the secret territory seem to be brewing something. If the 4 major tribes are united, then Ye Feng can only retreat. After all, the great ape tribe is the weakest among the 4 major tribes. The strength of the strongest golden eagle tribe leader has reached the golden perfection. Thinking of this, Ye Feng withdrew his martial soul. During the period of spirit possession, there are fluctuations in spirit power, and it is easy to perceive the powerful ones. When Ye Feng cautiously walked towards the great ape tribe, he immediately saw the crystal-clear soul crystal vein. The ore veins are located in the center of many stone houses like the stars and the moon. The great ape tribe developed and grew based on this vein. Really? Ye Feng had a headache after observing for a while. Around that ore vein, there are many soul beasts from the Copper Mountain Bull tribe and the Poisonous Scorpion tribe. These 2 tribes, the powerful ape tribe and the golden eagle tribe, have become the 4 major tribes of the chaos secret realm. The most troublesome thing is those 2 gold 9 stars. Ye Feng muttered. The more the strength reaches the later stage, the greater the gap between stars. With Ye Feng's current strength, he may not be able to compete with 9 gold stars. Of course, Ye Feng's main purpose was not to kill them, but to lead them away. As long as you reveal all the ore veins, the system can detect them and convert them all. But these soul beasts can't give themselves a chance. Not to mention the weak ones in the vigorous ape tribe, there are still more than a dozen of them with 7 or 8 stars. When I was having a headache, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Ye Feng hurriedly hid in the bushes, thinking in his mind that the Golden Eagle tribe was here, right? Looking at it like this, the 4 major tribes have clearly been united. But why they joined Ye Feng is unclear. However, Ye Feng guessed that it may be related to the central area. Perhaps it was as Wang Chuan said, something good came out, so the 4 major tribes joined forces to win the treasure? Well, this is just Ye Feng's own brain hole, how exactly is unknown. Boom! Boom! Gradually the roar got closer. On the distant horizon, Ye Feng saw 2 shadows, one large and one small. As big as a pickup truck, the rampant atmosphere is not weaker than the gold 8 stars. The little one. FK, is it a human? Ye Feng's eyes widened, and the person who could come here must be one of the 10 people. After a while, Ye Feng saw it clearly. Wu Sisong. Ye Feng looked stunned. Why is he so miserable? At this time, Wu Sisong was completely opposite to the noble son in his impression. His clothes were tattered, his face was dusty, and his hair seemed to be much less. Not far away, Wu Sisong's heart was just getting worse. 4 days. For 4 days, this product is dead and alive. In the past 4 days, Wu Sisong has been constantly dealing with his own cards, and even injured Dolly once. I thought it would make the powerful ape know the man and retreat, but who knows that this guy is even more angry. Here I have to say that Wu Sisong is really durable, and he is still alive and kicking for 4 days. Wu Sisong was really impatient to be chased. He can use his trump card to inflict heavy damage on the great ape, and then kill it. But as a result, the next chaotic secret realm basically missed him. In addition to being irritable and helpless, Wu Sisong lost his sense of direction, and as a result, he ran and returned to the starting point. What? Ye Feng looked at it for a while and suddenly his eyes lit up. He was worried that he had no help. If he joined forces with Wu Sisong, even if he couldn't kill them, he might be able to force them back. As for the soul crystal or veins, it's a big deal. Thinking of this, Ye Feng got up immediately. Immediately, the Void God sword and martial soul possessed. Hey! 35. When Ye Feng appeared in Wu Sisong's sight, Wu Sisong first cried with joy. Mad finally has someone, and now he can get rid of it. But Wu Sisong's expression froze immediately. The next moment, he turned his head and ran away as if he had seen a ghost. FK, what are you running? Ye Feng was speechless. Mad Lao Zi is not your enemy, can I still kill you? The great ape in the distance also saw Ye Feng, but didn't pay attention. At this time, his attention was all on Wu Sisong. This two-legged beast made him want to stop at first, but now he can't wait to swallow him. It's really good to run. If he didn't kill the two-legged beast, the leader of the powerful ape would not be able to swallow it. Suddenly the situation became a little weird. Wu Sisong, who was in the front, ran desperately, and the leader of the ape behind him desperately chased after him. And Ye Feng Fei was chasing after him in midair. It's just that Ye Feng is the fastest. Wu Sisong, what are you running for? Ye Feng was a little displeased. Wu Sisong was depressed and did not want to speak. FK, talk, let's work together to make a big vote. Ye Feng said. Wu Sisong looked up at Ye Feng and said, hurry up and leave, if you are affected, I can't explain it when you go out. 99. He was really scared. Ye Feng is now the treasure of the human race, and all parties are protecting it. Even his father Wu Jianglin was quite jealous and admired. However, before the opening of the secret realm of chaos, everyone thought that they were going to take revenge on Ye Feng. He was even educated by Chu Yang for a long time. Thinking of this, Wu Sisong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Made, I am also the heir of the group anyway, when did my status become so constrained? Am I the kind of person with a small belly? Ye Feng immediately understood, and immediately glanced at Wu Sisong with some sympathy. Dude, I don't want this situation either. If you want to blame it, blame the upright boy Ji Ming. After Wu Sisong finished speaking, he continued to run sullenly. It seems that you have to let you know my strength. 35. After all, Wu Sisong still doesn't know Ye Feng. In Wu Sisong's eyes, Ye Feng was still the evildoer who killed 1 silver star and 1 gold star. But the powerful ape is a powerful existence with 8 gold stars. After Ye Feng finished speaking, his breath suddenly soared. The next moment, the sword of nothingness in his hand swept violently. Boom! The space in front of him quickly condensed into a 50-meter-long blade. Ow! The huge body of the leader of the ape suddenly stopped, and he looked at Ye Feng vigilantly. Go! The moment Ye Feng's words fell, the space blade slammed into the powerful ape. Roar! Vigorous ape was instantly furious. Mad, I didn't look for you, but you attacked me. Kong! To Ye Feng's surprise, the space blade, which has always been unfavorable, didn't cause any damage to the great ape. That's not right, at least a white mark appeared on the arm of Vigorous ape. Ye Feng's actions immediately attracted Wu Sisong's attention. When he looked back and saw the next scene, his face changed dramatically. Eyebrow. Chapter 72. The great ape leader smashed straight at Ye Feng like a respectful cannon. Judging from this posture, it was obvious that Ye Feng was going to be crushed to death. Wu Sisong felt that his head was about to explode. Mad, what are you afraid of? Just now, it was said that making Ye Feng stay away from the province was affected. The results came true immediately. In Wu Sisong's heart, if Ye Feng really didn't have enough strength to die, it would be fine. But don't die with me. Otherwise, it really becomes yellow mud in the crotch, not shit or shit. However, just when Wu Sisong was about to rescue him, a scene that surprised and shocked him appeared. I saw that the speed of the ape that was falling at a high speed towards Ye Feng suddenly decreased sharply. It's like being slowed down several times. Ye Feng, who was almost certain to be hit, instantly attacked the range with ease. This. Wu Sisong was stunned, and his eyes widened immediately, white and silver 8 stars. This is impossible. It was only then that he noticed that Ye Feng had reached 8 silver stars at some point. Suddenly, Wu Sisong felt dizzy. Mad, I must be hallucinating, too tired. Not far away, Vigorous ape was affected by Ye Feng's eternal barrier, but it didn't completely solidify, but the speed dropped by half. Knew it. Ye Feng counted his combat power. During the golden period, the star gap was very large, although he was promoted from silver 4 stars to silver 8 stars. But at best, it can only kill 7 gold stars. It is very reluctant to encounter a golden 8 star with strong defense and strong power like a powerful ape. Still too naive. As he spoke, a black soul ring appeared under Ye Feng's feet. Since he can't win against the great ape, try to weaken him as much as possible. Anyway, there is still Wu Sisong. Wu Sisong's eyes were about to fall. 10,000 years? Wow, I really had hallucinations. When death and decay acted on the mighty ape fell to the ground. Ye Feng's timing was very good. At this time, the great ape was completely undefended. Boom! The powerful power of time made the aura of the great ape drop sharply. Ye Feng estimated that it was only about 300 years. From 2000 to 300, this effect is okay. Ye Feng was not surprised. After the 2 spirit abilities were released, they immediately switched spirits. He waited for the powerful ape to fight back. As predicted, Vigorous ape let out an angry roar, his scarlet mouth opened, and a ball of cannonballs that was completely condensed by soul power shot out. FK, it's not good. 35. Wu Sisong reacted immediately and was about to shoot. Hey! 35. The surrounding space fluctuates. The 5,000-year spirit ring skill, Void Shift, activates. Vigorous ape only felt a flower in front of him. Immediately. Boom! The soul power cannonball accurately bombarded the chest of the powerful ape. This move was an all-out blow from the anger of the powerful monkey, and it was intended to kill this nasty 2-legged beast. As a result, he shot himself in the foot. Crack! The sound of bone cracking came, and the corner of Dolly Ape's mouth overflowed with blood, and his chest was in severe pain. With his strength, if he wants to fight against his own full blow, he will also be injured. It's done. The light in Ye Feng's eyes skyrocketed. This void shift is really useful. FK. The successive shocks left Wu Sisong at a loss for words. I thought that Ye Feng couldn't hold up a single move in the hands of Dolly Ape, but they caused Dolly Ape to suffer serious injuries. I thought Ye Feng was still 1 star of silver, but it turned out that they were already 8 lines of silver. The most terrifying thing is that this guy's second spirit ring is Wanyan. Man, how did he do it? He has Wu Sisong's resources and has a great grandmaster father, but only the third spirit ring is 1,000 years old. If you don't know, it's a shame. What are you still doing? Come and help. Ye Feng looked at Wu Sisong with bad eyes and said. He didn't want to waste too much soul power on Dolly Ape, his strength had already been revealed, and Wu Sisong could do the hard work. Only then did Wu Sisong react and come over. Vigorous Ape has been severely injured, and it is not difficult to kill with his strength. Gold 6 stars kill gold 8 stars, such a leapfrog combat ability, only the top genius can have. Of course, it can't compare with Ye Feng. Thinking of this, Wu Sisong felt sad for a while. Ye Feng took out an Earth Soul Pill from the storage space and stuffed it into his mouth. Earth Soul Pill and Heaven Soul Pill are both used to restore soul power. It's just that the effect of the Earth Soul Pill is much worse, and of course the price is also cheap, only 10,000 per piece. Ye Feng recovered his soul power while Wu Sisong and Dolly Ape fought a hard battle. Flaming Soul Willow. Ye Feng raised his brows after seeing Wu Sisong's martial spirit. The Flaming Soul Willow is a plant-type martial spirit, and its strength can be ranked in the top 20 of the plant-based martial arts list. In addition to the toughness of the plant type, this martial spirit also has a flame that can burn the soul power. It is a strong control and debuff type. Boom! The leader of the great ape was entangled in wicker sticks that were burning with flames. Immediately, the powerful ape roared and broke it all away. One person and one beast can finally vent their frustrations for the past 4 days. Ye Feng watched the battle with great interest. He found that Wu Sisong's martial spirit was restrained by the powerful ape. The ability of the strong ape is that it is extremely powerful, and the Flame Soul Willow Tree, which is known for its toughness, is often broken off after a long time. But the big ape is not feeling well either. Although the wicker was broken, his soul power dropped drastically. The influence of Ye Feng's death and withering was no longer at its peak, and the attack of the powerful ape gradually became weaker and weaker. After a while, the opportunity is here, hurry up. Ye Feng reminded. Wu Sisong has a black line, does Mata want you to remind me of something I don't know? Immediately, the third spirit ring appeared. Well, it should be 2,700 years. Ye Feng sensed that he had a sense of it. He suspected that Wu Sisong should have also used the Spirit Stone. Flame Soul Slash. Wu Sisong gave a low drink, and the wicker all over the sky instantly condensed into a long knife that exuded fire. The out-of-state vigorous ape roared and spewed out soul power cannonballs. Boom! At the moment when the roar sounded, vigorous ape flew out like a bullet. Ye Feng had been waiting for a long time. The void dragon eagle flapped its wings and teleported to the back of the great ape. SHH. Immediately, the void god stabbed out, accurately hitting the heart of the great ape. Ding! Successfully kill, duos, vigorous ape to trigger a rare reward, get a martial soul holy stone. Ye Feng's eyes brightened when he heard the system beep. Seeing Wu Sisong's eyes are a lot kinder. Not far away, Wu Sisong's mouth twitched. He had always thought that Ye Feng had lost his fighting power. After all, the consumption of spirit power by a 10,000-year spirit ring is terrifying. As a result, this kid is yin enough to come over to grab someone's head. Although Wu Sisong didn't need a spirit ring yet, he just felt uncomfortable. Senior Wu is worthy of being a top genius, my younger brother admires him. Ye Feng said Gan with a smile. It's okay not to say. Wu Sisong's expression changed immediately. Mad, I suspect you are humiliating me, but I have no proof. If he is outside, Wu Sisong is naturally the best. It is an existence that countless mathematicians look up to. But compared with Ye Feng, Wu Sisong felt that he could no longer be useless. Let's go, senior, I'll take you to do a big job. Ye Feng looked at the southwest direction with a burning heart. Chapter 73. What do you want? Wu Sisong asked cautiously. He always felt that Ye Feng was going to pit him. Ye Feng said angrily, I have brought the soul crystal ore vein of the vigorous ape tribe. Wu Sisong he said, there are the leaders of the Copper Mountain Bull and the Poisonous Scorpion, you should go there. No, don't go either, save yourself from going out and everyone thinks you were killed by me. You don't need to beat them, you just need to lure them away. Ye Feng tempted, as far as I know, there are 20,000 soul crystals in that place. 55. The first small vein has already reached 20,000, and the one from the vigorous ape tribe is even bigger than that. So there must be more. About 31,600. Wu Sisong believes in himself, he is an expert in this respect. Ye Feng was suddenly taken aback. Immediately, he looked up and down Wu Sisong, you have been there before after a long time. Ye Feng thought Wu Sisong didn't know about it, but he knew the great ape clan like the back of his hand. Wu Sisong stopped talking, as if thinking of something sad. Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh, I still can't underestimate you geniuses, so you have already inquired about it in advance. If that's the case, then let's go, soul crystal is half divided. Wu Sisong blushed. Mad, I was randomly teleported there by bad luck. However, this matter cannot be told to Ye Feng even if he is killed. Well, it's good to maintain an image in front of Ye Feng. Thinking of this, Wu Sisong tidied his hair and said, the soul crystals are all yours, but I want the shards of the spirit stone. Ye Feng raised his brows, martial soul true stone fragments? This is a unique treasure in the secret realm of chaos, and a piece of martial soul true stone can increase the lifespan of 250 years. Its value in the outside world is about 30 million. Although it is incomparable with the spirit stone, it is already a very heart-warming treasure. Ye Feng made a comparison, and found that the true stone fragments of the soul and the soul crystal ore veins were of equal value, so the distribution was very reasonable. In fact, Ye Feng didn't know that there were real stone fragments in the great ape tribe. But that didn't stop Ye Feng from pretending to know. So you know that too? Ye Feng gave Wu Sisong a look of surprise and said, that's it. Outside the powerful ape tribe. Ye Feng glanced at it and asked, you lead the two leaders away, and I will help you find the fragments. Wu Sisong did not object after thinking about it. After all, Ye Feng has an eye-catching external spirit bone. Also the MR is the void dragon eagle, which can teleport. And Wu Sisong has his own trump card, and it is still barely able to lead out 2 gold 9 stars. After the strategy was set, the two no longer hesitated. At the same time, the spirit is possessed. Boom! Just when the two of them approached the building complex, a group of powerful apes looked over at the same time. Ow! In the next quarter these great apes let out an angry growl. I'll deal with these, you go inside. Ye Feng held the sword of nothingness. Just as Wu Sisong was about to rush in, 2 terrifying breaths came from the depths. Boom! Immediately, several stone houses collapsed and the sky was filled with dust. Immediately afterwards, the 2 clan leaders looked at Ye Feng and the 2 of them eagerly. The one on the left is like a bronze bull, 20 meters tall. The one on the right has a dark green body, and a pair of green eyes makes people shudder. Ye Feng secretly mobilized the vigilance of his soul power. The leader of Tongshan Niu glanced at the 2 of them, and immediately said in a loud voice, humans get out of the way. Can he speak? Ye Feng said in amazement. Wu Sisong nodded and said in a low voice, not all of them, only the head of the Copper Mountain can understand, the ape and the stinging poisonous scorpion can't. No wonder, Ye Feng said he understood. Humanity. When the leader of Tongshan Niu saw that the two did not answer, he was furious, and two white mists spewed out of his huge nostrils. Wu Sisong sneered and said, "Give you a chance to get out, or else you will lose your life. This guy is pretty good at pretending." Ye Feng glanced at Wu Sisong. "Ha ha." The leader of Tongshan Ox looked at Wu Sisong and said disdainfully, "I know you, you were sent here at random, and after being mated by King Dolly, you ran away. As for King Dolly, is he exhausted?" Before the leader of Tongshan Niu finished speaking, Wu Sisong's face flushed red. "FK. Ye Feng's mouth is open, what's the situation?" Wu Sisong was analyzed by the leader of the powerful ape. Thinking of this, Ye Feng subconsciously took a step back. "Mad, isn't there a normal young genius in this world?" Gong Qingyu seems to have a problem in this regard, but Wu Sisong is even more fierce, and he actually calls it this. Although rich people can understand a little bit of eccentricity, but this F***ck is too unique, right? Could it be that the size of human beings can no longer satisfy you, Wu Sisong? Gotta try it, big guy? The more you think about Ye Feng, the more you tremble somewhere. Don't worry, baby, I will definitely protect you. Wu Sisong's face was already flushed red, and after glancing at Ye Feng from the corner of his eye, he even had the heart to die. Obviously, this annoying Ye Feng has misunderstood. Suddenly, Wu Sisong's society died. What nonsense, what nonsense! Wu Sisong glared at the leader of Tongshan Niu, a little annoyed, and said, "It's nothing at all." Pfft! Ye Feng couldn't help but almost laughed. Mighty Ape and Wu Sisong mate? This F***ck picture is so eye-catching, I can't even think about it. Wu Sisong blushed purple. This noble man has never been so embarrassed as he is today. If it wasn't for a special situation, he would have liked to find a crack in the ground to get in. Obviously not okay, he was just caught off guard by the big guy from the big ape. Didn't go in. As a result, the dead cow turned out to be unrepentant. Wu Sisong is a person who wants to save face, but there is a Ye Feng standing next to him. "Ye Feng, what are you laughing at?" "I didn't laugh." 35. You just laughed. Ye Feng said sternly, "I really didn't laugh, senior, I have been strictly trained, no matter how funny I am, I can't laugh." Wu Sisong, I have a saying that I don't know what to say about it. Humans, you are courting death. When the leader of Tongshan Niu saw the two of them chatting, he roared and became extremely angry. The leader of the stinging poisonous scorpion is even more flickering, and the terrifying poison makes the air pungent. A good chance to finally avoid the death of the society. Beasts, come after me. Wu Sisong's soul power blasted towards the two leaders, and immediately turned his head and ran away. Court death. The leader of the bronze mountain bull roared, and the leader of the stinging poisonous scorpion immediately chased out. As for Ye Feng, the two leaders did not pay attention to them. Anyway, there are still many strong people in the great ape tribe. As soon as the two leaders left, the other powerful apes gathered around Ye Feng. Many males were even excited. FK, it really is. Ye Feng's scalp was numb, and the 10,000-year spirit ring appeared. Death wither. Immediately, 10 powerful apes who were almost in strength fell to the ground and lost their breath. Ow! This strange scene made the scene suddenly quiet. The 8-7 or 8-star powerful apes were all clever, and they didn't expect that 10 clansmen would die in just one encounter. Cuckoo! One of the 8-star great apes said a few words to the clansmen, and the other great apes retreated one after another. Ye Feng didn't talk nonsense with them either, flapping his wings and disappearing in place instantly. These powerful apes were stunned at the same time, and before they could react, Ye Feng had already rushed into the soul crystal vein. Hey! 35. The void god sword swept away, a large piece of soil splashed around, and crystal clear soul crystals came into view. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained 30,000 small low-grade soul crystal ore. Can I convert it into martial soul points? Chapter 74. Transform. Ye Feng didn't hesitate. Before the words were finished, a group of powerful apes rushed towards him almost frantically. Ye Feng's scalp was numb, but fortunately, the system was very powerful and the conversion was completed in an instant. More bullies less, right? Ye Feng didn't panic anymore. Boom! A tyrannical aura emerged from Ye Feng's body. After consuming 70,000 martial soul points, Ye Feng's strength increased to 9 silver stars. Unless Ye Feng has a spirit ring attached to the back, he cannot continue to improve even if he has enough spirit points. In addition to the improvement of the strength to the silver 9 stars, the age of the void crocodile spirit ring has also reached 6,500 years. The reason why I chose this spirit ring is that, on the one hand, the 500-year-old space blade is too useful, it's a bit tasteless. On the other hand, Ye Feng also saved the time to switch back and forth between martial spirits. There is a 1-second interval between two martial spirits taking turns possessing. Usually it's fine, but if you need to use void move in a very urgent situation, then this 1 second is very fatal. The upper limit of the void crocodile is not high, so after reaching 6,500 years, the system will automatically replace it with the void dragon crocodile. As for the soul skill, it has become space cutting. Within a radius of 100 meters, a thin line of space is produced to cause a cutting effect. As with eternal wards, there is no limit to the quantity. This upgrade surprised Ye Feng again and again, calling out that he had made the right choice. Looking at the powerful apes who were rushing towards him with murderous intent, Ye Feng showed a malicious smile. OM 35. A deep purple spirit ring appeared, and the space within 100 meters in the next moment was chaotically intertwined in an instant. Pfft! Dozens of powerful apes were overflowing with blood, and pieces of neatly cut limbs slid down the cutting trajectory. This scene reminded Ye Feng of the laser cutting line in Resident Evil. His space cutting is also the same, but there is no visible laser. Puff! Puff! When pieces of limbs fell to the ground, the only remaining 2 golden 8-star great apes looked terrified. In their eyes, Ye Feng has become a devil. Whether the previous clansmen died of old age suddenly, or they were torn apart by running and running, these were beyond their imagination. The visual shock brought by it has reached its peak. Ye Feng looked around with an indifferent expression. This move killed 27 great ape tribes, including 5 golden 7 stars. The effect is not generally good. As for the system prompt in his head, Ye Feng didn't bother to care. Bad luck this time, it's all about martial soul. Wow! At this moment, the 2 golden 8-star powerful apes suddenly let out a scream of fear, and immediately ran away without looking back. In the face of a life and death crisis, what is a soul crystal vein? Farther away, some of the early golden apes were trembling, and many of them were already scared to pee. Looking at the spirit rings all over the ground, these powerful apes fled one after another. Ye Feng didn't go after him, he didn't do thankless things. After arriving at the largest stone house, Ye Feng did some searching. Sure enough, the martial soul true stone fragment is here. Just when Ye Feng was about to leave, he suddenly froze. On the stone window of the great ape chief, a bone fragment the size of a basin caught his attention. This is... Ye Feng picked it up and looked at it for a while but didn't see any clues. There's only debris and this stuff in the house, it should work. Ye Feng put it away and left the stone house immediately. He was afraid that Wu Sisong would be beaten to death. Well, although this hobby is unique, people are not bad. Thousands of meters away, Wu Sisong's tyrannical soul power condensed into an oval mask. The frantic attack of the leader of the Copper Mountain Bull and the leader of the stinging poisonous scorpion only made the mask tremble. This is Wu Sisong's life-saving card, a ring jade pendant. It stores Wu Jianglin's soul power, which can form a protective shield at critical moments to protect his life. If necessary, these spirit powers can also be used to kill the enemy. However, Wu Sisong didn't plan to kill them. If he killed the enemy, his soul power would be used up. Forming the shield is relatively inexpensive. Roar! The leader of the Copper Mountain cattle was anxious and angry when he couldn't break the shield for a long time. Their 4 major clan leaders united for the guy in the core area. It was specially prepared for this. But the 2-legged beast in front of him was as stinky and hard as the rocks in the hut. Squeak! 35. The stinging scorpion leader made a sour voice, and he was communicating with the Copper Mountain Bull leader. Wait a minute. The leader of the Copper Mountain Bull said, the strength in his hand is heavier. Wu Sisong kept complaining in his heart, he would not be able to support Ye Feng if he didn't come. No, he shouldn't take things and run away by himself. 35. Thinking of this Wu Sisong's secret strategy, he shouldn't trust others easily. Call out. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind came from far away. A figure flickered continuously, and soon appeared in front of Wu Sisong. Ye Feng! Wu Sisong was instantly overjoyed. Ye Feng didn't speak, and immediately cast Void Shift. In the blink of an eye, he had switched positions with the leader of the Copper Mountain Bull and the leader of the stinging poisonous scorpion. Immediately, in the surprise of the leader of the stinging poisonous scorpion, he teleported directly while holding Wu Sisong's neck. Only then did the stinging poisonous scorpion leader react, and he hesitated to give up. After all, they have to prepare for entering the central area, so there is no need to delay time. But the next moment, the green eyes of the stinging poisonous scorpion suddenly burst into light. Squeak! 35. Immediately, the stinging poisonous scorpion made a harsh chirping sound. The leader of Tongshan Niu, who had just switched positions with Ye Feng, seemed to sense something and let out a deafening roar, chase. Before he finished speaking, the speed of Tongshan Niu skyrocketed. FK? Ye Feng and Wu Sisong were surprised at the same time, why did they still chase after him? Immediately, Ye Feng's speed increased, and the wings of the Void Dragon Eagle fluttered almost like an electric fan. As for speed, Ye Feng had absolutely nothing to say. 0. But the 2 leaders were so angry that they were desperate, and the speed of the rapid flow of soul power in their bodies increased to the extreme. Humans, leave things behind. While chasing the leader of the Copper Mountain Bull, he shouted. What did you take from it? Although Wu Sisong felt uncomfortable being held by Ye Feng's neck, he couldn't care about it at the moment. Nothing much. Ye Feng said a little depressed, and then suddenly froze. It seems that there is a bone fragment. Bone fragments? Wu Sisong wondered, do you know what that is? Ye Feng shook his head, but looking at the angry expressions of the 2 leaders, it was obvious that something was extraordinary. Ye Feng recovered his soul power while flying, and took time to teleport 1 or 2 times. Gradually, the 2 leaders became farther and farther away from Ye Feng. Damn! The 2 leaders are not good at speed, and after chasing for a while, they can't catch up and have no choice but to give up. Even though it was far away, Ye Feng could still clearly hear the roar and unwillingness of the Tongshan Niu. Looks like this thing is of great use. Ye Feng thought to himself. After completely getting rid of the pursuers, Ye Feng threw Wu Sisong down. FK. Wu Sisong's face changed suddenly and he almost broke his leg. Oh sorry. 35. Ye Feng was thinking about the bone fragments, and his face was apologetic. Wu Sisong didn't want to stay with this guy, so he said coldly, give me something. Give. Ye Feng handed the shards over without hesitation. Well, please do something. Wu Sisong's face suddenly turned red. Can you not tell anyone what happened today? B. Chapter 75. Don't worry, I'm the strictest. Ye Feng said seriously. Wu Sisong heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If today's events were known to others, then he would really be dead. Wu Sisong's heart was relieved that Ye Feng agreed so simply. Although this guy was annoying, he was generally good. If that's the case, then let's part. Wu Sisong didn't want to stay here for a second. Ye Feng doesn't matter, anyway, he is stronger now, and he acts more freely by himself. 5 days later. Ye Feng frowned slightly while standing on the vast snow field. There isn't even a soul beast? There were soul beasts everywhere before, but this endless snow field was dead silent. Although there were no soul beasts, Ye Feng instinctively felt that this place was more dangerous. For the past 5 days, Ye Feng has been walking towards the central area. After calculating, he should be there after passing this snow field. 27 is. Ye Feng took a deep breath and possessed his martial soul. Immediately got up and walked forward. While walking, Ye Feng found something wrong. Boom! Although there were no soul beasts, thunder sounded from time to time in the sky. Whenever the thunder sounded, there would be a thick thunder hitting the snow field. There was nothing at first, but as Ye Feng went deeper, the thunder became denser and closer to Ye Feng. Boom! An arm-thick thunderbolt fell from the sky in Ye Feng's left hand. If Ye Feng didn't dodge in time, he would have been hacked just now. Wurge! 35. Suddenly Ye Feng's scalp felt a little numb. The power of this thunderbolt was beyond imagination. As long as one pass can kill him half-life. It's no wonder that there are no soul beasts, I'm probably scared away. Ye Feng said and curled the wings of the void dragon eagle. He was afraid of being broken by the thunder. Although the attached spirit bone is already a part of the body, even if it is broken, it can slowly grow back. But this process is very painful and has a great impact on combat power. Crack! Not too far away, another thunderstorm fell. This time, it was facing the top of Ye Feng's head. As we all know, the speed of lightning is very fast. Boom! However, this thunder did not cause any damage to Ye Feng. Prison order. Ye Feng felt a little at ease. He almost forgot the order to suppress the prison, and this life-saving card given to him by the Dharma Venerable is still very useful. Just wasting one time here made Ye Feng feel a little distressed. The next journey Ye Feng became more and more cautious. When the thunderclouds just condensed in the sky, Ye Feng flapped his wings to speed up. Really can't escape and teleport directly. Before he knew it, Ye Feng had already walked halfway. Boom! Another thunder fell. This time, it was not blocked by the prison order, but the soul energy armor. The soul energy armor that can resist the full blow of the golden peak directly cracked. Ye Feng glanced at it and shook his head helplessly, completely ruined. But then the buffer Ye Feng teleported twice in a row, and now he has left the area covered by the terrifying thundercloud. It didn't take long. Hey! 35. A figure in front caught Ye Feng's attention. Ji Ming's spirit possessed and resisted a thunderbolt. Unlike Ji Tian in the special training camp, Ji Ming's arms have been completely dragon-like. The purple-gold dragon scales brought him extremely strong defense. Although the dragon scales are blackened, it has little effect. Ji Ming also saw a hint of surprise on Ye Feng's unruly face. He didn't expect Ye Feng to come here so quickly. You must know that the entire peripheral area is very dangerous. Not to mention the Golden Peak, even the Golden Great Perfection has several. In the end, this guy is safe and sound? Ye Feng, it's amazing that you can actually get here. Gengji Jiming made no secret of it. Jiming still didn't know Ye Feng's current strength, and only thought that it was still 1 silver star. It is rare to see a person, Ye Feng has long been suffocated. After meeting him, he said, Jiming, let me tell you a secret. What? Jiming's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the human gossip instinct cannot get rid of, even the upright Jiming. Wu Sisong was stricken by Dolly Ape. With a smile on his lips, Ye Feng told Jiming all the previous events. The more Jiming listened, the more excited he became, until the last 2 eyes lit up. Hey, I said that this kid must be a little weird, I didn't expect such a strong taste. 99. This kind of thing just sounds disrespectful to the chrysanthemum. And that guy Wu Sisong actually came to fight once? Can he take it? Jiming asked curiously. Ye Feng said solemnly, you don't understand this. Maybe people used to be like this before when they were rich, and they may have loosened up. Right. Jiming's eyes lit up because of this reason. I have to stay away from him when I look back at him. 0. Ye Feng reminded, Senior, don't talk about it everywhere. I promised Wu Sisong to help him keep it a secret. Don't worry, I'm the strictest. Jiming patted his chest and assured. Ye Feng, 66. Mad, why does this sound so familiar? Boom. At this moment, 2 thunderbolts with thick thighs fell one after the other. Ye Feng is fast and dodged with a teleport. And Jiming was not so lucky. Pfft. 35. The dragon scales on his arms exploded directly, and blood splattered everywhere. Even the hair is mushy. FK. Ye Feng was fortunate in his heart, but Jiming was full of resentment. Ye Feng dodged, but 2 thunders hit him. You stay away from me. Jiming said badly. Cough, not on purpose. After 10 minutes, the 2 finally walked out of the snowfield. Just as the 2 stepped out of the snowfield, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. Ye Feng looked around attentively. The center zone is here. 35. Jiming took a deep breath and said, holding back his excitement. There are a lot of good things in the central area, especially the fragments of Wuhan True Stone. If you are lucky, you may find 5 or 6. But it is equally dangerous here. Call out. As soon as Jiming finished speaking, a cold arrow was shot at Ye Feng from the left. Humph. 99. Jiming snorted coldly and took a claw. Tsitsizi. Immediately, a symphony of gold and iron sounded, and Jiming's dragon claws splashed with sparks. Ye Feng took a closer look and sent 1.1 to find that this was a cold arrow. It was clearly a black snake. Jiming Gui squeezed the snake to death and said, Ye Feng is a bit reluctant to come here with your strength. In this way, you follow me closely, and you will be much safer when other people arrive. Ye Feng was instantly happy. There is no need for free coolies. The former Wu Sisong, the current Jiming. I'm not lucky to say that. Jiming didn't think about it so much. Ye Feng had saved his brother's life. Jikan wanted to thank him for this, and he also wanted to thank him. So since he knew that Ye Feng was going to enter the secret realm of chaos, he planned to protect Ye Feng. After Ye Feng and the 2 left, there was a sound of breaking wind. The next moment, an elephant-sized golden eagle galloped from a distance. The golden eagle's pair of silver eyes swept around, and then his eyes gradually became cold. It shouldn't go very far. Said that the speed skyrocketed and chased after the past. Chapter 76. This is Jin Zhou, the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, one of the 4 major tribes. What Ye Feng didn't know was that the purpose of the alliance of the 4 major clans was for the time-type soul beast, the Yin Hui Tian He, in the central area. Wang Chuan guessed right, the 4 major tribes not only united. And there really is a time-type soul beast. Yin Hui Tian He is just 4,000 years old, and its strength is golden perfection. Time-type soul beasts are more difficult to deal with than space-type soul beasts, so Jin Zhu and the others plan to join forces to subdue them. Of course they don't do anything that is not good. The reason for subduing Yin Hui Tian He is to use his ability to leave the secret realm of chaos. The wisdom of the leaders of the 4 major tribes is no different from that of humans. They also know that they are in a secret realm, and according to the information of the tribe's seniors, there will be humans coming in to hunt for a long time. For so many years, Jin Zhu and they have all been waiting. When Yin Hui Tian He appeared, Jin Zhu knew that the opportunity had come. For this reason, the 4 major tribes spent a great deal of money to refine a chaotic beast plate. The chaotic beast disc can temporarily seal the Yin Hui Tianhe's soul power, making it unable to use the time-based ability. This chaotic beast plate is the confidence of Jin Zhu and the others who dare to deal with Yin Hui Tianhe. But it didn't take long for the chaotic beast plate to be made into 20 gongs, and it was stolen by humans before he realized the heat. In addition, on the way back to the Great Ape tribe, Jin Zhu also saw the corpse of the leader of the Great Ape, and the killing intent was even stronger. After catching up all the way, Jin Zhu, who was hit by several thunderbolts, almost lost his mind. Now that I can finally smell Ye Feng's breath, how could Jin Zhu give up? The other side. Ji Ming suddenly stopped and said, "Something is wrong, it seems that a soul beast is staring at us." Ye Feng also sensed that he was about to speak when an eagle roared from far to near. Immediately, the two saw a huge golden eagle shooting at them like a bullet. Golden Great Perfection. Ji Ming's scalp was numb. It's Jin Zhou, the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe. How could Mad be targeted by this thing? Among the four major clan leaders, Jin Zhu is the strongest. Coupled with the extremely fast speed, it is very difficult to deal with. Ye Feng seemed to think of something, maybe it's because I stole his stuff. Ji Ming glanced back at Ye Feng abruptly, I have something that must be said. Talking about the possession of the martial soul, the soul power surged. Ji Ming didn't plan to run, because he couldn't run away. The speed of gold casting is already the limit of the great perfection of gold. If it is not limited by the rules here, I am afraid that it can be faster than the diamond 1 star in the outside world. Ye Feng is also possessed by martial spirit, Ji Ming is a golden 7 star, and Jin Zhu, who is facing the great perfection, is definitely not an opponent. Wow! Jin Zhu let out a loud eagle whistling sound, and the huge wings slapped lightly and immediately flew towards Ye Feng like a shooting star. A pair of golden claws are like pouring gold, exuding a breathtaking cold glow under the sun. Geng Zhiji gave a low voice and responded. Kong! The symphony of gold and iron sounded, and sparks flew everywhere. With the powerful defensive power of Zidian Chaijin Long, Ji Ming resisted this claw. But at the same time, it was sent flying by a terrifying force. Ye Feng didn't rashly use Void Move. In the face of the existence of the Golden Great Perfection, if you want to use it, you should use it in the most critical places. Otherwise, once Jin Zhu is vigilant, it may not work later. Another advantage of the Void Shift is reflected. Because it is only an auxiliary soul skill, Ye Feng can use it even if it is a golden perfection. Humans, hand over the beasts and spare you. Jin Zhu floated in midair and stared at Ye Feng with sharp eagle eyes. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and asked, "What is the chaotic beast plate?" "Humph, stop pretending." 35. Jin Zhu snorted coldly, as if he didn't want to consume too much soul power on the two of them, and did not continue to take action. "Give me the chaotic beast plate, and I will leave immediately. I don't care about you killing Yuan Tong before." Yuan Tong? Ye Feng froze for a moment and then reacted, it should be the name of the leader of the Great Ape. Ji Ming on the side listened with a wonderful expression. Ye Feng killed Yuan Tong? Does he have this power? Jin Zimo made a mistake. I really don't know what the chaotic beast pan looks like. Ye Feng looked innocent. If this thing is useless to him, then he just throws it and saves a fight. But if it was a good thing, Ye Feng would definitely not give it. The chaotic beast plate is made of a beast bone in the central area, which can temporarily seal the opponent's soul. Jin Zhu suddenly stopped talking, and he found that he seemed to have revealed some incredible information by accident. Sure enough, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Holy crap, this is a good thing. No, this is baby. Ji Ming was also stunned for a moment and then quickly said, Ye Feng, don't give it to him. Ye Feng is not stupid. Oh, that bone fragment is the chaotic beast plate, I have already used it. Ye Feng said nonsense in a serious manner, you also know that the dangers we humans face here are many. Ji Ming admired in his heart, he lacked the ability to deceive people in a serious manner. Jinzhu was stunned for a while. There were no flaws in these words, and it was hard for Diao not to believe them. But he was not reconciled. Impossible. Jinzhu raised his voice, "You are lying to me." He didn't want to believe that the beast disc had been used up. "Really, I didn't lie to you." 39. Ye Feng sighed, "I can't help you if you don't believe me." 35. Boom. Jinzhu's breath suddenly soared. The next moment turned into golden lightning and swooped towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng had been prepared for a teleport to evade the attack, and Jiming roared and the third spirit ring appeared under his feet. Dragon Dance. A long purple-gold dragon danced in the air, driving powerful soul power fluctuations. Seeing Jiming and Jinzhu fighting together, Ye Feng's soul power surged and was ready to attack at any time. Boom! The explosion sounded, several golden feathers blew up, and Jiming snorted and flew out. "Boy, if you dare to destroy my messy beast plate, you will die." Jinzhu obviously believed Ye Feng's nonsense. Whoosh whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the golden feathers on Jinzhu's body seemed to be densely shot at Ye Feng by sharp arrows. Ye Feng has a feeling that if this is hit, he will become a sieve. But okay. Void move. When the light flickered, Jinzhu suddenly found himself in Ye Feng's previous position. Immediately, the speed of Jinzhu's pupil shrinking increased to the extreme. Call out. Although Jinzhu's reaction was not weak, he was still shot by a few feathers. Immediately, a few smears of bright red blood spurted out. FK. Jiming's eyes widened, what kind of soul skill is this? With his eyesight, he couldn't see the mystery of the void shifting, he just felt as if gold was casting himself in self-mutilation. The void shift made another contribution. Ye Feng was still not careless. This is a golden perfection, and he may be severely injured if he is not careful. Damn! Jinzhu suddenly became anxious and a little more vigilant in his heart. He didn't even understand what was going on. Whoosh! This time, Jinzhu did not release the feathers, but stretched out sharp claws that could easily penetrate the alloy and grabbed Ye Feng. He believed that as long as he hit the human being in front of him, he would lose half his life. But the next moment, something that made Jinzhou even more angry appeared. Chapter 77. Crack. The sound of cracking sounded, but it was not Ye Feng, but a big rock not far away. The stone was as high as a hill, but at this moment, it had switched positions with Ye Feng under the influence of void shift. Beautiful. Gengji Jiming did not hesitate to praise words, and then seemed to find something stiff. Next moment. You have 9 silver stars? A scream rang out. Jiming's eyes are about to fall, *ck I must be dreaming. Ye Feng was attacked by the 10,000 Beasts sect before, it's been less than a month, right? As a result, the silver was 9. And this month, Jiming only increased by 1 star. Ye Feng ignored this guy. If I told you that I still have a 10,000-year spirit ring, would you be envious to death? Worry, how did you cultivate? FK, this talent. I'm just trash compared to you. Damn it, why am I so rubbish? Gengji Jiming is not like Wu Sisong who has everything in his heart, what he has to say. A person scolded himself and denied himself over and over, and when he was emotional, he almost couldn't control himself and slapped himself twice. Ye Feng suspected that if this guy saw his 10,000-year spirit ring, he would probably even scold him Laozi, hating his father for not giving him a fork talent. Call out. Jinzhu attacked again. Senior, be careful. Ye Feng was too lazy to deal with the exhortation. What? Jiming was at a loss, what should I be careful about? Jinzhu is not attacking you, FK. Jiming suddenly found that a pair of eagle claws exuding cold light appeared in front of him at some point. Ye Feng, I hate you. Jiming wailed and the dragon arms crossed. He never dreamed that he would be moved by Ye Feng as a meat shield. Ye Feng suddenly felt a little unbearable when he saw Jiming fly out with a swoosh. But who can't make you fight? Besides, Ye Feng didn't want to waste his soul power. He belongs to a small family, and the earth soul pill can't be consumed, unlike Jiming's. So with great power comes great responsibility. Ow! 55. Jiming was beaten and screamed, and the dragon scales took off several pieces. Buzz! The next moment, 100-year-old spirit ring appeared. Jiming clenched his fists tightly like a cannonball, and the speed skyrocketed. This is his second soul skill, long seeing. The speed can be increased in a short time. The speed here refers to the attack speed and the movement speed. Although he despised Ye Feng's despicable behavior, Jiming also knew what was going on in front of him. When Jiming and the angry Jinzhu fought together, Ye Feng gave a thumbs up, good man. Just when Ye Feng was going to take the opportunity to give Jinzhu a space cut. What? There was a scream in the distance. Immediately, Ye Feng saw Wu Sisong, who had been away for a long time, come into view. Wu Sisong just crossed the snowfield. Although his state was miserable, it was much better than when he was hardened by the powerful ape. Wu Sisong entered the central area and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Suddenly look stagnant. Ye Feng? Wu Sisong has a black line, how did damn it meet here? Just come and help. Ye Feng is overjoyed, the good guy has another thug. Wu Sisong couldn't care less about complaining. Ye Feng suddenly looked at Jiming and Jinzhu not far away. I'll go, Jinzhu of the Golden Eagle tribe? Wu Sisong glanced at it and turned his head to leave. Available immediately. The corners of Wu Sisong's mouth twitched, and the veins on his forehead burst out. He and Ye Feng switched places. Run Mao, cowardly, go with Lao Zi. Jiming roared. Facing Jinzhu's thunderstorm-like attack, he couldn't stand it any longer. Wu Sisong pretended not to hear. In this situation, even if he went, it might not be very useful, and it would not be worthwhile if he was killed. But then Ye Feng's next sentence drove Wu Sisong crazy. Wu Sisong, if you don't help me, tell Jiming your secret. Ye Feng shouted from a distance. F***ck. Wu Sisong almost shed blood and tears in pain. Sin. The central area is so big, it's not good to come here, but it happens to encounter this disaster. Wu Sisong flew towards Jinzhou with a dark face. This trick works really well. Ye Feng couldn't close his mouth with a smile. The secret realm of chaos is fragrant, there are many things and people are good. Over there, with Wu Sisong joining Jiming, the pressure plummeted. With Ye Feng harassing them, Jinzhu wanted to kill them all at once. Facing Ye Feng's strange empty movement, Jinzhu couldn't let go of his hands and feet, and was afraid of shooting himself in the foot. But if you don't do your best, you won't be able to win the three of them. Jinzhu also wanted to sneak up on Ye Feng with his speed, but Ye Feng was so smart that he didn't give him a chance at all. Several times, Jiming and Wu Sisong were simply moved over, and Jinzhu was almost injured. After 10 minutes of playing, 3 people and 1 beast are exhausted. UBD. BD. Jinzhu let out an unwilling roar and fluttered his wings away. He is afraid that after a long time, there will be other human race talents coming. Seeing that Jinzhu was far away, the 3 lay down directly on the ground. Ye Feng is okay, mainly because the continuous void movement consumes a lot of soul power. The worst is Jiming and Wu Sisong. The former is damage resistant, while the latter is slightly weaker. Ye Feng took an earth soul pill to regulate his breath, while Wu Sisong was breathing heavily. He glanced at his slashed chest and was extremely depressed. It's really bloody mold. What's wrong? Jiming squinted and said weakly, if it wasn't for me and Ye Feng, you would have died when you met Jinzhu. It's okay not to say it, but Wu Sisong gets angry when he says it. Wu Sisong continued to take deep breaths to suppress his anger. If it wasn't for Ye Feng, how could I have met Jinzhu? Although Wu Sisong was trying his best to suppress it, Ye Feng and Jiming could hear that this guy was very angry. Not only angry, but about to explode. Ye Feng glanced at Jiming from the corner of his eyes, thinking that you must not be mean. But things often don't go as expected, and what's going to happen is what you're afraid of. Oops, it's all right. Jiming patted Wu Sisong on the shoulder and said, before the end of the secret realm of chaos, I will grab a powerful ape and give it to you. 5. Gengji Jiming didn't think there was anything in these words, but Ye Feng's heart sank. Broke in. Ye Feng. The next moment, Wu Sisong's roar sounded in his ears. Wu Sisong's voice became sharp, much like a person who jumped off a wall and became angry. You already told Jiming. Wu Sisong screamed. I've been beaten to death because of my loss, aren't you afraid that you will tell Jiming? Good guy, you not only told me, but also licked my wool. Ye Feng glared at Jiming and said, it's just you. He said with a smile, Senior Wu, I only told Jiming, and no one else said anything. Wu Sisong clenched his fists and looked at Ye Feng with gritted teeth. Thinking of the various encounters in the secret realm of chaos, and today's serious social death, Wu Sisong felt wronged and wanted to cry. I have to say, Ye Feng is really powerful to make your son Wu Sisong so angry. After a long time, Wu Sisong looked at the two of them viciously, don't tell me if you hear me. Ye Feng and Jiming nodded again and again. Also, I didn't get caught by the Zhao, Dolly ape, what the hell? Wu Sisong said angrily, don't think about it. Ye Feng and Jiming nodded again and again. Wu Sisong continued to explain, Ye Feng, it's that bull talking nonsense, think about it, can I still run away with my strength? Besides, what would I be like if I was really AL? Ye Feng and Jiming looked at each other, he was anxious, he was trying his best to explain. Explanation is to cover. But then Ye Feng and Jiming nodded. Yes, yes, what you say is what? Wu Sisong had a black line, Jiming, what are you nodding? Ah? Ye Feng orders me to order a dong. Jiming said at a loss, don't you think this is fun? Second goods. Ye Feng and Wu Sisong despised at the same time. After a pause, Wu Sisong took a deep breath and said solemnly, although I haven't been beaten by the great ape, but I can't say anything about today's matter, please help me keep it a secret. 35. Said Wu Sisong clenched his fists. He was really afraid of this matter, if it was spread out, it would be a blow even if nothing happened. Jiming nodded, don't worry, my mouth is the strictest. Chapter 78. Ye Feng rolled his eyes wildly, your mouth is leaking, still strict? What about Yan F***ck? Although Ye Feng's mouth was leaking, it didn't prevent him from despising Jiming secretly. Jiming, I believe in you. 35. Wu Sisong said seriously, glaring at Ye Feng fiercely. Where to go? Jiming hurriedly asked when Wu Sisong was about to leave. Do not know. Wu Sisong was angry. He could see that as long as he was with Ye Feng, there would be nothing good, so he should do it alone. After half an hour, Ye Feng and Jiming finished their breath adjustment. Immediately, Ye Feng looked around and said, Senior, let's go deeper. Ye Feng knew that there were soul crystal ore veins in the central area. In addition, there are also some rare natural treasures. Jiming has this intention. There are more soul beasts in the central area, and the overall quality is also high. After one day, Ye Feng and Jiming only saw a few golden early stage heads. The rest are all in the middle and late stages, and even the golden great perfection has seen several. On this day, Ye Feng and Jiming cooperated tacitly. Of course, it was mainly Ye Feng, and Jiming belonged to passive cooperation. 2 martial soul holy stones, 9 martial soul true stones, really good. Ye Feng said with a smile in a dense forest. This is the result of his day, very rich. As for how many soul beasts he killed, Ye Feng couldn't remember since 207. Anyway, no matter how strong or weak, the space will be cut. If the cutting is not strong, it will die and wither. If you don't give enough force, move the void to let Jiming resist the damage. After this day, Jiming was really shocked. 4 soul rings, 1,000,000 years, 3,000 years. Coupled with the attached spirit bones, Yefeng's spirit ring ratio is definitely the most luxurious in history. The upright Jiming asked Yefeng how to do it more than once, but Yefeng put it off. In addition, Jiming also found out that each of Yefeng's 4 soul skills is infinitely useful, and the lethality of the 2 peerless martial souls is quite terrifying. Looking at Yefeng with a wicked smile, Jiming was filled with emotion. The Void God Saber martial soul and its 2 soul skills are extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to evade. And the 2 spirit abilities of Time Divine Clock seem to have gone beyond the scope of spirit abilities. Can skills that control time still be called soul skills? No, it has to be called magic. This kid's combat power is no longer weaker than mine. Jiming muttered in his heart. Rao is that his honesty was also hit at the moment. You know, Yefeng just woke up not long ago. It's not even 3 months to full count. As for Jiming, as one of the 4 top talents of the human race, he cultivated from the age of 16. Yefeng, can I scold you? Gengs Hiji asked. Yefeng hehe, you try. Never mind. Jiming is still a little afraid of that death withering. Although death and decay may only reduce him by 20 or 30 years, it is also life. I'm resting, how about you? In fact, Yefeng didn't rest, but filled up all the Holy Spirit stones. A total of 15,400 years are added to death and decay. The level of soul beasts in the central area is very high, and the reduction in 2,000 is not enough. And 28,000 years of death and decay are much more powerful. Can reduce the lifespan of soul beasts by 5,000 years. In the case of humans, that would be 500 years. In addition to this, scope and goals have been improved. Death and decay now affects all targets within 150 meters. This change surprised Yefeng the most. This is death and withering, a large piece of death. Jiming didn't know that the soul skill that made him dread had been improved again. I'm almost resting too. Saying that, Jiming frowned slightly. Are you really planning to go to that mine? In the morning they explored the way. There are 3 gold 9 stars and 1 gold dzogchen in that place. Yefeng was about to speak when a rustling sound came from a distance. There are soul beasts. Jiming threw a soul skill without saying a word. At the same time, there is also a soul skill on the opposite side. The moment the explosion sounded, Yefeng and Jiming were taken aback at the same time. Soul skill. 4 voices sounded at the same time. Soon he saw Li Fengxian and Zhuoqi Washuan walking out of the bushes. 8 eyes, you look at me, I look at you. Li Fengxian, damn, frighten me. Zhuoqi Washuan, scared. Yefeng, Jiming. The 4 of them got together and started chatting. This does not include Zhuoqi, Cab, Washuan. Soul crystal vein. After listening to Yefeng's words, Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. Go. Since entering the secret realm of chaos, Li Fengxian has gained some but not much. In the peripheral area, there is a ore vein that has not been seen. There is a central area, but Li Fengxian can't do it alone. Fortunately, I met Zhuoqi Washuan halfway through. I found one here too. Li Fengxian said, well, it is estimated that it is 80,000 yuan, which is a medium-sized one. 35. Dry. Yefeng's eyes are bright, the 4 of them can't get together in a mine. Zhuoqi Washuan, yes. The 3 Yefeng chatted for several minutes before Zhuoqi Washuan said 4 words, scared me to death. All 3 looked at Zhuoqi Washuan with some sympathy, and this guy basically said goodbye to talking. Have you 2 been together all this time, and how's the harvest? 9. Li Feng asked first. I was alone before and met Ye Feng in the snowfield. 35. Jiming said, then I met Wu Sisong again, and by the way, Wu Sisong was analyzed by a powerful ape. FK. 99. Li Fengxian and Zhuoqi Huashuan looked at Jiming at the same time. Li Fengxian said like a crowd eating melon, really or not? Jiming nodded affirmatively, it's absolutely true. Ye Feng was stunned. What F***ck didn't know was that Jiming and Wu Sisong were in the Great Ape tribe. Also, didn't you say the strictest mouth? Zhuoqi Huashuan's mouth gradually grew, and his face showed the excitement of discovering the big secret. I just felt that something was wrong with Wu Sisong. 99. Li Fengxian laughed and said with an extremely wretched expression, he and Gong Qingyu can make a pair. You say, who is the attack when they are together? Jiming said solemnly, no need to guess, that kid Wu Sisong must have suffered. 35. Li Fengxian said obscenely, this news is too exciting, damn it, it's exciting to think about it, so what? 99. Oops, seniors, you are vulgar, he. Ye Feng pursed his lips and looked like he didn't really want to participate. It was that ridged ear that betrayed him. Although Zhuoqi Huashuan lost his right to speak, it did not prevent him from eating melons. And it's more vigorous than Ye Feng's. After chatting for a while on this topic, Jiming suddenly said, don't tell me, Ye Feng and I promised Wu Sisong to keep it a secret for him. 5. Li Fengxian said seriously, don't worry, I'm the strictest. Ye Feng, Jiming, 66. F***ck, why does this sound so familiar? Zhuoqi Huashuan was in a hurry, and he spoke slowly. If he didn't promise them as soon as possible, he would definitely not bring melons to eat in the future. Immediately, a line of words was written on the ground. Don't worry, everyone, my situation is basically no longer leaked. The three looked down and nodded at the same time. Also unparalleled brothers reliable ah. Zhuoqi Huashuan wrote another line, next time you have melons, remember to take me to eat. He said with a smile that I know everyone knows. It's all brothers, it's an outsider to say that. What a big deal. I will handle it. Leaf Pigeon, Lee Pigeon and G Pigeon patted their chests at the same time and said. Chapter 79. 2 hours later. It's just ahead. Ye Feng said, 3 gold 9 stars, 1 great perfection. 99. I'll get a gold 9 stars, and you can handle the rest yourself. I also want a gold 9. Li Fengxian said. Jiming speaks faster than someone, me too. Zhuoqi Huashuan, 66.99. Mom sells batches. The three of them looked at Zhuoqi Huashuan at the same time, brother resisted. Since knowing Wu Sisong's secret, the four have a new interpretation of the word withstanding. Zhuoqi Huashuan glared at the three of them and said nothing. Wrong. Suddenly Li Fengxian was stunned, can you do it? That's 9 gold stars. Only then did Li Fengxian realize that what Ye Feng wanted to fight was a 9-star gold? This guy kills gold 1 star very well, but what is the concept of gold 9 stars? Even if he wants to kill Li Fengxian, it is not so easy. Zhuoqi Huashuan also reacted and stared at Ye Feng. It wasn't long before I woke up to be able to kill gold 1 star, which was already invincible. In his heart, his younger brother did not complain when he lost. Gengji Jiming didn't mean to leave any suspense and said, Ye Feng also killed 2 gold 8 stars in the morning. He's a silver 9 line now. 99. Oh yes, there is also a 10,000-year spirit ring. After Geng's Haji ordered Li Fengxian and Zhuoqi Huashuan to be in a mess. Jiming's 3 sentences are more powerful than 1 sentence. Li Fengxian asked himself how smart he was, but he didn't come back to his senses for a while. When will he be able to kill gold 8 stars? When did he get 9 stars in silver? Also, How could he have a 10,000-year spirit ring? Has this kid's physical fitness been able to bear it? Worth, brain cells are dead. Li Fengxian looked at Ye Feng blankly. Ha. Geng Jiming sneered unabashedly, two fools. He was very happy at this time. I was surprised before, now it's your turn. After a while, Li Fengxian's mouth twitched. Ma De, I regret having awakened your martial soul. As soon as this statement came out, it won the unanimous approval of Jiming and Zhuoqi Wushuan. This soul crystal vein is the largest that Ye Feng has discovered so far, and it is roughly estimated that there may be 40,000 low-grade soul crystals. And the ore vein is controlled by a golden ice war horse. Under the command of Frost War Horse, there are 3 golden 9-star younger brothers, namely, Iron-winged mosquito bird, 3-tailed crocodile, and heavy armored turtle. In addition, there are nearly 100 soul beasts in the middle golden stage nearby. After observing for a while, Li Feng said with a headache, there are a lot of those in the mid-golden period. It's okay, leave those to me, and you can stop them later when the big ones come over. Ye Feng said that the spirit possessed. Sure enough, it is 9 silver stars. Zhuoqi Wushuan and Li Fengxian thought to themselves. SHH. When Ye Feng flew towards the soul crystal vein at an unbelievable speed. Ow! 35. Roar! Nearly 100 soul beasts were alert at the same time. The frozen warhorse and his 3 younger brothers slept lazily on the mines. In their opinion, this 2-legged beast is of average strength, and the little brother under his command can solve it. A huge butterfly with a wingspan of more than 2 meters flew towards Ye Feng. Immediately, a pink gas spewed out of his body. Ye Feng didn't give the other party a chance to release, and waved it casually. Boom! The big butterfly was directly cut in half by the sword of nothingness. Immediately, the purple spirit ring appeared. FK. Not far away, Li Fengxian's envious eyes turned red. The sword of nothingness is really strong. As soon as the big butterfly died, more soul beasts rushed over immediately. Ye Feng shook his head secretly, that's all? As he spoke, a dark purple 1,000-year-old spirit ring appeared under his feet. Space slicing starts. SHH. The more than 30 soul beasts seemed to have slammed into an incomparably sharp fishing net, and their bodies were torn apart instantly. Purple spirit rings appeared one by one, and the purple light gathered together to cover up the corpse on the ground. At the same time, the ding-ding sound in Ye Feng's mind was endless. Ye Feng didn't care about it, but continued to go deeper. The scene was a little quiet for a while. Li Fengxian and Zhuoqi Wushuan's eyes widened, they didn't even know where the attack point was. That's kind of scary. In other words, even if the two of them faced each other, they would not know how to defend themselves if they were caught off guard. Because you don't even know where the attack point is. Roar! Over 30 soul beasts died at once, and the remaining over 60 rioted immediately. Each soul beast used its own abilities. Immediately, different colors of soul power blasted towards Ye Feng at the same time. But the next moment, boom! Those attacks were all cut and blasted away by the incomparably sharp power of space. The space cut has not disappeared, and it still recedes forward like a moving wall. Immediately after, that creepy scene was replicated again. Puffed! Puff! Large swathes of neatly cut limbs fell to the ground. Soul rings appeared one by one. Li Fengxian looked at Ye Feng's back and murmured, "Ma De, I am suddenly glad that I am not Ye Feng's enemy." Zhuoqi Wushuan and Jiming nodded at the same time. Just kidding, a first martial spirit, a second martial spirit, and he is the enemy. The old birthday star is tired of hanging himself. Boom! At the moment when the large group of little brothers died, the ice war Matang got up with a bang. The surrounding temperature immediately began to drop. And the younger brother of Iron Wing Mosquito Bird 3 rushed towards Ye Feng with murderous intent. Jiming and the 3 moved at the same time. Pick an opponent and fight together. Ye Feng didn't choose the heavy armored turtle. The turtle soul beast has a long lifespan, and it is a waste for him to die and wither. Crack. 35. The three-tailed crocodile was hit by Ye Feng's nihilistic sword, and the thick scales splashed sparks. Human, die. 9. Surprisingly, this three-tailed crocodile can also talk. There are not many soul beasts who can talk along the way, and it is obviously related to their own blood. Ye Feng did not talk nonsense with the three-tailed crocodile and immediately started space cutting. He's going to PS this guy off, and ha. Buzz. The three-tailed crocodile is not easy to mess with. The three huge tails flashed light and slapped it fiercely. 0. But he underestimated the power of space cutting. The invisible blade fishing net fell, and two of the three tails of the three-tailed crocodile immediately became bloody. Although the hardest one was fine, several layers of scales were also removed from the melon. Damn it! The three-tailed crocodile did not expect the attack of this human to be so strong. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide open. Boom! 55. A red light beam the thickness of a bucket shot straight at Ye Feng. Ye Feng had been waiting for a long time, and Void Shift was activated. Call out! Iron-winged mosquito bird and Ye Feng, who were fighting against Jiming, switched positions. The reason why he chose Jiming's side was because Li Fengxian's opponent's heavy armored turtle skin was too thick, and Ye Feng was afraid that the attack of the three-tailed crocodile would not seriously damage the opponent. Boom! The unsuspecting iron-winged mosquito bird was smashed by the red beam of light. Immediately, the feathers exploded and the flesh flew away. Being hit by a three-tailed crocodile with no resistance was not a good feeling. After making one move, Ye Feng cast Void Shift again. It's just that this time, instead of changing positions with Tai-wing mosquito bird, he moved himself and Jiming in front of Tai-wing mosquito bird. Void move can move 500 targets with a maximum distance of 1000 meters. Iron-winged mosquito bird would never have thought of having this ability when he was seriously injured. When Jiming and Ye Feng's attacks fell at the same time. Squeak! The iron-winged mosquito and bird let out a shrill scream, and while the dragon's claws penetrated its chest, a large piece of flesh was also cut off by the nihilistic sword. In less than 5 seconds, Ye Feng completely lost the combat effectiveness of the iron-winged mosquito and bird by virtue of the Void Shift. Immediately afterwards, Ye Feng made up for the knife again under the terrified and desperate eyes of the iron-winged mosquito and bird. Ding! Successfully kill the iron-winged mosquito and bird to get a rare reward, get a martial soul holy stone. B. Chapter 80. Ye Feng's eyes lit up. After killing so many soul beasts, he finally got a rare reward. Ji ordered you to help Wushuan, leave that crocodile to me. 35. Ye Feng said. At this time, Zhuoqiu Wushuan's mother was constantly selling out. He is not known for his defensive power, but the life of being beaten falls on himself. Fortunately, Jiming arrived in time, and the two teamed up to maintain an undefeated situation. Ouch! The three-tailed crocodile looked at Ye Feng with anger and fear. This human method is really weird. He still hadn't seen how the iron-winged mosquitoes got here. Without the help of the iron-winged mosquito and bird, the situation on the human side is obviously much better. Just when the three-tailed crocodile was thinking about how to deal with Ye Feng, Void Shift activates. Immediately, the three-tailed crocodile appeared 1,000 meters away. This crocodile skin is rough and thick. Ye Feng doesn't want to waste his soul power on him. After relying on 27 to approach the mine, the sword of nothingness swept away. The system beeps when all the dirt on it is cleared. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained 40,000 small low-grade soul crystal ore. May I ask whether it will be converted into martial soul points? Convert a quarter. Ye Feng said. Since the four of them joined forces, things would naturally be divided equally. Ye Feng didn't want to take advantage of this. I've saved almost 400,000. Ye Feng opened his mouth and smiled. The harvest of this chaos secret realm is simply unimaginable. I don't know when I will save so many soul points outside. It's just that his next main task is to improve the compatibility of martial arts. Only when the degree of fit reaches the limit can it become the great perfection of silver. Thinking of this, Ye Feng had a headache. The fear of the bronze great perfection resurfaced in my heart. At this moment, the three-tailed crocodile once again spewed a red beam of light towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked indifferent, and void shift was activated again. This time it was the three-tailed crocodile's turn to bear it. Boom! Even though the three-tailed crocodile had a strong defense, it grinned when it was hit by its own attack. The scales on his body fell off in a large area, revealing bright red flesh. Taking advantage of the pain of the three-tailed crocodile, Ye Feng changed into the god of time and possessed the spirit of martial arts. When the three-tailed crocodile looked at Ye Feng angrily and vigilantly, Ye Feng teleported to the top of the three-tailed crocodile. Death and withering. Immediately, the 10,000-year spirit ring appeared that made the spirit beasts feel extremely depressed. After the soul ring of the dead ghost wolf was raised to 28,000 years, the color became even darker. Gives a strong visual impact. With the blessing of the black soul ring, Ye Feng's temperament seems to have also changed. More mysterious and powerful. The unparalleled power of time enveloped the three-tailed crocodile. In an instant, the three-tailed crocodile found that his breath plummeted. Immediately afterwards, his scales began to soften. His incredibly strong muscles began to slacken. This is... The three-tailed crocodile looked terrified. This scene was beyond his comprehension. Run! The three-tailed crocodile turned and ran away in panic. But death and decay had already taken effect in him. The three-tailed crocodile ran desperately, but the speed was getting slower and slower. Roar! In the end, the three-tailed crocodile let out a weak roar and fell to the ground. The three of Li Fengxian in the distance looked at Ye Feng at the same time and were surprised. Ye Feng killed 2 gold 9 stars in a short time. This combat power is even more terrifying than they imagined. After half an hour, the frozen warhorse and the heavy armored turtle were beheaded by 4 people. At Ye Feng's request, the 2 soul beasts were supplemented by Ye Feng. This time, the luck was average, and only 800 spirit points were given. Hey, why is the ore vein less than a quarter? 35. After a few people rushed over in high spirits, they were stunned. My quarter has been taken. Ye Feng said, the rest is yours. Li Fengxian said enviously, FKU, how did you do it? Help me take it too. Ye Feng showed a mysterious smile. If mad, don't cry when I get it for you. He can only convert those soul crystals into martial soul points, and there is no way to stuff them into the storage space. Suddenly, 3 miners appeared. Li Fengxian is the most powerful, he is no better than Wu Sisong and Gong Qingyu. There is no way to compare with the 3 major families. Li Fengxian's parents are very ordinary, and the family background is also ordinary. Therefore, he places great importance on cultivation resources such as soul crystals. Ye Feng also helped to dig with the Void God Saber. Li Fengxian shook the jet black sword and said enviously, let's change Ye Feng. If you can change it, so what if I give it to you? 99. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, anyway, I still have a time clock. Li Fengxian was hit immediately, mad, jealousy made me lose my mind, so let's dig with peace of mind. 1 hour later. The huge soul crystal ore vein has been dug up to 7088. Mining is really hard work. Ji Ming spat out. Just dig your A, leave the rest to me. Li Fengxian said. However, just as Li Fengxian finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. There was a peculiar wave of fluctuations in the ore vein with 1000 low-grade soul crystals left. The next moment, those veins increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. FK. The 3 of them groaned in unison, Zuoki Wushuan's eyes widened. What's the situation, and also bring refills. Jiming's voice was raised. After saying this, 1,000 low-grade soul crystals became 3,000. Wrong. Yefeng's body trembled, and then he said solemnly, have you noticed that the placement of soul crystals here is very similar to before? Gengs Hiji said, I didn't pay attention. Li Fengxian and Zuoki Wushuan shook their heads. Look to see if the soul crystals in your storage bracelet are missing. Yefeng seemed to have thought of something. The three of them felt a slight change in their faces, no more. The four of them felt a chill for no reason. I see. Yefeng's eyes skyrocketed, it should be the work of the time-based soul beast. What? Li Fengxian's eyes widened, and they immediately became extremely vigilant. Wang Chuan had guessed before that there might be. And it is very likely to be the golden perfection. A time-based golden consummation, its strength is extremely terrifying. Mad, what should I do? I didn't feel anything. Jiming's face was a little ugly. The four of them got up at 1.1 and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, within the time dimension, the silver-colored Yinhui Tianhe looked at the four of them quietly. Under his long legs, there are still two lying. One of them is Zhang Dashan, and the other is Gong Qingyu. As early as 2 days ago, Yinhui Tianhe had already controlled the two into the time dimension. The time dimension is quite magical, equivalent to an independent world. And in this world, only time-type soul beasts can enter and exit. Zhang Dashan and Gong Qingyu were not dead, their faces were dark. If it wasn't for life-saving cards, they might have been digested by Yinhui Tianhe. The two people entering the central area together are very rewarding. Who knew that luck was very bad and met Yinhui Tianhe? At this moment, seeing the silver light of the Yinhui Tianhe's body shining like the moonlight, Gong Qingyu knew that someone must be unlucky again. Chapter 81. Don't sleep, the great saint. Seeing Zhang Dashan's eyelids fighting, Gong Qingyu said helplessly. Zhang Dashan stared blankly, ah? Did I fall asleep just now? Is there anything you can do? Gong Qingyu said with a dark face, if we go on like this, we will be eaten by this guy as soon as our two soul powers are exhausted. In the face of Yinhui Tianhe, the two cannot protect themselves even if they join forces. Although he has been stalemate until now because of his life-saving trump card, Gong Qingyu's soul power is almost exhausted. I don't know. 55. Zhang Dashan looked bewildered, how did we get in? 99. Gong Qingyu stopped talking. This guy is lethargic and forgetful at the same time. Hey! Gong Qingyu let out a long sigh, being careless, he shouldn't have been with this family in the first place. Of the other 8 people, anyone is stronger than Zhang Dashan. The other side. With the passage of time, the goosebumps of Yefeng's 4 people all rose. While Yefeng was excited and looking forward to it, he was also extremely nervous. This is a time-type soul beast of the golden consummation, and it is very difficult to deal with. While vigilant against Yefeng, he calculated his own strength and cards. Yefeng still has a prison order here, and there are 2 more chances left for the prison order. In addition, there is a chaotic beast plate that was snatched from the vigorous ape tribe. According to what Jin Zhu said, this thing can seal the soul power of the opponent. 20. This is the only chance. Yefeng took a deep breath and said. Then Yefeng quickly told everyone what he thought. Fengxian, our cooperation should be able to seal the Yinhui Tianhe. Yefeng said quickly, so Senior Ji and Senior Zuoqiu want to cooperate with us. Zuoqiu Wushuan nodded. His extremely cold and dead ice has an extremely low temperature, which can freeze opponents. But what they have to face is the time-based soul beast. It is not clear whether Zuoqiu Wushuan can be achieved. Needless to say, Jiming is resistant to beatings. Try it. It was rare for Li Fengxian to be serious, and the black magic sword flickered. His demon sealing sword could seal the opponent's soul power, but Li Fengxian didn't know how effective it would be against time-based soul beasts. Wow! At this moment, a loud chirping sound suddenly sounded. Unlike other soul beasts, Yin Hui Tianhe's voice exploded in the minds of the four of them. Coming! Ye Feng was holding the sword of nothingness and waiting for him. Before he finished speaking, a silver-colored crane with a height of about 10 meters came into view. Yin Hui Tianhe's long beak is like an alloy long sword, glittering in the sun's light. A pair of pale silver eyes stared at Ye Feng intently. He faintly felt that the taste of this person was very good, and eating it should help him a lot. Being stared at by Yin Hui Tianhe, Ye Feng was not timid, and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" Several people had a tacit understanding. Ji Ming let out a dragon roar and took the lead. Zhuoqiu Wushuan was surrounded by blue ice, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Like the two of them, Li Fengxian used the strongest soul skill at the same time. 3 purple soul rings appeared at the same time. Ye Feng was the fastest, and a teleport approached Yin Hui Tianhe. However, just when he was about to take out the chaotic beast plate, Yin Hui Tianhe's figure quickly faded. FK. The moment Ye Feng exited the trough, the Yin Hui Tianhe disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. 3 soul skills have been sent out, and they came towards Ye Feng after losing their target. After Ye Feng dodged, he only felt that his head was huge. This should be a certain ability of Yin Hui Tianhe, perhaps returning to the time dimension? The 4 of them observed and did not find the shadow of Yin Hui Tianhe. It must have entered the time dimension. Ye Feng said. Ye Feng, what should I do? 35. Ji Ming said in a hurry, come up with an idea. After a few more people, Ye Feng has the time spirit, and he is relatively familiar with the time spirit beast. It's the first time I've seen it. Ye Feng complained. If this guy sincerely wants to consume us, then we really can't help it. Li Fengxian said. Have it. Ye Feng suddenly lit up and then gestured wildly. Ye Feng was afraid that Yin Hui Tianhe would spy on the screen in the dark. After all, it was a time-based soul beast that should be able to speak. Although Ye Feng's gesture was rough, Li Fengxian and the 3 of them understood it. The 3 cast suspicious eyes. Can it be done? Try it. 99. Ye Feng said. Human, what is your martial spirit? At this moment, a voice came from far away. It felt as if someone was shouting at the end of the universe. Still a mother? Ye Feng said loudly, the clock of time. No wonder. Yin Hui Tianhe overlooks the 4 of Ye Feng in the time dimension. Immediately continued, it seems that you are all going to die today. Since it is a time clock, this human must swallow it. If the spirit beast and the spirit of a certain spirit master have the same attributes, they are attractive to each other. Once the soul beast swallows the opponent, its strength will increase rapidly. Before Yin Hui Tianhe finished speaking, a pair of silver wings fluttered and appeared in front of the 4 of them the next moment. The piercing croak resounded in my mind again. This time it was countless times stronger than before. Several people were dizzy for a while. And I don't know if it was because of the time god Zhongwuhun, Ye Feng was the first to wake up. What caught my eye was a pair of bright red crane claws. The sharpness of this claw is no less than that of gold. Boom! The prison suppression order once again helped Ye Feng block a fatal attack. Yin Hui Tianhe was stunned for a moment, and then he was not surprised. And just when she was going to continue attacking Ye Feng. Buzz! 4 weeks solidified in an instant. The eternal barrier is activated. In order to deal with Yin Hui Tianhe, Ye Feng added the Holy Spirit stone he had just obtained to the Holy Turtle of Time. The eternal barrier at this time is a real 8,800-year-old soul skill. The speed of Yin Hui Tianhe has dropped significantly. But with her strength, this speed of 207 degrees is nothing. At this moment, Ji Ming's pair of dragon claws grabbed Yin Hui Tianhe's legs with terrifying brute force. Immediately afterwards, the extreme cold field was activated. Zhuoqi Huashuan desperately urged Yin Hui Tianhe to slow down a little. Pretty. Ye Feng and Li Fengxian shot at the same time. The demon sealing sword shone with light, and Ye Feng was also infused with soul power on the chaotic beast plate. I have to say, Ye Feng's strategy is very good. He first set his martial spirit and let Yin Hui Tianhe take the initiative to attack him. Then, the life-saving opportunity of the prison order forced the Yin Hui Tianhe who was close to him. After that, Li Fengxian and the three shot. Buzz. Just when the four of them thought they were going to succeed, silver light filled the sky. The next moment Yin Hui Tianhe disappeared. Ye Feng turned around abruptly and his face changed slightly, but found that Yin Hui Tianhe appeared in the position before attacking him. If*ck. Ye Feng seemed to have thought of something. This is very much like a skill in the past life when playing games, go back to the past. Could Yin Hui Tianhe go back to the previous few seconds? Isn't this invincible? The three of Li Fengxian looked at a loss, not knowing what kind of coquettish operation this was. Yin Hui Tianhe stared at Ye Feng with a pair of eyes, and his tone was a little surprised. You are so powerful, you almost let me fall into the trap. Ye Feng was silent. Fortunately, my time retrospective took effect, otherwise I would have been killed by you. Yin Hui Tianhe had some lingering fears. Chapter 82. She thought it would be easy to kill these few people, but the ability of the spirit master of the time god Bell was equally peculiar. Just now, she also sensed that the flow of time around her suddenly slowed down. If it wasn't for his quick response, his soul power might have been sealed. Once the soul power is sealed, she is really helpless. Ye Feng secretly regretted. With the same move, when Yin Hui Tianhe is prepared, it is much harder to succeed. Jiming and the three looked at Ye Feng again and waited for him to think of a way. Before Ye Feng could think of a way, Yin Hui Tianhe's attack came again. It was still the dizzying sound of the crane chirping. When Ye Feng and the four were under control, Yin Hui Tianhe flapped his wings violently. This time she was very cautious and did not dare to get close. Whoa! The wings seemed to contain infinite power, and the strong wind around them blew the four of Ye Feng into a stagger and almost fell to the ground. Yin Hui Tianhe knew that the opportunity was coming, and swooped down like a silver arrow. She seized the opportunity very well. At this time, the four of Ye Feng had not stabilized their bodies, so they could not use their soul skills in this state. Pfft! Just when Yin Hui Tianhe was about to hit Ye Feng, her feathers seemed to be cut by something. What? Yin Hui Tianhe exclaimed. There were several scratches on the wings with extremely strong defensive power. Dare to be distracted. Ye Feng found that Yin Hui Tianhe didn't seem to have enough combat experience. The three of Li Fengxian were indeed unstable just now, but don't forget that Ye Feng also has the most powerful martial soul of the space system, the nihilistic sword. So take advantage of Yin Hui Tianhe to do a wave of scraping while he is not paying attention. Ye Feng also doesn't expect space cutting to seriously damage Yin Hui Tianhe, what he wants is Yin Hui Tianhe's distraction. Call out. The surrounding space fluctuates rapidly. Yin Hui Tianhe immediately appeared in the circle of four. Bang! 35. As before, Jiming grabbed his legs, Zhuoqi Huashu and Hanbing slowed down. However immediately, Yin Hui Tianhe reappeared in the distance, with a trace of fear in his eyes. 2 times, the same routine moves have changed. The key is that she doesn't even know how she appeared in the human encirclement just now. A look of helplessness flashed in Li Fengxian's eyes. It's so outrageous, it's simply a hang-up. It's absolutely invincible with this ability. No, there is a play. Ye Feng felt a little excited after sensing the change in Yin Hui Tianhe. This Yin Hui Tianhe is powerful, but it consumes more soul power than them. In this way, it depends on who can consume energy. Of course, the premise is that Yin Hui Tianhe doesn't run away. If she goes to the time dimension, there will be no way. After hitting the wall twice in a row, most of the greed in Yin Hui Tianhe's heart disappeared. Also in the time department, she knew that Ye Feng was more troublesome than she thought. The two sides were so deadlocked. Our department is the most difficult to find. It is incredible that he has a time spirit ring, and there must be no second one. Yin Hui Tianhe analyzed in his heart. In this way, as long as I am vigilant, there is still a great chance of breaking that person's heart. As for Zhuoqi Huashuan and the others, Yin Hui Tianhe did not take it to heart. After making the decision, Yin Hui Tianhe's wings trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the Yin Hui Tianhe disappeared. When Yin Hui Tianhe returned to the time dimension, she chose to attack from another direction to catch Ye Feng by surprise. The four Ye Feng didn't speak, and they were all focused on sensing the situation around them. Coming! At this moment, an extremely faint time ripple appeared. Immediately afterwards, Yin Hui Tianhe's long beak stabbed straight into Ye Feng's chest. He still wants to use that trick on me. Seeing Ye Feng switch back to the time clock, Yin Hui Tianhe was a little disdainful. Bang! 35. The prison order was completely broken when the mission was completed. Yin Hui Tianhe was slightly stunned, and her figure immediately began to blur, and she planned to enter the time dimension. But immediately, a terrifying power of time enveloped it. A black soul ring emerges under Ye Feng's feet, withering away. Ye Feng had never used it before, just wanted to keep it. Although Yin Hui Tianhe is strong, the death and decay of nearly 30,000 years still makes its vitality disappear for 800 years in an instant. 800 years is not too powerful for Yin Hui Tianhe, but her breath has dropped a little. Buzz! The eternal barrier is activated again. Due to the drop of breath, the speed of Yin Hui Tianhe's entry into the time dimension slowed down again. Boom! Like the previous two times, Ji Ming grabbed his legs and Zhuoqi Huashuan slowed down. The Yin Hui Tianhe seemed to be immobilized under the stacking of four, and there was a momentary stalemate. The demon seal. Li Fengxian let out a low voice and the soul power in his body quickly dissipated. The jet-black demon sealing sword pierced into the abdomen of Yin Hui Tianhe. Although only 1 centimeter was penetrated, the magic sealing effect was activated immediately. Yin Hui Tianhe felt that the circulation speed of the soul power in his body instantly dropped by 2 times. However, it was not completely sealed. Ye Feng's shot was as swift as the wind, when the chaotic beast dish the size of a wash basin flickered with light. Yin Hui Tianhe's complexion changed and changed. All this happens in 1 second. When Yin Hui Tianhe reacted, her soul power was sealed. Call! The 4 Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Death and wither. Ye Feng did not waste time, taking advantage of the moment when Yin Hui Tianhe was sealed, he cast death and decay again. Continuously releasing soul skills, Ye Feng has not much soul power left in his body. But this is the only chance. Once Yin Hui Tianhe is not slaughtered this time, she will definitely escape. After escaping with Yin Hui Tianhe's ability, Ye Feng couldn't catch up. Ji Ming's double fists brought out the crazy output of Dao Dao boxing shadows. Zhuoqi Huashuan's extremely cold and silent ice covered Yin Hui Tianhe's body with a layer of hoarfrost. Li Fengxian was not idle either. But the 3 people found that the defensive power of the silver radiant crane was too strong. Yin Hui Tianhe was not badly injured after a few soul skills. Let me go. Yin Hui Tianhe was constantly struggling with fear and anger. Although the soul power is gone, the brute force of the whole body is still there. Like wings poured out of alloy, they beat Ji Ming frantically. Ji Ming kept his head down and just attacked. If it's okay, I'll be beaten anyway, so that's it. At this time, Ji Ming especially misses Zhang Dashan. In the past, when Zhang Dashan was around, it was that guy who resisted. Well now, the Feng Shui turns. At the same time, in the time dimension, Gong Qingyu's eyes skyrocketed. When Yin Hui Tianhe's soul power was sealed, he keenly felt that this time dimension was unstable. Great Holy! Gongqing Yutang got up, and immediately had a dagger with a strong sense of technology in his hand. This is the destroying blade just developed by Soul Energy Weapons Group. After using the soul power to stimulate, everything can be broken. In fact, it sounds very good. In simple terms, it is to increase Gongqing Yu's attack power several times. Zhang Dashan is no longer sleepy, and the Yushan battle armor is possessed without a word. Boom! The imprisonment that could not be broken before was immediately shattered like glass. Gongqing Yu and Zhang Dashan suddenly flashed over in ecstasy. The next moment, the two appeared at the feet of Yinhui Tianhe. The scene suddenly fell silent. The four of Ye Feng lied in various ways, while Gongqing Yu and Zhang Dashan were confused. How are they here? Quick! Ye Feng is in a hurry, now is not the time to be in a daze. Gongqing Yu and the two were shocked when they looked at Yinhui Tianhe. Although I don't know how Ye Feng and the others did it, the opportunity must not be missed. As the strongest existence in the secret realm of chaos, if Yinhui Tianhe dies, they will not be able to find treasures with peace of mind. Boom! Suddenly, Ye Feng had two more workers. Chapter 83. Ji Ming was so excited that he almost cried, and the anti-beating finally came. Zhang Dashan is dressed in bronze armor, and his fists are also covered by the armor. Humans of damn it, let me go! Yinhui Tianhe became more and more flustered, and his voice became extremely sharp. The six people didn't speak, and they attacked regardless of the cost and consumption. The time for the seal of the chaotic beast disc is only 10 seconds. However, these 10 seconds became the life reminder of Yinhui Tianhe. Gradually, Yinhui Tianhe stopped calling. After Ye Feng made the last space cut. Boom! Yinhui Tianhe's breath exploded and completely lost his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the Yinhui Tianhe to trigger the god-level reward and get a spirit stone. The moment before the system prompt sounded, Ye Feng fell backwards, his soul power was exhausted and he collapsed. But then Ye Feng stood up abruptly by relying on the excellent explosive power of the gluteus maximus and outer thigh muscles. At this moment, Ye Feng trembled with excitement. There is not only the excitement of beheading the Yinhui Tianhe, but also the ecstasy of triggering a god-level reward. System, how many years can the martial soul divine stone improve? Ye Feng's voice trembled. Returning to the host, a single martial soul god stone can improve for 60,000 years. Really? Ye Feng guessed right. The true martial soul stone, martial soul holy stone and martial soul divine stone are all increased by 10 times. Ye Feng clenched his fist and waved it twice, so 207 looked like he was collapsing. Puff! After Yinhui Tianhe died, Gongqing Yu and the others collapsed on the ground at the same time, panting. Especially Li Fengxian, Ji Ming, and Zhuoqi Wushuan were pale and their clothes were soaked. Is this the end of damn it? Li Fengxian looked at the sky and murmured. Snort. 35. Zhang Dashan fell to the ground and fell asleep without confusion. At this moment, Yinhui Tianhe's spirit ring appeared. The crowd looked away. Different from other spirit rings, the purple spirit ring has some silver patterns on it. Silver texture and purple add radiance to each other, mysterious and highly visual impact. Ye Feng's eyes were bright and terrifying. The seal of heaven is finally used. However, after the excitement, endless exhaustion swarmed. Ye Feng resisted the urge to fall and took out the seal of heaven. Seeing this, Gongqing Yu immediately handed over an elixir. Ye Feng looked down and saw that it was the heavenly soul pill. Good teacher said to take it down. A feeling of nectar rising from a long drought, Ye Feng felt much more comfortable. This seal of heaven was personally refined by Wang Chuan, and it was not difficult to use. When Ye Feng placed the seal of heaven under the spirit ring, he injected the newly recovered spirit power. Immediately, the lines on the seal light up in sequence. Immediately after, a golden beam of light shot out just to connect with the spirit ring above. The moment the two were linked, Yinhui Tianhe's spirit ring trembled and struggled unceasingly. Soul rings can generally only be absorbed by the killer. The non-killer spirit ring is extremely strong against the will. And if you forcefully absorb the spirit ring, it will collapse directly. Under the effect of the seal of heaven, the spirit ring could not be disintegrated, but it kept resisting. Boom! The world shook, and a terrifying aura spread all over the place. The energy in the seal of heaven quickly activated to suppress the spirit ring. A rally between seal of heaven and spirit rings began. Except for Ye Feng, who was keeping an eye on the situation, everyone was hurrying to recover. Feng Tianyan and the others were not surprised. After all, Ye Feng was a direct student of Wang Chuan. As the peak of the king, it is really nothing to give a seal to the sky. According to Wang Chuan, the time when Feng Tianyan wanted to seal the spirit ring in was uncertain. As short as 1,2 minutes, as long as 1,2 hours. Half an hour later, Feng Tianyan had completely suppressed Yinhui Tianhe's spirit ring. Everyone has recovered almost, and they are also idle to continue mining. At the beginning of digging, Li Fengxian suddenly shouted, "FK, pieces of spirit stone." At the bottom of the soul crystal vein, there were actually 24 fragments the size of pebbles buried. FKU. Jiming was in a trance again and again. Zhou Qiuwu's eyes were green. They don't have Ye Feng's system, and it is extremely difficult to increase the age of the spirit ring. These pieces of martial soul true stone are the lifeblood. Moreover, the kind of several at once. 24 yuan is divided equally among 4 people, 6 people per person, that is, it can increase by 1,500 years at once. Suddenly, several people trembled with excitement. Gong Qingyu glanced enviously. These were all discovered by Ye Feng. Now nature is also theirs. My 6 are for Senior Gong and Senior Zhang. Ye Feng said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was quiet for a while. Immediately, the 3 of Li Fengxian were in awe. Martial soul true stone fragments are worth 30 million in the outside world. How could Ye Feng give such a treasure? This is equivalent to sending a small 200 million. Gong Qingyu was stunned for a moment and immediately shook his head. That won't work, this is what you have worked hard for. 99. Zhang Dashan, snoring. If it weren't for you, Yinhui Tianhe wouldn't be so easy to kill. Ye Feng said, also, I got a time spirit ring, didn't I? The spirit stone fragments were of little value to him, but to Gong Qingyu and the others, it was different. Gong Qingyu continued to shake his head and said seriously, if Yinhui Tianhe doesn't die, we will all die. Killing Yinhui Tianhe is also for ourselves, and the time-based spirit ring is of no use to us. Ye Feng, don't let it go. At the same time, another corner of the central area. Wu Sisong, Shen Yunkang, and Chen Yao walked side by side. The 3 of them were exhausted, and each of them was holding a fragment of the spirit stone in their hands. It is a pity that Xiao Fenjian of Alliance University has died on the snow field. This is also the only one of the 9 who died. Angkor, this wave has made a lot of money. Shen Yunkang excitedly said that his gaze towards Wu Sisong became somewhat adoring. Wu Sisong snorted weakly. In this battle, he was the main force and suffered a lot of injuries. But the gains are really big. Not to mention the low-grade soul crystals, I only got 4 pieces of the true martial soul stone fragments. According to the contribution, Wu Sisong got 2 pieces. Follow Angkor and have meat to eat. Chen Yao was also happy. As for 30 million, it is not easy for them to earn 30 million. Wu Sisong is in a good mood to be admired by 2 people. Humph, it's fortunate that I didn't stay with those 2 guys, otherwise there would be such a big gain. Wu Sisong thought happily. After a while, the roar of the soul beast came from a distance. FK. Wu Sisong just wanted to stand up, but his wound collapsed because of force. Angkor, I'll carry you. Without a word, Shen Yunkeng carried Wu Sisong behind him and ran away with Chen Yao. Boom! 39. With the dim light of the seal of heaven, Yin Hui Tianhe's soul ring was officially sealed. Ye Feng excitedly put the seal of heaven into the storage space and thought, the next task is to improve the compatibility of martial arts. Under Ye Feng's insistence, Gong Qingyu still accepted one fragment. Ye Feng also gave Zhang Dashan one, and kept 4 for himself. A group of people were full of laughter and could not close their mouths. Next, go to the mine I found. Li Fengxian said impatiently. Chapter 84. 3 days later. The group of 6 came to an empty canyon area. Li Fengxian licked his lips and said, "Did you see that hole? It's inside." 35. Ye Feng glanced at the soul beasts in the canyon. 2 great perfections, 5 gold 9 stars, okay. No, how did you find out? Gengs Hiji ordered, can you go to the entrance of the cave with your strength? Of course, no nonsense. Li Fengxian said angrily, I have a detector. Nian. After saying this, a few people will understand. Start the division of labor. Ye Feng said, the 2 great perfections will be handed over to Senior Ji and Senior Zhang, and the 4 of us will solve the 5 gold 9 first. Then the 3 of you help them, and I'll get east-west. Zhou Kaihua's eyes lit up as soon as these words came out, and this kid finally returned his kindness. Ji Ming didn't speak, but he had to continue the work of being beaten. Several people have no objection to Ye Feng's allocation. This guy can even give away expensive soul stone fragments, his character is absolutely guaranteed. Wake up! Gong Qingyu kept shaking Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan woke up quietly, ah, it's over. Everyone is black. Li Fengxian sneered and said, when it's over, go back quickly, you won't be able to catch the bus if it's too late. Hey, I smelled the shards of martial soul true stone. Zhang Dashan suddenly woke up with light flashing in his eyes. What the FK is true? 35. How many people don't believe it, just you? We didn't find it, can you find it? Zhang Dashan said leisurely, just kidding you. Go. 9. Immediately, fists and feet joined together. After venting together, everyone's spirit possessed and walked towards the canyon. Several people are not weak, and their IQs are also online, except Ji Ming. After 40 minutes, the battle was over. According to the principle of equal distribution, Ye Feng got 14,000 low-grade soul crystals. This is equivalent to 140,000 martial soul points. So far, Ye Feng's martial soul point has reached 530,000. In the huge cave, everyone hoed along the mine veins that afternoon. Unconsciously it is getting deeper and deeper. When most of the veins have been dug out. FK, are you really being told by the sleepy bugs? Ji Ming looked at the blind Wuhan Zhenshi in front of him and said excitedly. This time it is more than before, a full 40 yuan. Li Fengxian's eyes flashed green, damn it, I want to kill you all. 40 yuan, an average of 6 yuan per person. According to the principle of whoever finds out who gets more, Li Fengxian got 7 yuan. After half an hour, all 6 people couldn't close their mouths, and they were happier than New Year's. Zhang Dashan is no longer drowsy, look, I will say yes. Several people ignored him and squatted on the ground to count the pieces. Even Gong Qingyu, who has always loved cleanliness, didn't pay attention to it anymore, ignoring the dirt on the ground and sitting down. Not to mention that these spirit stone fragments are worth hundreds of millions. Its rarity alone is unimaginable. Although the spirit real stone is better, they are basically not qualified to use it. But the fragments are different, they are all their own, and they can be used casually. My spirit ring will last 1,000 years now. Ji Ming smiled as beautifully as 2 fools. Ye Feng also said happily, my first time spirit ring has been properly for 10,000 years. The time holy tortoise is 8,800 years old, and the recently obtained fragments can reach 13,000 years. 5 people, mom sells batches. After leaving the canyon. After all, the secret realm of chaos is about to close, right? Ye Feng said while looking at the space that was gradually starting to become disordered. Gong Qingyu said, well, there are still 2 days. Zhuoqiu Wushuan seemed to have thought of something, and wrote on the ground, how did you accomplish the tasks given by the school? Gong Qingyu, not yet. 35. Li Fengxian, I forgot. Ji Ming, the ball is over. Ye Feng, a serious person who does the task. Zhang Dashan, do you still have tasks? 5. Zhuoqiu Wushuan stopped talking and accepted. They also need to find items on the list to enter rifts. These are tasks assigned by the school. After all, geniuses can't be cultivated in vain, they have to be a little bit, to contribute to the school. In fact, this task is not difficult, and it is some common materials in the secret chaos of the outside world. It is precisely because the task is not difficult, so basically it will be completed. After a while, Gong Qingyu frowned slightly, you really don't plan to do it. Several people shook their heads at the same time, resolutely don't do it. If you have that time, you might as well get more soul crystals. 39. That is, men can't be cowardly. I don't do it anyway. Agree. 1 hour later. Hey, is this the star spirit grass? The 6 people squatted on the ground and took out the picture book on the task list. The previous rhetoric seemed not to have been said by a few people. Li Fengxian, who can't be cowed by men, pouted his butt to distinguish it carefully. Immediately affirmed, the leaves have the same texture, yes, that's it. Ye Feng, who called out to get some soul crystals when he had time, got up, go, next mission. 35. Anyway, I'm just Ji Ming who doesn't do the task and can't stop laughing, thank you guys. It's all my own brothers, saying this is an outsider. Ye Feng said. Several people tacitly did not mention the previous rhetoric. Well, if you don't say it, I don't say it, it means that everyone doesn't say it. As the saying goes, if a chopstick is broken, and a bundle of chopsticks is broken, the 6 people know that unity is strength. The 6-player co-op mission completes quickly. The afternoon of the second day. Li Fengxian heaved a sigh of relief after carefully putting the cloud flint into the storage ring. Happy graduation! Ye Feng 5 people smiled and congratulated each other. So far, all 6 tasks have been exceeded. And the space around the chaos secret realm is becoming more and more messy. Ye Feng knew that the secret realm of chaos would be closed in at most 1 day. At that time they will all be teleported randomly. Hey, isn't that Chen Yao? Gong Qingyu looked into the distance and said. A few people followed the reputation, and it was Chen Yao and Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing seems to have a person lying on his back. 99. Ji Ming narrowed his eyes and tried to distinguish, FK, it's Wu Sisong. Immediately, the expressions of the 4 of them became meaningful. Gong Qingyu and Zhang Dashan asked, what's wrong? That guy Wu Sisong was analyzed by the leader of the Great Ape. Li Fengxian stretched out his index finger on his left hand and circled his right thumb and index finger in a circle, and immediately demonstrated. Immediately, Gong Qingyu and Zhang Dashan opened their mouths wide. Ji Ming sneered and said, I'm still stern, bah. Ye Feng glanced at Ji Ming, you deserve to say Li Fengxian? Oh no, I don't deserve it either, that's fine. FK, is it true? Zhang Dashan is still sleepy, he only feels that this melon is too big. That's fake. Li Fengxian said sternly, when have I ever lied to someone? Tell us about what's going on. Li Fengxian was very satisfied with Gong Qingyu and Zhang Dashan's attitude of eating melons. Immediately speaking. Zhang Dashan, exciting, so exciting. Gong Qingyu got goosebumps. He looked at Shen Yunqing, who was walking towards the group of people, and suddenly said, "You guys say, shouldn't he and Wu Sisong be in that pose? Worthy." 5 people with hair standing straight. Jiming, Shen Yunqing, that kid has been clinging to Wu Sisong. Shit, it's his for a long time, ugh. Li Fengxian, I'm going to vomit when I have hot eyes. 35. Zhang Dashan, this Wu Sisong is so arrogant, he even appeared in front of us without any cover. Ye Feng, is this guy going to AL us? Zhuoqiu Wushuan subconsciously took a step back. As he was talking, Shen Yunqing came over with Wu Sisong sweating profusely. Wu Sisong hated Ye Feng and Jiming, but didn't hate the other 4, and immediately showed a bright smile to the 4 of them. Chapter 85. Wu Sisong said with a smile, "What a coincidence, they are all there." Li Fengxian, damn it, he still wants to serve it in one pot? Zhang Dashan, really arrogant. Gong Qingyu, what a pervert. Zhuoqiu Wushuan took a step back again. Li Fengxian hurriedly whispered, "Don't say it was me. Jiming, don't worry, my mouth is the strictest." Li Fengxian, mom sells batches. Shen Yunqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and said hello to a few people. Wu Sisong's injury had already healed. As a result, when he was doing the task, he accidentally encountered a golden Dzogchen, so Wu Sisong, the strongest among the 3, was injured again. As a last resort, Shen Yunqing ran for his life again with Wu Sisong and Chen Yao behind his back. Then I saw Ye Feng and the others. Shen Yunqing and Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was in less danger. Sensing the changes in the expressions of several people, the smile on Wu Sisong's face gradually solidified. After the group of 6 at the same time, 223 stepped back and showed a polite smile. Cough, hello. 39. It was a coincidence that we met here. Hehe, in good condition, congratulations. After listening to the words of a few people, Wu Sisong seemed to think of something and looked stiff. Shen Yunqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and said happily, "When did you meet?" Chen Yao also said happily, "Shen Yunqing, you must be exhausted. It's okay to mix meat with Angkor." Shen Yunqing thought of the one martial soul true stone fragment he got 3 days ago and was very motivated. After a while, Shen Yunqing added excitedly, "Angkor is really amazing, if it wasn't for him, I might have died a long time ago." 5. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. So much information. Have meat to eat? Shouldn't the meat here refer to sizzle, hot eyes, hot eyes? Hold on. Sure enough. 55. The 6 people are like Der Spiegel in their hearts, with polite smiles on their faces. Wu Sisong glared at Ye Feng and Jiming with various hints. "It means which of you are not keeping your word?" Ye Feng shook his head firmly, "I really didn't say anything." Gengji Jiming also said righteously, "I promised Li Fengxian to be kind." 35. Done. Li Fengxian. Wu Sisong roared suddenly. If it wasn't for his injuries, he would have rushed over. Rao is so, and struggling to get off Shen Yunqing's back, he pointed at Li Fengxian with his index finger angrily. Li Fengxian had a black line, "Damn it, pig teammate." The 6 people subconsciously looked down. Why are they still wearing clothes? Hiss, can it be so strong? Diamond. Wu Si was so relieved that he trembled, and he almost burst into tears. "You promised me one by one, and the result, I almost knew it all." Still stern? I'm strict F***ck. And I have explained it several times, I have not been AL. As a result, one by one stared at each other. And many more. Wu Sisong suddenly reacted, how did Li Fengxian know? The eyes that looked at Ye Feng and Jiming suddenly became worse. Ye Feng and Jiming looked at each other and said at the same time, "Don't look at me, my mouth is the strictest." As soon as they finished speaking, Ye Feng and Jiming looked at each other with contempt. Bah! Wu Sisong has the heart to want to die. The world is not worth it. What are you talking about? 35. Shen Yunqing was confused. Chen Yao also had the same expression. Ye Feng, cough, it's nothing. Li Fengxian, I can't say it, absolutely can't say it. Ji Ming, what happened, don't you have any idea in your heart? Gong Qingyu, don't look at me, I don't know anything. Zhang Dashan, it's useless to see me, so I won't tell you. Zhuoqi Washuan shook his head. Shen Yunqing was stunned when he heard it. What is it? How do I know what happened? But he instinctively felt that this matter should be related to Angkor. As for Chen Yao, he was stunned. In the end, Ji Ming was the first to break the embarrassment. How is your mission? Zhuoqi Washuan and several others breathed a sigh of relief. This Ji Ming was smart at a young age, and his ability to save the field at critical moments was still possible. After the topic was far away, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. We are still one mission away. Chen Yao said, how about you? Oh, we're all done. 99. Hearing this, Shen Yunqing asked again, then how did you harvest during this time? I don't care, I just want to show off myself. Wu Sisong, who was sitting alone in the distance, also pricked up his ears and listened. Hey, if you say this, then I won't be sleepy. Zhang Dashan got up with a loud snort, and the spit stars flew. We have obtained the fragments of the spirit stone. As soon as these words came out, the three of Shen Yunqing were stunned for a moment, and they also met. How many have you found? Chen Yaoqian said. This time it was Ji Ming who said, I can't figure it out, there seem to be, a dozen. Li Fengxian said, I got a total of 13 yuan 5. How much? Wu Sisong's voice on the side is much sharper 0. 13 yuan. Seeing Wu Sisong's reaction, Li Feng didn't quite understand. How about you? It should be around $10. Wu Sisong stopped talking. Damn it, I'm just in a hole. Shen Yunqing and Chen Yao widened their eyes, the latter opened his mouth slightly. So many. Me and Shen Yunqing got 1 yuan. 35. As far as Angkor takes more, there are 2 yuan. As soon as these words came out, Wu Sisong's heart tightened. Damn it, you can just say 2 yuan directly, and you take more, so if you can't speak, talk less. Gengji Jiming mocked online, pfft. That's all? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. 35. This smile immediately made Shen Yunqing and Chen Yao embarrassed. Before, they had been thankful and grateful in various ways, but it turned out that it was more embarrassing than not knowing. Especially Shen Yunqing, he took the initiative to provoke this topic. Wu Sisong struggled to get up with a dark face. This chaotic secret realm can't wait. SHH, what a laugh. Ye Feng said sternly, 1 piece is also meat and it is 30 million in the outside world. Li Fengxian sneered, that's right, it just means bad luck. Zhang Dashan, bah, the quality of these 2 goods is low. Gong Qingyu, Ji Ming, this is your fault, everyone is classmates, there is no need to make sarcastic words. Zhuoqi Washuan made a friendly and harmonious gesture towards Ji Mingshu. Out of guilt, Ji Ming hurriedly changed the subject. What task are you still missing? I'll help you. The atmosphere is back to normal again. Chen Yao quickly took out the task list, glanced at it, and said, there is still 1 soul core of a powerful ape. 1.1. As soon as these words came out, Ye Feng and the others looked extremely strange. Wu Sisong's heart tightened again. Great ape. Zhang Dashan said meaningfully, you should find Yu Angkor for this, he is familiar. 55. Zhang Dashan. Wu Sisong stared at Zhang Dashan eagerly. Zhang Dashan instinctively shut up. Why? Chen Yao asked. Zhang Dashan glanced at Wu Sisong at the battle between heaven and man in his heart, and immediately possessed his spirit. The bronze-colored imperial armor gleamed in the sun's rays. Everyone watching the show was stunned, and Wu Sisong was also stunned. I can't hide things in my heart, and I won't be able to sleep if I don't say it. Zhang Dashan said. Wu Sisong's heart sank. Immediately he heard Zhang Dashan say, Wu Sisong was given an anus by the great ape, the kind that penetrates into the wood for 3 points. He said with a smile on his lips, comfortably. Chapter 86. I have to say that the word penetrating the wood is very expressive. Zhang Dashan. Wu Sisong broke his voice again, and if he didn't say a word, he rushed up and was beaten. However, Zhang Dashan was already prepared. The super defensive power of the Yushan battle armor is no joke, and Wu Sisong is still injured and his strength is not much. Li Fengxian, I can't see that Zhang Dashan has a lot of heart. I suddenly feel a little envious of the Yushan armor. Jiming licked his lips. On the other hand, the expressions of Shen Yunqing and Chen Yao have changed and changed. Wu Sisong was al. This sentence sounded like a curse in his mind over and over again. Thinking of the picture of him carrying Wu Sisong all the way, Shen Yunqing's face turned white and green, green and white. Especially during the period, Wu Sisong enjoyed it quite a bit. Coupled with the bumps in the road when running, the picture can't be imagined. Worry, I've been analyzed. This was the only thought in Shen Yunqing's mind. 20 minutes later, when Wu Sisong finished venting, Zhang Dashan said with a smile, relieve your anger, just relieve your anger. Wu Sisong didn't really want to talk to Zhang Dashan. In order to prevent Wu Sisong from running wild again, Ye Feng and the others were very sensible and did not mention it again. Don't mention it again. The veins on Wu Sisong's forehead were exposed, I will say 20 times for the last time. I, Wu Sisong, have not been beaten by the powerful ape. Everyone nodded in unison. Shen Yunqing, do you believe me? Wu Sisong looked at his good friend and horseboy and said. Shen Yunqing nodded sternly and said, Song Ji. I absolutely believe in Angkor. Suddenly Wu Sisong had a black line. Damn it, call me Angkor before, now call me Sangha? Am I loose? I don't. Anyway, there is no need for everyone to say this. Wu Sisong snorted, otherwise, friends will not have to do it. Ye Feng and several people, hi, this threat is too scary, I will definitely help you keep it a secret. Shen Yunqing said sternly, don't worry, Angkor, I am the strictest. Wu Sisong, Mom sells badges. Soon everyone gathered together to help Chen Yao complete the last task. After beheading the great ape, Chen Yao said happily, thank you, my mission is now completed. Ye Feng's appearance as a modest gentleman just nodded and didn't speak. I was afraid that I couldn't hold back. Did someone's complexion change after seeing Vigorous Ape? Squeak! At this moment, the cub of Vigorous Ape, who had always been Snow White, jumped out of the crack. Everyone looked in unison. This cub is not black and black like other great apes, but white and fleshy. The eyes are even bigger and watery. Wow, so cute! Chen Yao's motherhood overflowed, her eyes lit up. The men present didn't feel much about this. Ji Ming sneered, cute has a fart, just delicious. That said, I'm really hungry. Ye Feng said. The journey to the secret realm of chaos is about to come to an end, and it is very successful. And these days, Ye Feng hadn't eaten anything at all. Me too. In that case, Ji Ming immediately grabbed the cub of the great ape, you can eat it while you wait for it to be teleported. 99. Ah, you can't eat it. 39. Chen Yahu cried anxiously. 35. Li Fengxian said, Sister Yao, Dolly's meat is very fragrant. Let's eat some together later. Aren't you going to keep it? Ye Feng rolled his eyes wildly, this is a soul beast, it's not well bred. As he said that, he pulled 2 more powerful ape corpses from the side. Wu Sisong has a special resentment for the great ape, so he doesn't really want to eat it. Chen Yao, on the other hand, was distressed by the cute little ape and didn't eat it. Ye Feng and the elders are also welcome, and what they eat is called an incense. FK it's delicious. Really fragrant and chewy. 35. Let's go back and take the other 3 out to share. Good idea, it's rare to see Dolly Ape outside. Several people ate their mouths full of oil. Not far away, Chen Yao's stomach growled. She had been running for her life these days and her physical strength was severely exhausted. Come on, eat something. Jiming handed over a thigh and said, if you don't eat it for nothing, you will take revenge for Wu Sisong. Not far away, Wu Sisong's mouth twitched, what does damn it have to do with me? Chen Yao seemed to move herself, she sat down next to Ye Feng, and started eating. Seeing this, Ye Feng asked, how does it taste? It smells good. 35. Chen Yao said happily, hey, don't finish eating, leave some for me. As for the cute cub, Chen Yao had already forgotten about it. As Wu Sisong's younger brother, Shen Yunking still thinks of his own boss. Quietly hid a piece of meat intestines, Angkor eat some. Wu Sisong's heart warmed, thinking that you are better than Shen Yunking, unlike the others who have no conscience. He immediately took it and took a bite. Sudden. No, where did the sausage come from? That part? Wu Sisong seemed to think of something, his face turned green. Shen Yunking. Shen Yunking was innocent. He really had no malicious intentions, so he felt that he should make up for his boss. Beside the bonfire, Ye Feng and the others gathered together to watch Wu Sisong beat someone with interest. Boom! At this moment, the space above began to tremble rapidly. The secret realm of chaos is coming to an end. Ye Feng looked up and said. Chen Yao, so soon, how many days have we stayed in the chaos secret realm? Jiming, I don't know, I haven't counted. Ye Feng, who counts the days of serious people? Li Fengxian, that's right, it's not a woman, what kind of life is it? 35. Zhang Dashan, hey Li Fengxian, there is something in your words. People, haha. Chen Yao was in a hurry, what are you talking about? 35. At this time Gong Qingyu suddenly asked, by the way, have you seen Xiao Fenjiun? Everyone shook their heads. Chen Yao said a little sadly, do you think brother Xiao has already? Everyone didn't speak, stupid girl, isn't it obvious, maybe it will become fertilizer. At the same time, chaos is outside the secret. Wang Chuan and the 4 looked at the rumbling teleportation array with shock. It's coming out. Wang Chuan said with anticipation in his heart, how did Ye Feng gain in these 20 days? Mu Tian, Chu Yang, and Pu Wen all had the same expression. Not enough, Chu Yang and Pu Wen were relatively nervous, I hope there will be no casualties. 95. Ye Feng and the others didn't know that they spent 20 days in the secret realm of chaos. The outside world freshmen have already enrolled. Hey! 35. The 4 of Wang Chuan did not wait long, and soon a streamer flashed. Xiao Shen, how is it inside? Chu Yang caught his student and asked. Shen Yunking said, Principal Chu has a good harvest, I just stayed with Ye Feng and the others 5. That's good. 223. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, as long as everyone is fine, wait, why are there only 9? Shen Yunking, Xiao Fenjiun didn't see it. Union University President Pu Wen's heart sank when he heard the words. Hearing the words, Chu Yang asked, how about that brat Wu Sisong? He was afraid that Wu Sisong could not help but shot Ye Feng in the secret realm of chaos. In that case, don't talk about Wu Sisong today, even if he himself may not be able to leave. Oh, Angkor, he is okay. Shen Yunking didn't want to tell everyone Wu Sisong's secret. What is okay, hurry up and say. Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. Wang Chuan also looked over and looked indifferent. If Wu Sisong really did something to Ye Feng, then he the teacher, would have to slaughter the Wu family. Shen Yunking had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, he was slapped by a powerful ape, the kind of three-pointed. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the four Wang Chuan immediately became extremely exciting. Call out! At this moment, a few more figures were sent out. Ye Feng landed steadily on the ground and looked around. How about Ye Feng? Wang Chuan asked. Ye Feng nodded with a satisfied smile, teacher, everything is going well, the harvest is very good. Wang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, this kid is reliable. Soon, all 9 people were sent out. Pu Wen retracted his gaze with some grief, but Xiao Fenjian did not come out. Headmaster. Chen Yao felt the same and said with red eyes, Brother Xiao, he must have. Ye Feng and the others rolled their eyes wildly, and the F***ck teleportation array was closed. Chapter 87. 10 minutes later. After inquiring about the general situation of everyone, Wang Chuan said sternly, only you know what happened today, don't tell outsiders. Ye Feng nodded at the same time. After all, 9 of them are the top talents of the human race, and they are also on the must-kill list of the 10,000 Beast sect. If the 10,000 Beasts religion knew that everyone had made little progress, it might be even crazier. Gengji Jiming was depressed, Principal, can't you talk about everything? Oh, forgot. 39. Wang Chuan Zindao forgot that this guy was comparing to, and explained, I'm talking about your progress, strength, trump cards, and other information. Gengji Jiming's eyes lit up, that's great. Wu Sisong had a bad feeling. This F***ck is so obvious, it would be stupid if you can't guess what Jiming wants to do. In general, this year's trip to the mystical realm of chaos has been very successful. Wang Chuan said, you have to remember that cultivation is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. This is an extremely dangerous road. Since you have embarked on this road, you can only rush forward. I hope to see you make more contributions to the human race in the near future. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, Principal Chu, let's go. Chu Yang took out the alloy boat again. When everyone boarded the ship, Wu Sisong discovered a strange phenomenon, the 4 principals seemed to be avoiding themselves intentionally. After arriving at Yinghun City, everyone went back to their respective homes to find their respective mothers. Ye Feng, I'll go to Daijing to find you another day. Zhang Dashan reluctantly said, Ye Feng is kind and nice, and he doesn't want to go back to the devil's capital anymore. Wu Sisong did not speak, but felt that the unbearable past was finally over. Well, the premise is that those annoying guys don't talk nonsense. After exiting the teleportation array, the next group of people, escorted by Wang Chuan, walked towards Taikyo University. At the same time, Ye Feng is out. After Wang Chuan and others walked away, a middle-aged man with a knife scar said coldly. The helmsman, Ye Feng is well protected now. The old man next to the black-haired youth said solemnly. Since Zhao Boming's assassination failed, the Ziming protector was furious. After that, Chen Tong was sent to Daijing to form a new subrutter. Chen Tong snorted coldly, wait. The Dharma protector did not give us a time limit. It depends on who is more patient. Chen Tong didn't believe that Ye Feng would never come out. Zhao Boming, that trash. When I think of Zhao Boming and Chen Tong, I get angry. If it wasn't for this guy Ye Feng, how could he escape? The dignified diamond pinnacle can't kill a silver 1-star? It's ridiculous. Chen Tong looked at it for a while and then turned to leave. And just as the two of them left, call out. The king who had just arrived at Taikyo University appeared like a ghost. Immediately looked around, the speed was very fast. Chen Tong and the deputy helmsman Qianpeng were walking towards the subrudder one after the other. The two of them were very cautious, and at this moment, they walked into a small alley playing the role of father and son filial piety. Chen Tong and the others did not find anyone following them. Not worthy of their strength. Wang Chuan acted like a ghost, and a moment later saw Chen Tong and Qian Peng enter a residential house and smiled. It is impossible for the myriad beasts to give up the imperial capital. Wang Chuan guessed that there will inevitably be a new helmsman. And the new helmsman will always keep an eye on Ye Feng. Entering the secret realm of chaos is not a secret. And Wang Chuan came to a plan. So the new sub-rudder is here. Wang Chuan squinted his eyes and sensed, it's the place to choose. Said and raised his hand. The terrifying soul power lifted the two-story building. Inside the house, Chen Tong froze for a moment and then his face turned pale. He knew he was being watched. Boom! The next moment, the deputy helmsman Qian Peng exploded directly in front of Chen Tong. A ruthless look flashed in Chen Tong's eyes. Just as he was about to activate the imprint of the beasts, his eyes turned white and he passed out. There are 59 members of the congregation in the new sub-rudder. These are all newcomers, and they are elites drawn from various places. However, these 59 elites were instantly killed by Wang Chuan with one move. Immediately, Wang Chuan destroyed the punishment rudder and took Chen Tong with him in a flash. Taikyo University, President's Office. Ye Feng and Gong Qingye did not leave. Wang Chuan told Ye Feng about this when he was still in Seoul City. Ye Feng raised his hands to welcome this. The myriad beast religion is powerful because it develops very fast and has a high penetration rate. Coupled with the imprint of the beasts, it is not so easy to inquire about their traces. Call out. At this moment, a light flashed. Wang Chuan threw the unconscious Chen Tong on the ground. Ye Feng, it's up to you. The imprint of the myriad beasts could not be forcibly broken, but Ye Feng's death and decay were perfectly restrained. Ye Feng nodded, and the 10,000-year spirit ring appeared under his feet. Seeing this scene, Wang Quan's eyes skyrocketed. Almost 30,000 years? 39. Wang Chuan was a little shocked in his heart. This kid is weird. He clearly remembered that Ye Feng was only a 1,000-year-old soul ring when he experimented on him. And now it's 30,000 years after a trip to the secret realm of chaos? Wang Chuan didn't think that there were so many pieces of martial soul true stone in the secret realm of chaos. The spirit real stone that can increase the life of the spirit ring is a rare and unparalleled thing, and it is very lucky to be able to get more than a dozen. Looks like this guy has a secret. Wang Chuan raised his head and said, could it be Lord Suzaku? From the king's point of view, only the three pillars of the human race can do it. Just as he was thinking about it, the imprint of the beasts on Chen Tong's forehead was completely removed by death and decay. At any time, Wang Chuan issued a ban to seal Chen Tong's soul power. When Chen Tongjuya woke up, she was a little confused. Fool, tell me where your headquarters is. Gengs Hiji ordered an online interrogation. Li Fengxian rolled his eyes wildly, and it would be strange if Mata could ask something like this. As predicted. Chen Tong, humph. Ye Feng said lightly, dead duck has a tough mouth, look at your imprint of the beasts. Chen Tong was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed dramatically. This is his reliance. I told you that I would give you a chance to commit crimes. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and said, otherwise, you know my methods. I really don't know. When Chen Tong saw Wang Chuan staring at him indifferently, his heart sank. The strength of the King's Peak is extremely strong, even if their Zimming protector is far from comparable. Kill it if you don't say it. Ye Feng took a step forward to start. Ji Ming hurriedly said, let me come, I can torture him to death. 39. And me, I'll try too. Li Fengxian was also eager to try. Chen Tong's face changed again and again, and his mother sold the batch. After hesitating for a while, Chen Tong said, I only know that it is in Qinzhou, and I don't know anything else. This is true, Chen Tong's authority is not enough to know the location of the headquarters. Wang Chuan nodded secretly, knowing that Chen Tong did not lie. Jiming and Li Fengxian looked at Ye Feng at the same time, and after receiving Ye Feng's gesture, they rushed forward with bad intentions. 10 minutes later, Chen Tong's body was disposed of by Jiming. After this time, they may not dare to continue sending people. Wang Chuan said, "It's safe for now, let's hand in the mission." 95. Teacher, I have a question. Ye Feng thought about it and asked, is there any shortcut to quickly improve the compatibility of martial arts?